incredibly loud. We are here for the pre-show of day 2 of EUIC. Kirk Dupes-Next-Dubé, Unite representative and dressed like a disgraced archaeologist, here with some individuals, some casters from every other game. From my right, back towards me, Will, Pokemon GO, Chip, Pokemon TCG, and Lou, Pokemon VGC. How are we doing this morning? Will.
I'm feeling great. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Welcome in. It's Saturday here at EUIC. Day 1 was incredible. So many exciting battles, limited meta in Pokemon GO, and we're going to get into that plus much more.
Chip.
Yeah, it's a great day 1 yesterday. So much more Pokemon action still to come across all of our various titles. Very excited to see what our TCG players have in store.
And of course, beautiful Lou.
Well, I've got big hair for big games today because Pokemon video game really kicked it off in style yesterday. It's my favorite tournament of the entire season, so I'm looking forward to what day 2 is going to bring.
Well, I know this doesn't apply to anybody watching right now because you've definitely tuned in yesterday, but we're going to go through a little bit of a recap action and some players or teams to watch to get you caught up if, again, for some reason you missed or you have amnesia like Slowbro and forgot. Will. Walk me through, well, let's see where the card says, because I feel like I already messed that up. So let's go ahead, and we're actually, we're going to reverse the direction. We started with Will, back to me. Now we're going to go from Lou to Will, then back to me. It's a whole flow. It's on the cards. I should have read them before we got started.
You're doing great,
so,
Kirk.
Lou,
You're doing great.
I feel like I'm killing it. Lou, for Pokemon VGC, big hair, big games. Day 1 was great. Talk to me about some of your players to watch.
I mean, there's so many, right? Like, it was hard to get 3 ironed out, but you can see them here on the screen. Let's start off with Shohei Kimura. Shohei was our 2023 Pokemon World Champion when we were over in Yokohama, and he is doing incredibly well this season. In 2025, he actually went on a little bit of a global tour and was able to get top 16 at LAIC and EUIC that season, so he knows what it takes to get these top placements on the international stage. Regulation F hasn't always been his favorite format necessarily, but being able to see that recently in regionals he's come and pitted himself against some of the local talent, he's kind of prepared, he's experienced, and he's doing really well as a favorite coming into day 2.
Great global representation here in London for VGC and our players to watch. Let me check cards again so I don't bungle this up 2 consecutive times in a row. Chip. Pokemon TCG, a lot of great individuals, of course, competing today. We were talking before, you said there's more players in day 2 than there were in previous EUIC day 1s, which is just showing how much this game has grown, but you could only pick 3 players to talk about. Walk me through them.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredible players out there in the field. 743 players in day 2 for the trading card game, but 3 players to keep your eye on for sure. Without a doubt, Tord Reklev leading that charge. He enters day 2 with a 7-1-1 record. We saw him on stream yesterday with his Mega Kangaskhan, Mega Absol deck, archetype of his own creation. And when it comes to EUIC, there's no one who's been more successful than Tord. He's won this event 2 times, been in top cut 3 other times. He has made cut at 5 out of the 7 EUICs that have happened, looking to make that a 6 for 8 number. Oscar Madsen there from Denmark, another great rising player, someone who's considered an excellent deck builder in the game. He enters day 2 with an 8-0-1 record. Got 9th place at this event last year, looking to improve on that. And then Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi coming over from Japan. He's also coming off a top 4 finish at LAIC just a few short months ago, looking to improve on that record here. He enters day 2 at 7-0-2.
I have to say, I love seeing the Japanese representation here at the western side of the globe's tournaments. It's not necessarily something that happens too much in Unite because of how our tournament structure works, so I love to see it across the other games. Will, of course, Pokemon GO also had a day 1, believe it or not. Talk to me about day 1.
I was gonna, you say that as a joke, but we have less people in our day 1 than TCG has in our day 2. But still, we're doing really well with our attendance. Over 500 traders competed. I had to narrow it down to just 3. Number 1 is Pato Man. He was last year's EUIC champion, runner-up at Worlds. Every time he's on stage, pure aura. The guy has it going on. But this time, he's in the loser side bracket going to day number 2, and he's had 4 wins in a row. But as you know, with double elimination, it's really tough to keep that streak going. And the trainer next to him might be standing in his way. That's going to be Nighttime Clasher, your LAIC champion, the first trainer in Pokemon GO to win an international from outside of region. And then we have to mention Elenias Kanan, a trainer that's been very, very impressive. He was the last trainer that we featured on stream yesterday, and he is one of Brazil's best. I cannot wait to see what he does in day 2.
As Pokemon Go has, of course, picked up steam across every event, as all the games have, we keep seeing the attendance numbers grow and grow and grow. Of course, the Unite circuit is a little different in terms of how you can approach the game. For the Pokemon Go standpoint, and it honestly applies to every game, you always see the same names rising to the top, and it almost makes it feel impossible for a young upstart to like break through. Will, I'm gonna put you on the spot here. Are there any big-time players in Pokemon Go right now that are just having maybe their first or rookie or sophomore season that are having a good tournament?
No, we had a great tournament in Toronto just a few weeks ago in the US where we actually had two what we call underdogs, trainers that had top cut here and there occasionally. They were both in the grand finals, and we had a brand new winner at that event. But I understand your sentiment. A lot of trainers will come in, they'll say, I always see Potaman, I always see Dunebug, I always see Colin, these top trainers competing. But there is a small skill gap that you can start to learn and improve and exploit, and I do think that the ceiling is not as high as you think. Pokemon Go is very accessible. You can download onto your phone for free, and I will say that today we have several trainers in EU that have top cut before, but are doing better than ever before, and they've been battling for years. So Amanda and I in particular are watching those trainers to see what they do. I think the sky is the limit.
Love to hear that. And of course, I was just sandbagging everybody because now I get to talk about Unite, which means just me and you, camera. Let's lock it in here. We've got 3 teams to watch because in Unite, you get together with your friends and you unite to play our game. Throw them up on the screen so we can talk about them. Of course, left to right, we've got Evil Geniuses and Root Dignitas, 2 orgs that have stepped into our league regional formats here. And those 2 teams specifically in NA are both undefeated in our regional league so far across our first 2 weeks. They have also come here, of course, to EUIC to compete. Both of those teams were #1 out of their groups, and they're on opposite sides of the bracket. So there's a real possibility that our top 2 NA teams are also the ones that work their way to the finals here. Evil Geniuses flamed out at LAIC and want to prove that they belong here in the final stages of an IC, whereas right next to them, Root Dig won LAIC to qualify for the Asia Champions League. And of course, you cannot talk about EUIC without talking about an EU representative, and right now, Komai sits on top of the pile of these EU teams, having a great run yesterday. This is a team that kind of had a rocky start to their regional league setup, finding themselves not in the top position, but they beat the brakes off of some of the best teams around to put themselves as the winner of their group as well. So we have a lot of great Pokemon Unite action that I'm excited to bring you. We have 10 matches today. Our aim is to show you all of them, and we close out our day in our semifinals with 2 best-of-5s to wrap this thing out. And of course, we have 3 maps now. I could talk about Unite forever. Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, those best-of-5s, you're gonna see all 3. There is still, I can't read that clock from here, but it's like 9 more minutes. Thank you, production. Bang, right in my ear. They knew where I was going.
I mean,
so
I got you if you need.
I mean, we're going to throw it back around. We're going to go around the horn so many times, or at least one more time. Lou.
I mean, I spent so long talking about Shohei, I didn't even talk about the other 2 on my picks of 3. So let's kick it with Flavio Del Pidio. Now, this is a trainer from Italy. He's won this tournament before in 2019, and if you've been keeping an eye on the European regionals lately, it's been won by an Italian every single time. Every single one. So I would definitely be picking an Italian to possibly go all the way at the end of Championship Sunday, and Flavio, considering he's undefeated in the tournament so far, would be one of my hot favorites to take it. Brian Collins as well from the US. This is a trainer who's really well known for running hard Trick Room, an archetype that isn't necessarily doing so well in Regulation F. A lot of people are like, balance is best, that's the one we're picking up. But he's like, hard Trick Room's where it's at, and he's doing incredibly well, currently 8-1 with a really interesting team. So I want to see what he's going to be doing in day 2. These would be my names to keep an eye on. There's plenty more out there, but I'm glad we got to showcase them a little bit more.
All right, Lou, now I'm going to put you on the spot here,
we go.
just like I did Will. First off, is the reason you didn't get to your other 2 players because I cut you off and kept throwing it around?
It could be, but also I'm not going to lie, I'm a big Shohei fan. I could talk about him all day, like you could talk about Unite.
Okay, fair enough.
He's awesome.
Fair enough. Chip, toward Reklev, EU end boss, EUIC end boss certainly, kind of IC end boss. Always showing up with their own creation. What is a player that really has a good chance that maybe wasn't on our list that has an opportunity to like dethrone the king here in EU and take down maybe their first IC title?
Yeah, well, I'm glad you asked, and kind of thinking back to what you asked Will about with up-and-comers in the game. There's a first-year master out there who's really made a name for himself. He got top cut at LAIC. He's made top 8 at the U.S. Regional Championships already in his first year as a Masters Division player, and that is Justin Templer. He is 8-1. He's an international champion in the Seniors Division, multi-time regional champion in the Seniors Division, and he is already proving himself as an excellent player here in his first year as Masters. He's 8-1. He actually, in the last round yesterday, just took down Henry Chow. I got to watch a little bit of that game out on the floor. Incredibly close set with Justin closing out a very, very close game. Really excited to see him moving forward, and not just at this event, but moving forward through the rest of his Pokemon career. But, I mean, 8-1's a good spot to be in with 5 rounds left to play.
I feel like over the last couple years, the transition from seniors to masters and those seniors finding immediate success in the masters division is a gap that has shrunk every single year.
It turns out when you are a teenager and you have a lot of free time, you can commit a lot of that free time to playing with Pokemon cards, and that leads to a lot of success.
Ain't that the life? I miss those days.
Sure. Yes. All right. Will, Pokemon Go, say literally whatever you want.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you did that, because I had a topic in mind.
No prompt at all.
I already pre-prompted on the last go, and
That's
now
true.
we're filling time expertly, I might add,
Well, the thing
crushing
is,
it. Say something.
That works out, Kirk, because whatever you were going to say, I was going to totally hijack the topic, because I want to talk about the format for Pokemon Go. So typically you compete in the Open Great League if you're at a regional or even a local tournament, but at the internationals this year so far, we have had limited meta. So kind of like VGC, where you have Regulation F currently, we have kind of like a collection of typings that are allowed, typings that are not allowed, and then some specifically whitelisted Pokemon. So you might watch the regional championships and say, oh, I'm used to seeing Azumarill, or I'm used to seeing Umbreon, or things like that. But in this meta, we've got Grimmsnarl, Spidops, Dragalge, Pokemon that you would never see typically in Open Great League play. We had that at LAIC as well with Turtonator and Oranguru. I remember during the pre-show, I asked my co-host, I said, guess what the #1 Pokemon's going to be? Everyone was floored when I said Grimmsnarl, and that Pokemon has been insane in this tournament so far. So Pokemon Go is really exciting, and this gives trainers a really interesting chance to kind of display what they can do, not just in an Open Great League format where anything goes, but also in a limited format where your opponents have very similar tools to you, and you have to just play them the best.
I feel like Grimmsnarl is also a Pokemon that needs to get in Unite. Is it relevant in VGC, real quick?
Not at the moment, but it has got a very historic past.
We've got a pretty good Grimmsnarl right now in the TCG. One of the top decks, Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX.
Is it in Unite?
No, that's kind of why I'm like, I kind of want, that's kind of a neat Pokemon. We need to throw that in there.
It's always been one of my favorite practices, trying to figure out which Pokemon is most meta-relevant across all
the
4
games.
pillars, yeah.
Well, while we're talking about things that are relevant, you got to get something for tuning in and hanging out with these chuckleheads over here, and of course, awesome me. So let's go through our drops, and whatever distro means, we're going to go into VGC. What is your distro?
Distro, meaning distribution, is this incredible Hisuian Typhlosion that Yuma Kanagawa used to win the Latin America International Championships earlier this season. You can pick it up by using that very innovative code EUIC26 Heat Wave, with the I of EUIC being a cheeky one, don't miss that detail, and then you can pick it up and have that in game. It also comes with the cute partner ribbon, so you can always remember that this was indeed Yuma's Typhlosion. So you always have that memento of the event, whether you were there or not, or you just want to pick up a piece of Pokemon history.
I love that. I'm always impressed by the VGC drops and just getting a really meta-relevant Pokemon off rip. What's next? It's got to be TCG with their distro, which means distribution plus drops. Chip.
Yeah, we got a lot of exciting things happening in the Pokemon trading card game live right now. If you want to get yourself some packs of the newest expansion, Mega Evolution Ascended Heroes, in the Pokemon trading card game live, you can redeem that code EUIC26 Ascended Heroes. Get yourself 4 booster packs. Lots of incredibly meta-relevant cards in this set, as it is a set that features lots of reprints from great cards over the last couple of years, and also something if you're tuning in over on twitch.tv/Pokemon TCG, get yourself a chance to earn some incredible cosmetics, the deck box, sleeves, coin, and that awesome bomber jacket. I gotta go backstage and open up my laptop to make sure I'm earning those different rewards, and also an opportunity to get yourself a few of these nice new secret illustration rares of extremely strong Pokemon in the meta, both In's Zoroark EX and Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX.
I have to say, that might be one of the most unwieldy codes you have to enter of all time to get those 4 booster packs. So make sure you took a screen grab or whatever you're doing so you can make sure you can enter that correctly. And don't forget, And lose drops, you got to put a 1 somewhere in there for some reason because nothing can be that easy. Here we go. We've got more. Is yours just drops? Yours is just drops X2. No distros for you. Will, talk to me about Pokemon GO!
No distros, but awesome rewards nonetheless. I want to lead this in. I got to be very careful how I say this. This is a Dugong inspired by our Nighttime Clasher champion of LAIC. It's not his exact Dugong, but it is inspired by him. That Pokemon does need some legacy fast and charge attacks to be, I think, optimal in the Great League, and that elite charge TM down there will help you get there. Plus, you get 20 fast and charge TMs to work on your other Pokemon and upgrade your roster. So I'm really excited for these drops, and I think it's really cool that we honor our champions in this way.
Very good. They just told me we have 14 seconds, so I'll talk about the Unite drops. Put them on the screen. Just transition. Not even to me. Production, back. Put them on the screen. Put our drops on the screen so we can talk about them. Pokemon Unite is bringing you a Charizard emblem and a sticker, which, of course, we know is just as good as all the other stuff that you're getting for watching the other games. It is awesome, and everybody knows it. So we have 11 seconds left. We had 11 seconds, 14 seconds go. We now have 53 seconds.
Time is relative.
Time is certainly a figment of my imagination at this point in time. I'm being led astray by production, and for those of you that tune into Unite, you know that is apology number 10 that we are owed based on production-related errors. That's a joke. They don't make mistakes. Me and the Cowboy do. Spraggles, who led this show yesterday. Final thoughts. You've got like 4 words. Burn it. 30 seconds.
Italy.
Chip.
Oh man, I'm just blown away. I gotta watch the Unite stream more. That's what my takeaway is from this.
I agree completely.
We all know the Unite guys. I'm going to say a brand new champion will win EUIC this year.
Ooh.
15 seconds. Tell me when it's 10.
Kirk,
We're
why
at
don't you just
10,
why don't you just count it down?
EUIC Day 2 is underway, and what I hope is 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's get after it. Boom.
the 2026 Pokémon European International Championships. We're back in London, where thousands of the world's best trainers have come to battle for the title of EU IC champion. Two-time world champions Luminosity Gaming continued their epic season-long IC sweep with a decisive victory in London.
To the middle, and Luminosity Gaming is going to stop them, and they're going to win the AL's Cup.
Pataman is the reigning European International Champion, and his dominance continued through the 2025 season, finishing third at the North American International Championships and claiming second place at the 2025 World Championships.
Look at it go! Give it up for Pataman!
Ryuki Okada demonstrated absolute mastery of the game. His precise decision-making and unwavering composure laid the foundation for an inevitable victory, crowning him last year's international champion.
And now he's come to London and won the whole thing.
Longtime VGC legend Wolf Glick barreled through the competition and added an EU IC win to his historic career.
International Championship and becomes your 2025 European International Champion. Here we go.
Welcome to the 2026 Pokémon European International Championships. Let the games begin.
Good morning, trainers, and welcome back to day 2 of the 2026 European International Championships.
I do hope you're all nice and rested after yesterday's intense day of action, because we are not going to be stopping today until we've decided our finalists in every game.
But the question is, who's going to make it to Championship Sunday?
Well, in Pokémon UNITE, Root, Dignitas, and Evil Geniuses are both undefeated in the season coming into this tournament, but Kamai Esports looks to be leading the way for the European region.
In Pokémon GO, defending EUIC champion Pataman will be looking to hold on to his title, but our new LAIC champion, Nighttime Clasher, is in a great position to add another trophy to his collection.
Over in the trading card game, we had 3 players finish Phase 1 with a perfect 8-0 record, including 2 Japanese players with depth outside the established top 4, Kaido Mitsu with Raging Bolt EX, and Daichi Tamai with Mega Absol Box.
And finally, in the Pokemon video game, Flavio Del Pidio and Paul Chua are both previous EUIC winners with a shot at another title this weekend, whilst Wolf Glick, reigning EUIC champion, is not out of it yet.
But there's only one way to find out, and that is locking in for an entire day of exciting action and joining us as we find out who's going home with the points,
Who's going home with the prizes,
and who's locking in those direct invites to the Pokemon World Championships and Pokemon XP in San Francisco.
So good luck, trainers! You still got everything to play for. Let's get day 2 underway.
Thank you, Farida and Ross, for that great introduction. Welcome, everyone, to day 2 of the Pokemon GO action at the Europe International Championship. My name is Martijn Verstegen. You may also know me as Nadequins, and I am joined here by Marto Galde. How are you doing?
I'm feeling so hyped for today. We are in the biggest tournament of the history of Pokemon GO, and we had 512 players yesterday. It's come down to 64 players, so almost like a 15% players left, but it's going down today.
And right now we are in London, but there are going to be more international events that you can attend if you want to. We had the Latin America International Championship in November. Right now we are at the Europe International Championship, and in June, keep your eyes out for the North America International Championship. You can still sign up for that once registration opens, and everything leads to the World Championship. And to qualify for the World Championships, trainers need to get a championship points.
Yeah, and what better place to get championship points than an international championship, right? If you win this tournament, you get 500 points. Second place, 480. 3 and 4th, 420. All the way up to top 64. For reference, if you win a regional championship, you get 350 points. So getting the top 8 at international championship, you get even more points for that. And as you can see, these players need some points to qualify for the World Championship, US and Canada, and all the regions.
Yeah, and the top 4 would directly qualify, but there's also prizes that you can earn here. As you can see, the #1 placement, $5,000. The top 4 earns a trophy. You get booster boxes. There's so much at stake at the international championships here. So you're gonna get the best of the best competing here, and they have to give it their all to get as far as possible.
Yeah, I myself like some prizes, so you know, you get a lot of prizes here: trophy, money, even travel award, booster packs, which you can open with your friends. You got everything here.
We have it all here, but let's take a look again at day 1. We're gonna show you some exciting highlights that we had here. Shiny Shadow Venomals from Pablo Dinos. We had resurging players here. Paul Lasha, Colin 6. Colin 6 doesn't have a trophy yet. Trainers that haven't gone as far previously at international championships, they're back here.
Yeah, this is a very important moment for them, right? There's a lot of players that doubt themselves, and they're making a stance at the international championship stage. It's huge for them, and they're showing it.
Yeah, right. We have Poundinus on the left, Linus Canal on the right, but also the Pokemon. The Shiny Shadow Venomal with that Bug Buzz. That was crazy to see. Bug Buzz doing so much damage. So many charge stacks were used yesterday. Look at this. Shields were down. Venomal goes to town. And, oh, the rollout first. But the Bug Buzz landing later was crazy to see.
That's a crazy game, crazy Pokemon. We saw a lot of videos in the game, but look at this Venomoth Go. It's much cuter, and, you know, look at this. Completely wipes out the Drapion, completely insane.
Beautiful. Bug types are all over the place. And you see the Pokemon rolling. Here they are. Dunsparce, Licky, they were all over the place. There's the bulkiest Pokemon in the format, and it's no wonder that they're on the top of the usage here.
Yeah, and even though there's a lot of rollout users, these bugs are dominating the meta, right? This is the bug system, bug meta, and it's for a reason, right?
And that's why we see so many of the rollout use, because rock typing is the only thing that's super effective in this meta right? Because flying type Pokemon are banned. You have the rollout use Licky and Dunsparce that are kind of necessary to tackle Venomals, Beedrill, yeah, all these bug type Pokemon, Spidops, right? That's the only coverage you have for it.
Yeah, exactly. And talking about rock type Pokemon, there's not that many viable Pokemon, rock type Pokemon here, right? Like, I think it's just like Armaldo, and I don't think anyone's running that Pokemon. It's so frail that you don't want to run that. But yeah, rollout users, very bulky, a lot of utility there, so that's the reason why some people even run 2 of them.
Right, and you see just all those Pokemon that had a high utility in the Storm, the Kingdra, Spirit Tomb, and yeah, this is just a showcase of one battle that we had yesterday, phenomenal, but we're gonna have many more on day 2, of course, and I cannot wait for it all to start. We had yesterday all the group winners finals. Today we're gonna continue first on the winner's side of the bracket, and then later on in the day we're gonna continue on the loser's side of the bracket.
Yeah, we have a long way to go. This is going to be a long day full of Pokemon Go action, some crazy battles. I'm sure it's going to be even better than yesterday. That you cannot even think about that, right? But it's going to be a great day of Pokemon Go.
And many of these top players are competing here. We talked earlier about championship points, but let's take a look at who is actually at the top here. First, we have North American trainers. Nighttime Clasher is actually on the winner's side of the bracket. Out of pocket, right? We're looking at the top 3 here. Out of pocket on the loose side of his bracket. Rise to Occasion also on the winner's side. So there are some North America trainers still in this tournament.
Yeah, there's a reason why these players are top of the leaderboards, right? Especially Nighttime Clasher, right? He's #1 in the world right now, and he's trying to get even more points, maybe even get to 2,000 points. So that is completely wild. And there's a lot of players in this leaderboard, right? Septalize is also in the loser side of the leaderboard, so it's going to be a great day of Pokemon Go action.
But of course, the European trainers want to keep it here in their home region. Colin 6 is still on the winner's side of the bracket. As you can see here, all these European trainers, incredible names. A lot of them are still in there. And we also have trainers from your region, from LATAM. If you take a look at those trainers, some of them, especially the Brazilian trainers, have really been showing up. Lindos, Harjev, Zardi, Kanan, Kurlash, Spartan. Actually, I'm not sure if Kurlash is still in, but many of these Lindos Brazilian trainers are still in here. And then we also have the Oceania region.
Yeah, a lot of players still battling out. And Oceania, Jamathi in the top, right? He won back-to-back tournaments, which is really impressive. I'm not sure if we have Oceania players today, but they have managed to show in the international stage a lot of times, especially in the World Championships.
We had Jumothy. He won a tournament back-to-back in his region in Australia, and I believe a special championship in New Auckland in New Zealand.
Yes.
Right, he got knocked out quite early here, unfortunately, but of course many phenomenal players from all over the place, really. But we also had some predictions ourselves on what we were going to see, and how many of these Pokemon, how many Tyranitar did we see here? Shadow Tyranitar, let me correct that. Shadow Tyranitar.
It's good that you corrected that, because we did see a Tyranitar yesterday. It didn't win, it didn't make a really good showing, but yeah, I was a bit sad that we didn't see Shadow Tyranitar yesterday. Yeah, my picks were a bit off. That usually goes like that when I make teams as well. I guess Spiritomb was spot on, but yeah, not that. I don't think we see a Dragalge on the stage.
Not a lot of Dragalge, not a lot of Drampa either.
Yeah, and Beedrill, I mean, there's a high usage of Beedrill, but I'm not a big fan right now.
Beedrill is all over the place. It's not very bulky, but looks like both you and Amanda really predicted that to come out. Shadow Kingdra, I don't believe we saw a lot from Farid. The regular Kingdra was the one we saw the most out there, and it just had such an impact on pretty much everything, because Swift and Outrage, such good moveset.
Talking about Swift, do you want to talk about Drampa pick, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, Swift at the same time tech bonus. It actually has respectable damage. Really unfortunate that everyone missed out, but yeah, that's life sometimes.
Yeah, we had some good picks, not so good. It was a meta that is difficult to figure out. As you can see, there's a lot of different teams in the meta, so there's not a standard team. And that's what's great about this meta.
And this meta is also played in the Go Battle League. But if you are into PvP, we also have Twitch drops that you can claim here. And even if you're not into PvP, you want that elite charge TM that you can use to get a legacy attack on one of your Pokemon. But you won't need to use that on the Dugong that you also get, inspired by Nighttime Clash's LEIC win. This Dugong already has Icy Wind. And then we also have rewards for TCG. You can get some nice swag for your character in the trading card game live.
I mean, who doesn't want that jacket? Look at that with the Mega Charizard X. It looks phenomenal. And you also get the box and the coin. It's really good rewards. Remember to get them with the Twitch drops.
A lot of rewards, but also for the video game, of course. I think this is your specialty area. Go ahead, Martin, tell us.
Yeah, I like some BGC. Kinogagawa's run was absolutely phenomenal. He took down Juanfi, which is like top #1 player in the leaderboard. And yeah, you get Hisuian Typhlosion inspired by his run. And he also ran a Flamingo, actually. That was very fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, those are all Pokemon that you don't... Like, every game has specific Pokemon that are meta, and I really love to see that. Make sure that you follow all the channels. Let us know what you think. Use #PlayPokemon, and, you know, perhaps we might feature some of your posts as well on the broadcast. We would love to see that. But, Marto, we are about to start with these battles. Before we get into the battles, though, we're going to explain you real quick how this works through this video. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with the most exciting battles that you're going to see.
Let's dive into the format for Pokémon GO at the 2026 Pokémon European International Championships. Trainers have travelled far and wide to compete for their share of over $500,000 in prizes and the ultimate title of Pokémon GO EUIC Champion. The competition takes place over 3 days, battling in a double elimination bracket using a greatly limited format. Only 3 trainers will remain to compete on Championship Sunday. Matches are best of 3 until the end of the bracket. Winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals are all played as a best of 5 series. Each match follows the Bring 6 Pick 3 format, where trainers craft a team of 6 Pokemon, but only bring 3 into each game. The trainers are bringing their all to the play tables this weekend, and we will soon see who will claim the trophy and title of EUIC Champion. Let's get this tournament started.
All right, so now that you know how it works, we will get our first matchups shortly. We're going to have Damon Cash versus C. Leonardo. You saw a Shadow Venomoth earlier in the highlights. C. Leonardo also has one of those. He actually had that pretty spicy team. He had another Pokemon that's quite off meta besides the Shadow Venomoth. We'll see it soon. I can't remember at the top of my head real quick, but really exciting. Damon Cash also took down Batoman, one of the best players in Europe, in the world, honestly.
Exactly, yeah. Taking some big names, making a stand for himself, so that gives you a bit of fear when you're paired up against him. He's like, oh, he took down the last international UIC International Championship. You know, respect.
I mean, he showed why, right? Because we saw him yesterday on stream as well. His match versus Patman was at the tables. Then we saw him on stream. We were like, wait a second. He knocked Patman out? How did he do that? And he showed us exactly how. Damon Cash really has been in form. Hasn't had the most consistent performance overall over the season. But he'll be very happy to get this far. And being on the winner's side at the biggest tournament so far is honestly incredible. He's a great representation for the French community right now.
Yeah, we got to talk about Leonardo as well, right? He's coming back from, I think, third place
at Birmingham.
At Birmingham. So, you know, he's in form. He's you were there. He's in form, right? He's ready for this. He's showing it in the international stage. Won his group yesterday, so it should be a great match.
C. Leonardo is a trainer who initially came from the grassroots formats, and he wasn't really into the competitive scene, or rather into the Open Great League just yet. He's into designing metas for the grassroots community, a great asset, honestly, to the grassroots community. And then he started competing. It didn't go so well, but then he locked in. He did a few less of those restricted formats, focused more on the Open Great League. And this is where he came from. This is his vibe, restricted formats. C. Leonardo is so much in form right now. He's originally from Italy, but now based in the UK. So he has a large fan base as well.
He's in his salsa here, and look at his salsa. He's bringing the Hisuian Samurai.
That was the spicy
pick,
yes.
That's not only the one, it's also Venomoth, Shadow Venomoth. So he seems to be liking the spice, you know, maybe surprise your opponents. They're not ready for your picks, but they have had time to prepare for today.
Yeah, that's the thing about day 2, because you know which opponent you have the next day. The teams are revealed at the end of day 1 on RK9, so both trainers have had the time to practice with friends, to prepare for this match. I know some trainers don't. I know Maximilian, who won the Birmingham Regional Championship, did like no preparation. And I have a saying, Marta. If I don't know what I'm doing, my opponent doesn't know it either. And honestly, sometimes that might just be legit.
No, I think that's actually the best strategy, because you confuse your opponent, right? Sometimes your opponent plays in some lines that you don't generally expect, and that's when it throws you off, right? Maybe they're weak to something in the lead, and you're like, there's no way it's weak in the back as well. And then he's weak in the back, and you know, you do a bad prediction, and it throws you off.
On these teams, we have 2 Licky Licky. The Licky Licky from Damon Cash has Earthquake, and C. Leonardo actually has Shadow Ball on his Licky Licky. Why do you think, what is the benefit of Shadow Ball exactly? I think we saw Earthquake a little bit more often.
Okay, so specifically in this matchup, Shadow Ball is going to be quicker than the Earthquake against maybe the Vigil and the Kindra, but I don't think there's too many normal types here, right? Dark types. I don't think you want to throw Shadow Ball into those. Maybe there's a bit of extra
well,
damage,
also just, what if it gets caught, right? That's also possible. Like, we're joking now, yeah, you don't want to run Shadow Ball into Dunsparce. Well, you can't help it if your opponent catches it on that.
Yeah, we did see some Shadow Ball users yesterday, but then you have the mirror, right? And you just throw Body Slam, it starts to be not so comfortable for you. So we'll see if that is something that Leonardo regrets today, but I don't know, he's in the winner's side yet, so.
The thing is, Body Slam is a little bit more efficient, but because 2 attacks knock out, which is the Earthquake, not the Body Slam, when no protections are used, Earthquake is a little bit better. The thing is, no one ever wants to use to shield Licky Licky because it's their bulkiest Pokemon. Let's take a look how these trainers are going to use their Pokemon. We're getting into game number 1 of day 2. We have a great lead for Damon Cash. Shadow Beedrill into his Swing Emerald and an immediate pivot into the Milotic.
Yeah, that's the worst list for Leonardo. Instantly switches to Milotic, and it's so fast. It gets to the Aqua Tail in 3 Dragon Tails.
Yeah, that's about 4.5 seconds. Do you shield the Beedrill? No. I thought the rule was you always shield Beedrill, but I guess Damon Cash is just going to chip it a little bit. I'm not really fearing the Hisuian Samuel, but I do think you need a lot of this Beedrill still, because Hisuian Samuel has access to Sacred Sword, and that's really strong into your normal type Pokemon. But this specific normal type Pokemon, Ferret, also has access to Brick, and that might just be very helpful into the fragile Hisuian Samuel that might come in later.
Yeah, we had not seen Ferret that much yesterday, but here it's going to tank some energy, and I think it's very fine in this matchup, going for the Swift, actually, to take out the energy of the Milotic.
I don't think this will knock out yet, though. Both Pokemon are quite bulky. C. Leonardo realized that. He has the Aqua Tail loaded. Does he stay in this matchup? No. He saves the Aqua Tail. Keep that in mind. Now, the Hisuian Samuel comes in, and it will outpace to a Sacred Sword, but no. C. Leonardo opts to save some energy instead.
Yeah, this Ferret has coverage for this Hisuian Samurai. It's starting to be a little of a pickle in Leonardo's team, and Damon Cash almost has to switch her timer back.
I like that C. Leonardo is building up energy here. Now going right before the switch. Excellent counting from C. Leonardo. You're almost at, I think you might just be at an Icy Wind, which would be very helpful for the Beedrill, because I think otherwise like 2 Bug Bites will knock you out here. No, has the Icy Wind ready, pulls the shield, debuffs the Beedrill. This might be looking good for C. Leonardo. And keep in mind, he has an Aqua Tail banked as well on Milotic to get another shield.
Yes, but it's all coming down to the Licky Licky mirror, and if this Beedrill can put a dent, oh no, going for the switch.
Going into the Licky Licky as well. C. Leonardo is ahead just a little bit, and you see him go for the Body Slam just right away there. That is to try and deny a rollout from Damon Cash.
Yes, but as we spoke, there is no Earthquake on Leonardo's Licky Licky, so Damon Cash has definitely the edge here, but Leonardo can actually go for a shield in this Earthquake. This is a very important decision.
We're about to find out. C. Leonardo puts up the Protect Shield. Correct shield there. That's a lot of energy down the drain from Damon Cash and his Licky Licky. Another Body Slam is going through. This is looking pretty tough for Damon Cash. Yes, you have the Protect Shield, but I think Damon Cash also realizes there is still the Aqua Tail from that Milotic in the back.
Oh, that Aqua Tail might prove to be huge, but the Milotic has also very low HP, so it has to be very careful.
Right, you don't want to get farmed down by the Milotic, and then potentially the Beedrill might get to the charge attack here. So C. Leonardo, he is looking good here, but he needs to be careful. This Body Slam will get very close to knocking out.
Yeah, Damon Cash is not liking this. Leonardo has too much energy on his Licky Licky. Will this take out the Licky Licky? No, 1 HP.
Not yet. Beedrill comes in, but another Body Slam is loaded. There's too much charge attack pressure from the Licky Licky here.
There's no energy. There's no energy on this Beedrill. This Beedrill needs to withstand these rollouts, and I don't think he can do it.
And not even going into the Milotic yet. Doesn't need the Aqua Tail just yet. Just gets to another Body Slam. This is why Licky Licky is so good. If you're watching for 30 minutes, you can use your Elite Charge CM to get Body Slam on Licky Licky, because that thing is an absolute staple in this meta. C. Leonardo takes game number 1.
We definitely are in a Licky Licky show, and C. Leonardo hardly lost the lead there. Like, that was the worst matchup for Hisuian Samurai, and he just came back from that game. That was absolutely phenomenal.
But this kind of just shows the strength of Milotic that we've seen all weekend. Milotic is such a strong Pokemon, very neutral.
Yeah, Milotic showing there, like, it could be a very easy safe switch, right? You can just tank energy, you don't care, you know shield. He didn't even shield the sweep from the Furret and even tanked it, and switched out. A lot of switching, a lot of aggressive plays in this meta. Let's see the replay again.
I think for C. Leonardo, what really highlights his gameplay is just that he knows his matchups exactly, knows which charge attacks he takes, even how close they get to knocking out here. But keeping all those charge attacks, like you say, and then having an Ice Wind ready was phenomenal.
Yeah, and that farm down was fundamental, right? He built up to 2 charge modes to have one for the Beedrill, and that's what gave him the game actually here.
Right, we saw so many Body Slam coming through from C. Leonardo and his Licky Licky. It's only 3 rollout to get the Body Slam, and fun fact, the 4th Body Slam is only 2 rollout. Just shows the speed that Licky Licky has in Pokemon Go. It's not that quick in the VGC, but here it is so. Its second name is speed.
And who would have thought that the Licky Licky without the Earthquake wins the mirror, right? But the thing is, he shielded the big Earthquake. That was a huge call, and maybe if he gets baited there, the game goes out different.
It's just always difficult. It's such pressure when your opponent has an attack stored in the back, and if you're aware of that, you kind of know where to use your Protect Shield. So at that point, we didn't see Damon Cash use his Protect Shield until the very, very end, but he was just getting out-spammed by C. Leonardo, his Licky Licky, and even though we had an even shield scenario there, right? Both trainers had 1 shield on a Licky Licky. It kind of never was even because of the Aqua Tail on the Milotic. You know that you cannot shield an attack from the Licky Licky knowing that Aqua Tail does more from Milotic because it has a higher attack stat.
Yeah, this is how the best players do it, right? They save energy for the end game and then try to trick you, right? You have to use a shield here. Well, I have my Aqua Tail in the back. I'll take the game.
Right, we're going to see how both trainers are getting ready for the next game. Is Damon Cash being able to overcome C. Leonardo in this best of 3? He would have to win 2 games consecutively. The Hisuian Samurai has been such a staple for C. Leonardo, punishing all these normal type Pokemon. Let's see if he's going to bring it again.
Let's go into game 2. We will see Milotic Licky Licky again. How do you stop that? That's the important part here.
We're about to find out. Game number 2, we have Furret with Sucker Punch from Damon Cash on the left into Hisuian Samurai from C. Leonardo on the right. It's a great lead for C. Leonardo, swapping into the Kingdra immediately because that was a bad matchup. But because Hisuian Samurai charge up so quickly, he can first launch a charge attack and then swap into a bulkier Pokemon.
Yeah, look at the speed in the Hisuian Samurott here, chipping the Kingdra and actually going for the mirror and maybe getting Phantom here.
I think C. Leonardo is kind of predicting the Shadow Beedrill in the back here because there has to be a counter for the Hisuian Samurott. This is a bait, and this is what we saw yesterday all the time. All the Swifts baits are just getting shielded.
Yeah, the Kingdra is so fast here. It even gets to a second Swift, so I think Leonardo needed to shield there because you definitely want that Samurott against that Ferret. Maybe expecting a Beedrill in the back.
I mean, best case scenario, you shield an Outrage and you get the full farm down, right? And we see C. Leonardo just not tapping for just a little bit there because he wants to give this Grimmsnarl coming in now less energy.
Yes, it's such an important play, such an advanced play, and I don't know if Leonardo can get to 2 Swifts here, but it might change the game.
Grimmsnarl's very fragile though. This Swift does a lot of damage, but Kingdra is fast, and Kingdra gets to another Swift. Now Damon Cash has to use a Protect Shield on the Grimmsnarl because he's not even that good into his Hisuian Samurott. Sucker Punch from both Ferret and Grimmsnarl are resisted, but in comes Licky, and this Pokemon is not even the counter for the Grimmsnarl. It's just here to soak damage.
Yeah, you would think that Grimmsnarl will have a good matchup right here with the fighting type coverage, but no, Licky is so bulky, Horror Punch does nothing.
It doesn't do enough damage, it just boosts your attack, but the thing is that Body Slam is going to knock out Grimmsnarl from here, so the decisions are pretty tough for Damon Cash. Do you use your final protection here? Yes, he does.
Yeah, and you don't want to switch being the Grimmsnarl here, you just buffed up your attack, you need to take advantage of that. What did you do here?
Foul play is coming in, this is boosted. C. Leonardo is letting it go, and the reason why is because that Hisuian Samurott already has been set up for a sweep. Shields are down. You can land 2 Sacred Sword here. Fury Cutter, even though not the same type of attack, but because a bug type coming from this water and dark type Pokemon, it's still going to add up a lot.
Yeah, this is a race. Sucker Punch versus Fury Cutter. Fury Cutter charging up much faster, but Swift being cheaper, so we might see a potential charge attack priority here.
We're about to find out. The last protection goes up from C. Leonardo. He cannot let a break land there, and I think he knows that the Hisuian Samurott charge up a little bit quicker. Goes for the charge attack priority tie. C. Leonardo making an excellent play here.
What a perfect play by C. Leonardo. Charge attack priority here and still Grimmsnarl in the back, but it's so low, and it's going to be another race. But this Hisuian Samurott is so fast.
He has so much energy, and he needed that energy to outpace Grimmsnarl, to outpower a bunch. Hisuian Samurott and C. Leonardo are going through to the next round on the second day of EUIC.
What a showing by C. Leonardo, showing why he's one of the best. Would you have thought that we have seen a Hisuian Samurott in the first game of today?
Well, I knew this Pokemon was coming in this tournament, but you'll never know if the trainers who have it are also going to succeed with it, especially when this is a bug-type Pokemon meta. So, like, you have a Pokemon that weak to bug-type Pokemon, especially the Shadow Beedrill. Yeah, it's kind of risky, but then we see him lead the Hisuian Samurott into that Shadow Beedrill in Game 1, and he still won that. Like, that just shows the flexibility of not just how good Hisuian Samurott is, but also just how good C. Leonardo is with how he plays.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Beedrill against Hisuian Samurott, I don't care. I'm gonna just come back from the game and
just win.
Easy as that, yeah, just win.
Just throw in rollout user.
And then the second game, I think Damon Cash didn't respect the Hisuian Samurott that much, so that's what might have cost him in the game.
Right, and we saw here the Kingdra put in so much work. They're getting to 2 Swift into that Grimmsnarl. And the Grimmsnarl also just not getting a lot of energy because that Kingdra let another few Dragon Breaths through. And here, C. Leonardo just keeping the last remaining shield for the Hisuian Samurott, maximizing his energy as well to make sure he can hit both Ferret and Grimmsnarl with a super effective Sacred Sword.
Yeah,
oh, sorry, it's not super effective on Grimmsnarl, but it did knock out.
Look at the speed, look at the counting from C. Leonardo. Samurott and Leonardo playing perfectly together and taking out this match. Absolutely incredible stuff. And you have to respect that Hisuian Samurott. Like, for the next players that play against him, you know, Hisuian Samurott is something to be reckoned with.
This Pokemon is indeed the highlight of this matchup, but I also want to just put the Milotic once more in the highlight. That Pokemon was everywhere on day one. I don't think that people were surprised by it, but I do think that it was very much throwing trainers off guard by how many there were. It's such a safe Pokemon that even into Grimmsnarl, 2 Aquatail will knock out. Even though the Dragon Tail are double resisted, you will basically always get a shield advantage into Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, and actually Milotic had 20% usage yesterday, and what we see on stream, it was like 80%. Like, I think it was like low usage, like high performance Pokemon. Absolutely the highlight of yesterday, but we can also highlight those Kingdras, right? We have the mirror, and well, it's a very safe Pokemon, right? But when you get to the mirror, maybe you get farmed down, and then the Kingdra can just outrage something in the back, or maybe threaten the shield, right? Start to do some mind games. It can be a very threatening Pokemon.
And throwing Swift is just not that punishing, because Swift, except into Ghost-type Pokemon, is very neutral in this meta. There's hardly any Rock-type Pokemon, hardly any Steel-type Pokemon. I mean, Steel-type Pokemon are banned, so they're not around. But there's like just Armaldo, basically. So yeah, like Swift is just very safe to throw. Even if it gets no shield, it sometimes still does an adequate amount of damage. And here we have 2 out-of-region trainers. We have on the left, Spartan L17 from Mexico, and on the right we have Rise to Occasion.
Yeah, and I want to talk about this matchup. This matchup is so high. It's not only LATAM versus NA. This is a rematch from like 2 weeks ago. These players have faced in the finals of a regional championship in Merida, I believe so. And actually, Rise to Occasion took down Spartan to the loser's bracket in that tournament. Spartan clawed all the way back to the grand finals and couldn't take down Rise to Occasion. It was a bit of a iffy matchup for Spartan, but I think yesterday he got his revenge against Swiles. Will he get his revenge against Rise to Occasion? We will see.
Yeah, I believe you were there. You may have seen all of that. Spartan is a trainer who got 2 silver medals this season already. When is it time for gold? This might just be his weekend.
Yeah, but if we talk about medals, we have to talk about Rise to Occasion, right? He got a medal every single season, and not only that, he got a gold medal every single season, so he's one of the GOATs in the game, and you have to respect him for that.
But what Rise is also missing to his long list of accolades, you know, we know he's a content creator, he's a commentator, he's a really good battler, but he hasn't won an international championship, nor has he gotten very far on a world championship. So on the big stage, Rise to Occasion did get second once at the North America International Championship, but he's looking for more, for gold, and also, of course, leading up to Worlds, you want to get in form.
Yeah, and you know, the international championships are the hardest tournaments to win if you don't count Worlds. So it is very hard. Not that many people can say they win an international championship, and this is actually the biggest international championship of all time. So if you win this one, I think you will feel pretty good about it.
You might just then become the greatest of all time to defeat everyone on your way. It's not an easy feat, but let's see if these trainers are going to have what it takes. We see again the Shadow Beedrill on both sides here. Such a prominent bug-type Pokemon. I believe it was even more common on day 2 than Spidops was. The thing is, it resists Bug Bite. Spidops doesn't resist Bug Bite. So if you have Spidops, it's kind of riskier to run that into a team with Beedrill.
Yeah, and it's good that you talk about that Beedrill, because remember, yesterday Spartan Swilos went absolutely nuts, went bananas.
Against these Swilos.
Yeah, and Rise to Occasion needs to respect that. Will he take out the Beedrill just to counter it, or maybe do like some neutral play with the Kingdra? It's going to be very interesting, because look at the targets for Swilos.
Yeah.
Drapion, Spiritomb, Dunsparce, and Lickilicky are just neutral matchups, so you know, we have to see how Rise goes around that Swilos.
If I remember correctly, Swilos had a very similar team to Rise to Occasion as well, because the Swilos had only one bad matchup, which was then the Shadow Venomoth. Now it's the Shadow Beedrill, and then everything else was basically neutral.
Yeah, and even against the Shadow Venomoth, we have seen that you lose lead against Bug-type Pokemon, just swapping the rollout users, you'll be fine.
Right, so we're going to find out how these trainers are going to deal with that. Very similar teams. The meta is very condensed. These are Pokemon that you probably have seen in the GO Battle League as well, but you're going to see from these trainers soon enough how good they can play it and how good these Pokemon can be. You know what I'm surprised by, Marto? We've hardly seen any Spiritomb with Ominous Wind. And now you're laughing because you're like, this fool wants to run Ominous Wind over Shadow Ball, one of the best charge stacks in the game. The thing is, Ominous Wind just comes out a little bit quicker, and Shadow Ball you hardly ever use anyway. But yeah, if you are looking to catch some Pokemon for PvP, we're going to have the Kalos Go Tour coming up very shortly. That's going to be next week in Los Angeles, the in-person event. You can get specific Pokemon, but also Xerneas and Yveltal.
Yeah, and if you like PvP, Xerneas and Yveltal are great options for the Master League right now. They got recently buffed, so very important to raid those. Make sure you raid those. And we also got the starters. They got the new Mega Pokemon now, so
right, yeah.
Make sure you are ready for them.
Not yet here, but yes, in Letter ZA, perhaps in the near future.
You need to be ready.
There's also an in-person event in Tainan. You will be able to get a lucky trinket and Hoopa from the global from the Tour Pass as well. Very unique Pokemon, has a Psychic and Dark typing to it. And yeah, the week leading up to the global
Absolutely
tour,
not.
so many raids you can do. I'm going to advise Amanda all of these Pokemon so we can finally do the lucky trade. I've never been doing with her because she doesn't have any of those Pokemon.
Yeah, there's so many Pokemon to raid. You can raid your favorite, you can maybe build up your Master League roster. There's so much to do in the tour. You will hang out with the community as well. That's great stuff.
And these are new!
Yeah, talking about Megas, we do have new Megas in Pokemon GO.
Mega Victory Bell and Mega Malamar. Make sure that you don't miss out on these brand new Mega Evolutions. You can get these with the Kalos Go Tour that will be coming up later this month. And catching these Pokemon during this event, if you're lucky, you might just get a special background.
Yeah, players love those backgrounds. They look absolutely sick, especially the Mega Evolution one. Oh, I definitely need that one.
Look, I'm personally not so much into it, but it doesn't matter because when I go to all of these kind of events, international championship, regional championships, in-person Go Tour, Go Fest, there are trainers who do like those backgrounds, like you, and
yes.
then I can trade it with you for a PvP Pokemon that I want. So, like, the game is just for everyone. But now, heading back to the stage.
Okay, we need to talk about this matchup. I think Rice might go for a double rollout strategy. I don't think there's something negative to do with that. Like, what do you do by doing that?
Neutral into Swallows.
Yeah. So we might see a double rollout strategy. By Spartan's side, maybe that Kingdra is a bit neutral into everything, and we might see it in the pivot side.
Spartan likely is expecting the Kingdra to come out as well. Yesterday, he had different dragons to deal with. Beedrill may have been a little bit better into that, but Kingdra is not a dragon weak to Beedrill, and especially because it charges to Swift so quickly. Now, Outrage obviously does way more damage, but because Shadow Beedrill is so fragile, Swift already does so much damage, and even Dragon Breath deals so much damage.
Yeah, let's see if Spartan's bringing the dragons to the stage. He did do the double dragons yesterday, so we'll see the first dragon, Kingdra against Spiritomb.
Spiritomb has a pretty weird matchup here, and the reason why is because Kingdra has Swift. You do not want to shield that. What you want to shield is Outrage, and I believe yesterday we saw Spartan bait a Swift against one of his opponents, but Rice sniffs it out. He shields the Outrage correctly. Spartan may have been like, okay, Rice may have watched me play yesterday, he saw me bait, I'm going to go for the hard-hitting attack, but Rice sniffs it out.
Yeah, that is a huge call, like swings the momentum of the battle completely, and now going for the Rock Tomb, perfect counting by Rice to occasion.
Rice is farming up so much energy here. Spartan actually letting the Kingdra go, which was super close to that charge stack. But what do you do now? Your next Pokemon is going to get debuffed, going for the Rock Tomb pretty much immediately Rice to occasion. Is he then going to stay in here?
Yeah, how do you take down this Spiritomb? I don't think you can roll it down. You're going to need to throw a charge attack, and actually going for the switch to the Spiritomb.
Oh, but now coming in with his own Spiritomb, and Rice to occasion answers immediately with Dunsparce, which is not exactly an answer, but as we saw earlier, Spartan taking a Rock Tomb, Dunsparce from Rice to occasion is also quite bulky and can take the damage taken here.
Yeah, and this was very important, right? Spartan had the shield advantage here, and it's going to lower the attack of this Dunsparce, so this matchup is going to be very positive for the Spiritomb here.
We're about to find out. Spartan had that shield advantage, had the possibility to preserve a little bit more health on that Spiritomb, and shielding that attack before Duron lands allows it to take even less damage. So first we saw Rice to occasion Spiritomb just putting in so much work. I think Spartan's now really relying on the Spiritomb to carry for him.
Yeah, and we will see this Spiritomb get a farm down against this Dunsparce. This might be huge, or Spartan might need to go for a catch. Can he get the farm down? Oh my god, 1 HP!
1 HP for Dunsparce here. Rise to occasion in a pretty good spot after pulling the final protection from Spiritomb, swapping into his own immediately to prevent the opposing Spiritomb, because if the Spiritomb from Spartan got another Sucker Punch on Dunsparce, it might just get to another Rock Tomb. Can it get there? No. Rise to occasion lets it go.
Yeah, this is a very good play by Rise to occasion, but now the Pokemon coming in is going to get debuffed by this Spiritomb, so this is going to be very important what decision Spartan takes here, and the Dunsparce is going to be left against that Kingdra Shield Test.
Only 2 Sucker Punch away from the next Rock Tomb. This will debuff the Kingdra. Rise to occasion not doubting for a second to put up his final protection here, and then we've seen the final Pokemon from Spartan already. That was Dunsparce. Are you now able to hang on to an Outrage after the debuff? But look, the timer's almost up from Rise to occasion. We might just see him store an attack, swap out, and then launch the Outrage.
Very smart by Rise to occasion, saving up the energy, probably going to switch up to the Dunsparce here, knowing that the Kingdra wins charge attack priority. There we go, and probably securing this matchup right here.
There was the switch to clear the debuff. There's a Charge Attack 30 tie on the Outrage with Dunsparce, but Kingdra has a higher attack stat and is going to win. The Charge Attack 30 Outrage comes through, knocks out Dunsparce. There's a little bit left of Spirit Tomb, but not enough. Even gets to another Swift here. Kingdra charges just so quickly.
Yeah, parting Swift here by Rise to Occasion. Phenomenal plays by Rise to Occasion. Very well played, very well composed, not even flinching. What a player.
Incredible, and that's just what we expect here at the Europe International Championship, right? If you're looking at the best, you're looking at Spartan L17 at the winner here in Rise to Occasion. But Spartan, obviously, like many Latam trainers that we have on day 2, is looking to get much further, so don't count him out just yet. Rise is one step in, but he has to carry through.
Yeah, and we talk a lot about that Kingdra, right? How is it a great Pokemon in this meta? But look at what happened this game, right? Spartan went full for the Outrage, and that cost him a lot of energy because Rise to Occasion called the full send, right? And I think that was the most important part of the battle, right? Because what does the Kingdra do after that?
Kingdra is a Pokemon we saw charges so quickly. It gets to Swift and Outrage just so fast, even despite it being at such low health. That was such tremendous play to preserve the energy there. Look, swapping out to
That's
make
perfect.
sure that the debuff is cleared. If he wasn't sure if Outrage would knock out, now he definitely was.
Yeah, I think Outrage still knocked out, but you gotta go for the better play, right?
To make just some security.
Yeah, exactly. And we can see the Swift taking out the Spiritomb here. That doesn't generally happen, right? That's the bad part about Kingdra, right? You don't want to throw the Swift into the Spiritomb. So if Rise to Occasion, if you throw a Swift right into the Spiritomb and Rise to Occasion costs that, that is even worse for you. So that matchup is a bit uncomfortable for the Kingdra.
The lead matchup, by the way, was so crucial for how the remainder of this matchup went. Spartan yesterday, we saw him baiting Spiritombs with Swift. Diabolical play, because if that gets no shielded, it deals no damage. But the opponent kept shielding. And I think now Spartan was thinking, okay, my opponent may have just watched back how I've been playing on day 1. I'm just gonna full send the Outrage. If it lands, that Spiritomb is pretty much out of the way. But Rice sniffed it out, was not taking any chances with that Kingdra, shielded the Outrage, and that kind of just set him up so much to farm up almost to 2 Rock Tomb, then launched the next one, and Dunsparce did 1 rollout, could only do 1 rollout before getting debuffed already.
Yeah, and we can see there Spartan taking a deep breath, actually, sorry. And going into the second game, Beedrill against Spiritomb, how does this go?
This is a very neutral matchup. Of course, Spiritomb is a ghost type, but swaps into one of his rollout users immediately. This is what we call an ABB team. And we see Rise to Occasion do a few bug bites, then swap out.
Yeah, very well played. And we see again our favorite matchup here, right? Licky Mirror, especially the Shadow Ball one, is going to be able to throw a lot of body slams and earthquakes here.
Now that we have some time, let's talk about what an ABB strategy is. Can you explain to our viewers the ABB strategy that Spartan is running here with the Spiritomb lead and 2 rollout users in the back?
Yeah, so generally A stands for a weakness to a Pokemon, and the double B is like Pokemon that are strong against that weakness, right? So you have double strength to get that against that weakness, so you just swap one in and try to get maybe switch advantage back, or maybe sweep with the other B in the back.
Right, or bait out a potential counter to one of the Bs here. Now, that is not a B, that is a Licky. But by that, I mean that potentially Spartan tries to bait out, let's say, the Spiritomb of Rise to Occasion, because that is also a Pokemon that does quite well into Dunsparce. If you can get it low with your own Licky, clean it up with your own Spiritomb, that counters out of the way, and then you have energy on your own Spiritomb to threaten that Beedrill. We see Rise to Occasion playing very aggressively. In comes Dunsparce. This is not exactly the alignment that Rise to Occasion wants, but Beedrill is not helpless here.
Yeah, Rise to Occasion didn't want to give a huge farm to that Spiritomb because it starts getting out of hand, right? And now going for the Feral Stinger bait.
No, that's an X-Scissor. That's a great shield from Spartan there. And now throwing the Rock Slide immediately, putting out the Protect Shield. Rise to Occasion wants to get some more out of this Shadow Beedrill.
Yeah, investing the shields in the Beedrill here, but there's a Kingdra lurking in the back. And again, it's going to be a Kingdra against a Spiritomb. You need shields for that.
When shields are down, Kingdra goes to town. Another bug type charge attack is coming through. This is the X-Scissor or the Fell Stinger. This time it's another X-Scissor. Dunsparce is bulky though, and now you still have that protection. This might become a little bit bait dependent at the very end.
Yeah, and we go for an undercharge here by Spartan. Oh, actually, it doesn't even knock out.
I love
that.
Because he tried to get an energy head start on his Spiritomb. But now, is Kingdra quick enough to get to Outrage here? Let's see how both trainers are going to do this, because I think Rise to Occasion needs to bait here or just full send the Outrage to win this.
Yeah, this is coming down to a 50-50%. Will Rise to Occasion bait here or full send the Outrage? He needs to call what his opponent's gonna go for.
He's going for it. He's going for the outrage. Oh, Spartan no shields immediately!
Oh my god, what a call by Spartan, but it's not the call you actually want, and he goes for the outrage and takes down the Spiritomb.
And he tells Rise to Occasion, good call, man. That was a 50-50 right there. Rise to Occasion twice has the correct call in game number 1, shields the outrage. Game number 2, full sends the outrage, and it leads him into the next round at the 2026 Europe International Championship. Congratulations, Rise to Occasion.
Wow, Rise to Occasion taking a quick 2-0 victory over Spartan, and not only won in the games, but also won in the mind games, right? The call baits, they were so important in this game and fundamental in that Spiritomb Kingdra matchup. It changed both of the games.
Kingdra really is it's just a Pokemon like that. If you don't like baiting, do not play Kingdra. Play Kingdra counters instead, or other Dragon-type Pokemon. It was just so pivotal in all of these matchups. We saw in this last game Spartan with 2 rollout users, and we still see Beedrill put in so much work.
Yeah, as we talk about the ABB strategy, right? And it worked, right? Because Rise to Occasion gave up switch advantage because he didn't want to give up the energy advantage, right? But in the end, it all went down to a bait, and Rise to Occasion got it.
Right, the Beedrill put in so much work. We saw an undercharge from Spartan. That is because he wanted to try and get a sucker punch down with the Spiritomb. But Rise to Occasion saw that immediately, swapped into the Kingdra right away. And at this point, it was just, does my opponent bait or not? If this was a Swift, then this was a great call by Spartan. But he knew, unfortunately, the coin flip didn't go my way.
Yeah, it's such a tough call right there, right? You're in the international stage, and I feel like the majority of the players bait there. It's like, you know, I have to get a shield back, I bait here. So there's some players that are gonna always no shield there, and you know, you can take some risk. You know, if it pays off, it goes huge.
I also think that the majority of the good players, that the expert players that we see, no shield exactly in those kind of moments. So maybe that kind of got into their heads as well. As you said, it's mind games, right? But those were the first 2 matches that we had. Let's take a look again at the winners bracket of the trainers that we already had today. We're going to get C. Leonardo versus Rise to Occasion later on the winner's side of the bracket, but these are some of the matches to come. Our next match will be King OWT versus Linus Ario. Which one are you the most excited for here?
Yeah, we got Latam again, back-to-back, right? And we are coming back from a rematch from our finals of a regional, and we have a long day to go. Look at these players. King OT, Aureo, Colin 6, a lot of great players, regional champions. We have everything here.
And make sure, again, that you follow the channels. If you miss out on any of this action, you can just watch the VOD back on Twitch or on YouTube. So yeah, like you said, we have a long day ahead of us. Who is going to make it to the finals today? Tomorrow, we will have the winners, losers, and grand finals. So not the finals won't be played today. Those will be played on Championship Sunday. The top 3 players will have the honor to play on the big stage of the Europe International Championship on Sunday.
Yes, but today is where you do the trophy moves, right? Today we know what are the 4 players that are taking the trophies, right? The 3 players that advance to the Championship Sunday have a guaranteed trophy, and also the player that gets to the semifinals of the losers bracket. So today is the day to make the trophy moves.
You've been there before. Can you explain to our viewers, what is it like to play your final match of the day that decides whether you get to Championship Sunday?
Well, if you're in the winners bracket, you have a, I won't say an easy way, but a pretty fast way, right? If
it feels safer.
If you just win all your battles, you know, easy, you just play like 4, maybe 5 rounds, and you're just done for the day, pretty easy. But if you drop to the losers bracket, you have a long way to go. And actually, we have some players that have dropped from the first round of the tournament and have clawed all the way back, like I believe Stud Muffins. So we will see if they can keep clawing their way back, just like maybe Dancing Rob did in the first World Championship.
But first, we're still on the winner side of the bracket. The loser side of the bracket will come much later on the day. First, we have King OWT versus Linus Ario, another Latin trainer, as you said, and this time not against a North American trainer. King OWT is from the UK, and we see Frostlass here, an incredible Pokemon in this meta. We've seen some with a full Ice-type moveset with Powder Snow, Triple Axle, Avalanche. Some of these run Shadow Ball, and I don't remember if that was with you. I did see a match where Shadow Frostlass would have easily won a game if it had Shadow Ball on a Milotic.
Right.
And it had thrown Avalanche.
And I actually think King OT is the one that's running Shadow Ball here. So
yeah, I think so too.
I think is it Triple Axle and Shadow Ball or Avalanche? I think it's Avalanche.
Yeah,
so
Avalanche
no buffing up the Powder Snow, right? But we talked about this Swilus Frostlass core or Dark type and Frostlass core. They cover up each so well, right? The Frostlass resisting the bug type damage that the Dark type is weak to. So very good core.
Yeah, you called it out yesterday, and then I told Speedy I came up with it, the Zweilos Frosta score. It could be very good into this matchup. There's a core breaker, though, on the team of Linus Ario, and I think this core breaker is common in a tournament. We've seen it previously already. Milotic. Resist Ice and has Dragon Tail to deal super effective damage into Zweilos. So I expect that Pokemon from Linus Ario definitely to come out. This is just not really a solid answer on the side of King OWT. I think that either Licky or Spidops are your best answers.
Yeah, it makes the Frostlass difficult to use, right? The Zweilos difficult to use. And yeah, that's the core we talked about, so we might not even see it in the first game.
All right, Roland, lead us into this next matchup. Here we go. Shadow Drapion into Milotic, a very neutral matchup. The thing is, Shadow Drapion used to be the king of pacing, or the queen of pacing, depends on the gender of your Drapion. But now Milotic paces faster, even quicker.
Yeah, he gets to the Aqua Tail faster here, going for the first Aqua Tail, but this Drapion can also get a debuff in the crunch, and actually is going for 4 Poison Sting here and throwing the crunch.
Crunch will deal a lot of damage. Does Linus Ario want to use protection? No, not yet. This is what you see a lot of top trainers see them do. They keep the shields until they really know what to prepare or what to see in the back. And we see an excellent catch here from King OWT on Dunsparce, which is just a bit bulkier than Drapion. The thing is, you kind of had to throw immediately there because Drapion was 1 poison sting away from another charge attack. So if you didn't throw your Aqua immediately, Drapion would have outpaced, and now Linus Ario's answering Bulk with Bulk.
Yeah, that was a very smart place, getting up the energy back, right, that he lost with the Aqua Tail, and shooting to his Dunsparce, a very neutral matchup, and this is going to take a long time just as a Licky mirror.
1 Duron, 2 Duron. They see me rolling, they hating, and this gives both trainers some momentum to think about what to do here. I think as Linus Ario, you always want to build up energy here, just in case the Drapion otherwise can just come back and freely. Keep in mind that Shadow Drapion is 1 poison sting away from another charge stack.
Yes, but we have to talk about this. King OT already has a drill run stored, so he can even throw this and take out the Dunsparce. It's going to be a charge attack priority.
Ooh, and King OWT does win that. I think that Dunsparce from Linus Ario might just be bulky enough to hang on to this drill run. Does it? Yes, it does hang on, but the Dunsparce from King OWT has less HP. This does allow Drapion to get an energy head start. Do we see Linus Ario swap immediately to prevent that? I would expect so. Yes, in comes Milotic and goes for that Aqua Tail. I saved this one for you, buddy. Here it is.
Yeah, this is a combo play, but this might give King OT a chance to farm down this Milotic, and maybe this Drapion is going to get out of hand.
Right, because Linus Ario hard swapped. Now he's locked in. Can he get to another Aqua Tail? No, and now Shadow Drapion has so much energy. This is what you kept your shields for, though, as Linus Ario. But if one crunch lands, this game is looking really good for King OWT.
How do you take out this Drapion? He's going for a crunch actually against 2 shields and gets cold, but it's a crunch.
It doesn't have a lot of health left, so I guess Linus Ario is just trying to roll it down, but this is by far the hardest hitting charge attack. If we take a look at the backline, at this point, King OWT is not even going for the crunch anymore. He's looking for chip damage, because if this Octo would go through, then you can just get a Dragon Breath down.
Yeah, you just want damage here and actually going for the crunch now.
Oh, what a catch! That is much needed for Linus Ario to have a chance in this match here. Now Licky has a lot of energy, but Zweilos is not exactly a fragile Pokemon. Look at Licky already being at 50% health.
That catch might be crucial for this game. Oh, going for the Earthquake. What a call.
This reminds me of how Snorlax has such a versatile moveset. If only Licky had Outrage, he lets it go, but it doesn't do enough damage. It is the harder hitting charge attack, but look at how quick Zweilos with those 2 heads. One head charges as quick as the other one, and it's gonna get to 2 body slam here, 1 for each head, and that's going to get the knockout on this Licky.
Yeah, and I really knew it, right? He was counting, you could see it in his face. He accepted the defeat here. It was very well played by King OT. We'll see a lot of catches, a lot of plays there, but the Zweilos coming out on top there.
You think that Linus Ario might just have a slight advantage in this matchup, just because he has the Milotic that is so incredibly safe into the team of King OWT, plus it core breaks Frostlass and Zweilos, and we did see Zweilos in the back there from King OWT, but Milotic just never found that alignment, and in fact, King OWT may have just thrown off Linus Ario by swapping out there. By swapping out, he may have just told his opponent, hey buddy, I do not have a Zweilos in the back, because surely I wouldn't want to have that on the Milotic.
Yeah, but I think there's a key play we have to talk about. The Drapion in the lead, he did 4 Poison Stings. And what does this allow for King OT is that Ario has to throw in an awkward timing, right? Instantly throw the Aqua Tail. Because if you don't, the Drapion's going to get to a crunch before you. And that forces the switch there. And you catch the Aqua Tail on Dunsparce and just start getting ahead on energy, and that's what happened.
Well, what Linus Ario could have done in that moment is wait a turn. To watch watch carefully if a Poison Sting actually comes through. If you see the Poison Sting come through and you can launch the Aqua Tail before Drapion throws the Crunch, you actually waited successfully. And the thing is, this is a very tough play to make. That's why you see some top trainers do it, but it's also just, if you miss your moment, look at this catch, by the way.
Catch.
Incredible
That
catch.
was absolutely
But
incredible.
if you miss your moment, your opponent just gets Charge Security Tower, catches the attack, and it's for nothing.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you throw a charge attack at Pokemon GO, we go straight to the head. We'll talk about it later.
Trainers are ready. Now, this Licky from Linus Ario, we saw it has Earthquake. It will take out Shadow Drapion one charge if that goes through. Most trainers opt for Body Slam here because it's just a safer play. You are so far behind if an Earthquake gets shielded. But oh boy, if you land an Earthquake through 2 shields, that'd be wicked.
Yeah, we're playing the bait game here, and actually Aureo is going for the bait, so... Oh, and gets shielded. This is huge.
It's just a safer play. It really is just a safer play to go for this, because at worst, you'll deal like 40% damage. If it gets shielded, it's worse. Now, going for the Body Slam immediately, not going for the timing. Generally, you want to do 1 rollout for 2 Poison Sting, but I think maybe Linus are just thinking of letting the Licky go here. But now that the energy is dry, it allows King OWT to farm up more energy.
There's so much energy on that Drapion. What a play by King OT, and how they're going to take out this Drapion. It's too full of energy.
Well, he has Ariados and Dunsparce. Good question by you here, Marto. He doesn't have exactly a lot of fast attack pressure to drop you here.
There's none here. That Dunsparce doesn't even have the stab on his fast attack, and the Poison Sting from Ariados is completely resisted, so this Drapion is gonna go crazy here.
And by stab, we mean the same type attack bonus here, going for the entire Poison Sting down, I think. In comes a Crunch, but Ariados is not a bulky Pokemon. Jump, jump, jump! This is doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, he needs to switch though. Is he gonna give a full farm down to this Ariados? How do you stop this Ariados now?
Okay, well, we're about to find out. He does have bulk to spare in this Dunsparce. In comes a Mega Horn. We've seen this from Seeking before. It dealt about 50% health. I think this does a little bit more.
It's gonna do a lot of damage here. Like 60% of the Dunsparce health, and going for the second Mega Horn here so fast.
This might pull the shield from King OWT, or is he going to keep it? You know, you've seen the Ariados here, but perhaps he's fearing a Milotic in the back. So he put up the protection here, otherwise Swilus would lose to that. Now Linus Ario has a shield advantage though, and that might come in very useful. The big question is, does Swilus get knocked out by 2 Drill Run?
I mean, we have to find out, but that shield advantage might be costful for King OT here.
What about yeah, let's find out. Linus Ario going for the first Drill Run. This does a good amount of damage, but you're going to need a few more rollout to actually knock it out as well. And as you can see, Swallow spaces really quickly. I think go for the Dark Pulse.
God.
That is a great shield from Linus Ario and a risky move here from King OWT.
Yes, instant shield by Ario. He was sure that was the Dark Pulse. What a call. And now going for the Drill Run. I don't know if this is going to take out the Swallows, but it's getting
the timer is almost up from Linus Ario. He could actually catch, and I think he did count properly. Let's see if he is going to swap. No, he's not going to swap. And we see the Body Slam go through. This doesn't knock out yet, though. Is the Dunsparce from King OWT in range of 1 Drill Run here? You're going to need 2 charges, otherwise this will get really close.
It's going down to the wire. We're going for the first Drill Run here. There's still Dunsparce left and an Ariados, but they're so low.
Drill Run comes through. Dunsparce hangs on. There's a little bit of HP on both Pokemon. King OWT is not thrown just yet. In comes the Ariados, and the Berg takes out Dunsparce. You don't see that a lot.
Wow, perfectly played by Ario there. Going for the snipe there with the Ariados. Had enough health to actually take 1 rollout, right? The rollout for the Dunsparce for King OT was such in a pickle there.
I need to take a breath there. That was a close game. I had no idea who was going to win that in the end. At some point, it just looked like that the Dunsparce from Linus Ario was just gonna get rollout down, and then King OWT had an attack stored for Ariados, but then Linus Ario swaps out, and he knows that Poison Sting, even though it doesn't do a lot of damage, it does a little bit more than rollout.
Yeah, there were so many swings in this game, right? When you see the Drapion in the lead, it had so much energy. You were like, how are you gonna stop this? Then the Ariados gets like 100 energy and starts like Mega Horn and everything. It went absolutely wild, and the Dunsparce closing the game.
Yeah, that horn poked a lot of holes in many Pokemon. Yeah, this bait. I mean, the thing is, as Licky, I think that the safest play is just to go straight Body Slam. It's cool. It's a cool flex on the broadcast here if you can land that Earthquake through 2 shields. But if it gets shielded, you will lose. You will lose.
Yeah, completely. Like the shield for the Body Slam was a huge factor in this game, because you never want to shield the Body Slam from the Licky. It's not going to do that much damage, and you know.
And this shield, by the way. This shield,
yes.
he was not even doubting for a second. If there was a body slam, I think Linus Ario either had to catch or he would have lost that game.
Completely.
Because then Zweilous would have reached a Dark Pulse here.
Yeah, and he didn't even blink. Like, he instantly pressed that shield, and that's the confidence you need to be an European international champion.
Right, and Linus Ario tying up the score, so he might just be on his way. However, the next game will decide who will actually go through. And here we see the Ariados swapping in. We don't see the bug-type Pokemon squashing the rollout users, the big fat rollout users with a lot of bulk, but this time Ariados got the better of the Dunsparce there. Farming up so much energy looked like such a strange play, but it worked out for Linus Ario. And this time we see Dunsparce meeting Ariados again. It's back for revenge.
Yeah, this is not where you want to see the Ariados, but Ario actually is comfortable here, staying, maybe get some energy and switching out to some Pokemon, maybe doing a catch. No, go for the lunge here.
Ooh, and this will debuff the attacks from Dunsparce. I'm curious how Linus Ario is going to play this. I would expect that at some point Linus Ario is going to try and make a catch here, and we see him make the attempt, but King OWT may have expected it. In comes Zweilous. This is not even exactly a Dunsparce answer as we saw in the previous game, but it allows King OW to avoid Ariados, which has a great matchup into the Zweilous.
Yes, ice in King OT's veins, right? Not throwing the charge attack, expecting maybe the switch here, and instantly answering this Dunsparce with the Zweilous. And you're gonna have to respect this Dark Pulse. No, actually no shield in it.
No, but this is what Dunsparce is for. Dunsparce and Licky are Pokemon that are just there to soak damage. They are very bulky, and in this format you have a very healthy mix of Pokemon with bulk, but also Pokemon that you want to use your protections for.
Yeah, Dunsparce just got a shield, and King OT has a Drapion in the back, so now that Drapion has a shield deficit, and I don't think that's what you want using the Drapion, but actually perfectly counting here by King OT and go for the Body Slam. This should take out the Dunsparce.
Linus Ario is letting switch advantage go here. Probably is looking to go for a far down with his Milotic rather. Dark Pulse coming in. This is a very hard-hitting charge attack, probably the hardest that can come through. And now this Dark Pulse is going to deal a lot of damage to Milotic.
Yeah, Milotic so bulky here, saving the shield for the Ariados. Oh, and answering the Drapion with the Ariados.
In comes Drapion with an Aqua Tail bait. Linus Ario makes a call. Incredible.
Yeah, he's not even thinking about this, like instantly no shield, and he knows it's a bait. And
yeah, I mean, he didn't even build to the crunch there, so great counter from Linus Ario, but you need to value HP somewhere. You're running out of health.
Yeah, and he's building up a lot of energy here. Maybe throwing in the Mega Horn. It's going to be a bait game again.
We're about to find out. There's a lot of health still on that Dunsparce from King OWT, going for the full Mega Horn. If this goes through, I think it KOs.
Oh my god.
It will get really close.
King OT had to do a call and actually shields the Mega Horn.
But I think you just get to another one here. He's 2 off. It will be Charge Tech 30 tie. Ariados wins the Charge Tech 30 tie. I think that this will swipe the Drapion from the battlefield, and then it comes down to Dunsparce. Down goes Drapion. Heavy damage.
Yeah, and Ario going for the Milotic there, the aggressive switch, doesn't want to give farm, and he needs to throw a charge attack. No, Dunsparce throws it first.
So much energy though, and Milotic. Oh, Linus Ario is shaking his head. He's hoping there's a Rock Slide, which is less efficient, but it's a drill run. Here it comes.
Yeah.
And the timer's also up, so there's a catch possible here. We don't see King OW do it yet, though. Does this rollout that just snuck through, does it knock out? I think Linus Ario's already said.
Yeah, I don't think Sacotail is going to take out this Dunsparce, and the Milotic is going down here, and the Ariados as well. Ario saying GG's to his opponent. Yeah, but still playing out this game.
He's trying, he's hoping that he can get to one more charge attack. That Zweilous gets knocked out by one Poison Sting. Is there a chance? No, there's no chance because there's another Rock Slide loaded. King OWT rolls his way into winners round 2 of day 2 at the Europe International Championship. A big congratulations for this trainer from the UK.
Wow, what a showing from King OT, right? The Zweilous there, the patience, right? Not falling for the catch, you know, the debuff and then the catch. No, icing his veins. No, that's going to happen. I'm not going to throw the energy. I'm going to store everything, switch, and, you know, save it for the end game.
He's just so comfortable right now, King OWT. We saw it yesterday when he made an incredible catch and he went like, that just hit the spot.
Yeah, how you're comfortable in that situation, right? It's 1-1. The player who loses just drops to the loser's bracket, and it's going to be such a tough way to climb back. And the nerves start putting on. You're in stage, right? You have a lot of crowd watching. You have you at home watching, and you know, you start to think a lot of stuff.
Right, Linus Ario still has a chance as well, though. He'll be dropping out to the loser side of the bracket, so we might just see him later as well. The Latin trainers, they haven't been successful yet so far on day 2, but there's many, many more of them. Let's take a look again at this match here. Previously, we saw Linus Ario successfully shield a Dark Pulse from Zweilous. This time he let it go, and it dealt way too much damage. Now Shadow Drapion just outpaced so much and pulled the shields quickly. This Mega Horn does a lot of damage, but Linus Arya was just running out of health.
Yeah, this Arya actually was very impressive in this matchup because it was against the Dunsparce, but it still did a lot of work. Took out the Drapion there, the shields, everything. So you got to respect these Ariados.
And the margins were just so close because right before this, Linus Arya had built to 2 Aquatil. He landed 1. Imagine he had another Aquatil there. That Dunsparce would have not been there anymore. That was such a small margin that even a rollout, 1 rollout from Dunsparce was just barely enough to close the game for King OWT there.
Yeah, Milotic, very bulky Pokemon, but not bulky enough for this situation. But, you know...
It's not quite licky-licky.
Yeah, it's a bit close. But yeah, what a matchup. This Wireless, we talked about it. Maybe we thought because of the Milotic he was not going to bring it. No, if you don't pair it against the Milotic, you're fine. And that's what happened in Game 3.
First 3 matches. What was your impression? Which Pokemon has impressed you the most so far in these 3 games that we've seen?
Oh, it's so tough to say because every single Pokemon is doing some work there. Like the Swilus, the Rollo users, you just throw them on in the arena and they're going to always help you out, right? They're never going to fail you. There's no hard counter for it. And Milotic as well, such a tank. I don't think I can pick one actually, but the Ariados has impressed me a lot because we haven't seen that much. I think we saw it once yesterday or maybe twice, and now once today.
Let us know what you think at home. But in the meantime, we're going to hear from King OWT what he thinks about his matchup and advancing to round 2. Farid, take it away.
Thank you, Super Marty Brothers. I'm joined by the winner of that last match. It's King OWT. And you are a local here in London playing at the European International Championships. How are you feeling?
Absolutely amazing. It's just gone so much better than I could have imagined. My plan initially was to get knocked out yesterday, then go back home, but I'm still here and still going.
And how does it feel being up on stage for the first time this weekend behind the bright lights? What's that like as you look out at your friends and family?
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. I've got so many people supporting me at home. Loads of my friends never touch Pokemon at all, but they always love talking to me about it. They've asked me about it. Say, oh, you're going to London this weekend, what are you doing? It's like, they're so supportive and I love absolutely all of them.
So tell us a little bit more about your team, the people that have supported you on this journey. Do you have any shout-outs?
Yeah, so first of all, LF community, my GOATs, day ones, love you all. This local community here, absolutely amazing. And obviously my boys, the Sonova Tappers as well. All of you with all your prep, all your help, team building, praying for matchups, you're all amazing.
And you've not had a medal before in the Championship Series, but this weekend could be an opportunity to get a trophy. Tell us a bit about your season and what your hopes are for this year.
Yeah, so season's going well. Started off strong in Frankfurt with the top 8. Then only done Birmingham since then, which was also pretty solid. So main goal is obviously my first Worlds qualification. I've not qualified before, but I'm looking quite good for that, I think. And also getting top 4, trophy, medal, anything like that would be absolutely incredible.
King OWT, thank you so much. He's got dreams of being a legendary player, but we also have, in this game, so many legendary Pokemon. Keep your eyes on this.
The one banished. The one that watches. A legendary Pokemon that exists in the shadows. Feared for its presence, yet coveted by trainers worldwide. Giratina has left a lasting mark on the world of Pokémon GO. In its altered form, Giratina thrives as a supportive force, anchoring teams and wearing down opponents with patient strength. But in its origin form, Giratina's true nature awakens. Freed from the chains of exile, it becomes a serpentine dragon unbound by gravity. Its attacks grow fierce, transforming it from a sturdy defender into a devastating closer capable of ending battles with overwhelming power.
And Giratina does it! Inadequate course of an impossible endgame there against Beelzebub.
It's no wonder that such a wickedly versatile Pokemon has claimed its place on championship-winning teams. Yet, having a legendary Pokemon is not the same as mastering it. It takes knowledge to unlock the full potential of these giants. Allow me to show you. Legendary Pokemon are notoriously difficult to obtain, but their power makes the effort worthwhile. They shine the most in the Master League, where their CP can reach staggering heights. But some can also be kept below 1500 CP, making them viable for the Great League. Trainers often trade with friends to secure legendary Pokemon that ideally sit as close to 1500 CP as possible, without exceeding that Great League threshold. Examples of legendary Pokemon that are very good in the Great League are Cresselia, Giratina, Registeel, Zapdos, and Galarian Moltres.
Galarian Moltres was a key member of world champion Beelzebub's team. It has some of the best fast and charge stacks in the game. Once Mandibuzz ruled the skies, but now Galarian Moltres has taken the throne. With its dark and flying type, it is one of the best counters to popular ground and ghost type Pokemon. Giratina comes in two forms. Origin, offering more offensive pressure, and Altered, providing greater bulk. Recently, trainers were able to rescue Shadow Giratina Altered from Giovanni, and it has proven to be successful in the competition immediately. Its typing gives it 8 defensive resistances, making it one of the top choices as your ghost-type Pokemon to bring to the battlefield. Next to strength and versatility, some legendary Pokemon focus on coverage and bulk. Cresselia has been a staple in competitive battles for years, thanks to its flexible choice of attacks. With Grass Knot, it threatens water and ground-type Pokemon. With Moonblast, it handles Dragon and Dark-type Pokemon. And with Future Sight, it delivers strong neutral damage. It has won multiple championships for a reason. Legendary Pokemon demonstrate that many favorites can find a place in competitive battles. With their strength, versatility and coverage, they can be tailored to fill the role your team needs the most.
Whether it is in friendly matches or the Pokémon GO Battle League, mastering these Pokémon can give trainers a decisive edge.
Try for yourself by catching or trading one of these legendary Pokémon and adding them to your roster. Best of luck, trainers!
Pokemon Go is my first Pokemon game I played. Ooh, my favorite Pokemon is Registeel because it was the Pokemon I won my first ever Play Pokemon Regional with. It was Worlds in Yokohama, Japan. That is the furthest I've ever traveled. Absolutely worth it. Once in a lifetime trip. I would definitely say I look up to Itzaxon, the world champion from Yokohama. He's definitely really helped me with a lot of the teams I build and a lot of the play styles I've really gotten comfortable with. So everywhere I like to go, my favorite food is nachos. I always have to criticize the nachos that different places have that I travel to. So I would definitely say nachos are the best thing ever. Ugh, I want to say fruit because that's what you should be having for a snack, but I always love my bag of chips. My favorite city to compete in, it actually has to be London. I just love the city in general. It's always a breeze to travel around London. Favorite type of music's definitely EDM. Always a lot of jamming music when it comes to that genre. That's what I always do to hype myself up before tournaments.
Water, fire, or grass?
Water. Water is essential to life.
Welcome back into foggy London town here for day 2 of the European International Championships for Pokemon Go, our largest tournament so far. Players were going at it yesterday, making sure that they could make it into this prestigious day 2, and baby, we're just getting started.
Cannot wait to get into the action here in the Excel Center. We had a couple of good rounds to open up the day. I hyped up some trainers on the Countdown show as well, so I'm excited to see how these storylines unfold. We got former champions. But my bold prediction, Amanda, I know you watch the Countdown show. I know you pay attention to that. My bold prediction is that we will not have a repeat champion. We're going to have a brand new champion here at EUIC, someone who has never won before, and they're going to reach new heights as they hoist that trophy on Sunday.
Well, we do know that our previous champion, Patoman, is still in it. He was knocked down to the loser side of the bracket day 1 by Damon Cash, who we saw in the very first matchup of today. He is now knocked down to the losers bracket as well, so we could see a potential grudge match, but still, we're on that winner's side. We are having a European face-off here with Colin Six, a great player from the Netherlands, up against Blissfully, a UK player.
We saw both of these trainers on stream it yesterday. Amanda, I believe you and I commentated for Blissfully in his matchup. That Umbreon is very tricky, a very bulky Pokemon. It's not going to pop off on the battlefield, but it's going to be very reliable. Going to give Blissfully the time to get back to a switch timer, deal some damage in the intermediate. Looking at this team from Colin, do you think it's useful?
I would say that Colin knows how to use the teams that have been built. He is someone that has been able to consistently play almost any Pokemon.
Yeah.
He's told people that he's not necessarily the team builder himself, but he's been able to pilot other people's teams to great success. So I think that he's definitely knows what he's doing. He knows the Pokemon that he wants to use. One thing I really do want to highlight though about Blissfully's team is just what you said. It's quite unique in what there is on there. He's one of the very few Umbreon users, but many of them have made it on to day 2.
When you look at Blissfully's team a little bit deeper, you also see the Miltank, that Pokemon running Gyro Ball. You would anticipate that be a good counter option for something like a Grimmsnarl, but there's no Grimmsnarl on Colin's team. So knowing your matchups is really difficult, especially when you play an off-kilter Pokemon like Umbreon, like Miltank, or even the Shadow Sableye. But to be honest with you, Amanda, I don't see the Shadow Sableye having a lot of play here.
Since Sableye is one of my favorite Pokemon, and obviously Blissfully's been able to do quite a good job with it to be able to make it so far in this winner's side. However, with so many rollout users that are typically normal type Pokemon, like that Dunsparce or that Licky or the Miltank that you were just talking about, its fast attack really doesn't do much damage. It relies solely on those charge attacks, and maybe since Colin 6 does have both the Dunsparce and the Licky on his team, it could see the bench.
I agree with you. I think our trainers are getting locked in and ready to go. Let's kick off the EU Showdown on stage. We got the final boss taking on Blissfully.
We got the Kingdra now up against Umbreon, our bulkiest, our most defensive Pokemon we have in the Great League. That also means it's never going to win a charge attack priority here. And also trying to go for a catch here. This is exactly what doing a foul play onto a Shadow Drop-In is not going to be doing that much damage. A great swap by Colin, and we saw this yesterday. When Colin swaps in, he just gets a ton of energy on that drop-in. It becomes very dangerous for his opponent.
I didn't even realize the Umbreon was running Dark Pulse. This is going to hit a little bit harder as well. Great catch by Colin. You got to appreciate the mechanics to swap in and get the Poison Sting through. But this is a very neutral matchup. Even when the Aqua Tail connects, it's not going to do that much damage. Like you said, Amanda, Umbreon is insanely bulky. And with this Licky swap in, I don't think things get any easier for the Drapion.
But look how much energy this Drapion has immediately after the Licky swapped in. Already able to throw a Crunch, which basically puts it almost at half health, and he's already at another one. Colin can decide if he wants to use his first shield here. He knows it's just a body slam, opts not to because he still has the energy and the health to be able to throw off an attack, and that's exactly what he does, going for yet another heavy hitting Crunch.
This Crunch could be devastating versus the Licky. It's a bulky Pokemon, lots of HP, but Crunch chews right through that like a knife through butter. In comes the Kingdra, and wow, I'm actually amazed that Licky gets to the body slam here. That was crazy. You can see Colin with the head scratch. He's like, I thought I could have got the farm down, but doesn't quite pull it off.
Well, we'll talk about a little bit of a combination play too. Licky sticks his tongue out, throws off the slam, and now the Dark Pulse, which like you pointed out, is a little heavier hitting than a foul play that the other Umbreons are going with. Now swapping into the Miltank to absorb all this energy. Colin 6 is at the Outrage, and there is no shield on the side of Blissfully. This Miltank gets down to a little under half health.
We've seen so many Outrages go unshielded so far in the tournament, and another one hits its mark against the Miltank. I mean, Kingdra is such a coin flip Pokemon, such a dynamic pick. It can be very difficult to predict what's coming, but the Miltank is stout. Now it's got to face off against the Dunsparce. I got to be honest, at this HP deficit, things are looking tough for Blissfully.
We'll tell you what, though, there's a lot of energy on this Miltank. If you're looking at it, Body Slam #1 going through, and we still have an Umbreon with quite a bit of bulk and health left in the back. Colin is up with this Dunsparce here. No, not shielding any of these body slams. They're not going to be doing that much damage. He does still have 2 shields left as a reminder, and all 3 Pokemon, though the other ones are a little low health.
All right, trainers, let's see if you can break out your brooms. Umbreon might be the sweeper here for Blissfully, but it's got so much work to do. 2 shields, 3 Pokemon to beat. Let's see if Blissfully can pull this off.
Going ahead, just going through an extra snarl. Still no shield on Blissfully's side. Only Umbreon is left. This is a drill run, so it will be able to connect, knocking Umbreon down into the red. And now he's just continuing to farm up energy, throwing this Dark Pulse. Once again, it's not very often you see a Dunsparce win this charge attack priority. He does with this Pokemon.
Yeah, hang up the broom, shutter the closet. I don't think Blissfully is going to play this one out because he did not even bother to shield that final drill run. Still 2 Pokemon in the back behind the Dunsparce for Colin. Even though the Dark Pulse connects, we just see the swap into the Kingdra, and the Dragon Butts are enough. I think Blissfully kind of recognized in the latter part of that game that there was pretty much no way to come back.
It's really funny though, if you look at the screen. If you just caught that very last moment, and you looked at the typings at the top, you're like, wow, Colin had all 3 Pokemon and 2 shields left. What a dominating sweep. But in the actual game, it wasn't necessarily that case. It still got a little bit close. So, I mean, I think that just shows how engaging these matches can be and how just 1 split second can change things up.
That's the thing, right? You look at a 2-1 on paper and you say, okay, there's a definite winner here. You look at a 3-ball flex like that, you say, okay, Colin had this in the bag, but not necessarily. To your point, Amanda, we've seen so many games come down to the wire despite good leads, despite good swaps, and this game right here really took a pivot when that outrage connected. Chucky on replay, nailing it like always. And a Swift coming through here as well did help quite a bit, but Blissfully just ran out of gas towards the end.
I mean, there is a lot of bulk on the side, but maybe not a lot of the fast attack pressure or some offensive pressure that he would be needing. So we'll have to see how he will adapt for game number 2. He does have Spidops on his team, which was the Pokemon that mostly everyone before this meta came out thought that would be the #1 Pokemon. Also the Kingdra, that's Colin using. Maybe we'll see it used on the side of Blissfully as well in game number 2.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because if you look at Blissfully's team, he needs to go on the offense. He brought the Umbreon, he brought the Licky to that game number 1, but he just couldn't deliver the blows that he needs to. He couldn't whittle down the HP fast enough. So if you opt for a pick like Spidops, it helps you quite a bit in the Drapion matchup, which I do think Colin's going to bring to every single game. You can avoid the Dunsparce, and then you can get favorable alignment against something else, and I think that Spidops can put quite the mark on this game number 2, but Blissfully needs to start doing something quick. And honestly, if you had to kind of pick which trainer had a team composition advantage, I kind of hand that over to Colin, because I don't feel like that Shadow Sableye, like we talked about, for Blissfully is coming out to play.
Well, we'll have to see, because we're hopping right into game number 2 and a role reversal. We do see that Kingdra right away from the side of Blissfully, and now we also see the Sableye met by Colin's Shadow Drapion, which he's been seemed to be using as a safe swap almost every single game. Sableye did have a little bit of an advantage there, going for the Dazzling Gleam. This is heavy hitting, and there is no Protect Shield used on the side of Colin, putting that Drapion down quite low.
Blissfully making me eat my words in real time, everybody, as he brings in the Shadow Sableye as the regular Sableye as the swap. Crunch connects, and like you said, Amanda, the Dazzling Gleam connected, but it wasn't quite enough, and the Aqua Tail will get fired off now as well. A shield coming up, a little bit surprised by that.
Shield coming up because Sableye does have a bit of energy, and Drapion is quite low. We've seen how dangerous can be in the hands of Colin, and I think Blissfully is like, okay, I just need this Drapion out of the way. Knowing that he wins charge attack priority, he goes for this. Also knowing that Colin would lose it, he just went for the extra Poison Sting fast attack just to try to do a little bit more damage before going down.
For sure, Shadow Drapion faints there, and I do think that Blissfully is starting to turn the tide in this game number 2. Spiritomb coming back out. Oh, it can't even get the Sucker Punch down. The value Blissfully's getting with this Sableye is immense.
Going ahead now, going for a foul play. Still no Protect Shield used by Colin there. Spiritomb will be getting a little bit of energy, and Umbreon comes in. Double darkness here, and now we'll have to see what Sableye is going to do, or not Sableye, sorry, Spiritomb is going to do. Has to throw this Rock Tomb to be able to lower the attack of the Umbreon, because that Shadow Ball would not be doing much to the typing.
Yeah, whenever you see a charge attack like Rock Tomb go off, I always look for the swap, and we do see it from Colin, but staying in, throwing the Dark Pulse, maybe trying to equalize shields here between the two trainers. Blissfully achieves that goal, but he's going to bring his Kingdra probably 3 or 4 Dragon Breaths behind in the mirror match.
Going ahead now, just Dragon Breath pressure is a little bit ahead. The Outrage is going through. This could be a potential bait. Blissfully doesn't even care. She wants to make sure that this is going to be shielded up. Correct shield here, and now he can get a little bit of energy himself.
I feel like if you're Blissfully, you just go double Swift here, right? Because you're already applying a lot of pressure with the Dragon Breath. You strip the shield with the first Swift, maybe connect it with the second one here, and whatever's left of this Kingdra from Colin, the Umbreon can likely mop up. That's exactly what he does. Back-to-back Swifts coming at you.
Going ahead, no Protect Shields left on Colin 6's side. This Kingdra will have to take this, and with the Dragon Breaths that are coming after, an immediate pivot out into that Spiritomb, just trying to get as much damage off as possible. A Swift will go through. I don't even know if this is enough. Even though the Spiritomb is so low, this is a normal type attack.
Well, it's double resisted, right, by the Spiritomb's Ghost typing. It barely does anything at all, swapping into the Umbreon, and you see how healthy it is. Just like in game number 1, where Blissfully could see the writing on the wall. Colin concedes as well. Doesn't even throw the charge stack. Going with the Kingdra feint here, and we are all tied up.
There's so many trainers that have been making such fantastic plays, and this is only the 4th round so far that we have shown on day 2 at EUIC. Blissfully taking game number 2. These two will be going into a decisive game 3 to see who will be staying on the winner's side of the bracket.
Well, his trainer name is Blissfully, but I do see a Chansey plushie on the table there, so maybe Blissfully needs to go over to the Pokemon Center and upgrade. But taking a look at the team again, Blissfully needed an answer. He needed some offense. He opted for that Licky Licky and the Umbreon core in game number 1. He pivoted to the Sableye, and honestly, Amanda, I'm sorry for doubting in the interim, but Sableye looked really good there.
Well, definitely. Sableye really almost carried that middle game for him, and I just want to point out the games that we saw of Blissfully yesterday as well. He did also lose that game number 1, and he came back, he readjusted, recognized how his opponent wanted to play, and that made him successful for game 2 and game 3. So if you're Colin, I mean, maybe you have to be a little bit wary of him, and now that you recognize how much potential sweeping power is in that Sableye, do you think we'll see it again, or do you think that's potentially just the bench pressure to bring out different picks or draw out certain Pokemon from Colin's side?
It's extremely precarious because as you look at the rest of Colin's team, not only does he have the Shadow Drapion, which is going to resist all of the Shadow Claws from the Sableye, but he has double normal types, which double resist Shadow Claw as well. So it's really tough. This matchup could swing either way, and this is where the predictions really come into play, especially with high-level trainers like Colin, like Blissfully. They've been here before, trying to think things through. If I do see the worst-case scenario, if I do see the best-case scenario, how do I react? What's the next step? Map it out and get a plan together.
Look at all of these accolades on the screen. Blissfully has had some nice runs in Europe, but he hasn't really made those top title cuts like Colin Six has time and time again. Colin was the first trainer in Europe to win 2 regional competitions in 1 season, and he's been consistently performing ever since.
I mean, I heard he's the best Dutch battler, and I think he's showing that here on stage. We'll see how far he can make it through the tournament, though. Remember, everybody, this is winners round 1 of Saturday. And if these trainers lose, they do fall to that loser side bracket where they will continue to battle it out. So even if you lose on stage, you're not done yet.
Yeah, this is a double elimination tournament, so that means that these trainers have a little bit more wiggle room, a little bit more breathing room, you could say, too. So I think that both of them obviously want to stay on that winner's side of the bracket. We're about to see which one of them is going to do so as this game starts. We have the Kingdra up against the Miltank.
Interesting decisions here. Colin was able to connect with an Outrage through 2 shields in game number 1 in this exact matchup versus the Miltank. But in the lead scenario, I think Blissfully is going to play things out differently. Go straight for the body slam, straight for the neutral damage. Let's see what Colin decides to do.
Going ahead and just both of them staying in it. Colin just charging up to almost 100 energy, and now he's been going Outrage before. He's baiting with the Swift this time. Will Blissfully use a shield in this matchup? He does! Great call by Colin Six. They're going for that bait because now he still has a ton of energy, and he gets the catch on his Dunsparce of the next body slam.
2 Dragon Breaths switching on the 3rd turn, and when that body slam is thrown, Dunsparce comes in and throws a rollout of its own. We've seen that time and time again. It's one of the top meta plays here. Kingdra coming out now for Blissfully. What do you think of that?
Kingdra is a great answer overall. It's just so neutral, and it has a lot of that pressure that we were saying Blissfully was missing in game number 1. So now we have just a lot more fast pressure coming on. We have the Swifts that can come in quickly. We have those Outrages that can hit. And then we saw the Miltank that's just been body slam spamming one after another.
Let's see if this one connects. Blissfully YOLOs the Outrage, and Dunsparce takes a massive hit. Feinting, bringing in the Kingdra mirror match now. Swift getting fired off by Colin.
And Colin has so much energy on this Kingdra. Like you said in that first game, it just makes sense to go Swift here. No Protect Shield from Blissfully's side, and now he still has another one loaded for whatever comes in. So Colin is in a good position here, but a body slam goes through. He said, you avoided the first one, but you can't avoid this one, getting that Protect Shield off of Colin's side.
Colin thinks it's worth shielding here because he's so close to the Outrage. Actually almost banks it. I think he might be 2 Dragon Breaths away. Swaps into the Drapion at shield parity, and the body slam spam is not going to slow down. This is also a huge advantage for Blissfully because now he knows all 3 of the Pokemon for Colin. He can kind of budget the HP and figure out when to bring in the Umbreon, and that time is now.
I love that play by Blissfully too. He got a little bit of chip damage with that body slam, and Colin was building up for that crunch. But now when the Umbreon comes in, the crunch is actually not the attack you want to go for against the dark type. And as we can see, even though this is a shadow Pokemon doing a little bit more damage, these Aqua Tails are just doing negligible damage to this Umbreon.
Exactly, just barely chipping away. This is the bulky beast Umbreon that we've seen before in the Open Great League, and a lot of trainers left it on the bench here for EUIC, but Blissfully showing us just how solid it is. Last resort is going to peel away that final shield from Colin.
Going ahead, and Colin just getting a lot more energy on his Dropion, essentially at 2 Aqua Tails, throwing the first one off here. There's still 1 shield on the side of Blissfully. He's not using it yet, but the Umbreon is now knocked down to the low yellow, so another hit should bring him down to the red.
Wow, actually going up and throwing the Aqua Tail here. The switch is up for Colin and for Blissfully, but I do give the slight edge to Colin with the 2-turn Poison Sting versus the 3-turn Snarl. Oh, actually swapping in now. Blissfully goes for the Milk Tank.
Going ahead, and once again, this Dropion just throwing off yet another Aqua Tail here and getting that final shield off of Blissfully's side. This is getting a bit dangerous because that Kingdra has energy. This Body Slam coming through now onto the Dropion. This should be enough at this range that the Dropion will get knocked out. And now we have Kingdra up against everything, but it's a Kingdra with 2 Swifts loaded.
This is the game right here. If Blissfully can muster a charge attack on his final Pokemon, he might be able to win, but the double Swifts, as you called out, Amanda, might do it for Colin. First one connects. In comes Umbreon. It's charge attack priority. Kingdra takes it.
It was almost serendipitous, right? We said at the beginning, Umbreon will never win any charge attack priorities. Kingdra is able to throw first, even though both of them had the energy, and Colin stays on that winner's side of the bracket.
Such a close series. We started off with Colin just yeeting that outrage through 2 shields and connecting, and then we saw in game 2, Blissfully kind of bending the knee, but game 3 came right down to the wire there between these 2 trainers. What an incredible series, and Colin continues to be the best Dutch battler, I believe.
That's what I've heard from some people. I have no stakes or nothing to say on this matter.
That's very non-committal of you.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds exactly like me. Going back to the battles, I just want to point out that, again, Umbreon has a lot of bulk behind it, and there was Aqua Tail after Aqua Tail, and at the beginning you think, I mean, oh, poor Colin here.
Sure.
Like, there's nothing that this Dropion can do against this Umbreon. But as you see, the more and more hits that it was taking, it was starting to get even lower and lower. And where do you use your last shield? I think that's where Blissfully was kind of like wondering, okay, you always want to use your shield at the most impactful moment. But if they're always small attacks like this, like, it just feels bad to use it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not like, you know, a big blow, a big flashy play. It's kind of like paper cuts over and over and over, and eventually they start to add up and become very annoying. I agree with you, man. I think deciding where to use that final shield is such a tough decision point whenever you are battling someone like Colin in this team. It's so fast, so spammy. And Blissfully just did not have, I guess, the offensive output to really close out this game in spite of everything he tried.
I mean, Kingdra, I would argue, is probably king of the dragons here in this EUIC meta. So many people have it on the team, and not only that, some people have truly been able to pilot it to huge success. Colin was a great example of it in those games. They're just getting a ton of energy, choosing when to really go for that heavy-hitting outrage or when to bait with that Swift, which still does a nice amount of damage. We saw 2 Swifts ended up being the key factor in that last decisive game.
Well, Amanda, you and I have our opinions. We kind of watch from the outside looking in. I would love to hear from the trainer himself, Fareed, with Colin on the stage.
Thanks very much, casters. Time and time and time again, here you are. How do you do it?
I don't know. It's 7 in a row at the major events, so I can't complain.
Day 2 is your home, but day 3 is where you want to be. I know you're hunting for a trophy. Tell us about the journey so far this weekend.
It's been as smooth as I could wish for this weekend so far. It's definitely that day 3 that I'm aiming for. It's the first winner's side at the major event in like 2 years, I think. So definitely a good shot here. So I'll take the opportunity.
And I know you're here with your friends, our friends. Shout out to you guys. Tell us about what it's like when you come with all of the people that you know and love, and you're competing here in front of them.
It's just amazing to see everyone, especially here in London at the ICs. Just always so big. Everyone's here. I've traveled down here with my brother as well this time. He also made day 2. He's on Lewis's side, but I'm rooting for him to go on a good run.
And do you have any specific shout-outs?
Shout out to PvP David. We just always scrim together. He helped me prep for this matchup, and things worked out well.
How far are you going this weekend? Where's the hunger, and how are you feeling?
I mean, it's the trophy I'm aiming for. I've been hunting it for ages, so that's where I want to get, and hopefully it's the gold one in the end, but we'll see.
Before we go, I just want to hear a bit more about how you prepared for this, because when you're one of the top players in the format, and I know you're so good in the open format, but now we've got this limited meta, you've gone for your own team here. You built it yourself. It's fairly meta, but how do you approach it coming in?
I felt like this one was kind of relatively easy. They were like, the top meta is pretty condensed. It's pretty neutral. It's the playstyle that I like. So I was set on 5 months for ages. Was just figuring out which is the 6th month gonna be. And eventually I just picked Licky because it's so neutral. So I feel like, yeah, that's my best shot.
Well, we know you used to love Lickitung when that was top meta. Licky performing well. Would you say that's your standout Pokemon, or what is your one to watch so far?
I actually think it's Drapion. It's just so fast, so flexible, and just can catch opponents off guard sometimes.
You've been doing incredibly well with it, and I think we're all really excited to see just how far Colin can go. Thank you very much. Good luck for the rest of this tournament. Casters, back to you.
Very well said by Colin on stage. He's been there multiple times before, right? In Europe, we call him the final boss because he is that last obstacle to anyone who wants to claim the crown at an EU regional, and he's trying to win the crown here at EUIC, which would be his first international championship.
It absolutely would. He's been making really big waves, I think, not only in Europe, but across the pond as well. He's traveled to different international championships. He's top cut many times in North America, in Latin, but I completely agree with you. Having an international title to your name also gets you up to an even next level.
Something I wanted to ask you about, Amanda, you mentioned this briefly, and I think it's good to talk about this for new players. You said that Colin is not always the team builder. He's not always the one who's putting together the 6, but he is very good at understanding teams and executing. Can you speak to that a little bit? Because I think a lot of traders, even VG's Wolf, will say he's not the best team builder. I don't know if I believe that, but I will say for trainers that don't team build very often, how does Colin adapt so often or so well?
You know what, honestly, the man is just built differently. I did hear in the interview that he did build this team for himself. It looks like he's been doing quite well with it, but often when people are, teammates or friends, they test certain Pokemon together, or they test a team idea, and then some people just are like, oh no, I really understand this. This is exactly in my playstyle. If you're wondering how to play a Show 6 team, the best way to do it is to go ahead and watch a previous broadcast, see the team of the winner, and try out something like that for yourself. Maybe take one of the teams that you see of these two trainers on the winner side of the bracket and just try it out and see if there's something that really sticks for you.
Very, very good points. We're going to see our next pair of battlers on stage. We've got TZ Steinar.
This is a mirror, right?
Taking on LNDS Kanan, and mirror on the wall. Which Brazilian is the best of them all? We're going to find out here, because I do agree these teams look identical. And there's a lot to say about that. We saw a lot of identical teams at the LAIC, the Latin America Internationals. This might be the second identical pairing we've had so far at EUIC, which speaks volumes of how fun this meta is.
Last round we saw Europeans playing against each other, and this time you pointed out we're seeing Brazilians, but I think we're also seeing some teammates and friends play. So it'll be very interesting, because though we might not have seen these two trainers play against each other so far, there are good chances that they have already scrimmed, that they've practiced it, and they most likely already have some inside information about each other because of that. So they're playing the exact same team, but even between that, they probably know which of their Spidops is going to be able to throw their charge attack first. They probably know which one is a little bit bulkier and can handle a certain attack, and that might even adapt their play style that we won't even realize here on broadcast.
Could not have said it better. I'm so glad you brought that up, because when you have this mirror matchup, the margins really matter. And being in a situation where you have the same duration fast attacks like the Kingdra versus the Spidops, like the Grimmsnarl versus anything with a 2-turn fast attack, you have to keep those stats in mind. But you know what, Amanda? We can have our head in the clouds. We got to keep our feet on the ground. We're heading down to the stage here for our battles. Steinar and Berserker brings us in. Excuse me, Glare Meowth brings us in.
That Meowth got really sad there near the end. Hopefully one of these trainers won't be too sad if they ended up losing. Let's see who will be coming out on top. This is a Spidops versus a Shadow Drapion at the beginning. Already the first protection shield used on the side of Steinar on that Spidops as the crunch goes through from the Drapion.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want to throw that charge attack as soon as possible before the lunge, but the swap now into Dunsparce trying to catch a lunge on the normal type Pokemon. Kanan getting ahead on energy. Oh, and a rollout does come through as well. Here comes Spidops, but I anticipate a swap pretty soon from Steinar.
So Steinar did have the defense drop from that crunch, which is a low likelihood of something, but now there's going to be see an attack fall on the Dunsparce coming in, and Steiner comes in with his own Dunsparce to soak up all the damage. First drill run going through on the side of Kanan.
We were trying to identify themes of day one, and I think that Steinar's Kingdra play was incredible, but he's not bringing it to this matchup, so we're going to see what he can do with his other 5 Pokemon. Dunsparce with a massive health advantage here for him. Drill run coming through from Kanan, trying to equalize that a little bit more.
Going ahead, second one going through, but you see how little this does. There was that lunge at which it was automatically debuffed it. Catching now, wow, an incredible catch on the side of Kanan. Going and catching this drill run on his Spidops, which as you see is not very effective at all. And Spidops is not typically something that is going into the Dunsparce, but I guess if you have shields to hide behind, the rollout damage isn't going to be as dangerous.
It's like you mentioned at the beginning, right? When you have a mirror matchup like this, you have to play towards the margins, and catching a drill run instead of a rock slide could be that slight edge that Kanan needs to win this battle. Second rock slide coming through, I doubt we see a second shield. No, Spidops takes it.
Even though it is super effective, it does knock it down very low. Spidops of Steiner's side comes back in and already throws off its charge tag. No protect shield by Kanan, but this Spidops has definitely soaked a lot of the energy from Steinar's team. And now Kanan is going to wait out the timer and decide what Pokemon he wants they're going to bring back in. Is it going to be that Shadow Drapion, or it's going to be the Dunsparce? It looks like it's that Dunsparce, and he's going to go ahead and throw a Rock Slide.
I like the overcharge there, but not too much because you are taking so much bug bite damage. The Rock Slide now will be close to enough. Spidops might hang on. No, it gets knocked out. There is a Spiritomb in the back there for Steiner that has not even been revealed yet. But Kanan might be able to handle it. I think he's got the energy, and that Drapion might be the key.
Well, I tell you what, you look at those teams, they were basically a mirror. We had Spidops on both sides, we had Dunsparce on both sides, and we look at there's a Spiritomb on the side of Steiner, and on Kanan's side we have that Shadow Drapion. And on paper, Shadow Drapion, especially with an energy advantage or a shield to hide behind, looks pretty good against the Spiritomb. No protect shield on the side of Steiner. This crunch is going through and will connect and will knock out that Spiritomb.
Crippling damage there from the Drapion. Spiritomb is steady, but Drapion is too fast, too furious. It's got 2 Aqua Tails ready to go, and Steinar's got to see what's coming here. Even if he shields this one, this battle is still over, and he concedes. That is 1-0 Kanan in this Brazilian rivalry.
Now this is a matchup, right? You see of these trainers with the exact same team, and then you also see the differences in how they want to play. Kanan went very, very aggressive with those swaps, a little bit risky because, again, the reason why there's so many rollout users of these normal type Pokemon like that Licky, like the Miltank, like that Dunsparce is mostly because of Spidops, because so many people were fearing this Pokemon for the meta. Kanan said, I'll just go ahead and bring it into that Dunsparce matchup. I think I'll be fine.
Yeah, right, with the obvious wrinkle that he's able to catch the drill run and put himself a little bit ahead.
Okay, sure, there was a little asterisk.
There was a little wrinkle there, right? But that's what we expect from our best trainers, no matter what region they hail from. But I will say that you can see the difference in the 2 Dark-type Pokemon here in absolute black and white, right? You can see that Spiritomb for Steinar, it's more of a setup Pokemon. It takes 14 or 15 turns to get up to its first charge attack. Meanwhile, the Shadow Drapion, it's rapid. I mean, 8 turns to the Aqua Tail, 10 turns to the Crunch. It's going to spam off those charge attacks immediately. So when you head into game number 2 here as Steinar, you have to be thinking, I need an answer to Drapion, whether it's the Mirror, whether it's Kingdra, whether I align my Dunsparce to get some energy, but he needs to answer for it. I don't see where Spiritomb fits in game number 2.
Yeah, it's very difficult to play around. Of course, when you're playing a team, maybe you're playing a little bit risky, saying, okay, Spiritomb as a whole does fine against maybe the Spidops. Maybe I just want to be able to throw another debuffing attack. You know, looking at these teams, the 2 trainers that are friends, it just reminds me of the European regional competition in Gdansk, where we had PvP David, who's competing here, and Boom 20, who had the exact same team. They were playing against each other in the grand finals, and they also knew about each other's Pokemon.
Yeah.
And PvP David said, I knew I couldn't play a certain Pokemon because I knew Boom's would beat mine. Maybe there is a specific reason behind why Steiner was playing that Spiritomb in that game.
Lots of accolades for both of these trainers. Steinar already Worlds qualified, but wants that IC crown. We're getting locked in. Heading into game number 2 here, Steiner on the left, Kanan on the right.
And now this time, the roles have been a little bit reversed. We see a new Pokemon inside the Steiner, Kingdra at the beginning, and an immediate pivot out into a Shadow Drop-In against the Spiritomb.
But no answer from Kanan. He's got the Mirror matchup, or he's got Grimmsnarl. Neither of those Pokemon want to see a Drapion with energy, so he's in a tough spot after the swap. Maybe going to throw a Rock Tomb debuff and then look for the switch, because he's got to find some way around this matchup.
A pretty risky play playing ABA weak to that Drapion with the Spiritomb in the front and the Grimmsnarl in the back, but it is a little bit soft, right? Because Spiritomb, while it doesn't have a great matchup, can at least go ahead and throw some attacks. And another catch, a catch of a crunch, in fact, which will be super helpful in this matchup.
I'm telling you, working at the margins, Kanan is shaving off the advantage piece by piece from Steinar. From a great lead situation to a debuffed crunch catch, he is building his way back into this battle. Aquatail coming through.
Going ahead and seeing now no shield on the side of Kanan, and I believe that he did click it as well. So this means that Steinar's Drapion will be able to throw first, something that we should take note of as a crowd, because if this goes into a game 3, it could become very impactful. That was enough to knock out the Drapion as well, which was a little bit of a surprise there. And now Kingdra comes back in great timing by Steinar, throwing right as the next attack was available.
Honestly, man, I think that was your point earlier. I think these trainers know which one of their Drapions would win the charge attack priority, and that's definitely influencing the decisions here. Coming in now with the Grimmsnarl. This is where Kanan wants to be, but take note, he does not have Power Up Punch on his Dark Fairy type. He's got to build all the way to Foul Play or his Play Rough.
Normally, Outrage is such a feared attack, but Grimmsnarl says, yes, I would love it if you accidentally threw that instead. Just charging up a nice amount of energy before throwing his own attack and getting that Protect Shield off of Steiner's side. Kingdra still has some energy to go, and the next Swift could knock out that Grimmsnarl. So I think Steiner said, okay, do your best. Spiritomb coming back in, but that Outrage is loaded, and this is outrageous.
Oh, and he lets it through. No shield from Kanan here as the Outrage connects. Spiritomb barely hangs on, and it can't get to the Rock Tomb either, so it's all up to the Grimmsnarl to close out this matchup for the trainer on the right. I don't know if it can do it, Amanda.
At this point, it's looking pretty, wait for it, grim, but we'll see as Kanan continues to play through it. No Protect Shields remaining. The Play Rough will be a heavy hitting attack, but it's nowhere near enough to knock out the Dunsparce, and there is still the Drapion and Kingdra in the back. Steiner ties up the series.
It is so nerve-wracking to watch Kingdra at work. You don't know if it's the Swift. You don't know if it's an Outrage that's going to knock you on your heels. And Steinar connected with Kingdra in day 1. He's doing it again here in day number 2. Also, I'm getting word from production, Amanda. No more jokes from you, because that Grim joke was really, really tough. But let's take another zoomed-in look at Steinar's team.
More wiggly tough?
Very solid team here from Steinar, but like we predicted, right? The Shadow Drapion came out to play. Spiritomb just could not find its footing for Kanan in the face of all that rage from the Drapion and Kingdra core. So going into game number 3, what's your call out? What's your point here?
Honestly, it's so difficult, right? When you see two incredibly talented trainers going up against each other with the same team composition, and then you're seeing them both play it out extremely differently. I truly think that we could see any of the Pokemon of the 6. It's not like sometimes when you see a team composition, you see like, oh, some person has, you know, a glaring weakness.
Yeah, exactly.
Like this is truly just kind of deciding what is going to be the best Pokemon to use against your opponent. This is just as much a game right now on the field as it is between each other in their minds.
It's so close, though. I mean, if Kanan shields the Outrage there, he did have a protection remaining. If he shields there, you could argue the outcome would be very different, but I mean, I feel like whichever trainer brings Spiritomb just gets punished by its pacing. They can't quite equalize with the other Pokemon on the opposing team, and I don't know. I mean, Grimmsnarl, I think Kanan was able to maneuver it into a good spot, but in that lead situation, it looks pretty hopeless until he, like, manufactured a way to get it out.
I agree with you. I'm just really puzzled as well, though, because there's no world where the Kingdra would have thrown a Swift into the Spiritomb.
Oh, yeah?
Well, okay, fine. I don't think that Steiner would have thrown the Swift into the Spiritomb. So I think Kanan expected it to go down. We're about to see. Now we're seeing the Spiritombs in the lead against each other. Taking a peek at the backlines, they are different. We have both Dunsparces and we have Spidops on the side of Steiner, and we have the Kingdra on the side of Kanan. But let's take it back to the beginning here. Looks like Steiner is going to be able to throw off this first attack, going for the Rock Tomb, which will now debuff Kanan's Spiritomb. No Protect Shield used.
If you've ever wondered if the players can hear the casters, this should be your answer. We have been disparaging Spiritomb constantly, and both of them bring it out in the lead, but a massive health difference there after the Rock Tomb connects. Now, Spidops instant swap into Kingdra.
I mean, they could have gone the other way, right? They both could have swapped Dunsparce. Neither one of them swapped Dunsparce here. Using this Protect Shield off of the first lunges is going to lower the attack. Once again, just time after time, charge attacks after charge attacks, changing the dynamics of these games. Kanan charging up to essentially 100 energy, and this is a bait. The Outrage probably would be near enough to do it. And guess what? The last second Protect Shield from the side of Steinar.
Wow, great bait there by Kanan, but he is going to go ahead and sling that Outrage back-to-back against Steinar. Double shields coming up. Spidops is going to be protected from this one, but after this, Kingdra is going to have free reign, so Steinar has to take it off the field here. He's going to swap now into the Dunsparce.
Great play by Kanan. See how much energy he banked on that Kingdra before he swapped out. Now, being able to come in, he is going to have to take this lunge on the side of the Dunsparce. So once again, attack is going to be debuffed here. But guess what?
Wow.
Already at 2 on the side of Steinar. Double debuff, no Protect Shield on the side of Kanan. He's having now 3 very, very low health Pokemon.
Exactly, and Kanan swapping in the Dunsparce, I mean, getting immediately double kneecapped by the Spidops is such a tough place to be. Good thing that Dunsparce doesn't have any knees. And here comes a Drow Run, and look at the damage, it's barely anything after the 2-stage debuff.
Going ahead, and both of them charging up a little bit extra, wary of some catches, wary that every time they throw a charge attack, their opponent is letting some fast attack damage go through if they're not throwing at the same time. And now swapping into Spiritomb, just I think probably to clear that debuff and trying to make Steinar throw some energy.
Absolutely suffocating plays here by Steinar. There's a weak Kingdra, there's a weak Dunsparce, there's a mountain of energy on the Dunsparce from Steinar, and I gotta say, I don't see any way Kanan can win this battle.
Well, Kanan has an Outrage, or I mean a Swift already loaded. He has a shield to hide behind, now no more, but this Dunsparce just got so much energy, being able to roll out down that Spiritomb. Kingdra has to make a play here. There's still 2 Pokemon in the back. Kingdra's very, very low health, but this Swift is coming through for the Dunsparce. Steinar's looking in a pretty good spot, but don't count Kanan out until it's over. Not even enough to knock out.
Walking an absolute tightrope there, and Kanan tumbles down. Steinar taking a 2-1 victory. He's got to be flying high after taking down one of Brazil's best in his friend Kanan.
You see those 2 trainers hugging it out there. They knew what they were doing. Both of them coming up with a very fun team, and both of them recognizing that this is a tough opponent to beat.
We talk about Pokemon like Spiritomb, like Spidops. I think thematically they play very similarly. They're not the fast-paced Drapion. They're not the coin flip outrage damage dealer that something like Kingdra is. They are setup Pokemon. They take patience, they take positioning, but when you are able, like Steinar did, to send out the Spidops and double lunge the Dunsparce, it literally vacuums out all the air from the room, and there's just nothing you can do if you're Kanan in that position. So Steinar's been incredibly impressive. He knows exactly how to finesse this meta. I would not be surprised to see him make it to Sunday.
I mean, he's doing incredibly well. Once again, this is the winner's side of the bracket. These trainers did not lose at all in day number 1, and now Kanan is moved down to that loser's side of the bracket. But there are plenty of trainers there who have been able to come up, to rise to the top, and still being able to take some titles, so don't count any of them out. We still have quite a few trainers left to show.
That was only, to my memory, our second complete 6 versus 6 mirror matchup so far. And I just want to say, I want to give a compliment, right? This meta has been so much fun to watch, and the ability to pick Pokemon that you like, play Pokemon that you enjoy playing, and have a good time doing it. That is absolutely a key aspect of this format, and I've loved every second of it. I've heard good feedback from the players as well. I think everybody is just enjoying this so much.
This is, yeah, like you kind of said, our second ever condensed meta. And while our first one was at LAIC, by the way, guys, if you're watching, there's a chance for drops. You could get a Dugong. I mean, this is something that is really unique for our game, and it's really cool to see some Pokemon that don't really get a lot of spotlight otherwise, and also see how really good players can pilot and utilize them. Like, did you ever expect that you would see a Shadow Beedrill running solo bug type?
I know,
Make
right?
it so far in a tournament?
A solo bug type sounds cool. I call it triple bug set, right? That's cool. It's cool, right, chat?
All right. Did you ever expect a shot with a triple bug type to be able to make it something nice?
All right. Enough from us.
It sounds fine.
I would love to hear from the Kingdra commander, the Spite-Op spinner, Fareed. Let's talk with Steinar.
Thank you very much, casters. I'm joined by the winner of that last match, Steinar. It's great to have you here in person. How are you feeling after that victory?
É sentimento difícil, porque eu acabei de enfrentar amigo muito próximo, mas é sempre bom continuar avançando na competição.
So it's very hard to feeling because he's facing a friend of his.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine, and obviously you've had to fly over here from Brazil to London. What's it like being at the European International Championships?
Que você acabou de vir do Brasil para cá, como que você se sente jogando num torneio aqui na Europa?
É minha primeira vez na Europa. Londres é incrível, a atmosfera dentro do torneio é maravilhosa, as pessoas são incríveis. Eu recebi muito carinho de pessoas que eu não via há tempo e foi bem legal.
Yeah, the people here are very warming. It was very pleasant to come over here, and he has a very good experience over here.
And we're in this new meta, limited meta for EUIC. How has it been collecting and catching those Pokémon and building a team for this event?
Eu acho que o maior problema atualmente é que Beedrill não está nas Rockets. Ela é Pokémon tanto quanto opressivo no meta e ela não está disponível. Mas, no geral, a gente teve vários eventos nesses últimos meses que ajudavam a coletar esses Pokémons.
So the most difficult one was a Beedrill that is not available currently, but it's very strong in this current meta. But it was available in a couple events beforehand, so it was good to capture them.
Thank you very much, Steiner. It's been great to have you here and see your name in the bracket. I can't wait to see how far you go. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Fareed, and thank you, Steiner, for the nice little insights of his team building. It's really exciting to see a player of such good caliber making it so far in the tournament, and we have so many more good players that we are ready to showcase for you as well.
I'm telling you, as soon as the camera went to the interview stage, Amanda looked at our screen. She said, who do we have next? Who do we have next?
I'm so excited, truly.
I really am. Oh, wait, Amanda, I'm sorry. I'm getting word. Players are ready.
Whoa, let's rock and roll then and go down to the stage here. We have Polish trainer Koksiak up against Sustenance Eater from North America. Once again, this player on the right-hand side, he has so many, not necessarily accolades, but he's a great trainer, and I feel bad kind of always bringing it back to his brother, but it is something to point out that Sustenance Eater is the brother of Latin American International Champion Nighttime Clasher. How much fun would it be to have a sibling rivalry here, as I believe they are both still in the tournament on that winner's side of the bracket?
I don't know. I'm going to be honest. My personal experience, I fought with my brother constantly growing up. We love each other very much. So I think there's a lot of friendly rivalry already brewing. He's going to take on Koksiak, a trainer that's been in the competitive circuit since he was very young, actually playing Victini to great success as well as other Pokemon. I think a very solid trainer from Poland, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he is a trainer who won one of the very first events that he ever entered, and he's just been consistently really good ever since then. Even this season, he's had quite a few top cuts, some podium finishes, and he is running a team that doesn't have a Spite-Ops on it. It's very similar to what we saw with Colin Sixes with a Shadow Beedrill, a Kingdra, Spiritomb, Dunsparce, and we see from there on Licky Licky and Shadow Drapion.
Well, let's see if Koksiak can V-create some win conditions or if Sustenance Eater will feast here as the Spiritombs take the lead.
It looks like we have a near team if we take a peek at those backlines. Spiritomb both in the lead there. They both have a Licky Licky, a secondary, and then the third Pokemon is a little bit different. Koksiak being able to throw first here and getting the shield off of Sustenance Eater's side. He actually went for the Shadow Ball, which would have done more damage but doesn't lower the attack. Sustenance Eater, on the other hand, opting to throw that Rock Tomb.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big Shadow Ball attempt, kind of like a three-pointer from mid-court. Does not land, but the Rock Tomb does pull the shield in kind, and now these two Spiritomb are at parity. Do we see the charge attacks come through first? It's going to be Koksiak.
Oh, this is an interesting play because you see Sustenance Eater didn't bother to try to even throw and also doesn't shield. So now his Spiritomb will go down. Koksiak will be able to realign, but he immediately pivots out into his Licky Licky. Doesn't want to get any extra energy to the backline. And now, wow, tries to go for a really good Shadow Ball catch, but ends up just catching a Body Slam instead. Still, really great attempt and a great swap by Sustenance Eater.
Wonderful catch. I'm a little bit surprised to not see the Icy Wind come off first from the Sea King and then the swap, but Sustenance Eater is confident in his gameplay, and I think you nailed it, Amanda. He wanted that double resisted Shadow Ball catch, so very wise of Cookshack to throw the safe body slam, recognizing that timer was up for Sustenance Eater, and he could have bailed out at any moment.
Now, this is where the big difference between these Lickies are, is the side of Sustenance Eater is running Earthquake, while the side of Cookshack is running Shadow Ball. So Cookshack wants to definitely always be going for these body slams, while Sustenance Eater has a little bit more flexibility. He can bait with the body slam,
Correct.
or he can go with that heavy hitting Earthquake.
Well, you and I were backstage. We were watching this mirror matchup between two other trainers, and the Earthquake doesn't seem to make that much of a difference. So straight body slam is the plan. Sustenance Eater going to connect another one here in the mirror match, but will it be enough? I don't think it will, and it's not.
Yeah, count him up there. Each time, like, Sustenance Eater lets his Pokemon get very, very low. The Spiritomb was very low, was knocked out. Licky is now being knocked out by a body slam. There is a Seeking left, but the Seeking has so much energy already, and very heavy hitting attack with Mega Horn that he's going directly for. This could be interesting, because if you're a Cookshack, you're thinking, yes, this is Icy Wind to debuff me. Guess what? It is not. This is heavy. This knocks it down to almost half health. Look at this, and Dunsparce is just starting its first attack.
Massive Mega Horn, full send it and keep the receipt, and you see there as well, he's able to do a single peck into the Icy Wind and pull the shield. The timing here by Sustenance Eater is absolutely impeccable. Here comes a drill run from the Dunsparce trying to equalize this matchup, but it's already at such a deficit being hobbled by the Icy Wind debuff.
Going ahead now, drill run's coming through. You're about to see how much damage this does. Meanwhile, just continuing to farm up a little more energy. Sustenance Eater has to use his shield here because this could threaten a knockout from this Dunsparce, but still, there's still 3 Pokemon that he has to get through. Lickitung coming back in, but now just being knocked down, giving a little more energy to that Seeking.
Watch the typings in the corner. He sees the Dunsparce come out. There's no swap available. He's overcharging. He's making some energy for that Spiritomb in the back. Sustenance Eater, I think, is going to freeze Cookshack out here. Back-to-back Icy Winds might be in the card. First one connects. Dunsparce goes down. Out comes the Spiritomb. What does it have? No gas left in the tank. Sustenance Eater swimming to victory.
Where there once was 3, there is 0 left on the board as this Seeking takes out the entire team of Cookshack there and takes game number 1.
Very well done. Amanda, I know you pay attention to all of my picks and my decisions and my inclinations toward what's going to be good and what's going to be strong. You know that Sustenance Eater and his Seeking are my MVP picks?
Wow, that is really, really, after watching that play, I would say congratulations, Will. You made a very nice call because Sustenance Eater played that round to perfection, saving his shields for the Seeking, and not only that, but going for that heavy-hitting Mega Horn first, which I think took Cookshack by a little bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
Because if you have a debuffing charge attack, often players will choose to throw that one first because that is going to lower the health, or not, I'm sorry, the health, but the attack of your opponent for the rest of the time that it's in. Sustenance Eater said, nuh-uh, not me, not gonna do it. Went straight for that heavy-hitting Mega Horn. This is the moment. You see it, and you see how much damage it does to the Dunsparce.
I think there are really 2 tendencies that are at war here in this EUIC limited meta. The first is that these trainers do not like to allow farm downs. They want to swap their Pokemon out, like you said, with Sustenance Eater. He lets his Pokemon get very low before he makes the switch, but allowing your opponent to farm down even for 2 or 3 seconds can totally flip the matchup. Let's go right into game number 2. I'll finish my point later.
We'll see if Cookshack can flip these matchups here because he needs to pull out a win to be able to have a chance to stay on this winner's side of the bracket. We see the Seeking up against the Spiritomb as this goes, and this time going for the Icy Wind lead and getting the shield off of Cookshack's side.
Yeah, I think Cookshack does not want to get speared by another Mega Horn, especially on his Dark and Ghost-type Spiritomb. He'd rather throw a charge attack of his own. Last time, he yeeted the Shadow Ball and it was shielded. Back-to-back shield calls by Sustenance Eater. Great decision.
Going ahead and just shielding this up, keeping it nice and healthy, and once again going to a Mega Horn here and throwing yet another Icy Wind. This will debuff the stages even farther for Spiritomb and also gets the last shield. So far, so early on in the game, you see Cookshack look up and say, no, this was not what I wanted.
That is insane, to sink both of your shields and be double debuffed in the process, and then to have Sustenance Eater just turn around and say, all right, Seeking, you've done your job, go back to your Pokeball. Spiritomb is going to farm down. Instant swap by Kingdra.
Coming into that Spiritomb, but Spiritomb already has a small energy advantage, and actually Sustenance Eater going straight for that Shadow Ball because he knows that there's no Protect Shields remaining, and he wants to get as much out as he can off on this Kingdra. Look at this, so low health, a Swift will come off, but he's counting. Sustenance Eater, is he counting?
Is he
He's
though?
not really sure. Could he be counting? He's not!
Well, the thing is, it was only like 1 or 2 Dragon Breaths away, so that is absolutely a human mistake. Sustenance Eater uses his final shield on the Swift, and that is the first piece of good news that Cookshack has had in 1.5 games.
Going ahead now, coming back in with his own Spiritomb. It is a little bit ahead on energy, and we'll see who wins a charge attack. Priority is sent a swap out into the Licky Licky on the side of Sustenance Eater, catching this Rock Tomb. It will now be debuffed, but that means his own Spiritomb has energy in the back. Dunsparce coming in to see what it can do.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to catch another Shadow Ball there, but Cookshack wisely throwing the Rock Tomb. Now we see double normals on the field. Both Pokemon hesitant to throw, but Licky Licky does win that charge attack priority tie.
This is where it's going to get a little bit interesting and maybe a little bit dicey because the Earthquake is indeed heavy hitting, but it is debuffed. Dunsparce has to have enough health left that it can survive an attack from the Spiritomb, which has a Rock Tomb loaded. So it needs to get this Licky Licky out of the way, but it needs to be able to preserve enough health to be able to still survive once the Spiritomb comes back in.
Exactly right. Body Slam getting fired off here by the Licky Licky, trying to equalize the HP factor here, but the Swap It, oh my goodness, here comes Sustenance Eater popping out of the rock. Spiritomb for a scare. Rock Tomb connects. Dunsparce hangs on, but just barely.
Oh, swapping in to clear the debuff here, and now going to throw that Drill Run to the Spiritomb, but it's still going to be close. You see Sustenance Eater, he's getting so excited. He knows that this will knock out his Spiritomb, but in the same sense, his Licky Licky has enough energy to survive.
One rollout is all he needs, and Sustenance Eater takes a 2-0 versus Cookshack to advance on the winner's side bracket.
Sustenance Eater is eating dreams, I guess, here as he's just chomping up game 1s and game 2s across the board, staying on that winner's side of the bracket there. He's so excited.
There were a couple moments there where he thought he had it, then he changed his mind, and then he thought he had it again, and he's like, wait, okay, yeah, I got it.
And wow, incredible plays by this trainer, and a really, I would call almost a breakthrough moment. We've seen him play a couple times. We know that he is a talented trainer, but sometimes it just takes a big moment like this, a big win against, you know, some sort of regional champion to be able to say, hey, look, I've got it too.
Exactly. I mean, sometimes the proximity can be a huge factor, right? Who you practice with, who you talk with about matchups. I mean, that's why I hang out with Inadequate so much, because I wanted some of that greatness to come off onto my side too.
Well, keep hanging out with them. And in the meantime, let's go ahead and look at the rest of these replays here, really in control during these matchups. But like you pointed out, Will, this was a great moment. That also just shows that Sustenance Eater is human, right? He was playing like a machine. Just shows that sometimes you get so excited in the moment that you make a small mistake. But even still, being able to go right here, this was absolutely incredible, catching the attack on his Licky Licky.
I like to say this. I said this yesterday. I'll say it one more time here for our viewers. I will say that Pokemon Go is a turn-based but also time-based game. And a lot of the time, if you can't count one-turn fast stacks, just think in terms of seconds. 1 second, 2 second, 3 second, 2 Dragon Breaths per second. And I think that Sustenance Eater there, he was literally 2 Dragon Breaths away from the perfect count in that battle. And as soon as the Kingdra, I guess, reared up for its charge attack, you could see him kind of recoil and say, is this the outrage? Is it not? But it turns out that even in spite of that shield, he was able to win the battle.
And you know what? I'm so excited to see and hear a little bit more from this trainer. So Freed, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you very much, casters. I'm joined by Harry, also known as Sustenance Eater, and he looks ecstatic, but tell us, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. I feel like I've kind of been due all year, and this is kind of like where the preparation really has met the performance, and I'm super happy with how I'm playing so far, and I hope to keep it up.
I mean, you have come so far already here at EUIC. Tell us about your journey, not just this season, but your whole Pokemon Go career.
I mean, I really started kind of last year, I'd say. I really started prepping for regionals around Atlanta time, so we're coming up on about a year of real prep, and I'm super proud of how far I've come. Like, thanks to so many people in the community that have really just helped me out this entire way. I'm able to be where I am and travel to different countries to play video games, which is super awesome. It's a big dream of mine.
Well, let's talk about some of those people. I know you've got a very close-knit group. Is there anyone you want to specifically call out?
Oh man, like, let's start with Eric, my brother, who's about to play on stream. Best of luck to him. But #1 supporter, I'm super happy that he's doing super well. I'm super glad he won LEIC, sorry, and he's always supporting me. It's fantastic to have him around. Obviously, super close friends. We've got Aiden, Jai, and then here supporting as well. And then Sergio, Lyle, Tom that are at home, always supporting, always helping me scrim and prepare, and it's super grateful for them that would not be here without them, and they're always the best. So
I mean, they are great players, great friends as well, but you talk about their support for you. We've seen in interviews and previous events, including LAIC that you mentioned, that they're all shouting you out for being the mastermind, the team builder here. What's it like now that you're in the moment? How did the process go when building this team for this meta?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say I built this team, but we always were playing around with kind of the same Pokemon, and I think we all agreed that these were a really strong group of mons for us to run together, and this was a lot of testing that I did with the aforementioned people, so I'm super glad we settled on this team because I think it's fantastic and it's played almost everything, so I'm super glad we ended up on this, and I'm super happy to see where I'll go.
I can hear your heartbeat, and I know how happy you are, but you've been traveling the world, you mentioned it, to play this game and have this incredible journey with so many people. What's the future for you? Where do you want to go? Where do you see yourself?
I mean, if I can keep playing like this, I would totally be happy to go to a lot more tournaments and keep these kind of performances up, and I'm super stoked.
I'm really excited. Let's hear it again for Sustenance Eater. He's having a great performance so far. We're really excited to see just how far you go this weekend. Casters, otherwise, back to you.
I'm a new player.
And thank you so much, and what a treat we have. We have new players, someone who has never really been to a Pokemon event before, being able to walk around the venue and check it out. Could you give a small introduction to yourself?
Yeah, my name is Sarah. This is the first time I'm coming to one of these events. I'm a pretty new player, and it's been really exciting and awesome just to see everybody here so excited. The scale of things, it's just more than I could have anticipated.
Well, I think that you look like you are very enthusiastic about it. For those who maybe don't know, we were talking about Pokemon earlier. Do you have a favorite Pokemon?
I really like the Snorlax.
Okay, that's
maybe,
fair. Yeah.
Maybe that's basic, but
no, I think that is a Pokemon that is not often used in the Great League, but sometimes it can be. So also found around the venue as well, because there are many really nice spawns here.
And I have some questions for you.
Oh, you have some questions for me?
Yeah, they said I could ask some questions.
Oh boy, okay.
So since I'm new, I would love some tips. So like, what's something that a beginner like me would usually get wrong, like if I'm wanting to improve my game?
Sure, okay, so I think that at the very beginning, some people are worried that they need to have the best version of that Pokemon. So trainers maybe get too caught up in having a Pokemon that has like really low attack, really high defense, but sometimes you maybe just need to catch that Pokemon and try it out and see if it's even working in your play style. Another thing that I think is really important for new trainers is to learn your typing. So obviously things like fire type will be good against grass type Pokemon,
Sure.
but grass type Pokemon is good against water type Pokemon.
Okay, cool. No, that's great advice. If you were to go back and start playing all over again, is there anything you would do differently, or like tips that you're like, I wish in hindsight?
Oh, that is a really good question. I think from the beginning, I would play more with or against really good players, because I think sometimes people obviously you don't like to lose,
Yeah,
right?
that's
So it's
intimidating.
But the more you lose, especially against people who are really good, the more you start to pick up on their play styles, the more you recognize, oh, I should be making plays like this as well. And so I would just say, don't be afraid to lose from the beginning. Put yourself out there and maybe even ask those silly questions that you think, oh, I don't want to look like silly, or I'm not really quite sure. Just go ahead and do it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, surround myself with better players. I love that.
I have a question for you. Was your dad a Hitmonlee? Because you're a knockout. And on that note, we're going to go ahead and cut to break.
championship comes down to this brave bird right here. Azu holds on. Immortal has just reached Azumarill status. He might be the greatest of all time. Marto Gold is your 2025 Latin America International
charged up, overheat, doesn't hit anybody. Overlord's going straight to score. Here comes Trainer, he's cleaning up the trash. Call him the street sweeper because 2Z Esports has just been buckled in Brazil.
Once again, your former world champs are your LAIC champions, Luminosity.
There's Luminion, and the Thornton comes out as long as it switches a Pokemon that's been in play for a turn, like this Rotom, Rare Candy, Curse Blast onto one of these bench Pokemon, and Henry Kuninari will close out game number 2 with a powerful Burning Darkness and becomes your LAIC champion. I think that could be the only risk here for Gabriel, and that's why he's going to target this Mew EX down and try and just shut every obscure option out of the door.
Yeah, we know that's not possible because the amount of the energy switches used, but absolutely, just in case, that is absolutely the right move to make. Super heads up from Gabriel.
And now the doors are shutting on Justin. What can he do in this spot? Just a prime catcher. And that's it! He extends the hand. Back-to-back champions. Gabriel Fernandez does that and repeats his title as the international champion here in Latin America.
It's just going to be the Haxorus going for a big knockout here with the Dragon Pulse.
And I've got to say, Kyle, this feels like checkmate. Brent is going to take one last look, but I think he knows the situation. Miloslav with a grin on his face. He is so close to becoming our champion. And Brent doesn't think he can do it, extends the hand, and Miloslav Posledny becomes the Latin American international champion.
Golden Go switches in, but Ursaluna's Facade will connect on Rillaboom, and that picks up a one-hit KO. Takumi's biggest offensive threat into the remaining Pokemon of Ismail Hoagie has gone down in a double KO.
And we've got Ursaluna in Trick Room, fully ready to pick up the KO, and we have it. Ismail Hoagie is your Latin America International Champion of the Junior Division. It is really, at this point, just as simple as clicking the Rage Powder and the Expanding Force to pick up this KO on Sneasler. Pietro Nihal Caludora Silva will be your international champion here in Latin America in the Seniors Division.
Heatwave is going to connect onto both of these Pokemon, and so our Chalinon does survive with this Assault Vest.
A fake out, but it's just Heatwave. Single target connects, and that's it.
It's just a one-hit knockout. Heavy is the crown as Marco Silva defends his LAIC title and makes history as the first three-time international champion in the Masters Division.
I'm feeling great. I didn't expect to win the whole tournament again 2 years in a row. It's a dream come true.
Very emotional. It was a big win for the team. This was a really nice win because it's my first win in Senior Division.
Eu estou me sentindo muito bem, muito aliviado.
A sensação de ganhar o evento é uma sensação incrível.
That was the Latin American International Championship back in November. Now you are here witnessing all the action at the Europe International Championship 2026. Here we are again to continue on the winner's side of the bracket. My name is Martijn Stev. You may also know me as Nadicus. I'm joined here by Marto Galde.
Buenas, how's it going, people? We have a lot of great battles today, and we're halfway through the season, right? UIC is kind of, you could say, like the midway point. We still have a lot of tournaments to go, but we also have still a lot of battles to go today. It's going to be a very long day, exciting, full of Pokemon Go action.
Right, the next trainers we're going to have up actually have the same exact team. 2 players of absolute greatness. Nighttime Clasher on the left side. We were talking about the LAIC. We showed a video of the LAIC. This is actually the trainer that had won the LAIC in November. Then on the right side, Paula, the queen of PvP. She used to have a lot of consistency and get a lot of medals, trophies. Hasn't had this in a while. Now she's here to get some form again and perhaps aim for another trophy.
Yeah, this is very important for Paulasha. It's actually her first time in the winner's side at an international event, so this is huge for her. And as you said, there's our mirror team, so it's going to be very important to see which picks they made, right? Oh, we go straight into the first game.
And we have Shadow Drapion into Milotic. We've seen this before, where you think Shadow Drapion is one of the fastest pacing Pokemon in the game, but now that Milotic has Aqua Tail added to its moveset pool, it actually is faster to its charge attacks and can win this matchup.
Yeah, it is faster, but Nighttime Clasher can do 4 Poison Stings here. Oh no, go for only 1 Poison Sting. Good timing.
So 1 Poison Sting to throw the crunch. This will deal hard-hitting neutral damage. Could potentially drop the defense. We don't see it happen this time. And now this Palasha, she waits a turn. But when you wait a turn, you also need to take a look at what's coming in. And Nighttime Clasher catches the charge stack on Seeking. Predicted that Palasha would throw the charge stack there, right there. And it's answered immediately by the Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, what a play by the LAIC champion. And this Drapion is actually going to outpace the Seeking. This crunch is very important. And it's called.
Using a Protect Shield, the first Protect Shield of the game for Nighttime Clasher. Palasha still has 2 Protect Shields here. Do you go for the Ice Wind now that you are down a Protect Shield? Yes, you do. The thing is, this Seeking doesn't have access to Drill Runs, so you don't have the super effective charging. And she actually calls the Ice Wind. That is huge.
That is huge, because you got a shield before, and you might get a shield again here. Getting 2 shields by the Drapion.
Another one. And that means now all shields are down for Nighttime Clasher, but you might potentially get that back down here. That'd be ideal. Can get to another Aqua Tail. No, Palasha does not get to an Aqua Tail. There is a lot of energy left on this Seeking now. You have 2 Protect Shields as Palasha. Do you call? Nice Wind is so obvious here, and Palasha knows that, but Nighttime Clasher also knows it. Goes for the hard-hitting Mega Horn. A big dent in Licky, and in comes the Shadow Drapion again.
Wow, Nighttime Clasher dancing throughout this battle, getting the first shield of the match, actually. Palasha saved the shields for Licky, which is something unorthodox.
But now the shields are down, Licky is very prone to a Body Slam here, going for it right away. Now it really comes down to what is in the back for Palasha. If it is anything bulky, then Licky is not exactly looking great here. And bulk is really to spare in this entire meta, because we see Nighttime Clasher also with his Licky. Keep in mind that these are an exact mirror team. Both trainers have the same 6 Pokemon.
It is a mirror team, but look at the movesets of the Licky. Shadow Ball versus Earthquake, and Nighttime Clasher going for some energy here. Actually, very good counting by Nighttime Clasher.
Makes sense. I think as Palasha, you might want to Protect Shield here, because Aqua Tail deals more damage than anything that the Licky has.
It's
a catch! Oh, you called it, Marto. The catch resisted on Seeking.
Nighttime Clasher doing the trophy moves here at the European International stage, and this Seeking is being very annoying in this match.
But can't even get to another charge attack before Milotic gets that Dragon Tail down. Milotic is forced to go for another Aqua Tail. Nighttime Clasher is in an excellent spot here.
Excellent spot here with the Earthquake Licky against the Shadow Ball one. Even the Licky is healthier. Look at this, getting the farm down, and this is looking very dire for Palasha.
You need like 3 or 4 Body Slam here. Nighttime Clasher not even going for the Earthquake, playing it safe, going for 2 Body Slam. I mean, at this point, it doesn't really matter for Nighttime Clasher. He has just health to spare on his own Licky. And yes, Palasha, thank you. This is what you do when you know you lose. You get a laugh out of the game. Go for the Shadow Ball. This will deal not a lot of damage.
Tremendous amount of damage there. What a play by Palasha.
And now, Nighttime Clasher's making sure that this Licky goes down, so goes for an Earthquake.
Yeah, they're just joking around. Palasha knew the game was over, so she just went for the Shadow Ball, and she's gonna see the match, and let's go for the next
that's what you have the Shadow Ball for, right?
Yes, perfect. Yeah, this is definitely the moveset.
Shadow Ball generally is for a Pokemon like Frostlass and Spiritomb, and also just went neutral when both Body Slam and Shadow Ball are neutral. Shadow Ball is just a little bit more efficient. So in those kind of matchups, it's a better attack, but there's always the threat of it being caught on a normal type Pokemon. A normal type Pokemon, Licky is about the most common Pokemon in this meta.
Exactly. Is it really worth it to drop that Earthquake, considering that almost everyone has a normal type in their team, right? Licky is in almost every single team, or Dunsparce, right? I don't think we have seen anyone without rollout.
I mean, rollout is just necessary, because also a bug-type Pokemon meta. Every team has Spidops, Venomoth, or Shadow Beedrill. This catch was incredible, resisted on Seeking. When there's no electric typing, such as Charjabug or Double with Wild Charge, the Water-type Pokemon is just so safe in this meta.
Nighttime Clasher caught 2 Aqua Tails on that Seeking, bringing a lot of value to this game. That Milotic got completely shut down. Its energy was completely useless. And this is how the LAIC champion is playing right now.
Right. One storyline that is here for Nighttime Clasher is that we haven't had a trainer yet in Pokemon GO who won back-to-back international championships. Can Nighttime Clasher do it? He's 1-0 up, and now it's a Shadow Drapion Mirror.
Drapion, a powerful Pokemon, very fast, and this is gonna depend all on the charge attack priority. Who has the higher attack will win this, and we see Polasha actually going for its first Aqua Tail, but Nighttime Clasher does not go for it.
This will deal about 40% damage. Both Pokemon are quite fragile. If you have a Drapion with a decent defense and HP, you can actually hang on to 2 Aqua Tail here.
And Nighttime Clasher can go for a sneaky catch here, so watch out for the switch here. Nighttime Clasher has done this in the first game. Will he do it again? No, throws the Aqua Tail right away.
And I think because Polasha fears the catch, she doesn't throw that just yet. But now it's very easy because I think 1 or 2 more poison is going to knock out. So the catch will be very easy here. There is the catch, and she predicted it.
Oh my, what a play by Polasha. She knew that the catch was coming.
Crunch is going to deal hard-hitting damage. That's not what Nighttime Clasher was hoping for. That's almost 50% the health left of this fish.
He definitely thought he did the catch, but no, Polasha knew. And now she's coming with the Spiritomb, and this farm now might be fundamental.
Might be very good for Polasha because his energy is good into both Shadow Drapion and Licky. I'm guessing that's why Nighttime Clasher kept the Shadow Drapion around, but Shadow Drapion has no energy. That is Ice Wind. Polasha not happy about that one. Can Seeking get to another attack? No.
That's a great bait by Nighttime Clasher, expecting the shield there, of course, and Licky is gonna have a hard time actually taking the Spiritomb, so...
Yeah, you think that Shadow Drapion has a better matchup here because it resists the Sucker Punch, but Licky, especially when this energy has been debuffed, this damage, it just soaks the damage better, and with 2 shields up, Shadow Drapion can still do something. Look at the quick reflex from Nighttime Clasher when Polasha swapped out here. Polasha keeping the energy, cleared the debuff on the Spiritomb, but this Drapion is very, very low.
A lot of dancing around here. Nighttime Clasher needs the Drapion to put its team on its back. He needs to do a lot of work here.
Right, Shadow Drapion hiding behind shields can always farm up way too much energy here. No shielding the Crunch. I think Polasha's keeping that for the Spiritomb or hoping for a bait. I think she's very close or at a Body Slam, but oh, I think Nighttime Clasher could have gone for the Aqua Tail there to get some last chip damage. At this point, do you use your protection for the Crunch? Yes, Nighttime Clasher does, but now you can get a rollout down with your Licky.
Yeah, now the Spiritomb can just have a field day here, I think. Yeah, and Polasha's just gonna leave it all to the Spiritomb.
Licky instead is not going for the rollout, it's going to roll out of this matchup, and Spiritomb comes in, but it has the Rock Tomb here, and now pacing is going to be very important. I don't know if you can get to a Body Slam and an Earthquake here as Nighttime Clasher.
He definitely needs a bait here, and does Polasha know he needs a bait here? This is a very huge call by Polasha. Does she know that she might have pace here? She needs to make the call here.
Oh, she knows what a Body Slam!
Oh, that is huge. That's game design, and Polasha is actually gonna get the second game.
Why does she want to Shadow Ball here again, Marto?
She's obsessed with the Shadow Ball against the Licky. She knows it's the best move.
Someone tell Polasha about her type because she was about to throw Shadow Ball again. But there's still Shadow Drapion. Yes, Polasha going for another resisted Shadow Ball to close up this game and tie up the score.
The Queen of PvP is back, and she's showing it in the international stakes, keeping her life in the winner's bracket.
In the community, we call this, we have a jokingly name for this called BMing, bad mannering. But it's just funny amongst top players because they understand that throwing this kind of resisted charge attacks when the game is over, it's like a silent sign to each other. Yeah, that was funny.
I think Shadow Ball is actually the correct play there.
Maybe. I mean, it knocks out.
No, I don't recommend you to do this play at home, unless it's against a friend, right? That's generally very funny. So, yeah, we'll see how the players adapt here. It's 1-1. We're going to game 3, and let's check back the game.
I mean,
look at
this. Yes, this was so good because she expected the Sea King to come in. It was such an obvious catch.
You have to catch
because you have to throw there. You have to throw there at about 1 HP. It could have been Milotic or Sea King swapping into there.
And if you don't throw that Crunch, you cannot get this farm right here. Look how close the Sea King was to the Icy Wind. That is crucial.
Yeah, Spiritomb put in a lot of work there. Shadow Drapion from Nighttime Clasher didn't have a lot of health remaining, and then Licky came in. But this was the pinnacle of this match here. Calling the Body Slam, double resisted, and Polasha knew at that point that look, she wanted that Shadow Ball.
She needed that. As you can see, the Licky got to the Earthquake right at the end. So if Nighttime Clasher throws an Earthquake there and gets shielded, it slides out as well. So that call is completely perfect.
Very good point there, because Licky just charges so efficiently. Here we go for game number number 3, decisive, who's going through into winners round 2, Seeking against Licky Licky.
Yeah, we see the Seeking in the lead here, but watch out for Palasha's moves. Actually going instantly for the body slam. She doesn't want to get the Shadow Ball caught on the Licky Licky.
Yeah, that makes sense. Body slam is just a safer play here, and Seeking can take this quite well. But you go for the debuff here. We've seen players with Seeking go for the Mega Horn quite consistently here. Palasha doesn't care. Licky Licky is just here to soak damage.
Yeah, Licky Licky can soak damage perfectly, and Palasha actually needs a Shadow Ball here, but it might get caught, so she needs to be very careful here. Actually waits and throws the body slam.
And Nighttime Clash is really hoping. Does Palasha throw the Shadow Ball again? But she's only doing that as a joke so far. So the body slam is neutral here. Now going into Spirit Tomb to punish the Licky Licky. Now Licky Licky can still hit quite hard with neutral Earthquake here, but going for the body slam. And I love this play because Spirit Tomb usually shields the first attack. Does Palasha fall for it? She is thinking, she's hesitating.
Oh, Palasha doesn't care! Doesn't care about the baits!
Oh my goodness, how does she do that? She made these kind of incredible plays 2 years ago at the UIC. She's doing it again, and this bait might be so crucial. I think Licky Licky gets on the Earthquake here. Can it get there?
Oh!
No, it goes down!
Oh, I cannot believe this game is absolutely wild.
And now Spirit 2 has so much health. Still, this Seeking will get to an Icy Wind, but it won't do as much damage. It's not threatening. Looks like Palasha still valuing the HP on Spirit 2 because you will debuff the last Pokemon here. Can Seeking get to another charge? Like, if you cannot get there, I think this game might essentially be over. Coming in with the Licky Licky, attempting to make a catch here. And this is exactly what you have Shadow Ball here for. Good neutral damage, good kind of protection. But keep in mind, Palasha has almost 2 charge stacks on her Spirit 2. This might actually be the moment to spam the Shadow Balls.
Yeah, this is getting really tricky. Spirit Tomb with shields and energy advantage, it might go crazy a bit here. It's gonna depend on... Oh,
there it comes.
The Shadow Ball.
And I think now Nighttime Clasher has to make a call. He makes a great call here that this is the Shadow Ball.
Instant, he knew, but Palasha still has a lot of remaining energy left, so she's very close to the Shadow Ball. Can she get there? Oh, she gets there.
What a baller, another Shadow Ball's coming through. This attack has been buffed, and here we go. Let's get another boom in on the Spirit Tomb. Boom!
I don't think Nighttime Clasher can farm down the Spirit Tomb. It's going down. And there's still a Drapion, completely full health in the back. Palasha's taking this.
Destruction doesn't need to reveal the third Pokemon. Palasha takes game number 3.
Wow, that was one of the best games we have seen all tournament. Palasha didn't even need the Drapion right there. She won with 2 Pokemon. What a dominating third game.
And I think Nighttime Clasher still cannot really believe what happened there. They're discussing just a little bit more over the match there. But if we just think of what happened there, perhaps one fast attack was missed somewhere and the charge. But like you said, there was a full Shadow Drapion. Palasha was in such a good spot here and threw all the correct charge attacks. And most importantly, calling another body slam bait.
I mean, to be honest, I don't even know what happened in that game. Too much stuff going on. Bait call. Palasha doesn't care about the baits. She calls everything.
This game had everything. And you see the plushies there. She didn't break third this time. She usually wants to win the regional championships with third, but realized at that point, before going into the tournament, she wanted to play third, but realized, everyone's playing Spirit, I can't do this.
Yeah, we have to talk about third, right? Like, we have seen it a couple of times, so I don't think it has been that successful. And I feel that's the reason why people have dropped it.
And with Sucker Punch as well. The thing is, so you said you like the Zweilos Frosta score. The core that I had my eye on, and I think is also one of the most common cores that we see amongst the players, is Spirit Tomb and Shadow Drapion. And the problem is that third is not reliable into this core.
Yeah.
You can run Quick Attack as the fast attack to be decent against Shadow Drapion, but then your matchup is it's like Spirit Tomb becomes the whole haunted house, it's not great. You don't want to be in there. But with Sucker Punch, Spirit Tomb is playable. But then Shadow Drapion becomes a nightmare of a Scorpion to play against.
Yeah, and what makes Furret great in the OGL is that Sucker Punch does a lot of damage, and you have the Trail Rage, right? You can start ramping up your attack. Well, in this meta, you prefer Brick Break, right, for the normal types. So if you're dropping Trailblaze, what do you throw at the Spirit Tomb? It starts to be a very annoying matchup. And as we see, if the Spirit Tomb can take over the games, right, if it gets a lot of energy, a bit of energy, sorry, and some shields, it's gonna take all over the game.
Spirit Tomb has just been such a prevalent Pokemon in this meta. Rock Tomb, we've known for a long time now. This is the attack that Cradily needed to become meta. An efficient charge attack. Rock is great offensive pressure, hits a lot for super effective, and on top of that also can debuff. But Spirit Tomb also has that attack. So anything that had Rock Tomb got buffed with it too.
Yeah, I think the ghost typing in this meta is fundamental. There's not that many options, right? We saw Sableye at the beginning, and there's Spiritomb, maybe Frostlass, and that's about it. And the resistance it gives you are very, very great for this meta.
But Sableye is a tough Pokemon to play, in my opinion, in this meta. Remember, like, many seasons ago, Sableye was the absolute GOAT. Like, it was such a neutral monster. In this meta, there's a lot of normal type Pokemon. Why run Sableye over Spiritomb? Because the pacing, maybe, but you need 2, maybe 3 charge attacks to knock out a Licky. That's not exactly helpful.
Yeah, and you don't want the fast attack that it's Ghost Type, right? Mainly due to the normal types, and that's where Spiritomb is just better. Has Sucker Punch, is generally a better fast attack, and also it's not resisted by the normal types. So I would say Spiritomb is just strictly better than Sableye.
Now another pick that I found very interesting, right? We've seen it on both of these teams. Seeking. I think Nighttime Clash brought it every 2 or 3 games. Yes, exactly. Why do trainers opt for Mega Horn over Drill Run? Drill Run is super effective on Shadow Drop.
Yeah, I think Mega Horn is more efficient than Drill Run, and it's generally Bug type is unresistant in this meta, right? So you don't even need the Drill Run for the Drapion. If you just start Icy Winding and pecking down, Drapion is not the bulkiest type of Pokemon, and the Mega Horn as well is gonna almost take it out, right? So I don't think you need Drill Run in this meta, and also you need Elite Charge TM for it. So if you're watching the stream, actually, you have some drops, and you can actually get the Elite Charge TM for yourself, maybe for your Seeking.
Right, the bar fills up in 30 minutes. If you're watching, you can get the Elite Charge TM and a Dugong inspired by the trainer on the left who had won the Latin America International Championship. Dugong has been an absolute staple throughout Pokemon GO PvP pretty much ever since its release, because it also has the charge attack Seeking has, Icy Wind, but then with the same type attack bonus. So if you don't have that Dugong yet, make sure that you claim this Twitch drop. It might be necessary for, you know, maybe you compete at the NAIC and it might be usable there.
Maybe we'll see it there, but yeah, Dugong, luckily it's not in this meta. It's a very bulky Pokemon. It has same type attack bonus for that Icy Wind. So yeah. That's the difference between the Seeking and the Dugong. But yeah, we see the match review. Palasha is getting the win, so huge congrats for her.
No rematch here. Palasha taking down the LAIC champion of this season, which it doesn't mean that Nighttime Clash is out just yet. He's now moving on to the loser side of the bracket, and the loser side of the bracket, I believe, is about to be on their way. We're gonna have the winner side of the bracket on stream first, though, and only after that, we're heading to the loser side. So maybe then we see LAIC champion Nighttime Clash again. But for now, Palasha is moving on to winners round 2.
Yeah, what a show, and she's overwhelmed by emotion, right? Like, you just took down not only the LAC champion, the #1 ranked player in the world right now. So I feel like any single player will like be the same, right? Like, very happy about this outcome, and especially the way she played, right? The calls, look at that call. She didn't even blink.
Didn't even blink, just had it already in mind what to do there. And look at this Sucker Punch down just perfectly before Licky gets to the Earthquake.
No, and the Drapion was not even used in this match. That was so impressive, like,
it wasn't even necessary. That's how dominant that Spiritomb was. The farm on the Licky was so necessary. Getting to 2 Shadow Ball there, and then the last Sucker Punch, Seeking, it didn't even get to see the next Pokemon that Palasha knows at that point. What a tough, and I know Palasha, right? She gets really nervous for these kind of battles. And against Nighttime Clasher, look, Nighttime Clasher is a trainer who, you know, he is known for really studying those matchups. And yeah, great performance by Palasha. Farid is actually ready with an interview for her. So Farid, go ahead.
Thanks very much. I'm joined by Palasha, winner of that last match, and we know you're a very good player, but you've just beaten one of the most informed players in the world. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really excited because I wasn't expecting to be here at this point. I didn't practice a lot with the team, so yep. My first battles with Seeking and Melodic were yesterday, so I'm really happy to be here.
And obviously you've done a great job. You're defending Europe here at EUIC. What's it like when you come back onto stage after all this time and start to have these kinds of performances again?
I mean, I needed some self-confidence with me because I wasn't feeling confident with my results in the last week, in the last season. So, yep, I'm really happy with that. This is what I really needed, so, yep.
I mean, you should be confident. You were making some incredible shield decisions there, and I think twice body slam onto your Spiritomb. What's going through your mind when you're making those calls?
I suffer Nighttime Clasher because I'm sorry, but I was cheering for Pato because he's my friend. So I know that Night and Clasher is always baiting or trying to bait. So for that reason, I was calling the baits. Yep, it was risky, but it worked.
Now, you mentioned that you weren't feeling confident coming in, and perhaps that means you weren't setting your expectations too high here in EUIC. After that victory, how far do you think you can go?
I mean, whatever what happens, I will be happy with that because being top 12, I think at this point is incredible. So yeah, I'm happy with whatever happens. I will be happy.
I know everyone supporting you will want to see you holding a trophy tomorrow. Do you have any specific shout-outs you'd like to make?
I mean, I'm gonna shout out like always my boyfriend, my mother, all the people that is supporting me because whoever who follows me in the social media knows that I had horrible weeks since the week for Birmingham. So thank you so much to everyone who supported me, and yep, that's all.
Thank you so much, Paula. Congratulations again on that victory. Good luck for the rest of your matches. But for now, back to the action with the casters.
It's nice that even in our hardest time, we're here to celebrate Pokemon together. So again, congratulations to Palasha. Definitely a cheerful moment, right? To beat one of the best players in the world. And yeah, we're gonna move on in the winners bracket here. Our next matchup, we took a peek here. We're gonna have the same team from one trainer, a French trainer. We saw Damon Cash earlier on the day. We're gonna see Hikami, the Lille regional champion from this season. Who's he playing against?
Yeah, it's going to play against Galaxico Bolton, actually a regional champion, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, also from Lille, but the season before there.
The Lille champions.
Yeah, the Lille champions, actually.
But
great story.
We actually have a unique pick that's coming up. I don't know if we'll see it on Battle, but at least we're getting a new pick here.
Are we going to keep it a surprise, or are we going to see it soon?
No, no spoilers. They will see it later.
No spoilers, okay. Well, one of them is a Zweilos. We've seen Zweilos a lot with Dark Pulse, but this season, Dragon Pulse has been buffed. And Galaxico Bolton actually has this charge deck, and I like the choice. Dragon Pulse hits hard, but you also have super effective damage into a Pokemon like Kingdra. And that's, I think, not what a lot of trainers have thought about. I mean, Dragon Pet damage obviously adds up a lot, but let's take a look here.
Yeah, there it is, the Golisopod. That's the unique pick we're talking about. So I don't know if it's going to go into the battle, right? Because what is the Golisopod targeting here? Maybe the Milotic is a bit favorable for the Golisopod, but, you know, too many rollout users. While Seeking also has, like, Peck, super effective damage, so it's a bit tricky Pokemon to use, right, in this meta.
This Seeking also doesn't have Drill Run, it has Mega Horn, just like we've seen the previous matches. So it also otherwise would have been entirely walled with his charge attacks. Now Seeking actually has a decent matchup versus that Golisopod. Yeah, I agree with you that Golisopod is pretty hard to bring in general in this meta, but perhaps might just be a sort of neutral check to Shadow Drapion, to something like a Spidos when shields are in play, or just Milotic.
Yeah, it's such a frail Pokemon though, but I do expect the Seeking to come all the games, so that might make the Golisopod a bit tougher to bring. But Seeking is actually looking very good here. There's no real answer to it, and the Icy Wind is going to hit everything except the Golisopod again, so a lot of tools for Hikami here.
And again, keep in mind, Dragon Pulse on Zweilos. Zweilos looks pretty difficult to bring against any team with Shadow Beedra, and of course an Icy Wind user, and on top of that, a Dragon Tail user in Milotic that we've also seen all weekend. We're getting ready for game number 1 between the Lille regional champions, Hikami and Galaxico Bolton.
Yeah, players are locking in, still thinking about their teams, taking some time. You need to think about what's going on, the strategies that you're going to pull this game, and you got to, you know, take some time for it. You're in the international stage, right? You're in the biggest tournament of all time for Pokemon GO, so you really want to win here.
They just really love playing in Lille, don't they? They both have good achievements there. Twice, actually.
Yeah, top 8 and regional champion for Galaxico Bolton, and top 16 and regional champion for Hikami there, so...
Yeah, 2 European players, very well familiar perhaps with each other even. Galaxico Bolton is just the kind of trainer that has specific methods as well. We've seen him compete with a Chansey before, just trying to play for the switch clock. You can't really do that here. Chansey is banned from the EUIC meta. Let's take a look how if Galaxico Bolton got any tech to show us here. I don't think this Licky has Lick. It has Rollout just like every other one, but it does have Shadow Ball, which helps a little bit more. But that does allow Hikami to potentially try and catch. And he does try and catch, but it's a body slam that's been caught.
Wow, Galactico Bolton knew the catch was coming and throws a body slam. What a prediction.
Perhaps he's been playing this meta now for so many battles that he's going to be like, you know what, everyone tries to catch the Shadow Ball, I'm not even going to bother anymore. But in comes the Swallows, which generally is an answer to Spiritomb. So curious what Galactico Bolton is doing here, sending out his better Spiritomb answer.
Yeah, and remember, the Swallows is running Dragon Balls. It's going to be a bit more expensive, and the League is actually going for the second charge mode before the Swallows can even throw one.
Keep in mind that Spiritomb does not have a charge deck loaded just yet, so the more energy this Swallows is about to get, yeah, I mean, you have to get a Sucker Punch down here to come out with energy, but Swallows is going to get to another Dragon Pulse against either Milotic or the Spiritomb, whichever one's coming in here.
Yeah, wasting a lot of energy here, and what are you going to throw to the Spiritomb? I don't think you can get to the Dragon Pulse. Oh, actually coming with the Milotic here and getting to the Dragon Pulse.
Getting to Dragon Pulse just as the last Dragon Tail sneaks through. So Swallows is going down, but first got a little surprise, a parting gift for Milotic. Milotic has 2 Dragon Tail. It's one off another Aqua Tail here, but this might just be what you have. Nope, this is not what you have the Goliath for, I guess, because I thought this is where you can, like, you know, be annoying by resisting water type damage, but no. Galactico Bolton might just be making a prediction in the back for his Goliath.
Yeah, maybe Galactico Bolton knows something we don't. Maybe the Goliath matchup against Spiritomb is really good and he's saving it for it. And we're gonna go see the first wrap here. I don't think Leaky wants to start shielding here.
Wrap is very smart here, because I think now the next Aqua Tail will knock out. 2 Aqua Tail may not have done it. This will drop the defense. I think you're always trying to look and catch an attack from that Licky. If you can catch a body slam, that'd be wicked on the Spiritomb. Does Galactico Bolton use protection? No, he still doesn't. And it makes sense, because Spiritomb has access to Rock Tomb. You have to keep your protections for that. But if you no-shield this Wrap, you might get Sucker Punch down.
Yeah, what are you going to do? Are you going to shield the Wrap? If you don't shield it, the Spiritomb might farm you down, and you're forced to shield the Wrap. You don't want to do that.
You have to use a Protect Shield, but the thing is, Spiritomb is very likely to use a protection on the first charge attack anyway. You need to get the 3 charge attacks before you can get to another Rock Tomb on the Spiritomb here. I don't think that Galactico Bolton and his Goliath would have that kind of pacing.
Yeah, your Goliath's defense is on the ground. Your attack is on the ground. It's coming very difficult for Galactico Bolton and getting a shield here, but I don't think an Aqua Jet can take out the Spiritomb.
Goliath has a pretty high attack. It is quite fragile, so is Spiritomb. But this Aqua Jet has been debuffed. Is this going to be enough to knock out the Spiritomb?
I don't think it will. It's going to be very close. Oh, the Spiritomb can hang out and get to the Rock Tomb. It's going to take the first game for Hikami.
Spiritomb is known for having a lot of souls in that ball of whatever that looming is around, and it's taking Goliath's souls as well. Well played by Hikami. That's a 1-0 win for him.
Wow, what a call. Very crucial, right? The Wrap, the Aqua Tail charge attack priority against the Licky. Knowing that you win that charge attack priority and taking out the full Shadow Ball of the Licky. Maybe Galactico Bolton needed to go for a Body Slam there, but it was not enough to take out the Pokemon.
That's what I was thinking. Why not go for the Body Slam there? I guess Galactico Bolton was perhaps predicting again that potentially the charge attack would have been caught otherwise on the Spiritomb. Galactico Bolton, maybe it got a little bit into his head. Obviously, when you go into the first rounds of your day 2 matches, you've done a lot of practice. So maybe his friends just drove him crazy by keep catching his Shadow Ball. So he's just gonna go, I'm not even gonna bother. I don't want a Shadow Ball being caught on a Licky.
Yeah, that was a great call right there. Imagine getting caught a Shadow Ball, your whole energy is gone, and you barely tickled that Licky. But yeah, a great call by Galactico Bolton. Actually, the Dragon Ball is working here for Galactico Bolton, and Soilo's doing some work, but still not enough in the end.
Yeah, 2 Dragon Pulls there. Zweilos really put a dent into the team of Hikami, but Spiritomb just turned out to be a little bit too difficult. I also must be honest, I just don't think that Goliath Spot was the call there.
I don't think it's the way.
Its typing is just not great into most of the team of Hikami.
I don't think it's a play. You expect the Goliath Spot to win against other water types, but you should do the Wrap there. It's the worst. I think it's the worst attack to shield, and if you don't do it, then the Spiritomb just farms you down. So Galactico Bolton needs to check out his options here. Maybe look for a different Pokemon to run in the game. I think Goliath Spot is definitely not the way here.
I think if he had any other Pokemon, he could have potentially won that game. Imagine you have like a Kingdra there that could get to Outrage, because that just hits a little bit harder than the Aqua Jet there. While Goliath Spot paces very quickly to the Aqua Jet, you also need to get the knockout there. The Rock weakness just doesn't really help its case.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens in the second game. The Shadow Ball moveset for the Licky Licky not working for the Mirror as well, so we might see Hikami bringing in the Licky Licky again to absorb the Shadow Ball. And that Spiritomb Licky Licky core is just unstoppable.
It's very bulky, right? Licky Licky can basically allow you to keep the shield for Spiritomb and try to soak damage instead on Licky Licky. Spiritomb has a lot of fast attack pressure, and with Rock Tomb you also debuff the opponent. And you know, it all in the VGC it has the ability pressure actually. I feel like it does have that kind of here too with how much damage it deals.
Yeah, that's too much pressure going on into the opponent's heads, and it seems like they are locked in for the third game, saying good luck to each other, and we'll go ahead and head into the third game.
Let's see which Lille regional champion is going to take this round one. Here we go. We have Milotic from Hikami into Dunsparce from Galaxy Bolton.
Yeah, and he's bringing the Goliathspot again. What is that Goliathspot going to do in the match? It's going to go against Spiritomb.
But the Zweilos, on the other hand, is looking very good in the back. The thing is, I feel like you just swap in anything. And we see the catch from Hikami so early on in the game already. But the thing is, I feel like you just swap in anything here and Zweilos always comes out because you cannot swap Goliathspot into anything. And yes, there it is, the Zweilos. Now, Spiritomb in the back roams free because it's the only answer Galaxy Bolton has on his team for Spiritomb.
Yeah, this is what Hikami wanted, but this Dragon Pulse is going to hit very hard into Licky Licky, actually getting called by Hikami. What a call.
I love that play because Dragon Pulse is not exactly the most common attack. It's possible Hikami doesn't exactly know the damage range of Dragon Pulse, so why take the chance? Just use a Protect Shield. All the energy from the Zweilos then is gone. It has to charge up to another attack now. With the Dragon Breath, maybe a Body Slam will be enough. And it is charged pretty tight, but this Body Slam will not be enough to knock out Licky Licky.
That's a huge play. Galaxy Bolton knew he would win charge attack priority, and actually he's going to get a parting Body Slam here, and that's absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, I think maybe you want to get a few more Dragon Breaths in. This is an Earthquake, by the way. Goodbye, Zweilos! Galaxy Bolton loses Switch Advantage, but he has Shield Advantage instead. In comes Dunsparce again, swapped in Goliathspot into Spiritomb. You would say this is not exactly an advantage matchup, but do keep in mind that Galaxy Bolton has one more shield than Hikami does. This Aqua Jet is going to deal a lot of damage, and it will allow Goliathspot to Fury Cutter down after.
Yeah, this is huge. He let go that Aqua Jet before debuffing, and this Goliathspot is going to get the farm down. Can this Milotic actually come back in this game?
I like how Hikami kind of waited with throwing the charge attack here, because that allowed the Fury Cutter to deal more damage, and it meant the Goliathspot got less energy.
That's such a smart play, and Milotic coming back in. There's so much energy right there. First Wrap coming in is going to do the least amount of damage because it lowers your defense, but you need to shield something here.
Wrap is coming through. Goliathspot doesn't care as much. It can get to another X-Scissor here. Milotic's going to put up a protection here, knowing that this will do more than anything the Dunsparce has to throw at it.
Yeah, it's going to be a final match of the Dunsparce versus Milotic, but there's still a catch left for Hikami, so watch out for that.
Charge deck pretty tight. Milotic wins it, but Dunsparce is just so bulky. It's going to deal with this quite comfortably. This will drop the defense of Dunsparce, but look at that. I think you need... Does another Aqua Tail even knock out?
Does an Aqua Tail knockout, and does another Drill Run knockout. It's going to come down to a wire here. Let's see the damage here. I think another Drill Run might knock out, but there's still a catch available there. And throws instantly the charge move. He knew he was not expecting the catch there.
Hikami indeed wasn't expecting it. It was hoping that Galaxy Bolton perhaps was also expecting him to try and catch. The Drill Run takes out Milotic, and Galaxy Bolton ties up the scores. And this really comes down to those mind games. Sometimes you need that catch, but when is your opponent going to throw the charge deck? It's always a guessing game.
Yeah, so many catches, and Goliathspot actually getting a win there. Would you believe it? I thought it was never going to come, and it has come 2 games. We got a win and a loss, so he might bring it to the third game. I don't know. There's a lot of mind games going on here.
Zweilos has just been so good, especially with the Dragon Pulse, because Galaxy Bolton knows the depth of how these matchups are going to work. Hikami is always going to bring Spiritomb. Spiritomb just looks good into the team of Galaxy Bolton, so you kind of always want to bring the Zweilos. The thing is, Hikami's also not bringing Shadow Beedrill, so Zweilos just kind of roams free.
Exactly. If you know this Zweilos is coming every single game, do you take a gamble and bring the Beedrill into the game? It might backfire you, but it might also pay big, right? Because that Bug Bite just shreds the Zweilos.
Listen, I'll take that even further. If Galaxy Bolton, or sorry, if Hikami had Shadow Beedrill in the back and Galaxy Bolton had Zweilos and Goliathspot, Galaxy Bolton was not looking like he was swapping out at any point. If he didn't bait out a Shadow Beedrill, that thing would have munched through his team. Because Golisopod, with resisted Fury Cutting against Shadow Beedrill, does not do that well either.
Yeah, you're making a great point here. I guess he played ABB, right? Double weak to Beedrill in the back, tried to bait it out with Golisopod, but no, he actually won the lead. Was in a great position, and there was actually no Beedrill there. So we'll see if it makes an appearance in Game 3. Might be huge.
Yeah, it might be a little bit getting into the head of Hikami now, right? You've seen the Zweilous twice. Zweilous has been strong twice. Keeps getting to multiple Dragon Pulls on his Pokemon. Do you want to try and shut it down with Shadow Beedrill, or do you keep it to Milotic?
Yeah, actually Hikami has a lot of tools here. He could also go for the double water line. We have not seen Seeking yet, which is surprising. I just Icy Wind everything, especially that Zweilous, right? Super effective damage from Ice, being a Dragon type. So maybe third game also against Golisopod is working very well.
Yeah, I just think that Spiritomb has really been detrimental, and Galaxy Bolt is just always expecting it. So, can you pair Spiritomb with Seeking then, is the question for Hikami. They're both not exactly that hot into Zweilous. I mean, you have Icy Wind, you do have Icy Wind, but raw damage from Zweilous can just really add up on Seeking, which generally doesn't really have a lot of bulk.
Yeah, and that puts the pressure on not bringing the drop-in, right? That's why Spiritomb is being great here. And let's go ahead to the third game. We'll see Beedrill, here we go, against the Golisopod.
Oh man, now you have to switch out. Going into Dunsparce, but it's answered immediately by Licky. The thing is, I don't think Hikami is even going to play for switch advantage.
Yeah, that was such a fast swap by Hikami, but still doesn't throw the body slam. You want to throw Earthquake so you don't give an extra roll to your opponent, so he's still building up energy. He's going to take the first drill run.
We're about to find out how this is gonna go. Do you go straight Earthquake here? Looks like the shiny Licky is winning Charge Security Tie. Galaxy Bolton is going to fight for switch advantage, which is interesting because Spiritomb in the back doesn't exactly hard answer the Beedrill either, but perhaps Galaxy Bolton is trying to make Hikami think he has his own Licky in the back.
Yeah, you don't want to be again in that matchup, right? The Golisopod against the Beedrill, so he's going to use the first shield on Dunsparce, but I don't think you want to use your shields on the normal type, and this Licky is going to actually... Oh, what a catch in the Golisopod! Resist the damage!
Resist the damage on Golisopod is crazy! What a play by Galaxy Bolton here, getting the best use out of Golisopod. In comes Beedrill though, but Beedrill's going to munch through his Pokemon, and Hikami still has 2 shields. He can comfortably use only 1 here.
Yeah, and how do you stop this Beedrill there? You bank the energy, but this Beedrill is going to start ramping up with the Felstinger here. It's going to get wild.
This energy is going to be very valuable to either Dunsparce or Spiritomb of Galaxy Bolton. You can either use the Felstinger to try and oh, but the full rollout sneaks through. I think Galaxy Bolton realized, okay, he's just going to throw immediately. I'm not going for the Charge Security Tie. That is an X-Scissor. It will do a lot of damage. Dunsparce bulky though can hang on, and now finally going for a Rock Slide and letting the Beedrill go.
That's a surprising call there. He's going to leave the shields to the Milotic in the back. The Beedrill is just gone.
Beedrill goes down, in comes Milotic, in comes another drill run on Milotic. What's Milotic going to do? You can get the Dragon Tail down here, come out with a lot of energy.
I think he's expecting a Zweilous in the back. That's why he's leaving the shields to Milotic, but it's not as...
it's not Zweilous. Peekaboo, it's the Spiritomb instead, and Spiritomb is looking pretty good here. Using the final Protect Shield, can you get to another charge stack before Milotic? I don't think you can, because Milotic plays so fast. The timer's not up yet for Galaxy Bolton, but it is for Hikami. Do we see that potential catch opportunity at some point? Because I'm not sure if he can suck a punch down. This Milotic is likely going to get to another charge stack.
Yeah, Spiritomb looking to sweep here. It's so hard to catch against the Spiritomb, right? You having the 3-turn fast attack and going for the last shield of the game here, but I think Hikami is gonna need a swap here.
I'm not too sure. Milotic might just get to another Aqua Tail. The timer's not up yet. In comes the Aqua Tail. This is debuff though. Will this knock out? I think it gets really close. One more Dragon Tail might do the trick.
It's not enough. It's debuff. The Spiritomb is hanging on. Switching to the Licky can get to the charge attack.
Oh, goes down with it. And the Hikami has a body slam loaded as well.
Oh my god. Hikami is going to actually advance to round 2 of the winners.
Hikami is the best Lille regional champion we have at the EUIC here. He is moving on to winners round 2. Now I say that, I just thought that Colin is also still in the tournament, so maybe we'll get another clash between Lille regional champions. But for now, Hikami is moving on as he defeated Galaxy Bolton.
That endgame was brutal. I thought that Spiritomb could just farm down the Licky, could just farm anything, but you can never farm down the Licky. It's just too bulky.
Licky and Milotic, by the way, if it farmed down either of those, could come out with a Rock Tomb, then it could have won that game. Milotic spacing is just so important, but because you see you need 8 Sucker Punch for that first charge attack there. That just takes way too long in these kind of scenario for Spiritomb, and that's kind of the weakness. But look at this catch, by the way. An Earthquake. This is probably the best thing GoLiveSpot has done all weekends. Catch a resisted Earthquake.
I mean, it was a great play, right? But you had the Beedrill. You knew the Beedrill was in the lead, right? So it was going to farm you down, and you know, you absorb the energy, but then you give your opponent the chance to farm down, and it goes south.
Galaxy Bolton is still on the loser side of the bracket now as well, though, so he is still in it. Perhaps in a future round we might see him again, but it might be a little bit of a long way for him done. A big congratulations to Hikmi, of course, one of the French players moving on to round 2. That reminds me of the French trainer Sandoudou, a legend, one of the best French players that I've ever seen, who got to top 3 at the time.
Top 3, I remember, at the European International stage not so long ago. But yeah, Hikami showing why he got a regional championship this season, right? He's on a roll here and he wants to keep it going.
Let's take a look at where we are now in the bracket, because we've had all round 1s and we are going into round 2 next. This is the top 8 at the Europe International Championship. That is a lot of championship points. Which matchup are you most excited for to see here?
Ooh, I think every single matchup is crazy here. Leonardo against Rise to Occasion, right? 2 juggernauts. I think if you just, if like, be real with me. If you see this and I tell you this is the World Championship, what's your answer?
Have I ever not been real with you, Marto? Have I ever not been real with you? I'm speaking about like world's competitors, right? Multiple regions. We had so many LATAM competitors. You know I like your region, right? We have so many LATAM competitors going into winners round 1. There's only one left that made it, and that is Steinar, who advanced to round 2 in the winner's side.
Yeah, sadly, 2 of them got paired against each other, and from 3 participants, it went to 1. But there's still a lot of games to go. They're still in the losers bracket. And yeah, we have to talk about, for example, Rise to Occasion, right? That still hasn't won an international tournament yet, but he's looking very dominant. I don't know who can stop him, because if you watch his games, he's just like ice on his veins, making the calls instantly. Like, he's on form.
I mean, you talked about his opponent, calling him a juggernaut. See, Leonardo has been so much in form. Perhaps he might just be the player to stop him. I mean, Rise to Occasion, not the only North American trainer on the winner's side. There's also Sustenance Eater, the brother of the LAIC champion. But let's take a look. Rise to Occasion versus C. Leonardo. Let us know in chat, who are you rooting for? The trainer from Europe, is he going to take it here? Is he going to knock down the North American trainer down and try to keep the trophy in home region? Or is this Rise to Occasion his moment to move on, get closer to Championship Sunday?
Yeah, Team NA versus Team AU, right? And I think this is going to be, I'm not sure, but I think this is going to be the first time Rise to Occasion faces his friend Samurott. So, you know, that might be costly. Maybe you don't know the matchups, or maybe knowing that he might face one in the second day, maybe he did his studies, right? Learned the matchups, and maybe you're ready for it.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, Rise to Occasion knows a lot of these matchups, though. So we're going to find out how these trainers are going to do that. Spicy picks are always going to throw other trainers off. And Shadow Venomoth, of course, is a very tough Pokemon to use.
Yeah, this Leonardo, he loves to use the Spice and maybe caught your opponents off guard. And we'll see if the Venomoth makes an appearance here. We saw the Beedrill last game. Maybe Venomoth is also wanting to go to the battlefield.
Right, with Poison Fang, you can always debuff your opponents. Fellstinger on Beedrill allows you to buff your attack, but with Poison Fang, it deals decent damage as opposed to Fellstinger, which deals almost no damage. But on the other side, we saw it into Spiritomb multiple times, and throwing resisted damage there, Spiritomb is never going to shield that in the zero shield scenario. When both trainers are not using shield, Spiritomb is like, Poison Fang, I don't care.
Right, but you said it, right? Poison Fang lowers your defense, and that puts pressure in your opponent, right? Your opponent does not want to lose the lead to a Venomoth, because you need to switch out, and the Venomoth is just gonna debuff you, and you know, the chip and dip strategy, right? Do some damage, lower your defense, and switch to, for example, Leaky. So maybe that makes your opponent more predictable, right? Maybe not expecting something weak to Venomoth in the lead.
Yeah, let's focus on this match that we're going to have here. Winners, the first winners round 2 of the Europe International Championship. C. Leonardo versus Rise to Occasion. Very excited to see how these trainers are going to battle it out.
Yeah, I think whoever advances here actually gets top 6, right? In the
top
tournament.
6?
Top
That's
6,
a lot of prize money.
Yeah,
And one win away from a trophy, actually, as well.
One win away from a trophy and 380 points secured for the Travel Awards, for the qualification to the World Championships. But these players are so good, they won't have any issues to qualify for the Worlds.
They won't need, yeah, I mean, they already have the championship points, right?
Yeah, Rice has a regional.
Top 4 is a direct qualification to play in San Francisco this season. And also, you get Pokemon XP included in that as well, an experience in San Francisco with Pokemon. I cannot wait for it personally.
You don't want to miss that World Championship, and you don't want to miss this matchup right here. Will we see the Hisuian Samurott on the stage? It would be a great showing.
Hisuian Samurott, I know a trainer like Lurgan Rocket has been bringing it to this tournament and convinced some friends of him, but see Leonardo who really went with that.
It seems to be a very neutral Pokemon, as almost every Pokemon in the meta, right? You have the Drapion matchup, you resist all the charge attacks, the Sacred Sword for the Lickilicky, the Sacred Sword for the Dunsparce, right? The only real bad matchup should be that Beedrill, but we have seen that Beedrill going up against the Hisuian Samurott, and Leonardo just like came back from that game. He doesn't even care.
Right. Well, we're about to find out because both trainers, there's a lot at stake here. They're definitely going to care about what's going to happen here. Both have Kingdra, and both trainers have used that Kingdra a lot. And one of the topics that has been very hot here at the EYC, do you bait or do you not bait?
That's a tough call, but when you see a Milotic in your opponent's team, do you actually bring the Kingdra? It's
definitely tough. It's a soft check, right? It's not exactly the fairy typing of Grinstorm, but that Grinstorm is also fragile. I think Milotic definitely is that check, and it's a very neutral Pokemon. You see on the team of Rise to Occasion, there is no check to Milotic.
Yeah, it definitely gives you second thoughts. We'll see the mind games here, a lot of mind games being played. Will the Hisuian Samurott enter the field? Will the Milotic shut down the Kingdra? We're going to see it in game number 1.
Yeah, both trainers still looking in their teams. They're thinking it through. Hisuian Samurott has been an absolute staple, of course. And if you think that you also know some spicy picks that could really work, let us know in the chat. I'm curious to see what you think. Or use #PlayPokemon, and perhaps we'll feature some of those cool picks that you have. There's the promotion with the make a picture in Pokemon GO, and we're going to show you the 30-year celebration.
Yeah, make sure you do that, and make sure you use a Shadow Tyranitar, because it's such a great pick, right? We saw it a lot in the tournament, surely. Yes, a great prediction.
Tyranitar and Drampa, that makes 2 of us. But at least we did better than Speedy, because Kricketune is... yeah, I love the sound of that Pokemon, but it was never going to make an appearance.
Yeah, it's a bit frail. I think, what do you run, like Exisor, Aerial Ace? The coverage is not great. I think even Pinsir is just better with the close combat.
Really? Tell me more about Pinsir. I believe you are an expert, right?
Yeah, I really wanted Pinsir to work as well, but the problem is it's not that bulky, and the damage you output is not enough. It's just better to be a Beedrill,
really?
right?
Close combat does not hit hard enough?
No, yeah, but then you just get shielded and you get rolled down, so it's not a great time. But let's go ahead into the first game.
Oh,
again.
We've seen this before, though. We saw C. Leonardo get back from the match here, but this is a different opponent. How is Rise to Occasion going to play this out? He does some bug bites and then swap in his own Licky, but there's no Earthquake on the Licky of C. Leonardo here, so he has to go straight Body Slam.
Yeah, we have seen Rise do this time to time, winning the league with the Beedrill, chipping and then catching the energy with the Licky, and we see the difference again here. Earthquake against Shadow Ball.
Oh, an Earthquake is being launched by Rise to Occasion. I think you need a Body Slam and an Earthquake to knock out the Licky from C. Leonardo. C. Leonardo has already a lot of energy though, but probably needs 2 Body Slam as well from this point.
This can be a huge shield call by Leonardo. It's very difficult to shield Licky, but this might swing the tides and it's gonna do it.
Oh, actually, I mean, yeah, you don't want your Hisuian Samurott on the Beedrill, but we've seen him play it like this before, so let's see what C. Leonardo is cooking. Yes, he lost the lead, but he might just be about to make a comeback here.
If he wins charge attack priority here, he might take out all the energy from Rise to Occasion. Does Rise to Occasion know this? He's gonna throw the Earthquake, and Leonardo's gonna win the charge attack priority. That is huge.
This is a very important charge attack priority tie. Do you want to let go of all of this energy? Rise to Occasion says, yes, I think the shield is better preserved for Beedrill or my Kingdra. And if we take a look at the line of C. Leonardo, yes, Switch Fence might just be a little bit important. Does this bait out the Beedrill? Rise to Occasion staying in for a little bit because Rise to Occasion knows if I stay in, my Beedrill could very well be aligned to the Hisuian Samurott. And we see a protection, correct shield on the Outrage here.
Yeah, this is the highest hitting charge attack from Rise to Occasion in the whole game. So what a call by Leonardo and going for the wrap here. You want to shield the wrap here?
This is so awkward actually. Can you actually Dragon Tail down this Kingdra before it gets to another Outrage? If Rise to Occasion is able to get to an Outrage, I think that might just solidify this game because Outrage Does this knock out? If this knocks out, I think it's game over. 2-shield Beedrill will be impossible for C. Leonardo, and it does knock out!
Oh, it does knock out. Very clutch plays from right to occasion. Kingdra full potential here, and it's gonna switch to the Beedrill. How do you stop this Beedrill? It's going down.
Look at the bug bites chunking, going for the X Scissor immediately. No mercy for Hisuian Samurott. I am Shadow Beedrill, and now you have a Licky Licky. I have 2 shields.
What a dominating game by Rise to Occasion, saving the 2 shields for the second game. Doesn't even use a shield here, going for the Fell Stinger to finish off this game.
I mean, C. Leonardo didn't throw his 2 charge stacks, so if he threw them, we probably would have seen those shields here. Rise to Occasion and his Kingdra taking the lead there. This time learned from the previous opponent, C. Leonardo, which was Damon Cash. He learned from that match and he played this differently. Rise to Occasion successful in game number 1.
Yeah, Rise to Occasion not playing games here. It's gonna put mind games on Leonardo, right? Do you even want to use that Hisuian Samurott in the lead again? Because it was disastrous in that game, so I mean, Leonardo has to make a decision.
Look, Hisuian Samurott's really good into Shadow Drapion, Licky Licky, and Dunsparce, and Spirit Tomb from Rise to Occasion. That's 4 good matchups that you have there. And everyone and their mom, my mom would play double rollout. Why would you not play Hisuian Samurott? So yeah, I would not be surprised if that Pokemon comes out.
But Rice knows this. That's why
that my mom would bring that Pokemon?
Yes, that's why he brought the Beedrill. He knew the Hisuian Samurott was coming 100% of the time here. So Leonardo has to make some thoughts here. Is it really worth it if you know the Shadow Beedrill is coming? Maybe you need to start playing double rollout and Milotic just to shut down the Beedrill?
Yeah, it's kind of a tough choice. Do you really want to bank that Pokemon that has so many good matchups? Because the thing is, Rice will always expect it. I will always expect it. He brought both Beedrill and Kingdra as most neutral matchups.
Yeah, and Kingdra was so clutch there. Double outrage, taking out the Milotic. A lot of energy there and finishing the game, right? Let the Beedrill just walk by itself for free. And
outrageous play, honestly.
Outrageous games, and we'll see how Leonardo adapts to this, but it's 1-0 down, and you don't want to drop to the loser's bracket.
Yeah, Rise to Occasion has many fans. He's a content creator. I know that in chat, many trainers are rooting for him, but we're here in London, and this is the home field of the European trainers. So in the crowd, many trainers are going to be hoping that C. Leonardo wins, just for the fact that hopefully the trophy doesn't go to an out-of-region trainer. I mean, obviously, Rise to Occasion doesn't care about that. He wants that. But C. Leonardo, there's going to be a lot of eyes on him here at the EUIC.
Rise to Occasion is so composed of a player. Like, he has a mentality that is very tough to break. So, as you can see in his face, like, he's so locked in. It's so hard to take him down. But if a player can do it, it can be Leonardo, right?
And look at his hoodie. His hoodie just shows the confidence, right? Can we do another cut on the hoodie soon? Because it's Pokemon merch, and it just looks really cool on him. Having it on the stage, having it in the background, you see all the Pokemon moving, just blends perfectly there.
Yeah, black and white.
Look at that. Look.
Oh, it looks so sick.
I might just get that.
Yeah, I need one now.
I need to play with that on stream.
I'm a bit jealous. We need to go to the Pokemon Center after this.
Yes. But first we're gonna commentate this game still, and then maybe then. Rise to Occasion is 1-0.
You don't want to miss these games. We're going ahead into the second game. Will we see Leonardo adapt to the situation, or maybe repeat the team, maybe expecting Rise to adapt?
Charizard, show us! It's Milotic into Shadow Beedrill, and this time C. Leonardo did not bring the Hisuian Samurott. He's not taking any chances. Does Rise make that read here, and does he want to preserve? Oh, he catches a wrap here, and I like this play from C. Leonardo, because I think the obvious catch is that this would be on Kingdra, but on the other hand, I don't think you want to swap Kingdra into Milotic either.
This is a great catch. You can actually get your energy back here and probably switch, yeah, exactly, to a rollout user, because this is going to be a long matchup, and Leonardo doesn't really want switch advantage, right? He has another rollout user in the back. That Beedrill is checkmated.
Beedrill does have a good amount of energy though, so it does have utility later. But if you look at the team of Rise to Occasion, there is no hard answer on the Milotic. So as C. Leonardo, you will never really need switch advantage, like you said.
Milotic looking very strong, right? Milotic double rollout, and Licky Licky is getting so low. He needs to throw an Earthquake, and Licky Licky is going to lose the charge attack priority. This is surprising.
Rise Occasion has way too low attack on his Pokemon, this shows, because every single time he loses charge attack priority tie, whether that's to the Licky or the Dunsparce. The thing is, this does allow your Kingdra to get a lot of energy, and we saw this earlier, but no. Rise Occasion choosing to preserve shields instead and goes for a Swift. Does Leonardo want to pull shield? No.
Can this take the Dunsparce out? Oh, it takes it out. The Julian is out of this game, and Milotic is going to come back in, and this is very bad for the Kingdra.
And this should tell Rise Occasion that there's no Hisuian Emerald in the back. Going for the wrap. Do you now swap as Rise Occasion to clear the debuff? I do think this puts you almost into body slam range. Yes, he's switching out into Beedrill. In comes Licky with super effective rollout. But you do need to get to multiple body slam here.
Yeah, you need to start baiting here, but Leonardo might know this. Might know this is a Felstinger. This is a huge call in the game. Oh, he shields! Oh, the Felstinger is getting shielded and the attack goes up.
Oh, that is unfortunate for C. Leonardo. A body slam comes in. Shadow Beedrill wants to hang around here, though, wants to get some more damage, and especially after Felstinger has buffed its attack up. Do you go for another one? Do you go for the X-Scissor? I think this X-Scissor might come really close to knocking out if no shield. So we might see Leonardo shield. Yes, he does.
Okay, correct shield call this time. It's out of shields, Leonardo, and this Licky is getting very low, but this Beedrill is almost out of options. Can still maybe get to a charge attack. Yeah, Rise Occasion is investing in this Beedrill.
Wants to get all the value out of it. Now the shields are down. Kingdra can get to an outrage later as well on that. Milotic can get to a charge attack here. Yes, he gets to the X-Scissor. This will knock out the Licky. The thing is, I think that the Milotic has about 2 Dragon Tail. It might not be able to get to another wrap here. He's staying in for a little bit, letting the full Dragon Tail come through. Do you have the outrage? You don't. Looks like Rise Occasion, I think he could have reached the outrage, but the Swift might get really close to knocking out as well.
I think this is enough. I think Rise Occasion has just done a 2-0 against Leonardo. It's not enough, but it's going to farm down the Kingdra, and Rise Occasion takes this serious.
Kingdra takes down Milotic, and with that, Rise Occasion is the first one to win Winners Round 2 on day 2 of the EUIC. Very well done, Rise.
Rise Occasion advances to the top 6 of the tournament. Is looking very dominant. Who's going to stop Rise Occasion from winning this tournament?
Who's going to do that? Tell me.
I'm not doing it.
So the next players we're going to get, and not to get ahead just too quickly, right? But just talking about who can stop Rise. The next trade will be King OWT versus Colin. And Colin, we know Colin. I mean, King OWT has been on a roll. Both those trainers are really good. Maybe they can stop Rise to Occasion, because the last thing the European trainers want to see is that a North American trainer runs away with the trophy. I mean, it might just be the topic of this season, that an out-of-region trainer is going to win international championships. We saw Nighttime Clash do it at the LASC in November.
Yeah, especially in this tournament. We have seen time to time North America versus Europe, and in this specific round, North America has come out top and secured the top 8 place. So we will see how it unfolds, but as you said, Colin 6, King OT, there's a lot of really good players, top of the top, still left in the tournament that can maybe do some battle against Rise to Occasion.
And unpredictable maybe. I would say even that C. Leonardo had kind of an advantageous matchup here. He had Hisuian Emerald, which beats Licky, Shadow, Drapion, Spiritomb, and Dunsparce, and yet Rise to Occasion in game 1, he had the perfect alignment, having the Shadow Beedrill. The Shadow Beedrill was basically just always there, even just as a threat. He's like, do not bring your Hisuian Emerald, I will punish it. And then even into rollout users, Shadow Beedrill still put in so much work.
Yeah, Rise to Occasion knew, right? He played very neutral against the Hisuian Emerald, Beedrill, Kingdra is neutral, and then Licky. It used to be a bad matchup, but if you start rolling and body slamming that Hisuian Emerald, it starts to get uncomfortable, maybe get an energy advantage. So yeah, perfectly played by Rise to Occasion. When you saw that Beedrill in the lead, you would thought like, okay, that Beedrill has no play in the game. But it suddenly got 2 shields and it took out the... Was it the Milotic that it took out? I don't know. It took out everything.
It took out everything. It just annihilated everything. We have so many good players that we have at the EUIC, and this is an international championship. We also have regional championships, perhaps one nearby you. And one of those regional championships, San Antonio, had some really good players as well. Let's take a look before we head into the next matchups. Don't go anywhere just yet. You do not want to miss out on King OWT versus Colin.
If you leave the door cracked open, Elite is going to kick it wide open.
My name is Elite, and I'm from Napa, California. If I was a Pokemon type, I'd be a fire type. I like the spirit of a fire type. It started with GBL, the Go Battle League. I was playing it like the max battles that I could every day. And then eventually it evolved into like Cho 6 formats, like grassroots tournaments, and I was getting better and better, and then I was eventually getting on like the leaderboards, and then Pokemon Go came to the competitive circuit. I will never forget it, the first time I went to a tournament. There were so many people that I knew online, but I never met them before. I think something I learned about myself, I learned to become like more humble, because when I used to like lose at anything, I would let it like control me. But I've learned over time to like handle it and accept either defeat or victory. My strategy for San Antonio was a little bit funny. It hit midnight, the Saturday of the actual tournament, and there was a rocket balloon. It was with Cliff, and he had the Shadow Kanto Marowak. So I caught it. I instantly powered it up. I did a second move and like came up with a team for it during the night. There was both a Pokemon and a player that I was concerned about, and this player had that Pokemon. That player was out of pocket, and he had the Galarian Corsola. I was going through the loser's bracket the whole day. I've done it before, where I start in the loser's bracket and then win. I felt like confident enough. In Baltimore, my opponent was Bajaj, who's an incredible battler. I was one game away from winning the first set of the grand finals and then the second set of grand finals as well. So just getting that close. I felt like my mindset was very similar to San Antonio when I played Rise. I had like a little bit more confidence like in myself this time. I felt like I had like a bit more of a drive to like really want to win. I was just overthinking like the whole match, like every single possible thing that could happen. When I saw Rise on the other side, like just put down his headset, already the emotion started to come through.
Elite, your 2025 San Antonio Regional Champion.
I feel incredible. I did not think I was gonna win. Winning San Antonio qualified me for World Championships. World is right by where I live, so I'm very excited for it. I think winning Worlds would honestly be like a accumulation of all the work that I've put into Pokemon, and also outside of Pokemon, everything just like coming together like into winning the World Championship. No matter how many achievements you have, anyone should be considered like a threat, and I feel like I'm one of those threats as well.
My name is Liam Halliburton. I'm from Washington, D.C.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, here to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for our regional championships. The 2026 season has kicked off. Over 2,000 players have gathered, but only one can come away with the title.
Your Pittsburgh regional champion, Liam Halliburton.
Liam is the 2022 Seniors Division World Champion. He won the Orlando Regional Championships a couple of seasons ago.
Liam Halliburton with the Ends Zoroark EX. It's a deck that really turned heads.
Yeah, it was kind of like the secret off-meta deck of the World Championship.
Liam Halliburton on an undefeated run with Ends Zoroark here.
I mean, ultimately, I play the game for fun, right? This is not the kind of game you play for money, right? Playing the decks you enjoy, that's like the #1 thing. Play decks that you enjoy, right? Like even if all the numbers say this deck is like the best, but you just, you really hate playing with it, you don't have to force yourself to play that deck. You can play like the second or the third or the fourth best deck if like that's a deck you really, really vibe with. And I think doing that is really good for preventing burnout and winning in the long run.
This is a very, very good matchup for Liam. His deck is extremely favored into the archetype that Aban has chosen to bring this weekend.
When I first got into Masters, so this was coming off of like winning Seniors Worlds, I kind of assumed that everyone in Masters was like the pinnacle of Pokemon and like everybody was playing perfect. But the more that I compete in Masters, the more that I feel like at the upper level, it still is decided by your ability to play the game, that there's so many mistakes, even at the highest level in every single game.
It looks like he may be missing a card. He may have set up for this game with only 59 cards in his deck.
The person who wins is just like basically the person who makes like the second to last mistake, right? That's what they always say, and I feel like it could not be more true of Pokemon.
Liam, undefeated throughout 2 days, 2,600 players. What is going through your mind right now?
Well, obviously, I mean, it's at this point, it's Worlds that matters the most, but this is the only event we got this weekend, so I would try to win.
Shout out the Trashlands crew, Henry and Aban. Shout out my family. Shout out the Falcon. Shout out everyone we test with.
This event qualified me for Worlds, and Obviously, it's nice to have like that weight off your shoulders in a sense, right? Even as much as you want to say like, you know, you play every event to win, and like, you know, Worlds is just like a complete afterthought, right? And you focus fully on the event, right? It's impossible, I think, to, right, especially towards like the end of the season, put it completely out of your mind of like what you need for like your Worlds invite, right? So getting out of the way early is certainly plus EV for my events throughout the year.
And we're getting word Aban has actually chosen to concede the match, and that means that Liam Halliburton is going to come away from this situation as the Pittsburgh regional champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Pittsburgh regional champion, Liam Halliburton!
Welcome back, trainers. It's a special day here in London at the Excel Center, and to commemorate this special occasion that is EUIC, Amanda and I prepared a short poem for you. Licky Licky is pink.
Kingdra is blue.
E-Drill learns X-Scissor.
And Phil Stinger too.
Welcome back, everyone. Speediest Chief and Amanda Lundberg going to continue our coverage of the European International Championships, day number 2. And we have some incredible competitors coming at you really, really soon. But we had some insane matches while we were off camera. My gosh, I feel like Martine and Marteau are just having the best time casting.
Oh, for real. And they've been able to cast a lot of really incredible matches with so many good trainers. This is the largest Pokemon event that we've had so far. This is the second in a condensed meta, and it's been really interesting to see all of the different play styles that you can pick, even within these 4 typings.
I mean, I'm so sorry, but I think Martine keeps spinning down Marteau's microphone, so I couldn't really hear you there. What'd you say?
I said it's just so great to see
There it
the
is.
different play styles of everyone, and also all the different Pokemon picks.
Absolutely. I'm excited for these trainers' stories as well, but we have new trainers down on the stage. Let's get started. King OWT taking on Colin 6. Now, Colin, obviously one of the best trainers in Europe, a trainer that can take a team and run with it, but he's going up against King OWT, who has been impressive in the EU scene for quite a while, but this, I think, is his best performance to date, if I'm not mistaken.
He's doing really, really well at this international championship. He has done incredibly well in Europe, so it's a name that's a bit of an up-and-comer. In the last season, it's really started to pick up, and we're going to see how these two trainers will face off against each other. Chances are they have played against each other in a competition before, and OWT has been really kind of proving that he could be a king with the plays that he's been making. This is winners round 2. That means they have already won, in fact, on stream earlier today. But let's see who's going to remain on the winner's side of the bracket after this best of 3.
Well, if you think back to day number 1, King OWT is the trainer that landed the outrage, and then he made the OK symbol with his hand. Very happy to get that charge attack connected to the opponent. So let's see what he's able to do here against Colin. Now, as we take a closer look at the teams, Frostlass has been a very contentious topic between our commentators, whether it's Triple Axel, Shadow Ball, whatever it might be. Some of us are Frostlass believers, and some of us are doubters. How do you feel about this Frostlass in this matchup?
Oh, I tell you what, Frostlass does seem to have more play than a lot of people have put. I'm very interested just quickly looking at OWTs. As a reminder, it is on the more what we would call standard moveset of Avalanche and Shadow Ball as its charge attack, but we have seen the triple ice, that you would call it, with triple axle instead of that Shadow Ball. So we're very interested to see how he's going to play it out. Mewtwo is getting us ready for game number 1. We'll hop into it. This is a great lead for Frostlass. There, an immediate pivot by Colin 6 from that Shadow Beedrill into a Dunsparce.
We actually cannot see the lock-in screen, so that was pure skill from Amanda calling the Frostlass lead. Gonna throw the Avalanche now into Colin's Dunsparce, trying to soften up this target, maybe chip and dip, go into his own Dunsparce, because we've seen that this drill run damage is underwhelming. I think that King OWT is in a great position.
Going ahead now, Colin going for that drill run. It will be the thing that will do the most damage to the Dunsparce on the opposing side, but still no Protect Shield because it's quite early on in the matchup. But you know what? First one didn't do it. Second one's going to chip it down to a little bit past half health.
Exactly. As we make our way through the mid-game here, this is kind of a theme we've seen at the EUIC. Lots and lots of normal-type Pokemon. Typically, you see like a Dunsparce versus a Licky Licky, but because both these trainers have the Dunsparce, that is what's matched up currently. Drill Run will finally pick up the KO here for King OWT. after he takes control of Switch Advantage, Colin comes in with Spirit Tube.
This makes a lot of sense, obviously, since Shadow Beedrill has already been revealed. Dunsparce that has loaded with already a couple of attacks is not what Colin would want to face. However, the Beedrill doesn't really have much place to go between that Dunsparce and the Frostlass. It's really looking for that Swilus that is on OWC's team.
Exactly. Another drill run coming through here from the Dunsparce, but it is really low. I gotta say, King OWT's Frostlass can be so potent, but its biggest threat is the Spiritomb. So King OWT is trying to get rid of it, and the Swilus comes in, but the one Dragon Breath is not enough.
I say Spiritomb, what Spiritomb? As it's getting pretty low, this will be able to now, take away a little bit of the impact of the Swilus. An immediate pivot by both trainers, OWT recognizing immediately what Colin's plan was going to be, and this is the even bigger problem of running what we were calling triple bug.
Yeah.
Is that there's not really a very, very strong answer to the Frostlass. Colin opting to go for the Fell Stinger, which is going to boost the overall attack because there's still 2 Protect Shields left on King OWT's side.
Such an awkward position to be in as King OWT because you don't want to shield the Fell Stinger, but your Frostlass is getting so low. I think he achieved the goal here because he was able to reach 2 Avalanches. Colin is going to be forced to shield both of them and try to carry the Beedrill through the rest of this matchup. But yeah, like you said, triple bug, going to be resisted by the ghost typing of Frostlass. Tough matchup for Beedrill.
Going ahead now, Beedrill does have a lot of energy and actually opts to go for another Fell Stinger here, even though the Frostlass is quite low, wants to be able to get as much damage off as possible with these bug bites because since this Swilus is a part dark type, this is actually a huge play for Colin. This double boosted is able to take out the Swilus and win the game.
That's wild, right? We saw 2 shields for the Frostlass, and the very tough decision to not shield the Fell Stinger might have made the difference there because the Frostlass absolutely melted. And like you said, the second Fell Stinger boosted that Beedrill's attack even higher, and it just chewed through the Swilus.
I thought that we had a poem at the beginning, but that might have been a prophecy with the Beedrill learning Fell Stinger too. It's not an attack we see very often. It is on a lot of trainers' teams, but it's mostly also because it could be a bit of a bait attack. It's something that goes a little bit quicker, and when Bug Bite takes a while to get to its attack, sometimes a little damage is better than nothing.
Let's be honest, the theme for Beedrill in day 1 was that it was bullied off the field. The rollout users were everywhere. The Dragon-type pressure was just too much. This is honestly one of the first times I've seen Beedrill really exert that fast attack damage that it is known for, that it is shining through in scrims with. And now we see it on the main stage. Colin's got to be bringing that Beedrill back to game 2, right?
Colin had a horrible lead with the Beedrill and the Frostlass at the beginning. There was also a fully loaded Dunsparce with attacks on King OWT's side, and even still, Beedrill managed to pull through to be able to get that victory, get that game number 1. Colin just needs one more game to be able to stay on the winner's side of this bracket.
Yeah, one more game, but it's going to be tough. King OWT was very, very solid in day number 1, and I think he's going to try to strike back here. Frostlass into Beedrill, you think you've got a good outlook for the rest of the battle. He was even able to control Switch Advantage in the Dunsparce mirror, and that just speaks volumes to the meta format that we are competing in. Energy advantage matters much, much more than controlling Switch Advantage, which high-skill players love to play.
I'm just so impressed with it. Let's see, it looks like he has actually benched it for game number 2, just showing how much damage it did, maybe forcing King OWT to make some decisions on Pokemon like we see, like these double rollout users. And in the meantime, Dunsparce up against what Colin swapped now into his own Dunsparce to catch the drill run.
Yeah, back into the Dunsparce mirror we go. This time, though, Colin a little bit behind in terms of energy, so King OWT will get to the charge attack, but he swaps out in favor of the Licky Licky. A lot of double rollouts, double normal types, right?
Going ahead and throwing another one of these Licky Licky, takes the field, and it's able to actually take this quite comfortably. We've seen the Licky Lickies on Earthquake and also on Shadow Ball in the previous matchups. This one is on Earthquake. It's going to be doing some more heavy-hitting damage into the Dunsparce.
Look at these team compositions, right? We've kind of got double normal sandwiches with Dragon filling on both sides. One is Swilus flavor, the other is Kingdra flavor. But in this mid-game, Licky Licky will go for a body slam. We've seen these charge attacks add up over time. They're a little bit faster than Dunsparce is to its own charge attacks. And now the pivot into the mirror match. Oh my gosh, this is so much fun.
Going ahead, going for the Earthquake. The heavier hitting attack, but Colin is in a decent position here because a body slam on his side actually might be able to take it out with continuing, but King Elwood says, not gonna happen. Swapping into that Swilus now to try to get as much damage off as possible, and Colin going for a body slam bait here as the Earthquake would do a ton of damage, gets that shield from King OWT.
Very, very nice to get the shield there with the Earthquake threat impending, but the Dark Pulse is loaded on the Swilus, and we see a no shield on the second charge attack here. This meta is so much fun, Amanda. Either you have the coin flip, dragon type attacks coming at you, or you got this normal kind of barrage as these opponents just throw charge attacks back and forth. Here comes a body slam from Swilus.
Yes. Fool me once, shame on his end. The saying, he says, I'm not shielding this fake Earthquake the second time. Here's a body slam of your own to take out the Licky, and King OWT has a ton of energy on his Swilus here, throwing yet another body slam, getting the shield off of Colin's side as the Kingdra comes back in.
Yeah, RESPECT, that's what Dark Pulse means to me. Colin's respecting that charge attack from the Swilus, but the Swift is coming through. Will King OWT respect the Kingdra? No, he allows it to connect.
I think he recognizes, okay, that would be a lot of energy if it was an outrage, so I'm content to let it go either way. In comes the Dunsparce on the side of King OWT, throwing the drill run, no protect shield used by Colin here, but he still has a decent amount of energy on that Kingdra of his own, and we saw him pilot it really well earlier on. It looks like he's counting, he's going a little bit over, going for a Swift bait. Is King OWT gonna fall for this one? He's shaking his head, he's making some decisions, and a last-second shield.
It's so tough, though, because with the Dragon Breath damage, I do think that straight Swift plus a little bit of a finishing charge attack from that Dunsparce, I think Colin can tie this matchup up. We saw King OWT shake his head. He's not happy with this position at all. It's two rollouts away, and there are no shields in play. Outrage is going to connect.
Going through with this Outrage, swiping all the bubbles. Excellent Outrage to knock out the Dunsparce, and now King OWT has a decision to make. You got to bring in that Licky. Maybe you can go ahead and use that Swilus as what we call like a sacrificial swap, but it looks like he does try to do so. He is unable to. Colin recognizing the win condition, going for the Swift, going for the win.
And here's the thing, right? That Kingdra is going to get to the Swift in only 9 turns, and each of those rollouts from Licky are 3 turns. So King OWT did his best, throwing the triple rollout for 9 turns, trying to make the swap out, but Colin was ahead by 1 or 2 Dragon Breaths, so he was in complete control in those final moments.
Yeah, he pumps his fist. He knows that he came to play. He's been doing incredibly well so far. He is continuing on to winners round number 3. King OWT first loss. He's knocked down to the loser's side of the bracket, where there are still plenty more contenders because this day is just getting started.
I feel like so many times these trainers will recap their tournament runs. They'll say, oh, I saw you fell to the loser's bracket. And if you ask King OWT that, he'll say, yeah, I was beat by Colin. And they'll say, you know what? If you're going to take a loss anywhere, taking a loss to Colin is 100% acceptable. One of the best trainers not only in the Netherlands, but also all of this region, and he's proving it here. Let's talk about this mid-game, though, Amanda. I mean, we've seen a lot of dragons just YOLOing these outrages back and forth, but this was like a war of attrition, right? Just back and forth, body slam, swap, body slam. It was hard to keep track of up until the last moments.
I think that truly, Colin played very risky in game number 1 when he brought that Shadow Beedrill, because there was a lot of counters on the team of King OWT. We have the Frostlass, Licky, we have the Dunsparce, even Spidops and Dropion can hit back pretty hard, especially if there's no drill run on that side. Correct. But he played risky, and King OWT said, wait, I might have to actually bring some big counters, and then Colin just played the way that Colin typically plays, like a master there, saying, okay, now I'll bring back the tried and true Kingdra that did so well for me in the other games, and paired it with the bulky rollout users of his own with his Dunsparce and his own Licky.
When you have a game that is that switch intensive, I almost think of it like a juggling act. You have to think of each Pokemon like a box, right? You think, oh, Licky's got 4 rollouts worth of energy, it switches out. So that gets locked up, it's out of sight, but you have to keep that in mind when the Pokemon comes back out so you can remember where it is. And when you get to a high level like Colin is, like Marto, like any of these champions, you really see this skill shining through. Late game, energy knowledge is an S-tier skill in competitive Pokemon Go.
A lot of times you'll see trainers taking down some notes, and these are the types of things. Sometimes it's like, oh, it's really helpful to know how close their opponent is away from getting to the next attack if they already have it loaded. And then also, it's really helpful to to know if your Pokemon will win a charge attack priority. You see a lot of trainers do plays like that where they will bank an attack because they know that they will, no matter what, be able to throw their attack first. It's big end game plays like this, and it's something that you'll see throughout your time here at EUIC.
Yeah, I love that you brought that up. A lot of these end game situations come down to, do I need to have the charge attack ready, or do I have that leeway where I can be like 2 Dragon Breaths away or 1 rollout away? These trainers are making calculations constantly throughout the series. And speaking of calculated, I'm going to be honest with you, Amanda, I don't know if I've seen anyone pilot the Spidops and the Kingdra duo better than Steinar so far in this tournament, just because he understands the cycles. He kind of exploits the gaps between the Pokemon, and he doesn't seem to ever be caught out of position. He's like very, very measured and intentional throughout every moment of the game.
And he seems very, very locked in as well. He knows that he came to play. He wants to prove himself outside of the region once again. He's up against Sustenance Eater, a player who's been around for a while. We had an interview with him earlier on where he was saying, you know, he's really excited to start playing to the level that he felt that he has been, and he's been improving and improving, and it's really a name that I've been keeping my eye on throughout this tournament season.
I was going to say, for Sustenance Eater, this is a tough matchup, but it's only the toughest so far. If he's able to get past Steinar, he will take on even stronger opponents. So we're going to see how this all shakes out. Again, we talk about Spidops and Kingdra for Steinar. He really is good at applying pressure. Shield pressure is paramount in this meta, and I think he'll lean on that Kingdra to supply that. Meanwhile, Sustenance Eater has a much more kind of middle-of-the-road approach. Milotic is not very offense-oriented. It's very bulky, can spam off the Aqua Tails, and that Seaking requires a little bit of setup. So this is a very interesting clash of styles.
I know, well, the Seaking does take setup, but we did see his last opponent. He was able to completely use that Seaking one Pokemon to take out all 3 of them, so he knows how to play around. And he also has been doing some interesting plays where instead of going first with an Icy Wind, which a lot of trainers would do, he goes straight for the Mega Horn, which does mega damage. Let's face it.
Yeah, let's be real. Mega Horn hits really hard, even if it doesn't get that same type attack bonus on the water type Seaking. What I'm keeping my eye on though, Amanda, is the Milotic, because we talk about stopping Kingdra. Milotic's like one of the best options you can pick. It's got that Dragon Tail, which is super effective, and it doesn't take super effective dragon damage back. So if you're able to kind of line those 2 up, Sustenance Eater might be cooking.
Yeah, we'll have to see, especially if someone is such a good Kingdra player saying, okay, well, let me give you my Kingdra counter. Milotic was a Pokemon that we saw very often in day number 1. We haven't seen as many trainers using it for day number 2, but Sustenance Eater has brought it along. We'll have to see if he's brought it to the game. Looks like it is on the bench, but that Seaking that did so well for him in the past is back at it, back in action, ready to go.
All right, Shadow Drapion setting the pace here for Steinar, throwing the Crunch immediately into the opposing Seaking before the Icy Wind is ready. I do like the shield here a lot because that Crunch would sting, probably taking over half of Seaking's HP.
And looks like Sustenance Eater once again wants to play that bait game, and Steinar is taking that shield in return. This is the Mega Horn. This would be enough to knock out the Drapion. So correctly shielded up. Great call by Steinar there, and he's already at another attack, throwing right as the Icy Wind is going, but Seaking wins that charge attack priority.
Wow, Seaking barely squeaking out the edge there on the Drapion, and no shield from Steinar. He's comfortable taking that charge attack and firing off the Crunch, and he will get it here. No shield from Sustenance Eater.
So now this Crunch will not be doing as much damage because the attack's been lowered, but Steinar does have a chance that maybe the defense is Sustenance Eater says not even going to take the chance, immediately swapping, pivoting into his Spidops to be met by the Spiritomb on the side of Steinar.
Wow, Sustenance Eater could have gone for his other Pokemon there, but going Spidops here is actually really nice because he's able to throw the lunge, debuff this Spiritomb, and I guess whittle away with the Bug Bites in the meantime.
And Spiritomb says, you throw one at me, I'm going to throw a super effective at you. Does Sustenance Eater want to use his last shield here? Yes, he does. The Spiritomb is quite low. He might be able to Bug Bite down to be able to throw an attack at the next Pokemon, which will be pretty impactful.
Nom 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 nom. Spidops chews through that Spiritomb, and now it's got a lot of energy for whatever Pokemon comes in next. Steinar waiting down his switch timer just in case he wants to pull the swap, and he does have it fresh and ready to go.
And going ahead, just charging up a little bit more, opting to go for that Rock Tomb. If it's not shielded, it's going to be doing even more damage, but both of these attacks are going to lower the attack of the opponent. Steinar uses up his last shield here as well, and in comes the Licky Licky.
This looks like a tough position to be in for Steinar. He's taking a lot of super effective rollout damage, going to slow down the Licky Licky here. He does have the Shadow Drapion he can reach for in case he wants to make a swap, and he does right here to clear the debuff. and get off a crunch.
Wow, great wherewithal of Steiner, recognizing he's going to be able to get to the heavy hitting attack that's going to be doing a little more damage, also for potential for a defense drop, which is exactly what it gets, which could help out here as this Spidops comes back in.
Yeah, Licky's going to throw back-to-back body slams here, but the real win condition for Steinar is to bank a charge attack on the Spidops. If he can farm down the Licky before the switch timer is up, he might be able to do it. But spamming the body slam stalls the timer. Sustenance Eater is playing this really well.
So this second one is going through. Licky is getting fairly low, but so is Steinar's last Pokemon, and now comes the Seeking just to start doing super effective fast attacks. Down goes the Seeking, but there's so much energy on the Spidops now.
I don't understand the swap because you just fed the Spidops so much energy. If you come in as your own Spidops, your switch timer's up and you're stuck. Here he comes. He's going to come with a Licky. And he can't get to the body slam either.
Going for his win condition. He was hoping he could get to a body slam. He was hoping he could get to something. He was reaching with all 8 of his legs, but it wasn't enough. Steiner throws this Rock Tomb, takes out the Spidops, and takes game number 1.
I mean, this is just a question of order of operations, right? I mean, you multiply and then you subtract. I feel like you come in with the Spidops, force your opponent to throw some energy, and then go Seeking and try to deal some super effective pecks. But that was a really tough endgame to be in, and Steinar just piloted it so well. He was not shaken whatsoever by the Pokemon that Sustenance Eater decided to send in. Really, really well done by him.
Yeah, it's really cool to see, how it goes back and forth, right, between because for a while, it felt like Sustenance Eater had the advantage throughout the middle part of these matchups, but Steiner was calm and collected, said, okay, I need to play to my win condition there. And to be fair to Sustenance Eater, he was thinking, maybe the fast attack damage would be enough on that Spidops because Peck does a lot as a flying type to a bug type Pokemon.
Totally fair, right? I think that the 2-turn Peck being super effective versus bug is one of the main reasons that Seeking is in this meta. If you think about Seeking gameplay previously, maybe even in the Open Great League, you used to see Poison Jab quite a bit, but since it gained access to Peck, it has been very, very vital. It's kind of like a core breaker pick in the EUIC limited meta. With that being said, going into game number 2, Sustenance seemed like he was close. I said order of operations earlier. I really think that's what it came down to because he just kind of sent out Pokemon in an order that was unexpected. He allowed Steinar to farm down with the Spidops and set himself up for the win. So a little tough down the stretch going into game number 2. Is there anything that you are hoping for, expecting to see?
I kind of want to see that Milotic, right? I think that you've made a really good point that it's a nice Kingdra counter, and at the same time, it's a Pokemon that just proved day number 1 how vital it was being able to just throw out those charge attacks really quickly, but Sustenance Eater says, no, Will, I heard you earlier on. You said that Seeking was my most valuable Pokemon. I'm going to bring it again, once again in the lead here, once again charging up to that Mega Horn, but this time going for an Icy Wind bait.
Let's see if Steinar can call this one again. He shielded the Mega Horn previously. This time, Sustenance Eater gets the bait successfully. Icy Wind connects. And now the Spiritomb is going to strike back, I assume.
I like this play a lot, going for the Shadow Ball here. This should even debuff be enough to knock out the Seeking if Sustenance Eater doesn't want to use a shield. He does, however, because he wants to keep that energy. He's at the Mega Horn, and now he's going to throw once again.
I like this. Sustenance Eater applying enormous pressure to the Spiritomb. If Mega Horn connects, it'll likely KO. So both shields in the lead. Steiner is betting on his Ghost-type Pokemon.
And I don't know if we might see a Sustenance Eater try to swap again like he did, but this time he's saying, okay, I'm going to let it go down. It's such a low impact at this point, making his opponent use all of the energy, and now he's going to come in with the Pokemon. It's going to be that Spidops, trying to get as much off as possible, but another Rock Tomb is already loaded on the side of Steiner, and the last Protect Shield from Sustenance Eater is now used up.
This is tough. I mean, Spidops is going to get a bit of energy here. Don't forget that Sustenance Eater can still swap out and clear this debuff. We head to the mirror match, though, and because he's ahead on energy, he's going to stay in and throw the Rock Tomb. I like that play as well. He's got to start to claw his way back into this matchup.
A claw or leg? I'm not sure. All those seem like they were just moving so quickly here, going for a super effective attack. It is going to lower down. Licky's now coming in to just soak up the damage here, and Steiner has to go for an attack of his own, going for the lunge, and now he's going to start chipping away.
Steiner got tremendous value from his Spiritomb in the opening matchup, and now he's setting himself up really well, slowing down the Licky's rollouts and almost reaching another lunge. This body slam, I mean, it might KO, but it's going to be really close.
It's going to go through. No Protect Shields remaining. It is enough to knock out, and now the Kingdra comes in. Kingdra with his heavy damage, which is so dangerous when there's no shields left on either other side. This Earthquake will connect, but we have to remember it's debuffed.
Can Sustenance Eater reach for the Spite Ops? No, he can't even get there. So now he's in a position where this Kingdra has the Outrage plus some energy. This is a little bit unusual, maybe expecting the Spite Ops swap. Outrage is getting thrown.
I think that's exactly it, saying better safe than sorry there. If it was going to be the Spite Ops coming in, I want to make sure I can get damage off. Kingdra being able to still reach the Swift is huge. He's going for the Outrage. The real question is, will he make it in time? Yes, he will!
On charge attack priority, the Kingdra commander, TZ Steiner, throws the Outrage, and that is a 2-0 victory in winners round 2 to advance through the bracket.
We talked about it earlier on. Steiner knows how to use that Kingdra. He knows how to use that Spite Ops, and he has a 2-0 victory in winners round 2. So he will be advancing on that winner's side of the bracket.
I'm telling you, game 1, maybe it felt like it slipped through Sustenance Eater's fingers, but game 2 was all Steiner there. And I do like the attention to detail. If you saw, his swap was available. Steiner's being the trainer I'm speaking to. His swap was available, and he could have reached for that Pokemon if he thought the lunge was going to be ready early, but his late game counting was so pristine that he knew it would be a charge attack priority, which is absolutely remarkable.
It's not often that you see trainers go down 2 shields right at the beginning of the matchup, especially on a Pokemon that already has had something happen to him, like a debuff. However, doing so really put him in a really advantageous position because he got the Pokemon that he wanted out of the way, and with the shields out of the way in the mid game, it really allowed that back game sweep.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Steiner using the Spiritomb and Spite Ops to set up the rest of his team, the Kingdra as well. I'm going to say it one more time while we have him here on camera. Honestly, I don't know if anyone else understands the intervals between these matchups better than he does, but we're going to see if anyone can stop him on this winner's side bracket.
He has done so well in previous tournaments, and he's ready to prove himself once again in this season, going ahead and getting the Spite Ops against that Kingdra at the end. This was such a race, right? And Sustenance Eater trying everything that he could. He was just hoping it would be one turn faster, but in the end, the Kingdra took it all, and Steiner went on that winner's side.
Sustenance Eater falls to that loser side bracket, but it's not over yet. We're already Saturday, right? We're already over halfway or so into the tournament, so there is a solid chance that Sustenance Eater battles his way through the bracket and makes it to Championship Sunday, but only time will tell. I do think our moderators are posting the challenge bracket link in the chat periodically, so if you want to click that, follow along with your favorite trainers and see how they're progressing. We do that from time to time as well, because over 500 trainers, it's hard to keep track.
And let us know who you think is going to win. Make sure that also, if you're going to be using the socials, that you use that hashtag Pokemon EUIC so we can feature some of those things on the broadcast. We always like to see who people are cheering for, if there's anything that's been interesting that's been happening. And, you know, while you're at it, you might as well be following all the channels. Am I right?
Yeah.
You know I'm right.
You know, production's been telling us we should focus more on clippable moments. It's kind of tough while we're commentating, right? Because we'll see it happen, the moment will pass. But if there are some special moments, let us know on socials, some of your favorite plays, anything you want to highlight about this event, because there have been so many great moments. I'm definitely going to go back and watch the VOD and just relive every second.
And I know that some of you are thinking, why aren't they using this Pokemon? I mean, I think that you were thinking that with Kricketune. You thought there'd be much more of those. I actually thought that there might be more double than I've been seeing because of so many of these normal type Pokemon using rollout. But I mean, where is it? Where is it? I saw it at the first part of the day, but I mean, not really much anymore.
I think one of our casters actually picked Dubwool to be their MVP pick.
Oh.
Yeah.
That wasn't me. That was Martine, I believe.
Amanda does not read the group chat. I'm telling you right now. She
I was
does not
getting
even,
my hair and makeup done.
She
It's
doesn't even
not
check
my fault.
But there is still room for that Pokemon. And you know what? I picked Kricketune on my list. I also picked Obstagoon as Pokemon to watch. And I'm 0 for 2 on those. So moving on, we're going to see Palasha versus Hikami. And I got to say, it was so refreshing to see Paula on stage just a few rounds ago getting a big win. She was so hyped, and you just love to see the emotion come through. The Paula pop-offs were a signature part of EU PvP for years, and they're back.
And I tell you what, it took a lot of guts to do what she did too, because when you have an attack from a Licky, a Shadow Ball that could knock out your Pokemon, or an attack that does basically no damage, like that Body Slam, being able to call not one, but 2 Body Slam baits really put her in an advantageous position. She knocked our LAIC champion down to that loser's side of the bracket, Nighttime Clasher. And
Correct.
you know what? We just saw Sustenance Eater, his brother, being knocked down. Perhaps we'll see a sibling rivalry in that loser side bracket.
Imagine they pair up and they have to battle. How insane would that be? Don't turn off the stream because it might happen. All right. Hikami, though, a very talented trainer, I believe from France. Hikami also is a regional champion, if I'm not mistaken.
He is. He won Lille this season. Really, he's been a player that everyone has known has been consistently good. It's what we call having a breakout moment, right? And this is something that is really doing so well for him. He's been on this winner's side of the bracket, so he is day 2. He's feeling confident, but he's got to get past Palasha to be able to continue on. And let's see if he will be able to do so, because he has a very interesting team. And if you're looking kind of across the board, you always like to see what are the differences between the 2 teams. And I'm not sure I see one quite yet. Let me know if I'm wrong, chat, but I think it's a mirror team once again.
I mean, it might come down to movesets, right? I think they are identical 6 Pokemon on each side. So just like we talked about before when we did our last casting rotation, when you have a complete mirror match like this, you can think back to the LAIC limited meta. It all comes down to the margins, knowing which one of your Pokemon has a slightly higher attack stat or lower attack than your opponent, knowing what damage you can tank, how you can get ahead in terms of farm downs and gathering energy. Those are all very important points in this kind of situation.
So I was quickly checking while you were talking about that, and they are a mirror, but you are absolutely right. There is one key difference. I don't know if it's a game-changing difference, but the Licky on the side of Palasha is running Shadow Ball, while the one on the side of Hikami is running Earthquake.
Hey, you know what? Paula was on stage earlier. No Earthquake, no problem for her. She was still able to win that set, so we're going to see how that all shakes out. When you look at the Licky mirror, you think, oh, Earthquake is the advantage. Obviously, Shadow Ball being double resisted. Do not throw that, please. Throw the Body Slam instead. But when we have seen it actually, you know, shift from paper to real life, the Body Slam spam is real, you guys. It absolutely is a close matchup, even without the Earthquake. To me, honestly, Amanda, the Earthquake feels like a way to beat things like Drapion, like other poison types, or just deal like one shot. If you only get one charge attack, go for the Earthquake, deal as much damage as possible. But we don't find ourselves in that situation very often. It's mostly the mid game.
It's true, and we definitely have seen players play out of tricky scenarios by doing things like even stalling that switch timer, and doesn't matter what attack you're throwing. In that case, throwing a Body Slam is going to be just as time effective as throwing an Earthquake. So there's a lot of different ways that I think that you can definitely play around, even if you have a moveset that is not going to be quite the most impactful. However, the players are going to be very impactful against each other. I'm sure that they've played against each other in some sort of tournament capacity, because both of these trainers are from the EU.
Exactly. I'm looking at these teams. There are a couple Pokemon that I think really set themselves apart in terms of pacing. You've got Licky with the 9-turn Body Slam. You've got Milotic with the 9-turn Aqua Tail. You've got Beedrill getting the Fell Stinger blazingly fast, as well as the Drapion with 8-turn Aqua Tail and 10-turn Crunch. Then behind that, you have Seaking kind of in the middle of the bus, right? With its Peck, Icy Wind, Mega Horn combination. And then I feel like Spiritomb is towards the back, right? It's the slowest Pokemon, requires the most time, the most setup. But what I'm noticing is that I don't see a lot of fast attack pressure that could really hurt Spiritomb in the interim outside of the Beedrill. So we might see a lot of Spiritomb in this set, in spite of all the fast-paced Pokemon around it.
And one thing to also note is with mirror teams, especially with opponent that maybe you've played before but definitely aren't playing consistently with, it's a completely different game, right? Because it's not often that you're playing and saying, okay, and how would I do it if I was playing the exact same team? You're preparing for different Pokemon. You're preparing for certain movesets, maybe certain combination of plays. But if they have the same plan as you, it's almost a mind game in itself, right? Like, okay, do I change my plan a little bit because they already know that these two pair well together? Or if I see a certain Pokemon in the front, does that mean that realistically it's going to be paired with something else in the back?
When you sit down at an official Championship Series event and you exchange the team sheets, sometimes a Pokemon just pops off the paper. You look at it, you say, oh, Grimmsnarl, I need to be ready for this Pokemon. Or maybe it's a Seaking or a Kingdra. But you're exactly right. In this situation, there's no like standout red flag that you need to account for. So a lot of this comes down to finessing your opponent, trying to find those farm down conditions. And I think, again, this is like a war of two tendencies where these trainers do not want to allow themselves to get farmed down, so they switch out, but then they get debuffed and they're switch locked. So it's really tough to see these trainers kind of pilot their way through these matchups. And this is going to be cinema, right? Paula versus the opponent. This is going to be really good.
I know, and that I keep saying it every time we're on, but just for people who are maybe not as familiar with it, this is a meta that is a little bit different because it is condensed, and also a lot of these charge attacks are ones that change the conditions. So we have things like Icy Wind, which is guaranteed to debuff your opponent. We have lunges guaranteed, rock tombs that are guaranteed to, and so it's just like one of these things where you're absolutely right. At what point do you swap in only to know that you're going to get debuffed?
I have a question for you, Amanda. So a lot of trainers are here competing, but there are tens of thousands of trainers that hop into the Go Battle League every single day.
Okay, true.
We've seen a lot of Pokemon here in this format, in the Show 6 format, but I want to know, if you were playing Go Battle League right now and you were watching the EUIC broadcast, which Pokemon would you bring on your team? Who's your star pick?
Judging from what I've seen so far, I am really liking the way that Kingdra is playing out. And I know at the beginning people were kind of opting between a Shadow Kingdra or a Kingdra that, you know, doesn't have the Shadow. And I think that the regular Kingdra is going to be the better pick. So I would definitely put that on my team.
I don't know, Amanda. You're kind of meta-maxing right now. I don't know if Kingdra would be the pick for me. I'm going for something like Crocodile. I think that'd be a good core breaker. Kind of, you know, finesse your way through some matchups, and if they swap in Shadow Drapion or if they swap in Dragalge, you've got the Mud Slap coverage for that. I think Crocodile would be my pick. It's a little bit more fun than Kingdra, but a little more rare as well. We're going to do a fun little segment. This is called Find a Pokemon. I'm going to let production take the wheel here because I don't know exactly what that means.
All right, let's see. Oh, okay. Well, this is a super fun game. Make sure to go ahead and get out your phone, and you're going to want to pull up what we call the camera app. I'm sure you don't even need to download this app because it's already installed on your phone. Now, what you're going to do, this is the really cool, fun middle part of this game, is you're going to find this little black and white square in the middle of the screen. Look very carefully for it. We're just only going to give you a couple seconds, and you're not going to want to miss. And then you should have like a little yellow box around that, and you're going to click that. Just go ahead and click that, and then if you click that, you've won the game. So congratulations. You can go ahead and scan to find a Pokemon event that is near you. We're talking about all the different Pokemon that you can have here, different tournaments that you can play in. The best way to try a team of Show 6 is to be able to do it against actual other real players. Maybe you can glean a couple bit of information about how they play and build your own teams.
So maybe it's just a skill issue on my part that I
does
didn't know.
Sound like that might have been a skill
To be
issue.
fair, I think production is shaving off a word off that sentence every time. Find a Pokemon. If they would have said find a Pokemon event, I'd be like, of course, of course. Next time it'll be, all right, we're going to do find up. And then I'll just have to figure out what that means.
I mean, while we're discussing, I heard some of the other casters of the other games, they were talking about some other different games that they were playing as well. And it was something like English foods.
Oh, what? Oh, that sounds really fun. I wish we could do that.
So I'm just throwing it out there, not saying we have to do it right now because clearly this is much more important. We have to see who's going to win on this winner's round 2 between Palasha and Hikami. But just throwing it out there, there's a food game that maybe we could play at some point.
I did play a game briefly on the EUIC pre-show with Joe, our TCG caster. The question was, can you eat it? And there were a lot of questions about English foods, or maybe not English foods, who knows? It was very fun. If you have a chance, go back and watch the VOD. But for now, I think we have our devices set and ready to go, everybody. We're going to get into those battles just as quickly as we can. And the question becomes, does Palasha cook, or does the Frenchman Hikami kick her out of the kitchen?
And we have to see and recognize once again that these two are running a mirror team, which means they have the exact same 6 Pokemon in this Show 6 Pick 3 tournament. The main difference between these being that Palasha's Licky Licky has Shadow Ball as one of its charge attacks, and Hikami's has Earthquake.
All right, everybody, let's get right into it. We've got an EU showdown, 2 trainers that are on the brink of a breakthrough moment on an international stage. And the Panseer brings us in. We're going to get Shadow Drapion versus Spiritomb.
Going ahead, this is a great matchup for that Drapion on even energy. And Hikami, I have to see how he wants to play it out because there's nothing that really wants to swap into. You know, I take it all back. Did I say nothing wants to swap in? Licky Licky goes ahead and says, all right, fine, Amanda, take this crutch.
I mean, if you got to swap in something, send in the big yellow damage sponge. That's going to be an XXL shiny Licky Licky. What a unit. Now we're going to see Licky come in from Palasha. But like you said before, she does have the Shadow Ball tech, which can help her in some matchups, but you definitely do not want to throw it here. Body Slam coming through.
Body Slam #1 coming through on the side of Palasha. Hikami's Licky is actually getting quite low because it did take that crunch earlier on, but it has a lot of energy. Throwing this Earthquake now, which is going to do a little more damage than the Body Slam, as you can see, but Palasha is almost at another Body Slam now, and it looks like they're both. I actually really like this play.
Yeah,
Hikami going for that Body Slam, thinking that Palasha was going to go. They don't know who wins charge attack priority, so he said, okay, I'm just going to try it. Palasha's just saying, okay, I'm just going to get a ton more energy.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Stalling the timer, swapping in the Spiritomb. Hikami able to pull off a play here, but with the swap, that's not much damage at all.
Big catch there from Hikami, but now a Shadow Ball is ready to go, and he does use a shield. I think at this point, now that the Licky is pretty low on health and energy, we're going to see a farm down unless Palasha swaps out, and she says, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Combination play. We'll have to potentially shield up this Rock Tomb.
Yeah, I think this is a very safe shield call. You shield up the Rock Tomb, and you do get a little debuff, but it was a charge attack priority. This can be very stat dependent between these two Pokemon. Crunch commands the shield, though, and Spiritomb has to respect it. But the trick here is that Drapion is going to pace really fast.
You know, I tell you what, these Pokemon have just been dancing around the stage here, and Palasha actually going for the Aqua Tail. The crunch definitely would have been enough to knock out, but at this point, I think she's just going for chip damage, as she recognized that it could have been a charge attack priority there. Kami now throwing just a little bit after. No shield from Palasha's side. This Drapion will go down, and Palasha will get to decide what's coming back in.
The Milotic has not been revealed yet, and the Spiritomb in kind. Paula and Hikami still have one more trick up their sleeves. Here comes the Spiritomb from Palasha. Gonna get the farm down, but doesn't quite get it. Here comes Milotic to answer, but the Spiritomb is already so far ahead.
Spiritomb does have a little bit of energy, but just paces so quickly on the side of the Milotic here. Aqua Tail #1 going through. Palasha going ahead and taking that. Just as a reminder, she does have one shield left, while Hikami does not have any. This Shadow Ball, full health, will be able to connect. Milotic does have an attack that does debuff as well, but it's a wrap, and it's not something you want to throw into a partially ghost-type Pokemon. So the Milotic goes down. Paul still has a ton of energy. Kami has 2 low-health Pokemon in the back.
Paula still's got this Protect Shield too, right? So you come in here, you only get 1 Sucker Punch off. This Licky comes back out, but it has nothing left to give. And the Shadow Ball from Palasha into the Licky. She's sending a message. She says, I'm here on stage, and I'm gonna stay there.
Looks like I think she tried to do that another game too. She played against Nighttime Clasher, threw that Shadow Ball up against the Drapion when it was very low health, knowing that it would knock out and it would still secure her the game. Palasha playing very, very confidently, saying, I know this team. I see the team of 6 that you're playing. Let me show you how to pilot it.
As we take a closer look at Paula's team, that one subtle difference being the Shadow Ball Licky. And we talked about that being worse in the mirror, but it was able to command a shield from Hikami's Spiritomb. So there's a lot of utility there with that moveset, and these trainers know their teams inside and out. It comes down at that point to positioning.
Absolutely, but even still, the game was mostly in Palasha's court, but being able to catch, this is the exact moment I'm talking about. That Body Slam onto the Spiritomb just kind of put some aura onto Hikami, saying, okay, I know exactly what's going to happen here. I'm puzzling it all together, and this was a fantastic middle game. Keeps us all on the edge of our seats.
Exactly, and in spite of the Spiritomb being ahead on energy, Drapion is just so fast, finally gets KO'd, and Milotic comes out. It's known for its bulk, but it cannot stand up to the devastating damage from the Shadow Ball, Spiritomb, Sucker Punch down, and after that, Hikami knew this was game over.
It was very difficult, right? When you have Pokemon like Licky that really is just there, like you called in the middle game, a damage sponge. It doesn't really do that much damage with its charge attacks, even though the Earthquake is a heavier hitting attack. Since it's going from Licky, it's still not doing as much as it would from another Pokemon that was more attack weighted.
Exactly, right? And I think a useful way to think about it is if the Pokemon is not able to take much damage, right? It's a bit on the glassier side, it likely has a higher attack. But if you have a bulky Pokemon like an Umbreon, like a Licky, it's very bulky, it can take a lot of hits, it probably has a lower attack in kind. That's a good rule of thumb if you're not sure about what your Pokemon can withstand. And also, it works out relatively, right? So if you have like a Swampert Earthquake, it'll do more damage than an Earthquake from a Licky Licky. Let's get into game 2.
Going for game 2, we see that Shadow Beedrill up against the Shadow Drop-In, and actually an immediate pivot out by Paula into the Licky Licky and met by the Licky Licky on the side of Hikami.
I really like the throw of the Body Slam here. Obviously, that's what she's going to do, but I think a good rule of thumb is after your opponent swaps in, you throw your energy first. That way you can prevent another rollout from getting through and from your opponent getting ahead.
Going ahead now, speaking of, charging up to almost 100 energy and now throwing the Earthquake. This is the major difference. Actually, I would argue on screen, the major difference is the size and color of Hikami's Licky Licky there. But has to be able to take these body slams that are coming through. Hikami no shielding up the second one and just still beginning to gain a ton more energy. He might go for another Earthquake even at this point to see if it will knock out Palasha's own Licky Licky.
Yeah, look at Palasha's Licky. It took an Earthquake, and it's about the same HP as the opposing shiny Licky Licky from Hikami, but the energy difference is substantial. You called it, Amanda. Back-to-back Earthquakes, also forcing the charge attack priority. Hikami wants a KO here.
Taking a good note. He's tried to do the charge attack priority multiple times, which is maybe a good indication that he knows that he is going to win it. That could be something to matter here. And also able to get off a parting body slam is huge for him. Chipping just a little bit before that Licky Licky gets sent back to the Pokeball.
Paula had to decide if she wanted to send out the Drapion or the Spiritomb to get energy. She goes Drapion, but the Beedrill comes in to answer. Paula doesn't have a good response. She's actually got double Dark Pokemon here, so she's got to get ahead on energy, and then Drapion swap now makes sense.
The big danger, if there is a Shadow Beedrill on the other side, is if it has shields, it can start to ramp up. We saw Colin do this earlier on against King OWT. We're seeing Hikami do it up against Paula here. Felstinger coming through, boosting the bug bites that are now going to be. There's still one more shield, and I think that this is not where he wants to use it, but maybe he could end up using it now. We'll have to see. He does last second decide to, tries to keep that Beedrill as healthy as possible.
I mean, that's got to break your spirit if you're Hikami, right? Because you wanted the bug bite down. That Drapion could have taken 3, but not 4. Paula was able to clutch up the Aqua Tail, and now this Beedrill is all alone versus the Spiritomb.
Well, you said broken spirits, but will it break the Spiritomb? That is the big question, because Paula only has that Pokemon left. The Beedrill just getting as much damage off as possible. One more Felstinger going through. No Protect Shields remaining, but Hikami has 3 of his Pokemon to hide behind.
You're exactly right. I was so focused on the matchup that we have in front of us, I didn't even realize that Hikami basically won 2 versus 3, and Milotic did not even slither onto the field for that game. That's insane.
That is such a play, and we have to call that out too, because when a player is able to hide the third Pokemon, the opponent really has to wonder what was in the back. And that gives them a huge advantage for the team compositions that they want to bring into the next game, because Palasha will now be wondering, okay, I saw the Beedrill, I saw the Licky Licky, what was the third? So I know how to frame my own team against it.
And here's the kicker, right? On top of that, Paula went with a double Dark team. She went with the Shadow Drapion and the Spiritomb. And against that Beedrill, oh my goodness, she was trapped, could not get away from that bug bite damage.
And Felstingering twice as well, just making sure that every bug bite was just chomping away a little bit more. That Beedrill was hungry and it was eating this game.
Shadow Beedrill is such a menace, and going into a decisive game number 3, Paula has to be thinking about that. How could she respond? And then the question becomes, if she responds too hard, if she overcorrects, what does she leave herself vulnerable to?
Now, and once again, as a reminder, this is a best of 3. They are in the winner's side of the bracket, so that does mean whoever loses will be knocked down to the loser side, but this is a very interesting matchup. These two are top trainers from Europe. These two are both in that winner's side of the bracket. They didn't lose in day 1, didn't lose at winner's round 1, and these two are both running the exact same 6 Pokemon.
Yeah, this is going to be really wild. And despite the fact that the teams are identical, we've honestly seen so much interplay and so much dynamism with the trios they've chosen. Honestly, I got to give props one more time to the meta. This is really, really fun, you guys.
And we'll have to see how they want to play around for this. Is this a time where you say, okay, I had a tried and true plan that I'm going to stick to, but there's a chance that my opponent might know that plan as well because they're running the same Pokemon? Or is it something where you're like, okay, well, you know what? They weren't going to expect that I would bring the Beedrill, so I'm going to bring that Beedrill once more.
I'll make a bold call.
Okay.
I think both players are going to bring out Milotic. I don't know if it'll both be in the lead, but I think both trainers are going to gravitate towards that Pokemon. It's safe, it's powerful, and I think Spiritomb might accompany at least one of the two.
I do also want to say, Will did say it one time before, we do not have a lock-in screen available back here, so he is actually making a blind prediction. Let's see if the prediction will come true, because this game's about to start, and it does, my goodness.
Hey, you know what?
No one's going to believe us.
You know what? The old guy might still have it. But look at the swap with the fast reaction time. Hikami is able to catch this Aqua Tail on his own water-type Milotic. We see the mirror match on the field, but we might see a swap in kind very soon.
Not very effective damage. Now the wrap is obviously what they want to be going for. Not only is it going to be the more effective attack, it's also going to lower the defense. I like this play a lot by Paula because she's just charging up energy. She's going to get debuffed, and then she still has the opportunity to swap out, and she still has a ton of energy now on her own Milotic. The catch didn't matter as much as the energy that was going to be gained here. Still, Hikami able to throw yet another, going for a wrap to lower the defense once more.
The question mark is if this Milotic is within 2 Body Slam range or if 1 Shadow Ball will get it done. We saw Paula tap on the Body Slam. She does it again right here. She thinks that the double charge attacks are the safer route to the KO.
And also potentially just safer in terms of like shielding, right? So if Hikami would have been able to shield that up, there would have been a little bit of energy wasted. But the timers, look at this once again, dancing around, catching this Body Slam on his own Licky Licky that is completely healthy. And now the game begins once more because Palasha's switch timer isn't quite up yet. She might throw another one, or she might just bank it because now her switch timer will be up after this Body Slam goes through.
Exactly. Body Slam from Palasha is going to try to chip down this Licky Licky. This mid-game is a test of patience for both players. Managing energy, trying to chip down. You cannot just swing for the fences here, but Hikami might disagree. He's going for the Earthquake, and this will surely pick up a KO.
I love this. Every single time he knows exactly where she's at on energy, and he knows that his Licky Licky does have the superior moveset in this matchup. Throws right when the Body Slam is available for Paula and takes out the Pokemon.
Here comes Seeking. I think the first time we've seen it in this series between these two players. Body Slam getting queued up here again from Hikami. Licky Licky just does not stop, but Palasha calls it.
Going ahead, just chunking away a little bit here. The Icy Wind is ready, the Mega Horn is ready, and another Body Slam actually goes through by the side of Hikami beforehand, getting the shield of Palasha's side. She's got energy on the Milotic, she's got energy on this Seeking, and now she's got to see what is this third Pokemon this time. Just still continuing to go, and one more attack coming through. Now this wrap is coming from the Milotic. This is going to lower the defenses of the Seeking. We might even see another swap once more.
You have to, right? You have to clear the debuffs, but that Milotic that you talked about earlier comes back out, and it might be able to get the full Dragon Tail down. No, there's a wrap ready from Hikami, and Paula lets it go.
Wow, this is getting very, very low now. Not only that, the defenses will be lowered, but there is a ton of energy on the sides. Barely hanging on here. Got to throw up an attack as quick as possible. It's most likely going to be blind here, and coming in with that Aquatel, Licky Licky coming back in, getting it knocked out. I do like this play for Paula because she does have a lot of energy on the Seeking. She gets a shield here, but the Seeking is just so low.
Yeah, I think I like the shield from Hikami as well because he's trying to empty out the energy storage from Palasha. If he lets that go, she just Aqua Tails the Drapion instead, and Hikami is forced to bring out his Poison Dark type. Here we go.
This
Palasha's
is a big moment.
Got one chance, but Hikami has one shield, and he is not going to let this game slip away. Mega Horn shielded, and Hikami looks like he's going to win.
Huge play by Hikami, head in his hands. He's so happy. It was a 50-50 call. If this was a bait, then he would be able, Paula would have been able to get to another. But getting that, oh my goodness, I'm like almost speechless because you saw his head go up. You see how emotional he's getting to be able to make it so far on in the tournament. Honestly, when players like get so emotional or tear up, it almost makes me tear up a little bit as well.
Chat, she was tearing up. She just wiped her face right before camera came back on, but that's okay because we love
I'm not
Pokemon
crying, you're
Go.
crying.
And it is definitely emotional. It's because the game means so much, right? It might feel just like you got creatures on the screen and you're having a good time, you're catching Pokemon, it's all nonchalant and fun, but the amount of work and persistence and practice that these trainers have put into this game. It really is the iceberg analogy, right? You only see the tip, the peak of performance, but there is a mountain of effort that goes into each one of these wins. Hikami and Palasha were almost evenly matched, and Hikami pulls away in the end.
Man, I mean, truly, he was just like being very aggressive in his playstyles. That 45-second switch timer is so dynamic. It's like, okay, well, you're not going to shield this one? Well, you're going to shield this one. Okay, well, I have all this energy stored. If you're not going to shield this, you're going to have to shield this body slam. And in the end, it just became too much. There was a lot of energy, just not enough help on the Pokemon.
Exactly, Hikami, right there. That's the moment you referenced where he put his hand on his forehead. He said, I think I've done it. I've taken out Palasha, and I'm advancing to winners round 3 on Saturday at EUIC. What an accomplishment, what an achievement. And you know what? I think he's only going to climb higher.
Huge, huge plays from our French trainer, our regional champion of Lille, hoping to add another title to his name of international champion. And this event could be it. This is more home territory, but he still has quite a ways to go. But being on the winner's side of the bracket is a huge accomplishment for it.
Amanda, earlier, you kind of kicked me out of the booth. And I feel like you actually made a new friend while I was gone.
I did.
Yeah, well, I forget what her name was.
I believe her name was Sarah.
All right, well, we got a really fun video coming up. This is about type effectiveness, so I hope Sarah and every new trainer is watching this. Take it away. All right, trainers, get ready to take some notes. It's time to study Pokemon types. In Pokemon Go, there are 18 total types. Some Pokemon have a single type, while others are dual type. You can identify a Pokemon's type in the inventory menu or on the top right of the battle screen, similar to the Pokémon TCG. Every attack in Pokemon Go has one type property. Similar to VGC, the type property of a Pokemon's charge attacks are displayed on screen during battle. We can use this scale to see how damage applies in Pokemon Go PvP. Neutral, resisted and super effective, double resisted and double super effective, and triple resisted. In VGC, flying type Pokemon are immune to ground type attacks. However, in Pokemon Go, no types are immune to other types. The closest comparison to immunity in Pokemon Go is triple resistance. More on that later. Unlike TCG, no Pokemon in Pokemon Go can use a special ability to remove their type's weaknesses. Therefore, every fast and charge attack will deal at least a tiny bit of damage, leading to improbable, unexpected, and exciting win conditions. Let's begin with the interactions between fire, grass, and water. Fire is super effective to grass, grass is super effective to water, and water is super effective to fire. When two single-type Pokemon battle, their attacks are usually neutral, resisted, or super effective. However, dual-type Pokemon are much more complex. To determine effectiveness for dual-type Pokemon, consider each type individually. For example, a Psychic-type Confusion from Bronzong will deal super effective damage to Poison and Fighting-type opponents. When Bronzong battles Toxicroak, that damage becomes double super effective, because Toxicroak is both a Fighting and Poison type. Some Pokemon single resist, double resist, or even triple resist attacks from other types. For example, Steel-type Pokemon single resist Dragon-type attacks, while Fairy-type Pokemon double resist Dragon. A Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon like Mawile will actually triple resist Dragon-type attacks. These are all of the double resistances in Pokemon Go. If you combine one of these double resistance interactions with another single resistance, you get triple resistance. Let's deep dive into a complex dual-type matchup. Beedrill versus Skeledirge. Beedrill's fast attack Poison Jab is neutral to fire, but resisted by Skeledirge's Ghost type. Skeledirge's Incinerate is neutral to Beedrill's Poison type, but super effective against its Bug type. Beedrill's X-Scissor, a Bug-type attack, is resisted by both Fire and Ghost, making it double resisted. Skeledirge's Disarming Voice is a Fairy-type attack, which is neutral versus Bug, but resisted by Beedrill's Poison type. Skeledirge's Shadow Ball is neutral to both Bug and Poison. Beedrill's Drill Run is neutral versus Ghost, but super effective versus Fire, resulting in super effective damage. Always keep a close eye on the screen while battling. Super effective or not very effective appear when Pokemon use their fast attacks. Protect shields turn red when shielding super effective damage, purple when shielding neutral damage, and blue when shielding resisted damage. Lastly, make sure to check the type icons at the top right corner of your screen. The power of a charge attack depends on the Pokemon using it, so an Earthquake from Swampert likely hits harder than one from Clodsire. A Pokemon that uses an attack that aligns with its type will receive a slight damage bonus, called Same Type Attack Bonus or Stab. Finally, buffs and debuffs can swing the momentum of an entire battle.
An Icy Wind debuff will lower all of a Pokemon's attacks, and a Night Slash boost will raise them. That's all from me. Best of luck in your future battles, trainers.
Hello trainers, I'm Caleb Pang. Heading into Milwaukee, players came ready to show off their take on the meta. With Chilling Water Florges becoming eligible for the first time, Clodsire made a resurgence, claiming multiple victories on day one. Championship Sunday saw no previous champions on the winner's side, and the path was paved for underdogs like LW Josh 91 and Meteor Folian to meet in the winner's finals. LW Josh faced off against the anti-meta Fearow and Bastion combination from Meteor Folian. In Game 5, Meteor brought Blastoise in the back to answer LW Josh's double ground line, patiently avoiding a catch and closing out the series with a super effective Hydro Cannon. On the loser side, Pranav wove in and out of matchups with his Murkrow, KOing every Pokemon LW Josh tried to challenge it with, leading Pranav to a 3-1 victory in the losers finals. In the grand finals, Meteor leaned into his Bastion, but after getting swept in the first best of 5 and barely finding any success in the bracket reset, Meteor decided to bring back the Fearow in a matchup that looked impossible for the bird. Against all odds, Meteor forced a Game 5. After losing the lead matchup and forcing his Marowak into a bad Credilli head-to-head, Meteor pulled off a simultaneous KO, and with one final HP remaining, Meteor's Galarian Corsola astonished down Pranav's Corviknight to win and become the 2026 Milwaukee Regional Champion.
This is going to come down to the wire here. Air cutter. Wins that. No, it's not. Wins his first ever tournament here in Milwaukee. 1 HP in a dream here. The first ever tournament for him. The first ever tournament for Fearow, and back-to-back North America regionals with the Bastion on the team. It does not get closer than that.
Register at Pokemon.com/compete and take the first step in your own Championship Series journey. See you soon, trainers.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2026 European International Championships here at the Excel London. It's been a long day, but we still have many more battles to go, and we're getting to the most important rounds. But first, I'm going to introduce myself. I'm Martin Galderisi, also known as Marto Galde, and at my side, I have Martin Berstig, also known as Inadequance.
Very nice. Yes, we are here advancing on the winner's side of the bracket. We already had a couple trainers going to that top 6, and the trainers that we're going to see soon are going as well. Meanwhile, the losers bracket has been going underway as well. And a few updates to give. Patoman had lost very early on day 1. He's still going. He won the losers finals of his group. Wow. Boy, the world champion, also still in out of pocket, had defeated 010 DSN. So some of the top trains on the loose side of the bracket, we might see them later as well.
That is so exciting. We have a lot of champions still left in the tournament, fighting their way out all the way in the losers bracket. But first, we got to take a look at the winners bracket.
Right, the winners bracket, we are going to have Colin 6 on the right. We have Rise to Occasion on the left. These are two top trainers. Consistency is their second name for both of them. Maybe they're brothers. Rise to Occasion is looking for another IC success here, because his last one has been like 3 seasons ago at the NAIC. Colin has never actually won a trophy for many regional championships, but never a trophy.
Yeah, these two players have a lot of accolades with them, but they're still missing the international championship trophy, right? And they really want it. It's something you aspire to. And what a players we have here, so consistent.
Colin 6 and Rise to Occasion have a very similar team. I believe that's the same 6 even. We have Shadow Drapion on both sides, Licky on both sides, Shadow Beedrill, Kingdra, Spiritomb, and Dunsparce. So this is again that mirror team of this hard meta. These are some of the best Pokemon you can run in the Go Battle League as well. So if you're watching this, take notes.
Yeah, complete mirror team, and that's going to make the decisions you make very important, right? The composition you take into these games, the way you train your Pokemon, right? Because if you have more time than your opponent, you're going to win that charge attack tie, right? And that's very important in these matchups. Maybe you can farm more energy, knowing that you win that, and you know, squeeze it out.
Which was crucial in the matchup that we saw before. Palasha versus Hikami. Hikami, a regional champion from Leo, has really been skyrocketing in performance this season. Previously, he didn't really have that success, pretty much always getting knocked out at that losers finals, and now he's in the top 6. But what was really important to him was winning the charge security tie. Here we go. We have Spiritomb into Dunsparce. I think this is a slightly favorable matchup for Rise to Occasion, just because you output the same type attack bonus in Sucker Punch, and you have Rock with debuff. But it looks like Rise to Occasion isn't even going to play it out. He swaps into Dunsparce to catch the drill run.
Yeah, Rise to Occasion doesn't want that matchup. Wants to save the energy for the rest of the matchup. And Colin 6 is going to answer these Dunsparce with the Kingdra. Very interesting.
Kingdra is a very neutral Pokemon, but as we've seen all weekend so far, Kingdra is great for baiting with Swift or landing the Outrage. Drillon is coming through, but Kingdra in its non-shadow form is just bulky enough to hang on to at least one of these, going for the Outrage. This is a lot of energy. Is Rise to Occasion going to put up a Protect Shield here? He does decide to protect Dunsparce from getting knocked out by this strong Dragon-type charge attack.
Rise to Occasion calling the Outrage every single round. He cannot get the fool.
He can't keep getting away with this.
He's very consistent, and Drillon is not going to take the Kingdra out, but it doesn't get to a Swift.
Down with the Swift. That is great for Rise to Occasion. How is Colin 6 going to adapt to this? Keep in mind, Colin 6 does have a shield advantage, and this is the only rollout user that Rise to Occasion brought to this game here. So Shadow Beedrill in the back is looking quite decent still with 2 shields.
Yeah, Colin 6 wants to save the shields for that Beedrill, and it's actually going up to almost 2 drill runs. Not enough yet, but this drill run is probably going to take out the Dunsparce.
And then he's one rollout off another one. So whatever comes in is also going to face the full brunt of this drill run, and then you have 2 protections. But look at that, Spiritomb had that energy preserved. I think this Rock Tomb might knock out. Do you preserve the Dunsparce? Yes. This time Colin finally used a protection, but this makes the Beedrill very vulnerable to the energy of both Spiritomb and Kingdra.
Yeah, and here comes the Beedrill. It's a high-octane Pokemon. It's a race to the charge attack, and actually Rise to Occasion is going to get to the Rock Tomb first, debuffing this Beedrill.
The protection goes up. That's what they're for. Shadow Beedrill needs to be protected from charge attacks to make the best use of it, because it cannot really take a lot. In comes Kingdra, but now that you've been debuffed, this Axis is not exactly going to be lethal. Perfect counting from Colin 6, getting the charge security tie on the Swift here, but
doesn't even shield.
With Dunsparce, you cannot get a rollout down here.
Doesn't even shield. Rise is so sure of this game. It's in his back, and he's going for the Swift. This Beedrill is out of here.
A Swift knockout. The stars are flying through on this Shadow Beedrill, and now it's all in the hands of Dunsparce, but Dunsparce does have a lot of energy. There's still a protection though on the side of Rise to Occasion, so it's kind of going to be tough. And it's another charge security tie, and Colin says, well played, good game, you got me there, Rise.
That was perfectly played by Rise to Occasion. The charge attack priority right there, if you have one less Dragon Breath, you don't get there. That was perfectly played by Rise, and it's going to take the head here.
I feel like he just got that advantage by catching the drill run so early on in that match, because Spiritomb is a Pokemon that generally doesn't really like to take energy as much. The rollout uses in this meta are excellent. They have so much bulk, so generally trainers are looking to catch attacks on those because they just have way more bulk, and then you can preserve protect shields for the end game. As we saw here, Rise to Occasion kept them for both Kingdra and Spiritomb.
Yeah, that was perfect counting by Colin 6. Good charge attack priority, but was not enough to take the game. And we have to talk about what's at stake here. Whoever wins this round is actually going to secure a trophy. This is a trophy round, and both players want this, but Rise to Occasion starting with a 1-0 victory.
Yeah, it's a great start here. The pressure is high at the EUIC, and Colin has to win 2 games in a row now. Are you gonna let the North American get to a trophy at the home region international championship? This happened before in November at the LEIC. Colin was also there. He did get far, but he didn't get a trophy. Rise to Occasion is looking very good now to get one.
And we have seen Colin start 1-0 down in the series, but he's a player that can make the comeback. Doesn't lose his temper, and can definitely come up with some strategies to counter his opponent. And we will see how he adapts in game number 2.
Yes, both trainers are. You know what I find the most notable about these trainers? They do not show emotion. They channel all their energy into the game. No emotion, no reaction. only focus, and I love it. Look at that. Rise Occasion won so many regional championships, it doesn't even show the date, it just shows 5 times.
Just 5, yeah, 5-time regional championship. Absolute world record there.
Well, here we go. Game 2, Colin6 needs to make a comeback, and perhaps this is the start, because Dunsparce can soak the damage from Kingdra quite easily. But it looks like Colin6, this is not the match he wants to be in. He goes into Spirit 2 instead. Is Rise Occasion going for a bait here? Yes, this is what we saw Spartan do yesterday. Is Colin6 going to shield it up? No shielding this will be a huge call, and he no-shields it!
This is the calls you need to make to get the trophies. What a call by Colin6!
Going for the Rock Tomb now. Rise to Occasion likely going to put up protection here. Otherwise, the Kingdra just hasn't done anything at all. This is what makes Kingdra so iffy sometimes. It would have been a great play if Colin6 had used a protection there, but now you're so much behind, and Spirit Tomb is just sucker punching so much damage on the Dunsparce. Even gets an attack drop in with this Rock Tomb.
Yeah, this Rock Tomb is going to be annoying at this game. Rise to Occasion saved the Kingdra there, but there's another Kingdra in the back with 2 shields, and now switching out to Dunsparce, very neutral.
And this is what we see over and over and over. What we just talked about. You just swap in your rollout user to soak damage, and that's what Colin6 is doing. He just had debuff the opposing Dunsparce, so this does no damage anymore. This is a great opportunity for Colin6 not to just to soak damage, but also build up energy for whatever comes in. Because if Colin had expended energy immediately, I would expect Rise Occasion to just swap out.
Exactly. He's gonna build up almost to 100 energy, throwing the drill run there. Will this knock out the Dunsparce? And how do you stop this Dunsparce from throwing more charge attacks?
I think this won't knock out just yet. Very close. We now see Rise Occasion swapping out, and the drone is thrown just right before Kingdra can get to an outrage. I think this would knock out. So Rise to Occasion, he puts Spirit Protection, preserves Kingdra, timers up from Colin, and he swaps into Spirit Tomb. You still need a full. I think he's doing Dragon Breath until Swift knocks out, because you do not want to throw a full outrage into that.
I don't think Swift knockouts here. The Spirit Tomb might get to his Rock Tomb.
Really
this
close.
is huge.
But maybe one more Dragon Breath might do the trick afterwards. It does, hang on. One more Dragon Breath does knock out, and Kingdra comes out with an outrage, which is very much needed. Oh no! Loses all the energy!
That's a great snipe by Colin6, and 2 shields in the back of the Kingdra. This is going to be unstoppable.
Shields are down. Kingdra is going to town. Outrage is coming through. No Protect shields to hide behind for Spirit Tomb. All the spirits are going back into that tomb there. Heavy damage doesn't even get to the Rock Tomb. One more Pokemon is remaining, but it doesn't have enough health. And Colin6 dominates game number 2 to tie it up.
Yeah, we saw Rise to Occasion dominating game 1, then Colin6 strikes back. Also very dominating wings. He didn't even use a shield that game.
That was crazy. How that momentum switched once Colin6 no-shielded a Swift at the start. Ice, I know it's cold in the Netherlands right now, where he's from, but that was a crazy ice cold play.
Colin6, it's an ice type. You heard it here first. That call, you're 1-0 down. If you lose this game, you lose the potential to get a trophy. And you make that call in the international stage. There's not that many trainers that will have done that.
He's been close so many times. And this time, he's gonna show what he got. Colin6 revealed in this game. In the first game, it was like, okay, Rise to Occasion, we know he's a good player. Perhaps he is the one we expect to win here, even though Colin6 is so good at this game. But Colin6 just showed, look, buddy, you're not that guy. You're not that guy. I'm coming back here.
Yeah, he played it perfectly. Not even throwing the charge attack there with the Spirit Tomb. He just wanted to snipe it with the Kingdra. Like all the roads lead to Rome there, and Colin6 knew where they were.
And there's kind of an interesting mechanic there, right? Because in this case, one turn fast attacks, the damage registered before the Pokemon is able to throw a charge attack. And in that case, that Rock Tomb, or sorry, the Kingdra energy was lost because one super effective Dragon Breath knocked it out.
Yeah, Kingdra is being the MVP in this matchup, right? Both trainers are bringing it on, and you need to start doing the shield bait game, and it's very comfortable for both players. So huge calls to make here for the trophy.
Well, I mean, if you look at the teams, again, there's no Kingdra answer on either side. There's no Grimmsnarl, there's no Milotic, there's still no the Dunsparce. I really wish there was one with Dragon Tail, but those other Pokemon are not there. We've seen a lot of Milotic to answer Kingdra. Need a trainer have that Pokemon.
Yeah, you're completely right. We talk about the Milotic all the day, but it's not here right now in this round, and we'll see how the players adapt to this third game. This is it. You win this, you get a trophy. You lose this, you have to wait a lot of hours to maybe try to get another shot at this.
Decisive game number 3. Let us know in chat, who do you think is going to win this? We are going to have Rise to Occasion on the left, Colin 6 on the right. It is the Shadow Drapion mirror. In fact, we have a full mirror team here.
Yeah, full mirror team on O, and we know Colin 6 is actually going to win the charge attack priority. This might determine the outcome of the game.
Colin 6 is known to not catch that many Pokemon, so he just runs whatever he catches, and that means the one Pokemon that he has may just have a higher attack stat. And with a higher attack stat, if both Pokemon of the same species launch at the same time, that Pokemon with a higher attack stat will get to throw the charge attack first.
Yeah, and this shield is very important because if your Drapion is not that bulky, you cannot take that Aqua Tail. Rise to Occasion just wants to farm a bit more energy, and actually Colin 6 getting aggressive here.
This is interesting. I think Colin 6 wants to preserve Drapion for a potential Spiritomb in the back, and we, of course, as viewers and commentators, we know that there is Spiritomb in the back for both trainers, but yeah, this Dunsparce doesn't really have a lot of fast attack pressure, and you cannot swap Spiritomb in either.
And that defense drop might actually take out these Dunsparce because,
whoa, that's so close.
But gets almost sniped by the rollout, tanking this drill run on the Dunsparce. This is nothing.
Another defense drop as well. And now, the thing is, now you get less rollout farm down, because I think one more will actually knock out. You only have 2 rollout of energy now, and this allows Colin, who does have the shield advantage, to farm up a lot of energy with his own Spiritomb. And we've seen before, Balasha, when she threw a lot of Shadow Balls with her Spiritomb, this does a lot of damage into other Pokemon that are not normal types.
Yeah, the shield's gone down with the Spiritomb, and remember, the Drapion has energy in the back, so it's going to be very important for the outcome of the game. And here comes another drill run from the Dunsparce.
Do we see Colin 6 preserving as much health as possible here, or is he going to take it? No, he puts up his final Protect Shield here. There's still Shadow Drapion from Rise to Occasion in the back, though. Are you going to expend energy here or take another drill run? He's actually going for a Rock Tomb, and I think this is a great opportunity for Rise to Occasion to now bring his own Spiritomb. You can shield one charge attack, potentially outpace the Spiritomb to another one, because you do have more health on your own Spiritomb. Keep in mind that both Shadow Drapion on each side can serve as either a Pokemon to get to a charge attack real quick or as a catch.
Yeah, Rise to Occasion looking to sweep here with his Spiritomb, going for the first Rock Tomb. This also is an interesting call. Do you call it a Rock Tomb or a Shadow Ball? Rise to Occasion calls it.
I think that it's a risky play of Colin 6 to go for the Rock Tomb here, because if there was no shield, it wouldn't do as much damage here. Colin 6 farming energy, trying to get, Rise to Occasion, waiting a turn there to make sure this attack was not caught.
And Colin 6 maybe not counting well here. Actually, Rise to Occasion getting to the Aqua, then it's going to get rid of the Drapion. Can Colin 6 come back from this game?
He comes back in now with the Spiritomb. Does it have enough energy? Can Drapion get there? No. How much energy is there on Rise to Occasion? It's a charge attack for the time, and Colin 6 gets to the Shadow Ball. This is sometimes why you want a higher attack.
Is it enough? I don't know.
I think this is enough. Shadow Ball's going through. This is a hard attack. Colin 6 has won his trophy!
Oh my God, Colin 6 making the trophy moves here at the European International Championships case. His first trophy.
This is it. Colin 6, you can see the happiness on someone who generally doesn't express a lot of emotions, someone who's so cool. In the Netherlands, we call this as cool as a frog, because they just don't show emotion. They're like ice cold. But there you saw Colin. I've never seen him this happy, not even when he won a regional championship, to finally have lifted that burden of not having a trophy as one of the best trainers in Europe. He's now done it.
Yeah, and I don't blame him, right? Not only he secured his trophy, he did it against the unstoppable Rise to Occasion. We were talking about who's going to stop Rise to Occasion from winning this tournament, and Colin 6 is actually one of the names that you think could stop Rise to Occasion, but it went down to a Game 3 and absolutely down to the wire to a charge attack priority.
This means that we do not have any North American trainers left on the winner's side of the bracket. They're now all on the loser side of the bracket, because remember that Sussens Eater had lost to trainer Steinar. So yeah, now it's Colin 6 who is moving on here, and a big congratulations. If that is the top 3, Colin 6 is moving on to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, Europe defending his region, right? NA going down, but we still have LATAM left in the other semifinals, so we'll see if Europe makes a stance here, or maybe another region can steal trophies.
Let's take a moment to look at a very high-level play here that Rise to Occasion had made. So let's see here if I can get this clip up right here. Which button was that?
I think it was this one.
Let's try that one. Not yet. Maybe this here.
Okay.
Looks like we're not getting
some technical issues here. Don't worry.
The clip, we're not getting the clip out. But what I wanted to point out,
maybe later.
What I want to point out was that Rise to Occasion had so much patience by waiting a turn, right? This is what some of the best players do, because they want to make sure that your opponent doesn't catch a charge stack. And Colin 6 tried. Rise to Occasion had the patience, but just because Colin kind of trapped him into swapping as well, then gets a farm down, and then it came down to charge Spurdy tie. Very high level play from Colin.
Yeah, and Colin plays so well that match that even after that failed catch attempt, he still win that game, and that's absolutely incredible.
Right, so yeah, if we take a look, let's move on to our next matchup otherwise, or to talk more about who we have remaining in this tournament. As we see our next match here, we have Steinar again on the left, a trainer from the Latam region who's been coming from so far. And on the right, we have Hikami, a trainer from France, winning the Lille Regional Championships. After having never reached Day 2 before, he won his first regional championship this season, and now reaching top 6 at the EUIC. Crazy.
It's definitely Hikami's moment there, and he definitely wants the trophy. He was so happy when he qualified to the top 6 of the tournament, so I feel like he's pretty happy with his performance, but nobody's going to stop him now.
Yeah, Hikami has been really informed, took down Paulasha in the previous match, one of the best players that we know in Europe. But right now, I feel like Hikami is really manifesting himself as potentially one of the new best European trainers. He took all the experience he had from competing in all these regional championships further and further, and perhaps now he might just this might just become his legacy to become Europe's best.
We will see, but we have to talk about the teams here. Look at the teams. They're so different here. We see a Grimmsnarl, which has not made that much of a showing at UAC, but maybe some games have been won by it. And also the Spidops. The Spidops has dropped so much. Where's the Spidops?
Spidops is kind of overshadowed by Shadow Beedrill. Coincidence with the Shadow Flames? I don't know, but it has that poison typing to resist Bug Bite, and that allows Shadow Beedrill to be somewhat of a Spidops counter. Now do keep in mind, of course, Spidops has the very valuable Rock Tomb coverage that can take out, it will squash a Beedrill if it gets hit by that, but when shields are up, Shadow Beedrill is just so good, and that's what you see. Like trainers like Hikami, they keep their protect shields when they bring Shadow Beedrill, and trainers like Steinar, they can kind of predict, my opponent's keeping shields, it's got to be Shadow Beedrill in the back.
Yeah, Shadow Beedrill being more dominant today. We'll see if Spidops can make a stance here, if he actually brings it to the game. There's not that many targets for the Spidops, but again, it's a lot of utility, right? You can start to debuff your opponent's attack with both the charge attacks, and maybe the Grimmsnarl also might stop a bit the Milotic.
The thing is, Milotic is quite bulky, so it will be able to get to 2 Aquatail there. Only when a lot of Protect Shields are in play, Grimmsnarl will have the upper hand against a Pokemon like Milotic. Despite double resisting Dragon Tail, 2 Aquatail will knock out Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, but what about the Spiritomb? The Grimmsnarl double resisting the Sucker Punches there. It's a pretty dominating matchup. Might make Hikami think about winging it or not.
I think that's why many trainers bring Grimmsnarl, and that's probably what has been working so well for Steinar. Dunsparce is so free when there's no Spiritomb that's free to run into your line, because you do have Grimmsnarl to potentially cover it. Like you said, Sucker Punch is double resisted by Grimmsnarl. Grimmsnarl will annihilate Spiritomb.
Yeah, somebody needs to stop that Spiritomb, and Grimmsnarl might be it. Spiritomb has been so dominated today, especially with the double rollout strategy. We don't see it here. We only see a Leaky with the rollout. But it looks like our trainers are here locking in their teams and going for the first game.
Yeah, it will be exciting to see who is going to move on here. The winner of this match would win a trophy. Steinar has won one before. Hikami, it could be his first trophy as well. Here we go into this first game between Steinar and Hikami. Round number 1. There we go. We have the leads. Kingdra from Steinar into Milotic from Hikami. This is a pretty good matchup for Hikami.
Yeah, Milotic getting some energy here. Maybe Steinar's actually going to catch the first charge attack, and he's successful at it.
So quick already, and this is a wrap, so it will lower the defense of Dunsparce here, and that's going to help for a following matchup. I would expect Licky to be swapped in at some point. There we see the Licky come in just to soak damage again between these rollout users.
Yeah, we see this advanced plays, right? Get the energy back, switch to your rollout user, absorb his energy. This Licky is going to laugh at this kill run and start building up energy and maybe threatening with an Earthquake.
Yeah, this matchup is going to take a while, but Hikami does have Earthquake, and Earthquake is almost going to take out this Dunsparce here. So if Steinar would shield that up, that's a lot of energy being shielded. But do you want to use your Protect Shields there? Do keep in mind, there's also some energy on Kingdra here.
Yeah, going for actually 2 rollouts, knowing that he wins charge attack priority. Can this knock out the Dunsparce? It's gonna exit with a lot of energy if it does.
I mean, we do have a saying in the community that shiny Pokemon usually win charge attack priority type, because those are like Pokemon you just run for fun, not for their stats, and they have like a higher attack potentially. Steiner not throwing the Swift yet, thinking it might not knock out. So now we see a body slam coming through, and we're just gonna chunk a little bit. Hikami, he's staying in for a little bit, wants this Kingdra to expend energy. Oh, and another catch! This is double resistance Spiritomb. What a play by Steiner!
What a great catch by Steiner, saving the 2 shields for the Spiritomb, catching the body slam here, and it's coming down to a Drapion basis Spiritomb, but this match is very tricky if the Spiritomb starts debuffing.
Well, the thing is, you have a little bit of chip damage here, and that's actually very important for this match. Keep in mind that we have a 45-second switch clock here, so after about 1 or 2 more charge stacks, the clock is going to be up here. We see a drop there. Steiner not happy with that, but I think after 2 more charge stacks, the timer will be up for Steiner, and he can switch out to his Kingdra, which I believe has an Outrage loaded.
Yeah, that's very unlucky. 20% chance to drop the defense, and this is a 100% chance to drop the attack, so the Drapion is going for the crunch here, and will Steiner shield this?
Farming up as much energy as possible. There is a chance if he lets this go. Will he try to catch an Aqua Tail now on Kingdra? Kingdra will not come in yet. Rock Tomb comes through instead. Hikami's letting it go. I think he's going to put it all on the Milotic.
But this Kingdra is so low. Can you actually finish up this game? There's still a shield left, and there's a lot of energy, Kingdra, but I don't know if he has it.
Oh, he sends the Outrage. Hikami is thinking, what are you going to do here? He puts up the Protect Shield.
That is massive. That is massive. That's game-winning factor there.
Can Steiner get to another Outrage here? Kingdra's not bulky enough. Milotic swipes down with a still. Aqua Tail is not even needed. Spiritomb and Kingdra go down to the power of Milotic. Hikami takes game number 1.
Yeah, doesn't even throw the energy there. He was counting perfectly. He knew that Spiritomb was not even close to the charge attack. That is how good these players are.
Dude, I love to see Hikami play. We saw earlier, Rise to Occasion at Colin 6, all their emotion channeled into the game. Hikami, the other side. You can just see he gets so happy when he's about to win a game. You can see he gets desperate when he's in a tough position.
I think we have seen Hikami be very happy about his performance, so I think he's just enjoying the moment. It looks like it. Maybe any other result is fine, and you know, actually still making some plays here.
I just spoke to him, and he just couldn't believe that he's made it this far into the biggest tournament that we've ever had in Pokemon GO, and now look at that, he's 1-0 up against Steiner, who's been crushing the opposition. Crazy.
Yeah, and we gotta talk about this Kingdra. You need to make the calls against this Kingdra. If he gets a Swift bait here, that game is over, right? You get a Swift, you throw the Outrage, and then the Licky Licky is not gonna get to a charge attack. So that was a 50-50 call to win the game.
Look at that. Hikami taking game number 1 there. Didn't even need all that energy. If you were wondering why he wasn't throwing that, that's because he was counting the energy from all the Pokemon of Steiner and knew they wouldn't get to another one. He's kind of just saving us 10 seconds there instead of throwing 2, maybe even 20 seconds by throwing 2 Aqua Tail.
Yeah, he was like, all right, let's get these games over and move ahead into the next one. He just knew. It's a bit of a flex.
To the next game it is, but how is Steiner going to get back in this game right here? I feel like Spidops is so hard to run into the team of Hikami. Look at that. There is a Seeking with the Flying Fast Attack back. You have a rollout user in Licky Licky. You have Shadow Beedron. Even Spiritomb has access to Rock Tomb. Spidops could be a Pokemon that can tackle the Drapion Spiritomb core, but it's so risky, I feel like.
Yeah, there's no targets here. I don't think he can use it. And we'll see what he uses in the second game. Oh, the Beedrill is coming on.
It looks like he disagrees with you. There is a Spidops in the back, but it's not on this Beedrill. So this is pretty good alignment for Steiner. But what's also important to know about alignment is that Beedrill can kind of just force it. Thing is, this can be a pretty annoying matchup. Looks like, I think Hikami went for the X's. So yes, he did. Spiritomb would lose really hard there if you let that go. But if you would no-shield a Fell Stinger, you win without using a protection really hard.
It's so hard to shield there, but Hikami actually takes the decision to shield here. It still wants the Beedrill, maybe for the backline, and I don't think it can farm down the Spiritomb, can it?
It will get really close. Can it get the farm down here?
Ooh!
Yes, it barely gets that. And I think he came out with a Fell Stinger. Oh, even with a... No, he didn't throw the X's and maybe wasn't even able to, but still has the alignment, which could be pretty important here because now you have your rollout user into Milotic. This is a 1-turn fast attack, the Bug Bite on the left, and that makes it quite easy to catch charge attacks as well. So Hikami has to be careful of that.
And it's very important that Hikami throws his body slam before the debuff here. That Steiner is actually gonna go maybe for a catch or for the debuff. He's not throwing anything.
Not throwing anything just yet. Steiner, I think, trying to predict when his opponent is going to throw. He's thinking, what am I going to use protection for here? Of course, body slam from Licky is not dealing that much damage, but you have almost 2 launch at this point. Licky can take this damage though.
Licky can soak this absolutely fine, and actually it's very close to getting to a body slam. This is gonna be Milotic versus Dunsparce, and I'm going for the catch.
There is the catch that we kind of anticipated already. This does give Hikami insight on how he wants to play this. Do you want to farm to another attack? No, he swaps in Milotic immediately. This chip damage might be valuable. Does this put this Dunsparce into 2 octo range? Hikami is just going for the wrap here.
Yeah, going for the wrap, lowering the defense. The Dragon Cells are gonna start adding up. The rollouts are just laughable at, so this is not gonna be a race, it's gonna be a fast attack damage.
Duron's coming through, but Milotic is quite bulky. It can hang on to this damage. Do keep in mind that Spidops in the back is very close to a charge stack as well, but I'm not sure if it can bug bite Licky later. The timer being almost up could be very, very important for the remainder of this match as well. Keep that in mind. It's up, Steiner swapping out, and there comes the launch, but it's not going to be enough to knock out, and I think this Dragon Tail might.
Can the Milotic hang on here? The Spidops is very low, everything's so low here. He needs to switch.
No, it knocks. The Dragon Tail doesn't knock out yet. Now goes in. Here's the thing though. There's a shield on the side of Steiner. Steiner can use his protect shield for. Oh wait, does he go for Earthquake? No, not going for Earthquake. Going for the body slam. I think Steiner knows he cannot use a protect shield here because Milotic has energy. But does Dunsparce get too low here? I think it does.
Can you farm down this Licky? It's rolling down.
And Hikami, he takes game number 2!
And makes the trophy moves and secures a top spot at Championship Sunday.
Wow, he cannot believe it! He didn't top cut for so long until this season. Then he won the Lille Regional Championship, and now he's won his first trophy ever. Top 3 at the Europe International Championship. Following Sandoudou, the French legend, now Hikami is a new French legend.
Following their steps, I think this is the Hikami season we're seeing here.
The Hikami season, and he's showing it because he's playing incredible. Steiner tried everything in that matchup, but I think that switch advantage was just too important. You know, you were doubting the Spidops. I thought Spidops was actually a decent core break for Drapion Spiritomb, and Steiner may have been thinking the same, but then Hikami, he adapted and he brought 2 counters, Beedrill and Licky. Having switch advantage meant that he always had a good matchup, regardless.
He was so ready. The Beedrill, the Licky, the Milotic is neutral there, and even losing the energy here with the Beedrill wasn't even enough. Like, he still got the switch advantage, and that's what he needed.
Yeah, look at that, just barely hanging on this Beedrill. Doesn't matter where you caught that Spiritomb, Hikami is gonna take it down with the Shadow Beedrill anyway and take that switch advantage, which was so crucial here as well. And here you just see, if this was a Shadow Milotic, I think Hikami could have lost this game because then everything would have dealt a little bit more damage on the Shadow Milotic, and he wouldn't have had the health to close this game.
Definitely. I think the normal Milotic is the way to go, and we have seen it this tournament time to time again. Also, the Shadow Milotic is a bit difficult to get, you know, so...
At this point, yeah, you kind of need the rollout down as Steiner there and hope that a charge stack wouldn't knock you out there. Because even if you get the rollout down there was still a win condition for Hikami. And that is the shield KO. The shield KO that happens when a Pokemon is exactly 1 HP. Because a shield, using a protect shield, doesn't reduce the damage to 0, it reduces it to 1.
Wow, that's some very nice info that actually is...
Did you know this?
I didn't know it. I know it now. But you might use those in some games, maybe on GBL. But yeah, there's a lot of decisions to be made in the final game. If Hikami goes for the Earthquake and maybe the Dunsparce gets to a charge attack first, it might throw the game, right? So he just wants to secure the Body Slam and hope that the rollouts were enough, because if Dunsparce gets that farm down, it's over.
Colin versus Hikami later. What an awesome game that'll be on Championship. You've been there on Championship Sunday. I've asked you this before, but explain it again for those who missed that. What is it like to make it to Championship Sunday at an international championship?
Yeah, I think these players, their objective is to get a trophy. I feel like anyone's objective is to get that trophy, and once you get it, you feel the relief, right? It's a breakthrough moment, and maybe that makes you play more calm in these types of scenarios. So they must be really happy, and Europe defending the region very well, right? Taking down NA and LATAM in the semifinals.
Yeah,
very strong.
there were a lot of LATAM trainers to begin day 2 with, right? I believe there were like 3 or 4 LATAM trainers in the first rounds. And now it's 2 European trainers. So they've been doing a lot of work there. The losers bracket is still going though. So we might still see all of these trainers coming back at some point. And here we saw Colin earlier. This is Kaleo, his brother, but he's also really good. We're going into the losers bracket now. On the right side, we have Patoman. He has won many trophies. He has been top three at the last 3 international championships and second at Worlds as well. So we're going to get a really good match here.
Patoman is the most consistent player at the international level. His last 4 internationals, he has gotten a trophy. That is something never to be heard of, and I don't know if anyone will replicate that in the future because it's astonishing.
Wait, he's not done yet.
He's still here.
He might just win another. Who knows? Who knows? He might make his way all the way to the losers bracket and still get to top 3. It's possible.
He's still here. He's defending his title here at the European International Championships. He won this tournament last year and dropped down to the losers bracket pretty early in the tournament, which is something you don't expect from him. But he's clawing his way back. He's giving a fight.
Let's take a look at the teams of these trainers. I think the team for Patoman is one that we've seen quite a couple times before, from like Nighttime Clasher, Sustenance Eater, Out of Pocket. It's that double water. Actually, I believe they have the rollout user Licky Licky, and Patoman opted for Dunsparce, which is a Pokemon a lot of the Spanish players are using. But Dunsparce is used by a lot of trainers from other regions as well. As you can see here, Kaleo, he relied a lot on Grimmsnarl earlier on day 1 when we had him on the broadcast. Grimmsnarl, I feel like, is not exactly the best Pokemon due to its bulk, but it's the only Fairy-type Pokemon in the meta, and it really takes good care of the Spiritomb on the side of Patoman.
Yeah, but I think it's very difficult to bring it. The only real target is the Spiritomb, right? Not even the Milotic is actually going to be the best target for it, right? But yeah, we see Patoman even without a Dragon. That's very surprising.
No Dragon. I mean, I don't think a Dragon-type Pokemon is necessary per se, but with Grimmsnarl being at a pretty low usage on the second day, we haven't seen as much of it, at least on the winner's side. I feel like that Dragon-type Pokemon is just kind of free to run. And yeah, no Fairy-type maybe, but he does have Milotic as a pseudo-Dragon Pokemon. It's a Water-type Pokemon with a Dragon-type fast attack, and that's just kind of his check to other dragons.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of Milotic in this game. So very safe Pokemon, Milotic, Dunsparce. We have seen it time to time again. It's so safe, and maybe you can go with more risky Pokemon as the third, right? Like maybe Shadow Beedrill, even though in this matchup, I mean, that's okay, right? It's unresisted, as always. Maybe we'll see it in the first game.
Okay, so just to give you a quick update on where we are right now, we are looking at losers round 1 of the top 32 trainers remaining in this tournament. Every trainer you saw on the winner side of the first half of this broadcast, they are on the loser side of the bracket. So you may still see those back, and some of these trainers are actually trainers who've clawed their way through the loser side of the bracket, because the first few matches were played at the tables, and now we have some of the best trainers who clawed their way out of that now on the broadcast.
Yeah, it's been a long day for them. They need a lot of endurance for this. They need to like manage their energy very well, but in real life, right? Not in the game. Well, in the game as well, right? Oh. So it's going to be a long day for them. If you want to advance to Championship Sunday, you need to win like 6-7 rounds here. It's going to be a long day.
You know, a few seasons ago at the EYC, I saw someone who just became stronger throughout the day because his opponents grew more and more tired. The Nut 93, an absolute legend. And I think for some trainers that might just be the strength. Who has the most endurance? Woo! We're gonna start in the first round. Shadow Drapion into Milotic.
Yeah, we have seen this matchup already. The Milotic getting to the Aqua Tail first, but actually decides not to throw it and getting a catch here on the Crunch.
Crunch being caught resisted on Shadow Drapion, going to do a lot of damage still, even though resisted. But this might give Kaleo a little bit of insight on how he wants to manage his energy. Does he want to stay in here? He's trying to catch a charge attack on Dunsparce. A full rollout sneaks through, but his neutral damage is probably very appreciated for Patoman.
Yeah, he catches the charge attack here, but the Drapion, when you give it a little bit of energy advantage, it starts being uncomfortable, and this Dunsparce is not going to be able to farm it down with a fast attack. He needs to throw a drone run here.
Let's see if Kaleo values Dunsparce. Is he going to use a protection here? No. The rollout users, as we've seen throughout the whole, they are just there to soak damage. And this defense drop might actually be devastating. But it looks like Patoman is just letting it go. I thought with a defense drop, perhaps you could get a poison thing down on Shadow Drapion. But Patoman is preserving energy for Milotic instead. And can you get the Farna before the Duron? No, gets there on 1 HP.
That is massive. That is massive. I don't think Pato wants to shield this, but it's going to chunk out the Milotic, and you have to make a decision here. What do? Do you stay with the Milotic, throw the Aqua Tail? There's still a catch in the Kingdra as well.
I believe there are 2 Aqua Tails stored, or 1 off 2 Aqua Tail, but Kaleo also built up some more energy before swapping out. So this Aqua Tail won't knock out, but I think a crunch will. We don't see a shield yet from Kaleo here, and you definitely don't want to go for a catch here. The more shields go down though, the better the last matchup Kingdra versus Shadow Beedrill becomes for Kingdra.
Yeah, both really going for good timing, but watch out the catch here. He can maybe do a poison thing and catch. No, it doesn't go for the catch. Actually, Patoman getting to the Aqua Tail first.
Let's take a look. Are you going to use a protection here? You have a charge attack now. And yes, Kaleo is using the protect shield. Perhaps this is what Patoman is looking for though. Going for the crunch on charge attack priority, which Drapion wins. I don't think you can use a protection here as Patoman because you have a Shadow Beedrill on the back and he does let it go.
It's all in on the Beedrill versus the Kingdra. Fast attack damage versus charge attack pressure here.
Yeah, the thing is, Kingdra pace is really quick to Swift, and Patoman knows this is a Swift. And if you know the depths of this matchup, Kingdra's looking pretty good here just because of Dragon Breath dealing pretty decent damage to Beedrill, but also just getting quick to Swift.
Yeah, Kingdra is so swift here, actually getting to the charge moves first, and this Beedrill is going to have to endure a Swift because this Kingdra is just outpacing it.
I think Kaleo knew that was going to be a Fell Stinger, but it doesn't matter because you know that you outpace. This Shadow Beedrill came exactly trapped in the position that Kaleo tried to get it in by pulling the Protect Shields. It can land this Swift, and now the Dragon Breath down. Kaleo takes game number 1 against Patoman.
Yeah, a lot of dancing around in this game, right? We got the catch in the beginning with Patoman until his Drapion, but it was not enough at the end game. And this Beedrill, you need to leave even 2 shields for it, because if you only have 1, you see the Kingdra outpacing you, and it starts to be a liability, right?
The thing is, if you make a catch, you are already revealing a part of your backline. It allows your opponent to anticipate to that. That's kind of what we saw here. Kaleo sees the Pokemon coming in that the attack was called on the Shadow Drapion. He's like, okay, I have some time to build up some energy here. Do I want to use the Dunsparce here, or do I want to use somewhere else? I'm just going to swap it in there and then preserve my shields for whatever could be in the back. Because you can basically, if you just look at 6 Pokemon and you see 1 Pokemon, okay, I can cross this off. I see another Pokemon. I can cross this off. Well, these 2 should be paired. I can cross this off. You can kind of make a prediction.
Yeah, and we have to talk about what's going on here. Patoman's tournament life is on the line here. The defending UIC champion is 1-0, is 1 defeat away from being eliminated from the tournament.
Right, that would ruin his streak of getting the trophies at an international championship. I mean, let's be real though, that already on its own was an insane and unrivaled performance. One we're unlikely to see for the coming seasons or years, or you know, maybe Colin now goes on a crazy streak. You'll never know, but 4 trophies in a row, crazy work. Patoman, can he make the comeback? Can he make the expectations true?
I think if somebody can make a comeback, it's definitely Patoman. The international stage is his stage. He knows where he's at. He has so much experience in this. He barely makes mistakes here, so we'll see how he adapts to the second game.
You know, we were talking about Spidops not being common. Perhaps the losers bracket meta is just looking a little bit different. We see Kaleo here with that Spidops, no Shadow Beedrill. I think if Patoman had Spidops instead of Shadow Beedrill as his Bug Bite user, he may have won that last game because Spidops just has a little bit more bulk and can take charge attacks better from Kingdra.
Yeah, I think in the end game, generally Spidops is just better because you can take more fast attack pressure, right? And you don't need as much shield, and you can start just debuffing your opponent. Because you know what Beedrill does? It buffs its attack, but your defense is still the same, right? You're still gonna get farmed down.
Yeah, it doesn't really extend the survivability of Shadow Beedrill. It's just like, it's just glass, just shatters through an opponent's team, and that's about it. Then it's gone. It can't be used anymore. When you take a couple rollouts and a body slam, Beedrill's health is down already.
Yeah, and we will see how Patoman adapts to the second game here. Will he bring again the Beedrill? It was a bit of a liability in the first game. Maybe Pato still trusts the Beedrill and expects maybe Kelvio to not expect it. This is times where the mind games start coming in. So we'll see.
Okay, question for you, Marto and Chet. Do we expect Grimmsnarl to come out?
Oh, I don't think we do. I don't think we do. That Drapion is such a terrible matchup for the Grimmsnarl. It's very tough to bring in, and I think Patoman is probably going to bring Drapion every single game here.
It is such a good Pokemon, and that is something that Spidops does kind of worse than Shadow Beedrill. Shadow Beedrill just pressures way easier with Bug Bites, hitting harder because it has a higher attack. You resist Poison Sting, and Spidops doesn't deal damage as quickly. Believe Patoman was ready there. Are we getting into game number 2? The tournament dreams are on the line for Patoman. Kelio is looking to reach the losers finals. He still has a long way to go, but this might just be it, being 1-0 up ahead already against Patoman.
Yeah, and we're locking in here into the second game. What leads will we see here? We have Dunsparce against a Milotic, very neutral here.
Dragon Tail is neutral, not the same type of attack bonus. Rollout, neutral, not the same type of attack bonus. And anyone who said that Grimmsnarl was not coming is wrong.
He brought the Grimmsnarl, but the Milotic is in the lead. That's not what you wanted.
At this point, as Kelio, you should probably be very scared, because once you see the Pokemon that Grimmsnarl is supposed to tackle in the lead, you gotta think, oh no, there's going to be Grimmsnarl counters in the back.
Yeah, I guess maybe there could be a Spiritomb in the back, but we can see there is none. But Kelio still doesn't know this, and is still going to be content with throw the Juron here.
Juron is getting close to knocking out, but we've seen how bulky Milotic is. It can hang on here and get to another Aquatail. I think if Dunsparce starts shooting, it will take this matchup, as an Aquatail won't knock out just yet. But is Kelio going to use Protect Shields? I don't think either trainer is going to use Protect Shields, because both Beedrill and Grimmsnarl are fragile.
Yeah, and I think that Beedrill in Patoman's back is looking very fire here. 2 shields left for that Beedrill. Oh, look at this undercharge. He doesn't want to win the switch advantage.
Little does Patoman know how important switch advantage might just be here. Having Shadow Drapion on Grimmsnarl is almost an instant win, but now switch is going to be... No! Kelio's looking for an immediate switch here and swaps Kingdra into Shadow Drapion. Is exactly what you want. I don't think Patoman wants to swap into his Shadow Beedrill immediately either, and he's no-shooting as well.
Yeah, Patoman is putting all in on this Beedrill. Just wants to get the crunch out of his Kingdra. If he gets a shield, he can just start throwing Fell Stingers everywhere.
And this is a great opportunity now for Patoman to swap into Shadow Beedrill, as the Kingdra is dry on energy. Shielding the crunch, though, kind of obnoxious for Patoman, makes it harder to swap in the Shadow Beedrill. Can Shadow Drapion get to another charge attack? Not before the next Swift here. If Patoman uses a protection, I think there's actually a good chance Kelio can actually put in work with the Grimmsnarl. But is Kelio going to use another Protect Shield here?
Yeah, Patoman wants the last shield. He's not getting it, but this Beedrill can maybe farm down this Kingdra. This is getting very dire for Kelio. What do you do here?
And then Beedrill comes in. Oh, and we see the timer was being up. But who is going to be faster to his charges? I think that this Grimmsnarl might have to bait. We see the Fell Stinger going through from Patoman here. You have to use a protection. Grimmsnarl does not have a lot of bulk. I think we saw Kelio push for that Power Punch. And I think that might just be the safest play, because then, even if this is no-shielded, your Sucker Punch will add up.
Yeah, you need to go for this Power Punch instantly. And Patoman knows it and calls it, but this is going to do a bit of damage, so it's going to help for the farm down.
Can you farm down Beedrill, or as the Grimmsnarl? Look at that. Oh, he gets there!
Oh, he gets there, but Patoman still has a shield def, and it's very close to a charge attack.
Does Patoman get a Fell Stinger off into the last 2 Pokemon of Kelio here? Kelio doesn't have a lot of health. Can you knock out with 1 Dragon Breath here? Beedrill is almost no, the Kingdra goes down, and now Patoman has a charge attack. He gets to the Fell Stinger to tie up this score. What an insanely close game.
Perfectly played. That's even an extra bye-bye there, just in case it was not enough, but this is definitely enough, and that was perfectly played by Patoman. Needed to make a decision there at the end. If the Kingdra was coming in, or the Dunsparce was coming in, he was not even pressed to the charge attack. He knew what was coming.
If both Pokemon would have been knocked out by 1 fast attack there, one turn fast attack, sorry, then it's a 50-50 which Pokemon goes down. Because when you have two Pokemon with a one-turn fast stack opposing each other. If you've played like a Dialga Mirror before in the Master League, you'll notice you cannot get a simultaneous knockout through Dragon Breaths. So it could have very much have been a coin flip there that the Bug Bite went through before the Dragon Breath from Kingdra, if Beedrill was indeed in range of only one Dragon Breath.
And there's an important question that we have to ask here. Should Kelly have thrown the Power Up Punch instantly, not even building up to the foul play? Because if you just buff yourself instantly, your Sucker Punches start to do more damage. And look at the HP of the Beedrill there.
Yeah.
If you do a little bit of extra damage there, you take it out and you win that game.
I think you're right, because then one of the Sucker Punches being thrown at a Beedrill would have been boosted instead. And Pataman no-shielded anyway, which I found crazy. But honestly, in the end, was the better call, because Kaleo did get the 2 Power Punch there. Pataman, that was just knowing the depth of those matchups. But yeah, the alternative was throwing Power Punch immediately. And now Kaleo knows.
Yeah, and I'm a bit impressed about that. Grimmsnarl, it didn't win the game, but it looked to have a decent matchup against that Beedrill.
We're not used to doing it, to it doing something. And now it did something.
Yeah, it's making a showing here, making a showing in some other games I have heard. But we'll see if we see game 3 again. It didn't take the win for Kaleo, so he might drop it this time.
Pataman is not a trainer that you can take down easily. You had the Kingdra on the Shadow drop, and Pataman stayed in that match. If Pataman had swapped into Shadow Beedrill instead, that game would have been over instantly, because Grimmsnarl has just about no play into Shadow Dropkick, with Sucker Punch being resisted, not having Play Rough to hit for neutral damage, and then Poisoning super effective. Let's see how we're gonna get the lines for game number 3.
Both players, tournament life is on the line here. Whoever loses here is out of the European International Championship, and nobody of them wants to lose, right? We'll see how they do in the game 3, and we're jumping straight right to it.
Decisive game 3. Kaleo loses the lead this time. A great lead for Pataman with Milotic, but looks like Kaleo is staying in just a little bit more. Switch advantage might not be exactly important, but it's there, and we see a catch of the wrap. This Spiritomb.
It is massive. This is double resisted by the Spiritomb. It's gonna do nothing. And what do you do here? Do you get back energy? No, straight into the Drapion.
Now here's the question. With one defense drop, will a crunch be enough to knock out? This might just be huge for Pataman if it does. And if it doesn't, it might be terrible. Let's see what Kaleo's going to do. He's actually going to use a protection to drop the attack of the Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, Kaleo doesn't want to find out if it's enough. He just wants to be annoying with the Spiritomb, maybe going for actual charge attack priority, but Pataman knows he doesn't win it and doesn't throw there.
Shiny Spiritomb going for the Rock Tomb. This would get really close to knocking out the Shadow Drapion. Normally, when both Pokemon use one Protect Shield, Spiritomb can win this, and it actually will here if this doesn't knock out, but it might because of the earlier defense drop.
This is going to be so close. Can he take the Spiritomb? Oh, completely takes it out and still has an Aqua Tail banked.
This puts Pataman so far ahead in this match. If you take a look at both teams, do keep in mind that there's still energy. There's a Swift stored on this Kingdra. Do you let go of all the energy as Pataman? He has to make a decision here.
This might take down the Drapion or pretty very low.
It doesn't!
But he saves the energy and changes out to Milotic, and there's a double switch into the Dunsparce.
Keep in mind that Shadow Drapion has a crunch banked for later, which is huge. Wrap is coming through. The thing is, Pataman has Bulk in the back and not Shadow Beedrill. That is just what Kaleo might be expecting there.
Yeah, and this Milotic is getting very low here. I don't think this Duran can take it out, but you might get a rollout down here. And how do you take down these Dunsparce and the Pokemon back?
Duran's not knocking out just yet. You need a few more rollouts to actually get a KO here and go for the Charge Attack on another Wrap. This is not the same type of tech bonus, but again, will drop the defense. And that might just be necessary to put this Dunsparce in Aqua Tail range or in rollout down range from your own Dunsparce.
Yeah, prediction after prediction, right? Kellyan knew he was going to throw the Charge Attack there. Throws an extra rollout and go for the Duran here. This Milotic is out of this game.
Timer's up for Kaleo though. In comes Dunsparce. But if you swap out now as Pataman, you will lose your charge attack. The thing is, with the rollout, I think that this Kingdra is getting into Duran range. This is the full outrage. Do you use a protection here? This is definitely the hardest hitting charge attack. And oh, he puts out a protect shield. This might just be decisive.
Final second protect shield here. Pataman going for some extra fast moves here. actually throwing the drill run here, and this Kingdra has to make a decision. Do you shield here? Drop. There's some energy dropping them back.
If Kaleo predicts that Pataman now switches, Kingdra will win charge security tie. And let's take a look. He doesn't predict that. He's going for another drill run. What an excellent play by Pataman here. He could have swapped in the drop. He'll throw a crunch, but he held on. He knew he would outpace to another drill run. The Kaleo knows the writing is on the wall. There's not enough health on this Dunsparce from Kaleo. He's not even going for a charge attack here. And Pataman going for a crunch to close it out in style here. Our reigning EUIC champion is moving on to losers round 2.
Pataman with the combo play and with the comeback, starting 1-0 down, and he still got it in him and keeping his life in the tournament. Winning
so
round by
dire.
round.
It looks so dire for Pataman, right? Especially in that game 2, it was just a small difference. Throw the power punch immediately as Kaleo, you win that game.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. I don't know how Pataman keeps doing it. I think he has won more rounds than anyone in this tournament right now, because there's too many rounds in the losers bracket, and he keeps going and advances to the top 24.
It's just main character aura.
What a absolute incredible player that we have here.
It's just every time Pataman makes it look so simple, and you look at Pataman and he wins, and you're like, yeah, he just wins another round. It's really not as simple as he makes it look like.
Yeah, and even he gets caught by this charge attack, but it was still okay because that wrapped debuff the defense and makes it in the crunch range.
I feel like everything felt just right for Pataman as well. That catch on the Spirit Tomb was really nice from Kaleo, but with that defense drop, Spirit Tomb also got about to be into crunch range, and that was kind of devastating because normally Spirit Tomb can win that scenario, but not with that defense drop.
Yeah, we can even see it was even useful for Battle, the defense drop, right? So you would think that a catch is beneficial to you, but not in that scenario.
Very tough for our good player Kaleo there. He's had a great run there though, so he can be proud of himself. And in the meantime, Pataman will be moving on, and there's going to be many other great players on the loser side of the bracket. Z-Zwalos is still in here. I believe Nighttime Clasher and Out of Pocket are playing against each other right now. So trainers all over the world, they're still in it.
Yeah, and the players that are getting eliminated, they still got top 32 in the biggest tournament of all time. And there's only 32 players that can say that, so it is definitely an achievement in itself.
And yes, if you speak of achievements, I think the one name that comes up is Pataman. He is ready for an interview with Free. Let's hear what he has to say.
Thank you, casters. I'm joined by Pataman, who you all know and love. Let's hear it for him. Pataman, you've got so many friends and family in the crowd watching. How are you feeling? You're here at EUIC, you're back on the stage. Are you hungry?
I'm so hungry. I want to win this tournament, right? Still, when I lost in day one, pretty early for what I would like to lose. Okay, yeah. So basically, I'm confident on my matchups. I think I'm more confident than yesterday, at least, because I think the way I lost it was because I wasn't really focused on my team comps and stuff. So yeah, I hope for the best, and let's see what comes.
So when you went down into the losers bracket yesterday, and you got into day 2 and you knew, what was it like yesterday evening, preparing and thinking about what you were going to do today?
Honestly, I didn't prepare anything. Just because I don't like screaming, all the screams I needed to do, I already did it. And like before the tournament, it was a mirror team and the third matches of today. So yeah, I just wanted to relax, to clear my mind, and then try to play the best today.
And you're obviously looking at so many players on the winner's side of the bracket, players that you know, that you've played against. Have you got your eyes on anyone in particular that you're really thinking they could be a scary opponent? Or do you just think, focus on my games and take it one by one?
Yeah, that's exactly what you said. I mean, I'm never scared of someone. Obviously, I have a lot of respect for every player here in the stage because everyone has a lot of level at this point. So yeah, I just want to play the best, and if I lose, I just hope it's not because I played bad or something like that.
I'm sure it won't be. Do you want to have any shout-outs to everyone that's been supporting you?
Of course, I want to shout out my girlfriend, my family here looking at me. I came with all my family, my parents, my brothers, my grandparents, my uncle, my cousin, you know. So yeah, shout out to them. Also shout out to all my friends supporting me. to the Infinity Go All-Stars team, and that's all.
Amazing. And obviously you've played in LAIC, we're here at EUIC. Do you look forward to the rest of the season, NAIC and Worlds? We're in the 30th anniversary. Are you looking forward to San Francisco?
Of course, I mean, let's see what happens, but I want to go to NAIC as well. I want to go to Worlds. I want to do the best I can, and that's all.
We cannot wait to see how far you go. Congratulations, Pataman. World Championships this year will be very exciting. We also had an exciting World Championships last year. If you missed any of the action, stay tuned.
Wow! Beelzeboy is playing out of his mind here. He is on point.
My name is Ved Bam. I go by Beelzeboy and I'm from India.
He is holding his community on his back, his friends, his dreams, and he can do it right now.
My favorite Pokemon starter is Sprigatito, because that was my first actual starter in Scarlet and Violet. Like most people, I started playing the game in 2016 when it first came out. When COVID hit, I found out about the battling feature that Pokemon GO had added, and I just hopped onto the game, and I've been playing since. My friend persuaded me to come to Japan. I hadn't qualified for the World Championships, but I really like the game. He told me to, come along. That was my first international trip. The atmosphere at Worlds was crazy. Saxon won that time. I thought, I would like to compete at Worlds someday. And I also met Aaron Cybertron Zeng, who's really cool. My friend persuading me to come to Japan and meeting Cybertron, those two are the things that got me into competitive Pokemon. There are so many great players. I mean, Dancing Rob is definitely one person that, he's the trailblazer. He's the first world champion. Like most things, it takes a while to learn, and it's not always smooth sailing. It's very important to take a step back sometimes and take a deep breath and think things over. It's best to just drink lots of water and, pause. This is my second in-person tournament. The first one I got 4th place.
He is following up his last year's world performance with the exact same dominance.
I really like Moltres. I caught it on my daily adventure in Sense. One day walking back home, I definitely had to build a team around it. I have Annihilate for opposing fighters. I have Lapras, which is the best neutral pick in the game. I was sure that this is a good team and that I have practiced well enough with it that I can play around most opposing teams. The MVP of my team was definitely Lapras. One of my toughest opponents was India's Harjev. His Annihilate was really good versus my team because I didn't have a Ghost type other than my own Annihilate, and he's a great opponent. This was my first finals on stream.
Beelzeboy has now reset the bracket.
I feel like when you're actually battling, you don't really pay a lot of attention to what is happening around you. You just focus on the battles. Most of it was the same, but lots of smoke, lots of light, and lots of people cheering.
This next game is gonna determine your Pokemon GO World Champion.
Right at the end, when I hit the Ice Beam on the Corsola,
He goes on the Ice Beam!
I knew it was done.
Absolute cinema!
The number one challenge that I set for myself this season was to make as little misplays as possible.
And how'd that go?
Well, I did make a few misplays, but I guess it balances out because I won.
He is your 2025 Pokemon GO World Champion!
My most memorable moment on the stage was definitely, walking up to the podium with the crowd cheering and then, lifting this trophy. This is the one event where I get to meet a lot of my friends. The community is really warm and wholesome and very welcoming. Thank you for all your kindness, and I'm very grateful for everything that community has helped me with.
Hello trainers, my name is Jonkis and today we are diving into the world of a not fully evolved Pokemon. Those unlikely heroes that haven't reached their final stage yet, but still have a huge role in competitive Pokemon Go. Over the years, these Pokemon have quietly built a strong reputation. Ghost types like Dusclops and Galarian Corsola were brought by its Axon and Patoman to win international championships in both America and Europe. And some not fully evolved Pokemon have even decided the biggest stage of them all, the World Championships. Lickitung has already been a vital part of 2 winning teams. First with Dancing Rob, the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion, then with Yikai0904, who also piloted another not fully evolved Pokemon, Charjabug. That little bug and electric type didn't just win Worlds, it also won multiple regional championships already and has already proven itself again in the 2026 Championship Series. So but why would trainers choose a Pokemon that can still evolve? There are 2 main reasons for that. Reason number 1, they can take hits better. A great example for this is a comparison between Charjabug and Vikavolt. On paper, Vikavolt looks stronger, with way more attack and the ability to reach higher CP that even allows it to have play in the Ultra League. But that higher attack comes with a big downside in the Great League. It pushes Vikavolt's combat points too high before it can pack enough defense or HP. The result is a glass cannon. Lots of damage, but not a lot of staying power on the field. Charjabug, on the other hand, can take those hits way better. It sacrifices some of the damage, but in exchange it becomes far bulkier, soaking up hits that Vikavolt never could. The same is true for Galarian Corsola, which steals not only the spotlight from its evolution Corsola, it is so far one of the most used Pokemon of the 2026 Championship Series. So what is reason number 2? Reason number 2 is going to be the better movesets. Sometimes not about bulk at all, it's about the tools the Pokemon has access to. A great showcase of this was Spartan L's 17's Murkrow in the Monterey Regional Finals. While both Murkrow and Honchkrow share the same fast move off-pack, their charge move options sets them apart. Honchkrow leans on moves like Dark Pulse and Brave Bird, which hit hard but take a while to reach. Murkrow, however, gains access to the moves Drill Peck and Foul Play. Both are cheaper, fast-charging moves. This lets Murkrow pressure shields, deny farm downs, and stay active throughout the battle. So not fully evolved Pokemon aren't just stepping stones. They have been proven threats that can even win World Championships. The question is now, which one will take the spotlight next? Only time will tell, but I can't wait to find out.
It's not just the Pokemon that we are spotlighting in this app. It are also spotlighting some amazing players here at the Pokemon Go EUIC. And up next, boy, do we have a champion for you.
I'm really excited to get into this next matchup. We just saw Patoman win a close one on stage. We've had so many close matches, in fact, as we make our way through this Saturday bracket. But I just want to remind everybody, only 3 trainers will make their way to Championship Sunday, where we will have the winners, losers, and grand finals.
That's right. We were on that winner side of the bracket a little bit earlier on in the day, but we have now swapped down to the loser side of the bracket, and in a double elimination tournament, that means the next loss that they have, they will be out. Patoman was able to take out Helio, and now we're going to see Beelzeboy up against August Isley up next.
I'm really excited. You and I casted August Isley yesterday, and he was very impressive. So who knows if he can stand up to the likes of these top competitors that are still in the bracket. We saw a lot of interesting plays so far today. A lot of things that we've come to expect from this meta over the hours that we've commentated, whether it be the Licky with rollouts or the Kingdras with outrages. But I'm really enjoying the skill expression here. And I mean, who better to express their skills on stage than August Isley and the world champ, Beelzeboy.
Beelzeboy kind of trademarked his name at the World Championships last year when our host Wholesome asked, is there anything you want to tell the crowd? And his humble approach was, I'm Beelzeboy. And we're about to see if he's able to keep that going here at the European International Championships. He is knocked down to that loser side of the bracket, so it still could be anyone's game. But he has fought his way through the tournament to be able to make it to this main stage. And I believe this is the first time that we're actually showcasing him is in this day 2.
I always enjoy watching top competitors in positions that are a bit unfamiliar. What I mean is, if you look at Beelzeboy's run through the World Championships, he was on the winner's side bracket going into Sunday. Patoman was able to reset it, but Beelzeboy held him off in the end. It's interesting to see a world champion fall to that loser side bracket and continue to fight their way through it. Because, I mean, he's already got the qualification. He won last year. I mean, he's probably trying to, I guess, increase his skills, maybe measure up to the other competitors, but there are a million reasons to just say, okay, well, I fell to loser's bracket, I'm done playing, but that's not the kind of player Beelzebub is. He's fought his way through. Now against August Isley, he's got a unique challenge with the double Bug Bite team. He's got, actually, Beelzebub's got Grimmsnarl and Frostlass plus Swilus.
I know, I was already looking at that, wondering what he will choose to bring out against August Isley, because August Isley is running exactly like you were saying. He's got a lot of types that he can choose between. He has one Dragon-type Pokemon, but he has 2 rollout users with Licky Licky and Dunsparce, and also 2 Bug-type Pokemon with that Spidops and that Shadow Beedrill.
Yeah, we like to talk about the double up, right? The old classic double up. Well,
classic.
How about triple dark for Beelzebub with the Grimmsnarl, Shadow Drapion, and the Swilus? Now, you and I were having this discussion, right? And players are getting set up. We'll take a minute for this side topic. We're having this discussion about Kingdra versus Swilus, the strengths, right, of each of those Pokemon. They are kind of similar. They both have Dragon Breath. You've got Kingdra with Swift, Swilus with Body Slam, and then on the right side, Kingdra with Outrage, Swilus usually with the Dark Pulse, but it can run Dragon Pulse, and it appears that this Swilus here is running the Dark Pulse for Beelzebub. Now, I think that the Swilus is a better answer for things like Drapion. It's really good in neutral matchups too, but it fears the bug types, whereas Kingdra does not.
Exactly true, and we'll have to see how they play out against each other, because they do have similar pacing to get to those Swifts and those Body Slams.
Correct.
But we'll also have to see what he wants to bring, because if Beelzebub has 3 Dark Pokemon and there's Bug type on the other side, you're at least going to bench one of them for the matchups. You could be perhaps playing an ABB or an ABA strategy where you have 2 Dark Pokemon and you're trying to lure out the Bug with one of them. We'll have to see how this champion wants to play it. And in August Isley's position, I'd say you have nothing to lose, right? I mean, you have anything to gain. If you want to be the very best, you have to beat the very best. And he's been doing a fantastic job in this tournament so far.
You know what? We've been trying to guide chat through this meta and this tournament as much as we possibly can, but I think they're ready for a pop quiz. I'd like to see everybody type in the chat which teams of 3 you would bring. If you're from Beelzebub's side, if you're from August Isley's side, tell us which Pokemon you would bring if you were in this matchup facing off against the opponent on stage. I'm really excited to go back and read some of the responses, but I will say one Pokemon we haven't talked about quite as much is actually August Isley's Furret. Now, Furret is a Pokemon that we expected to see with Quick Attack as well as Brick Break and Swift, but August Isley's running the retro set, if I may. He's got the Sucker Punch as well as the Trailblaze and Swift. So what do you think of that?
I've noticed often that though we thought that the Quick Attack Furret would be the more popular one for this meta, almost every one of them that I've seen, at least on stream, have been running that Sucker Punch for the Fast Attack.
Correct.
However, most of them are running that Brick Break, and like you pointed out, he is running Trailblaze, which is going to boost his own attack rather than lower the defense of his opponent.
Exactly right. So it's kind of more offensive oriented, a little bit more energy intensive, though. It takes a little longer to get to the Trailblaze, so we'll see if that does come up handy. But I'll tell you what, if August Isley is squaring up against any Milotic or any Seaking, he probably is very happy to have Trailblaze on his Furret.
And a lot of these Pokemon that we weren't quite expecting, like that Milotic, like you just mentioned, have been making a lot of plays so far in this condensed meta. And I'll have to wonder if we're going to see that Frostlass at all, if there are 2 bugs on the side of August Isley.
All right, we're warmed up, locked in. Let's see what our trainers decide to do. We've got your reigning world champion taking the stage here in London. He's going to face off against August Isley in an elimination matchup.
We see that Grimmsnarl immediately, and it really finds its target right away here. Kingdra immediately popping out on the side of August, swapping into that Licky Licky. One of the safest swaps and most consistent ones that we've noticed throughout. Beelzebub had the option to go for a power-up punch, which would boost his own attack, but instead going for that foul play, which does a little more damage. And as you can see, that damage sponge of the Licky Licky already down to the yellow. Beelzebub swaps in his own Licky Licky to take a Body Slam.
Yeah, Beelzebub put this opposing Licky Licky within Earthquake range if he decides to use it. Body Slam comes through. I expect another charge attack any moment here. August Isley does not want to let this energy go to waste, even though I think he's just barely outside of the opposing Body Slam range.
Going ahead and letting this go through. No shields used on Beelzebub's side. Just charging up, and I think he'll charge a little past Earthquake. Going for that charge attack priority. Great information to take away on this first one here. He does win that, and at this range, it should be enough to knock out that opposing using Licky Licky, and that's exactly what it does. Kingdra coming back in.
Absolutely calculated there. Now, just going to go ahead and sling an Earthquake, trying to trip the Richter scale, and there's no shield on the Kingdra. Licky Licky from Beezle Boy will connect, and that's half HP.
Wow, coming back in very aggressively with that Grimmsnarl to be met with a Dunsparce, and keep your eyes on it because the Dunsparce is actually not a great answer for it, and especially with Power Up Punch, which is going to be doing the boosting attack here for that Grimmsnarl, so it's going to be doing even more. Beelzebub Boy still has 2 shields to hide behind, and I think this is exactly where he wants to use them.
Just check out how Beezle Boy is managing this game. He's able to keep his Grimmsnarl either on the Kingdra or on the Dunsparce and save his Beedrill for that Kingdra in the back. I think all the pieces are falling into place for him here. Second Power Up Punch coming through. Like you said, Amanda, boosting up these Sucker Punches.
Yeah, forcing August to make a choice here and start shielding because the first boost already went through. Now a drill run again on the side of August Isley. Dunsparce wants to get that Grimmsnarl out of there, and the second shield here used up by Beelzebub Boy, recognizing that with just the Kingdra in the back, he wants to do as much damage as quick as he can, but a great combination play by August, throwing the Swift at the last second.
Excellent heads-up play. The Swift actually knocks out, or excuse me, almost knocks out the Grimmsnarl, but it does have 1 HP in the back. Beedrill, though, devours what remains of the Dragon type, and now we've got the Dunsparce facing off. I don't think it's got enough gas in the tank, Amanda. I think this is it.
Even though it was possibly going to reach out Rock Slide, not quite in time as those Bug Bites go through. Beelzebub Boy taking game number 1 with 3 Pokemon. Well, I guess the Grimmsnarl went down right at the end.
Well, no, I think it was still up. And the thing is as well that the Licky Licky had about, I'd say 30% HP. So even if Dunsparce gets past the Beedrill there, I do think that the World Champ has that one in the bag.
I know a lot of you, you and also Inadequates, are not really a big believer in Grimmsnarl, but I just think that we saw it played very, very well there. There was the option of running Power Punch, which we do see on this one, or Play Rough as one of its attacks, but mostly I'm noticing that Foul Play is always going to be a charge attack of choice.
Yeah, I think Foul Play is a staple. You get same type attack bonus on it. It's reasonably energy intensive, so you can reach it relatively quickly. But the Power Up Punch, I think, just makes you so good against the normal types. I'm so glad you brought that out. If you want to use your Grimmsnarl as a closer, I think Play Rough is absolutely the way to go in this format. But if you want to switch in mid-game, punish the Dunsparce, punish the Licky Licky, you've got to go Power Up Punch on your Grimmsnarl.
I'm actually kind of surprised to see these matchups, and I think it was just a great read by a World Champion, but there was no Bug types, even though there are 2 Bug types on August's side, and there was no Frostlass on Beelzebub Boy's side, which was kind of like interesting to me, considering that there is just really the hard counter of that Licky Licky on the other side.
Good call. Yeah, I mean, Frostlass has a couple of obstacles, the 2 rollout users, but honestly, I think that Sucker Punch Furret would be bad news bears for that Frostlass being Ice and Ghost typing. So going into battle number 2, the question becomes, August Isley made a really clever play to send in the Kingdra and Swift down that Grimmsnarl. Can he make a couple more surprising plays like that and knock the World Champ on the back foot?
Absolutely. He just needs to make some small adjustments to be able to take a game off of him. And once he takes a game off of him, then we would go to a decisive game number 3. Beelzebub Boy sitting in a much more comfortable position. But even if it is, once again, we are on that loser side of the bracket. So that means that this game still means a lot because this keeps his tournament hopes and dreams alive.
You're exactly right. And on the opposing side, right, you look at August Isley, if he loses this game right here, he's out of the European International Championships, and he's got to try again next year. So this is a really high-stakes matchup. We always talk about the loser side bracket being very fun for the viewers because it's so exciting, but it's got to be nerve-wracking for the trainers on stage.
Yeah, they're definitely under a bit of pressure, but sometimes that's exactly when people perform. This Grimmsnarl on the side of Beelzebub Boy coming out again in the lead, this time up against the Licky Licky, and it looks like August has opted for the same team, just a little bit of different positions with that Licky Licky in the front, Dunsparce in the back, still sandwiched with that Kingdra in between.
Yeah, it just shows that he thought he had the right strategy in game number 1. He's going to go right back to the well for game number 2. Meanwhile, this Grimmsnarl has not thrown a charge attack yet. We talked about this, choosing when to throw your Foul Play or your Power Punch. Beelzebub Boy is going to opt for the Foul Play first.
And this is a big call too, because since there is another rollout user in the back, August Isley is probably content to stay in here with this Licky Licky. He definitely doesn't want to swap the Kingdra in, and Beelzebub Boy is going to look like he let the Grimmsnarl go down.
Yeah, the question becomes, are you confident you can farm it down? He's going to come in with the Beedrill. Can he do it within 9 turns before the next body slam is ready? Yes, he does! Beedrill getting another KO here in game 2.
Huge counting, and this is a huge huge energy advantage, but where does that energy go when another rollout user comes in? The first charge attack going through on the side of Beelzeboy, and it looks like a shield from August Isley's side.
Yeah, I mean, you got to respect the Beedrill. It's got enough energy to deal some real damage, and like you pointed out, the rollouts are going to devastate it, so the swap comes. Beelzeboy goes to Licky Licky, but the Kingdra comes out.
Kingdra coming in now against the Licky already at the Earthquake here. One Protect Shield remaining on the side of August Isley. He knows the Grimmsnarl's out of the way, but he knows that he can also tank this quite comfortably and get a little bit of energy of his own. Now it's up to him to be able to get a little bit more, and he's going for a bait. Does Beelzeboy fall for this?
Does he call it? Does Beelzeboy call it? Does the world champ blink? No! He stares right at that Kingdra and takes the Swift. No problem at all. Body slam from Licky firing off.
He says, this thing can handle it. I think you're bluffing, and that's exactly what happened. Body slam takes out the Kingdra here, and now the Dunsparce comes in. Dunsparce has a ton of energy. Throws right before the next body slam is available. Still no Protect Shield left on Beelzeboy's side. There's 2 remaining on his side.
Yeah, but look at the knowledge of the damage calculations there. Doesn't worry about the KO. Beedrill comes in, but it's got 2 Protect Shields like you called out. So the only thing it really needs to worry about is the rollout damage. I don't know. Beedrill had a stellar KO earlier. It might pick up another one here shortly.
Going for the Felstinger, not even bothering to charge all the way up to that X-Scissor. That means these attacks from now on are going to be doing even more damage. Those bug bites are going to start to hurt, start to chunk away. Dunsparce already in the red, still a shield in play. August Isley still going for it here, wants to make sure that he's at least getting both shields off of the field.
Oh, no, absolutely. I really respect August Isley there for not shielding the Felstinger. His counts are still intact, even late in the game when everything is over. And Beelzeboy looks across the stage and says, good game. Our world champion continues his way through the loser side bracket here in London.
I know a lot of people were thinking that Spidops was going to be that bug type of choice. It is on a plenty of teams, but I've been seeing so many plays in day number 2 that is making case for Shadow Beedrill to maybe be that #1 spot, especially the people who have been using the Felstinger to really get that extra impact and be able to get them those game-winning moments.
I just can't get over the difference, right? The difference between day 1 Beedrill just getting bullied by the rollout users and day 2 Beedrill just absolutely annihilating Pokemon before they get to those charge attacks. A lot of it comes down to handling and timing, maybe a little bit extra attack on the Beedrill to make those bug bites really sting.
It's been really interesting, right? Because you see rollout and a natural instinct would be, ooh, that is going to be super effective. Maybe I want to swap out. But you see a lot of the expert trainers really maximizing the energy that they can get before swapping out, because even though it's doing a decent chunk of damage, it's only the charge attacks that do threaten the knockout.
Correct, and I think HP management was also kind of an Achilles heel of Beedrill players earlier on in the tournament, but these trainers like Beelzeboy are managing it so well that it doesn't feel like it's on the back heel, and this is just a great example of that potency of the bug bite.
Yep, not even be able to get to that body slam to chunk away, which put Beelzeboy in a great spot. Lots of extra energy on the Beedrill there, and he was just playing so masterfully, calling baits. If this wasn't Outrage, perhaps it could have been even a different story, but Inadequans did very well say it yesterday. If there is a Shadow Beedrill, there's probably a good indication because people are saving their shields for it. So if there's 2 shields on your opponent's team, there might be a Beedrill in the back.
Right, you might hear that buzzing before it even hits the field, but Beelzeboy has got to be buzzing too. I don't think there's any Beedrill here, but Amanda's convinced there are. Beelzeboy continues through the bracket after taking down August Isley. I cannot wait to see who he faces. There's a chance, right, that we might get a Beelzeboy and Pontaman matchup at some point because they're both on the loser side.
They're both on the loser side of the bracket. They're going to have to be making it all the way to the losers finals to be able to do that, because I think that they're on like separate points, but even still being able to make it so far in a tournament with this many competitors is a huge, huge accomplishment. And even for August Isley, though his tournament run is over, it was the best that he has performed on such a wide stage, and I think he's a name that people will start keeping an eye on as well.
Well, I'm excited to hear from the Shadow Steelix Stunner, the Galarian Moltres Master. This is your world champion, Beelzeboy, with Tomahawk on stage.
Okay, team, I want a warm welcome. Can we please hear it for our reigning world champion? It's Beelzeboy! Now, Beelzeboy, you've obviously just come off the back of a great win. This is your first time ever at an international championship. How are you finding London?
Oh, London is awesome. There's so many cool places here, and I got to meet so many people, you know, here for the first time. But the weather of London is a bit suspicious.
The weather is a bit suspicious, that is true.
I do like winter, but this is like, you know, double boosted winter.
And you've been able to travel the world recently playing Pokemon Go. Could you ever have imagined that a couple of years ago?
I don't really think that far, so probably no.
Well, you're doing really, really well already. Can you tell us a little bit about what your season looks like? You're obviously not playing in the ordinary European or the North American circuit. How do you plan ahead?
Honestly, like, I don't know if I'll attend more events before Worlds this year, but I would like to for sure. And yeah, this is my first IC. This has been going nicely. So let's see, maybe NAIC.
And what's it like meeting and speaking to so many people that you otherwise would never get to interact with on a normal basis?
Yeah, that's the best part of all these events, that I get to meet all of my friends, you know, once or like twice a year. And being able to attend more of these events is, you know, awesome.
And I can see, is that a Frostlass plushie you're holding? We know you brought it. Tell us a bit about your team and how you prepared for this event.
You know, just for preparing for this event, just, you know, battling with friends and looking at usage in like grassroots tournaments. And so, for example, like in my last game, my Grimmsnarl was good. So like it was kind of looking grim for my opponent. I don't know.
It was good. And is there anyone you'd like to shout out to thank for your support?
Shout out to Asim Anikor for letting me stay with him for a few days, and also shout out to Mihir for all the scrims, and shout out to all my friends for just, you know, being there for me.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
And shout out to my team. It's so cracked.
Of course. Shout out to them. Congratulations again on your victory. You've still got a long journey to go, but I've got no doubt that you have the ability. One more time, please, for Beelzeboy. Good luck for the rest of this tournament. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much. But listen, Beelzeboy, you already have a title of a world champion. You don't need to be a pun master as well. Don't try to take the only thing that I have going for me in this game.
I was going to say, he made the Grimmsnarl pun there, and I was like, that sounds familiar. Maybe the world champ was watching the broadcast, and he picked up on something
or
there.
Just great minds think alike.
Oh, yeah, it could be that as well. So I'm going to try to channel my inner world champion, see if I can compete a little bit better going forward. But for now, we are here casting EUIC. And I agree with Tomahawk. I think that he's got the ability, he's got the skills and the talent. But the problem he's going to face is that everyone else still in the bracket is here for a reason too, and he's got to get past some of the world's best if he wants to make it to Sunday.
I do love the fact that, yes, even though Beelzeboy is qualified for Worlds, that's not the only reason why you would come to compete at an international championship. There are, for other things, other prizes that you can be able to get, but you can also meet and play with so many new people.
Also, if you're here in the venue, you can do some Enamorous raids.
True, that's going on right now. So go ahead. If you guys have forgot as Pokemon Go players, I know that you haven't. Make sure to do some raids.
No, I'll tell you what. It's gonna be all of the TCG fans, all the Unite fans, all the VG fans who have Pokemon Go on their phone, and maybe they're watching out in the stands. They say, you know what? I can do some easy raids right now. So I'm sure they'll all open up their apps.
And don't worry, for those of you at home, there are some things that you can do too. If you're watching, make sure that your Twitch account is connected because we have drops this weekend. And also, we have some pretty amazing players up on screen. We've got Spartan L17 against Out of Pocket playing in Losers Round 2.
One of Mexico's best taking on one of US's best. This is going to be an interesting showcase because we have a double dragon team from Spartan L17. If I'm not mistaken, Amanda, I think Spartan is the only trainer in Saturday's bracket to have this kind of team composition.
I think we were talking about that too. It's really interesting. Not only is he a double dragon, there's also those double rollout users, which seem to be quite common. We're getting right into these battles here. We have a Spiritomb on the side of Spartan up against the Beedrill. Immediate pivot out into the Licky, and it looks like now Out of Pocket coming in with his own Licky to absorb the damage.
Yeah, staying in for a moment gave Out of Pocket not only the HP advantage, but it also means that his Lickitung can just throw straight body slams. Spartan L17 does not have Earthquake on his Licky, excuse me, so he's not going to be able to deal that hard-hitting damage he wants.
Going ahead and just charging up a ton of energy. We're about to see who wins charge attack priority, and that is going to be Spartan throwing that body slam. Still no shield from Out of Pocket side. It looked like he had tapped the Earthquake there, so no, that's going to be what is coming through.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to hit pretty hard if Out of Pocket's able to connect. Spartan L17 wants to control switch advantage, though, because he did not like seeing the B-Drill on his Spiritomb to start. So that's the first protection of the game.
Going ahead now, going for yet another body slam spam. Going through, no Protect Shield from Out of Pocket. Wants to kind of keep it because if you've noticed, those B-Drill players, they kind of want to keep it nice and protected.
Yeah.
The next body slam landing on this full health Melodic. Great catch there from Out of Pocket.
Melodic comes out. It's going to start to gather a bit of energy, but the Spiritomb comes out to answer. And again, this is all about Spartan's plan to keep his Spiritomb away from the B-Drill. Going to go for the Aqua Tail here. Out of Pocket strikes first.
Going ahead and just going and letting this go through. See how much energy just gains very, very quickly there. And now we're going to see if there's going to be another attack going through. Spartan just charging up a ton of energy. Great timing right before the next attack is available. Throwing, and will Pocket want to use any of his shields at this moment? No, content to let that Melodic go down.
It's tricky. I think he wants to farm down with the B-Drill. The question is, can he get there? This Spiritomb is only 3 or 4 Sucker Punches away, and he does get the full farm down. He's going to need it, though, because he's going to face off against 2 rollout users. Here comes number 1.
Out of Pocket, like kind of bopping his head with the B-Drill, saying extra energy, go, get that Spiritomb out of the way. Very helpful though, because though it doesn't have a lot of health, it's got 2 shields to hide behind, and look how much damage that first one does.
X-Scissor shreds through that Licky, and here comes the Dunsparce. Can Pocket get it done though, because the B-Drill is already deep into the red. Oh, shields and X-Scissor. That's a great call by Spartan.
Great call, just trying to ramp up a ton of energy. Maybe can even get the aggressive farm down there. Down goes the B-Drill. No protection left on the side of Spartan, but does have a decent amount of energy on this Dunsparce. But an Earthquake is coming through.
About midway through the game, I thought HP management would become critical, and it definitely is. Pocket's got 2 shields, but he doesn't have enough HP to get there.
Going for the charge attack here. Wants to be very careful with his timing. Out of Pocket, not super happy. He's trying to get some debating in, but he knows that this first shield is going to be crucial as the next drill run goes through.
This is actually interesting, right? Throwing the charge attack does take away the shield, but it also gives Out of Pocket another free rollout. Can this Licky actually close this out? Oh, it's a charge attack priority. Spartan is not going to win it. Pocket is going to get his charge attack.
Looks like that's another good piece of information to note down exactly what Spartan's doing. Does not win charge attack priority. Dunsparce coming back in, a little bit too much health, but there's a body slam once again loaded on the side of Out of Pocket, and that should be enough to seal the deal for game number 1.
I don't know how he did it, but that chubby Licky squeezed its way through the narrow gap to win that battle against the Dunsparce. And you can see Pocket grimacing. He's like, man, I thought I messed up there for a moment.
It's really difficult to tell when there's so much going on in such a small sliver of time and such a small sliver of health. That Licky on the side of Out of Pocket still had tons of play because there was those body slams that could go through, and there was no Protect Shield on the side of Spartan. But Spartan was hoping maybe, because even when a shield goes up, one attack goes through the shield. So he was hoping maybe even if I throw in and get the shields out of the way, those 2 could be enough to knock out the Licky in the end.
Speaking of 2, I have 2 points I wanted to make. The first is, I agree with you. I thought that Spartan was going to go for a fast attack down strategy and stop throwing the charge attacks altogether. The second point I wanted to make is that you and I mentioned a lot of trainers are saving their shields for B-Drill. Pocket weirdly did the opposite, right? He let the B-Drill take a lot of punishment. It got farmed all the way down here against the Dunsparce, and then he saved his 2 shields for the Licky. So there are rules, but honestly, guys, they're more like guidelines, right? You want to protect your Glacier Pokemon, but sometimes if you see a win condition, you got to play towards that.
Truly, though, look how close this is at the very, very end. That Licky is, I'm believing, surviving on 1 HP truly. So that was a truly, truly close matchup. And I guess, I mean, if you had to interview those players, I'm not sure that they would have exactly known either way which one of them was going to come out on top.
And that's the point too, right? Because if you're Spartan, you think back to that game number 1 and you say, I was so close, maybe just 1 or 2 fast stacks different. And I think at that point, you take confidence away from game 1. You think, okay, my strategy was really good. I almost won. How can I just refine it, play a little bit better? Slow Bro, take us in.
All right, looks like we have that Licky up against the Spiritomb now. Spartan's Licky going ahead and staying in this matchup for a little bit. As a reminder, it is running Shadow Ball, so the Spiritomb on the side of Out of Pocket has to be a little bit more wary. Tries to come in for a catch, and Spartan decides, you know what? Shadow Ball's actually the way I want to go on this Melodic anyway.
Well, the newly buffed Shadow Ball can be stacked. You can hold 2 of those, and Spartan got really close to it. He's going to fire off the first one, and the second one is ready to go now as well. Melodic firing off the Aqua Tail to try to chip down the Licky.
I like this play a lot by Spartan, getting this low so maybe he can still dictate some of that switch advantage later on. Looks like he's content to stay in and throw even another Shadow Ball, maybe force that first shield off the Pocket, but it looks like Pocket says, okay, no, that's fine, Melodic can come in. It really chipped away at you. I suppose I'm going to try to do what I can.
I noticed that theme in game number 1. Pocket is very comfortable using his Milotic as a damage sponge. He doesn't give him any protect shields. It's done a great job. Now he's able to actually bail it out with just 1 HP left. Go to the Spiritomb mirror up energy. This is looking really good for Pocket.
And actually going for the bait here. At this range, it will still do a nice chunk of damage. It could get a shield, but at the very worst case scenario, it would just get that attack debuff. It does get the shield and both, so that's still good, great for him. Spartan responds in kind as he now gets up to a Rock Tomb of his own, getting that shield back.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to equalize things a little bit here. He realizes the game's slipping away a little bit. Pocket is ahead, but look at this now. He's shielded, and he gets sucker punched down all the way for his trouble. B-Drill in the back. Licky comes right back out, though.
Going ahead and taking this, maybe hoping that the misplay there, that would be throwing something else, but no, this Rock Tomb will connect. Down goes that Licky, and now in comes the B-Drill of Spartan's own to be met with the Seeking on the other side. Now, these are going to be super effective fast attacks. Peck coming through, but B-Drill did have a small energy advantage.
B-Drill trying to heat up here. It looks like with a fell Stinger, but the Seeking's going to fire off the Icy Wind and cool it right back down. That's a +1, -1, evening out at 0 attack boost, but the shields come up regardless because the damage would be too much.
This B-Drill is the only Pokemon left for Spartan, trying to help its trainer be able to stay in these matchups in the losers round 2, but it's getting so desperately close. Fellstinger number 2 coming through. No shields remaining on the side of Out of Pocket, but he does have some Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, Pocket snatched victory from the jaws of defeat in game 1. Can he do it again here? Oh my goodness, the sucker punches are not enough. B-Drill is buzzing, and down goes Pocket in game number 2.
Wow, masterful plays from Out of Pocket. Game number 1 with the B-Drill. Spartan responds in kind, saying, that looks like a good Pokemon. Let me try it out for myself. Tying up the series here in losers round 2.
I mean, B-Drill looks like it's got drills on its hands, but they might as well have been brooms because he swept through that final trio for Pocket in game number 2. And Amanda, we got to call it out right. We have not seen a single dragon hit the field for Spartan as far as I remember.
Now, this is just so interesting to see how these two trainers want to play because they've been playing all day yesterday. Yesterday was a very long day with a ton of different competitors. These two are in the loser side of the bracket, so that means you do have to play a couple more games than you would if you were on that winner's side. So that just means, I guess, a little more experience, right? They know exactly how they want to start playing things out, and now it is down to the wire, 1-1 in a double elimination tournament.
I'm telling you, you said wire. I mean, this is like walking a tightrope on London Bridge. We had game number 1 where Pocket squeaked by with a single rollout victory, and that game number 2 where B-Drill escaped just one sucker punch short of a knockout of itself. So, I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen games this close.
And responding to your comment about the Dragons, I don't know if we'll see them in Game 3 either, especially with that Melodic. That seems to be on the field right away. It seems like it has scared away all of the Dragon types from Spartan side as this game goes on. And now a great swap by Spartan to catch this Aquatail onto his own Licky.
Yeah, great call out, Amanda. I think the Melodic is definitely keeping the Dragons at bay, but it is a neutral beast as well, and the B-Drills are on both sides for this decisive game number 3. When will we see a swap? Do we see a Shadow Ball catch? Oh, he goes for it, but he doesn't get it.
Little pause in between. Wasn't sure if he was going to throw at that exact moment, but there's so much energy on Spartan's Licky now, throwing that first body slam, and that's exactly what you're going to see thrown from this trainer. Out of Pocket does have Earthquake, but at this range, I'm not even sure an Earthquake would even get close. We're kind of stuck in this mid-game matchup once again of these Lickys sort of just trying to whittle away energy from each other.
It's really ambiguous, right? Kind of awkward, like a slippery bar of soap, but the Earthquake gets fired off anyway. The question becomes now, if the Earthquake connects here, is a rollout down possible? Spartan made the calculation, he allows it through.
Going ahead, and it looks like once again that charge attack priority, things that they took note about in game 1 that come into play once again in game number 3 here. This body slam coming through, and a quick pivot out by both trainers at the same time, but another Aqua Tail is already loaded. Does Spartan want to use it on this speed drill? He does know that there is a rollout user on the other side. No, let's that first one go through.
Ouch, that hurts quite a bit, and blink and you miss it. Milotic's got another Aqua Tail ready to go. I think you have to shield here if you're Spartan, right? Otherwise you lose the B drill.
Not only that, you lose all that energy that the B-Drill took a while to gain. Now, speaking of energy, that's great. What about raw damage at this Fellslinger? Goes through, not only gets the shield, but makes it a little bit more difficult to start chunking away, putting both of these Pokemon down into the red. Aqua Tail going through. I don't think we'll see a shield at this point.
I mean, look at the pained look on Spartan's face. He does not like this triple Aqua Tail that the Milotic has been able to pull off. Out of pocket, reaching for the V-Drill. In comes the Dunsparce. What do you think, Amanda?
I mean, on evenness, it's still in favor of the Dunsparce here, but we've seen some masterful B-Drill plays by both of these trainers, so we have to see how they will play this out. This is going to be Pocket's Fellslinger bait, which allows him to pace a little bit better, but the two rock slides are already loaded, and there's only one shield on the side of Pocket.
Exactly, so I think Pocket's only chance here is to shield one and swap. He recognizes he can't get to a switch timer in time, so he's going to lean again on his Licky and his Milotic, but can he pull off a miracle similar to game 1?
Looks like he's trying desperately to think, what can I do? Will I be able to reach an attack in time? And it looks like he throws Spartan right before the Aqua Tail is available. Out of pocket only has one shield left, and he doesn't use it here. There's just that Licky in the back, but Licky doesn't have quite enough energy at this point. One shield to go. Looks like one shield is about to be used as this rock slide goes through.
I mean, you have to, right? This is your final Pokemon. The question is, can Out of Pocket get the Dunsparce low enough to where a Body Slam with KO? Oh, the combo play! Charge attack priority it looked like, but I'm not sure. Spartan, though, is going to get the final say in this series as he holds his Fennekin close. What a game. Spartan wins 2-1.
Combo wombo at the end. If one takes the shield, the other takes the game. Huge win for Spartan from the Latin American region as he hugs it out against Out of Pocket. Both of these trainers super well known within the community. Very, very good players, and it's so exciting to see them do so well in such a big classic arena.
Yeah, exactly. This meta is so dynamic. I couldn't tell at any given moment who had the edge, right? It kind of seesawed back and forth, as I like to call it. The pendulum of momentum swung from side to side there. Pocket was so close in game 1, able to eke out the win. Spartan came back with the B-Drill and just ate through Pocket's team in game 2, and then game 3. Pocket was trying to line things up, and then Spartan comes in, slam dunk with that body slam to take it home.
It's just so difficult when you have a Pokemon like B-Drill, which we've seen so many times now from all of these like top-level competitors, because it really does need shields to hide behind. We saw how much an Aqua Tail, which truly normally doesn't do too much to a Pokemon, take a B-Drill like this down so far. So already just like using your shields on a Pokemon that doesn't have a lot of health left feels a little bit hard or feels a little bit bad. But Spartan really had the advantage here. When there's only one shield to hide behind, his B-Drill just went down and there was not enough gas in the tank to get through that Dunsparce on the side of Spartan.
Shout out to production. Sometimes I think they are reading our minds, because the first one you made, Amanda, was the Aqua Tail damage, and what's the first clip we get? That's exactly what we mean. Oh my goodness, what a close series. But right here in the final second, Pocket was trying to line things up, but it was so precarious, and Spartan says, let me give you a little push, because I'm going to make it on to losers round 3.
I know, you hear people like clutching their pearls. He clutches his Fennekin to his chest and says, oh, we did it. We're moving on in the loser side of the bracket. And that's where we're going to remain for a little bit longer, because there's still so many competitors who are trying to get that title of the European champion. But I don't know, Will. I mean, these have been some pretty fantastic games. Out of Pocket was the North American International Champion a few years ago. He's someone who is super well known in the community. He did super well in this tournament. There's so many big names that it truly still could be anyone's game.
Well, speaking of big names, I'd love to hear from one of Mexico's best. Here's Spartan L17 and Tomahawk.
Thank you very much, casters. I'm joined by Spartan, who's just taken out one of the best players in the world. That must feel pretty good. Tell us about it.
Oh, I'm still nervous. Like, it's really hard to be out here. I'm happy with the results.
You played really, really brilliantly, and for anyone that doesn't know Spartan, he does have 3 silver medals to his name: Mexico City, Monterrey, and most recently, Merida. But this weekend, you could be in with the chance of a trophy. How are you feeling?
I mean, I hope it goes by that way. My medals are from Mexico, and I really want to get something out of my country, but representing them makes me really happy.
And you've played at LAIC already. You're here doing very well at EUIC. How do you feel about limited meta formats?
Definitely very interesting. I'm having a lot of fun with this. It requires a lot of skill, and you're watching it with every player that comes up here, so I'm enjoying it.
And you've obviously got lots of people in the crowd supporting you as well. Is there anyone that you would like to shout out?
Oh, definitely my friends who came from Mexico, like Astonash, and my community, La Liga Ocelotl. If you are hearing this, hi.
Congratulations again to Spartan on that victory. Good luck for the rest of this tournament. Cheers from the crowds. Casters, back to you.
Regional pride. I think that's a lot of what's on the line here, especially for someone like Spartan. As Fareed said, all of his silver medals were in Mexico Regional, so he went out of his region, coming over here to the UK, and he's performing really, really well. But I gotta be honest with you as well, Amanda, there's still a long road ahead. That was only losers round 3, I believe.
I think it was even 2,
even
perhaps.
2.
Yeah.
And we're projecting, what, 6 or 8 rounds of losers? So Spartan's got to keep on fighting if he wants that trophy.
But he seems so positive about it, right? He's really happy to be here. He knows that he's a good trainer, but he knows that exactly, yeah, if you want to play against the very best, you maybe have to go outside of your region to see a different play style, to play against different people. Really excited for him. And I do like what he has to say about limited metas as well, because I do think, you know, it does take a lot of skill to play, or at least have a lot of different skill expression. When the field gets a little bit more narrow, the better you are with specific Pokemon or knowing specific matchups can really help. But in the same breath, I think it can really help new players like our friend Sarah that was here earlier on, because it's easier to learn a small amount of Pokemon, right? And there's not as many that you can get surprised by. I think a lot of these trainers, there's not many Pokemon that they're going to see on the field between these two, especially that it's like, oh, that was not something I was ever expecting to see in the tournament.
You make such good points. I feel like it's such a test as well. If trainers can learn brand new Pokemon faster than their peers, and you have to absorb that knowledge rather quickly. We're going to absorb these teams as fast as we can, because I think the battles are heading in shortly. Ariados. Ariados? Ariados.
I think it's Ariados.
Ariados here on Oreo's side has been really pivotal for him. It's also running a double bug charge attack set in Lunge and Mega Horn. I gotta be honest, if Mega Horn lands on 3 or 4 of these targets for Chris, it's gonna hurt.
We've been seeing quite a few of those. We saw a lot of Shadow Beedrill play in the last couple. Maybe Chris will continue this on, but I have to say, I was so impressed with Oreo and the Ariados that we saw a little bit earlier on, taking a peek at the backlines. It does look like it's there, so maybe we'll get to see it a little bit later in this game, but in the meantime, Oreo has a great lead up against the Spiritomb.
This Shadow Drapion is going to run laps around Spiritomb in terms of pacing, so I won't expect for this matchup to go on very long. Maybe shield up the first crunch, throw a rock tomb of your own, and then get out of there, but let's see what Chris decides to do.
Going ahead and just using that shield, that's exactly where you need it, because it would do a ton of damage, and getting a shield in return. There's so much actual energy on this Spiritomb here that I wouldn't be surprised to be able to do another one if he wants to use both shields. And Areo just super comfortable with this, going ahead saying, okay, if you're staying in, this matchup's fine for me. I'll go ahead and use another crunch.
Yeah, that crunch is absolutely crippling, taking that Spiritomb down to the yellow and dropping its attack, and Oreo gets the swap in and the rollout with the Dunsparce.
This was a cherry on top for Oreo, being able to catch this on another Pokemon, not having to expend another shield in the meantime, and now this Dunsparce can just get up a lot of energy. But speaking of energy, start counting those Dragon Tails.
Yeah, right? Milotic comes in. It's already got 3 Dragon Tails and an Aqua Tail ready to go, but the Dunsparce will fire off a Drill Run and try to chip away at the Pokemon here in the mid-match. Judging by the damage, this Dunsparce might need like 4 of these Drill Runs to get the knockout.
Yeah, it definitely helps when the attack has been debuffed a little bit here. Drill Run number 2 coming through. Still not enough to even threaten the red on the Milotic, and Chris just getting a ton more energy before throwing this first Aqua Tail. And it looks looks like there's going to be a no shield on Areo's side despite the energy.
Well, the question becomes, if the Aqua Tail connects, can he Dragon Tail down, or is he at risk of getting hit with the charge attack? Instead, we flip the table, Drapion comes in and throws a crunch.
I always like when Drapion kind of shrugs its shoulders like, yeah, now what? Say what? As it throws its attack, gets that last shield off of that Milotic, and now it looks like it's going for one more Dragon Tail and throwing another attack. I like this a lot. Good timing by Chris. No protection used by Areo's side, and now the last Pokemon for him is going to come back in. Oh, there's still a little bit of Dunsparce in the back. I stand corrected.
No, it's okay, but I really appreciate what you're saying about energy. That Milotic is loaded and ready to go. Instead, though, we get the Licky Licky versus the Ariados. This is going to be a little tricky, but the Body Slam actually is going to pull the shield really quickly.
Going ahead, shielding up the attack here. Ariados wants to get as much energy as possible. I do like this, going for the lunge first. Even though there's no Protect Shields, the Mega Horn would not knock out, and there's a good chance that the Licky Licky would be able to get to another attack still. So wants to make sure that attack won't be doing as much damage.
Precisely. You need 2 charge stacks anyway. Might as well debuff along the way. Body Slam coming through here from Chris LB. Ariados takes a little hit. The Dunsparce is ready. Do you see a swap?
Well, it looks like the timer could be up too for both of them. Is going to go for a swap. Great play there. I think he was hoping that he could get off charge attack, but this is perfectly content letting it go down to the Body Slam, and the Ariados still has a ton of energy and going through here, Chris says, okay, I see what you did, and you know what? Fair play. I'm going to do it back. Aqua Tail coming through on the Ariados.
Call me Blacephalon, because I am mind blown. In the middle of the Poison Sting, he switches in with the Milotic, throws the Aqua Tail, and steals away a win there in game number 1.
Ariados had a ton of energy, but in the end, it doesn't even matter if you get knocked out by a charge attack. A great play by Chris there, saying, okay, I understand that I got caught on, but now, you know what? You don't have a choice. You have no more Pokemon. You have to take this charge attack.
Exactly. Aureo tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it didn't even matter. Chris is able to take the win there decisively. The question becomes, can he do it again? Can he conjure some more magic against one of Brazil's best in his opponent across the stage?
He just needs one more win to be able to call himself at least the champion of this round, to be able to stay in this loser side of the bracket. Once again, double elimination tournaments. These trainers, this is go big or go home moments.
Honestly, Amanda, you were dialed in when you spoke of energy. The Milotic, once it got energy, it didn't matter that it was low health. It was just able to spam and spam. Look at that energy counter on the Aqua Tail. It had 2+. And I think Chris deployed all of them, but my goodness, what a sneaky play. Swapping in the Licky Licky, buying himself some time, whittling it down, being patient, and then that patience paid off when Milotic was ready to pounce.
I mean, there's just so many different ways that these players could have played it out. I think Aureo was also kind of worried about a catch of his own, right? He doesn't want to catch on a low health Pokemon and throw a Mega Horn, but that kind of reluctance near the end allowed him to be knocked out. We're hopping into game number 2.
Very similar to what we saw in battle number 1, Shadow Drapion versus the Spiritomb. I suspected that Chris would swap out earlier, but game 1, he proved me wrong. Let's see if he plays it out in a similar way.
This time, this is a crazy call by Aureo. He's going for an Aqua Tail bait, and he gets the shield. So not only does he have even more energy to throw crunches quicker, he's going to be able to throw at this almost charge attack priority.
Yeah, exactly. Spiritomb will win this charge attack priority, but the bait, it was massive by Aureo to set the pace in this lead situation. Drapion barely hangs on, but he does get off this crunch. This is going to put a dent in the Spiritomb.
The Spiritomb doesn't shield this because now the attack has been debuffed a little bit, and he knows that if Aureo stays in, he can farm down, but Aureo doesn't want anything to do with that, saying, okay, you're going to be debuffed now, let me swap in with my own Spiritomb. 2 Protect Shields, using it now because this could have been a Shadow Ball, but even still, it's a good shield, wants to keep his own Spiritomb nice and healthy.
Yeah, absolutely. This is an interesting leverage point, though, because the Licky Licky comes in, but the Spiritomb can debuff at any moment. On good timing, Aureo goes ahead, and throws the Rock Tomb. Gonna start to work away at this HP.
Goes ahead and throws ahead, and that's what he does. The attack falls on this Licky Licky. Licky Licky wants to definitely go for the Earthquake here, the heavier hitting attack, but getting that second and final shield on the side of Aureo.
Great call by Aureo. That could easily have been a Body Slam bait, which would have been a feels bad man, but instead, he's able to call it perfectly. I think the Rock Tomb might threaten the KO here, but the swap comes through anyway. Aureo sends out his own Licky Licky.
And also the patience on Chris, recognizing, I think that timer's up. I think my opponent might switch. You saw him pausing. That wasn't a game lag. That was just, okay, making sure my opponent is throwing its charge attack before I throw something silly into it.
Milotic swapping in now for Chris. This was the hero for him in game number 1, sealing it with an Aqua Tail. Can Milotic? Oh, it actually gets rocked by the Earthquake to start off this matchup. Can Milotic close it out again for him?
Milotic did such a good job in game number 1. Same kind of approach here, just getting a ton of extra energy before throwing this first Aqua Tail. This is not going to even come near threatening the knockout, but it is going to get low enough that another one should.
Second Earthquake is queued up here, but Milotic takes the charge attack priority tie. It will get to go first with its Aqua Tail. I think Licky Licky hangs on here, and it does just by a thread. And here comes the Earthquake.
Confidence of Aureo there, saying, I'm going to go for it. I got to go for the big attack no matter what. But even going for a small undercharge, knowing that it would knock out, that's almost perfect.
Whoa, coming in with the Spirit Tomb to get the Sucker Punch down. Now, 2 Pokemon with very little HP. Whoa, I don't know what happened there. Maybe trying to throw a body slam, but the Spirit Tomb's going to win the charge attack priority.
What a play by Aureo there. Undercharging, leaving just a sliver of health to be able to farm down with this Spirit Tomb. Masterful plays. No Protect Shields remaining on his side, however. Both of them were used earlier on in the game with the Spirit Tomb, and this is enough to knock it out.
Aureo grimacing. He's got 2 weak Pokemon. Comes out with the Drapion. Can it withstand the rollouts? Get the charge attack. Drapion closing in on the Aqua Tail, but can't get there.
Oh, Drapion goes down right before the Aqua Tail's loaded, giving just enough energy for Chris to throw this body slam to take game number 2.
You see the trainers talking on stage, but for right now, Chris LB's Licky Licky was able to connect with the body slam, pick up the game 2 win. And what we saw in game 1 was such a surprise, but game 2, my goodness, Chris managed that end game very well.
It was really, really well played. Also on the side of Aureo, you saw that really nice undercharge. How many times can you figure out exactly how much damage is going to go through? I would say that that was played out perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, you need to know your damage calculations, and if you're practicing against your friends or teammates, make sure to experiment, right? Try some undercharges, try to bait in different situations, and see what is most likely and what works the best. I think that Aureo had deep knowledge of his matchups, but Chris came out on top in the end.
Now, Patoman was last year's EUIC champion. Chris is Patoman's best friend. They've been training together for quite a long time, and Chris has really been starting to make a name for himself. Top cutting even this season, I think, more regional competitions than Patoman has himself. So it would be pretty cool to see him making it so far in this tournament. And I think a lot of people, you know, there's always a friendly competition between each region, right?
Sure.
You want to say, oh, you know, there's people here from APAC, there's people here from Oceania, there's people here from North America, Latin America, and Europe. Europeans want to keep this European title here.
Well, yeah.
I think it makes sense.
I think it makes total sense.
I think it makes sense.
Well, if you are a fan of LNDS Aureo, he is unfortunately eliminated from EUIC this year. But I would keep an eye out for him when it comes to NAIC in New Orleans, because he has been a force in the bracket. Chris, though, a trainer we don't talk about that much. You're right. I would say Patoman and other European trainers probably get a lot more coverage than him, but he was very, very impressive in this series.
He's so calm and collected when he plays. He's also one of our younger trainers, but I just think that gives more experience. The more that he's playing into these games, the more that he's recognizing and getting more opportunities. Really proud of how well that he's doing, and I think that he is definitely proud of himself.
There's an undercharge you were talking about on the Earthquake Spirit Tomb coming in. I'm telling you, Aureo did everything he could to try to find that win condition, but the Drapion came out, his switch timer was not up, and he could not transfer that rollout damage, so the KO came through, and the rest is history.
I think that was the biggest moment for Aureo. He was really hoping that he would be able to at least get that Aqua Tail off, maybe knock out that Licky Tongue. Could have completely changed things, just not enough health on that Drapion, but still very, very close matches.
Well, you actually described Chris as being calm, composed, and cool. But I find that a lot of these trainers, they appear that way on the surface, but inside they're just as nervous as everyone else. I'd love to hear from our winner on stage. Fareed, take it away.
We are joined by Chris, who's got a great victory there. Chris, tell us a little bit about how you're feeling.
Feeling really good, confident. There's something that I don't like at all, that I'm gonna face Leo, my best friend, and one of us has to be out. which I don't like at all. But yeah, right now feeling good. Let's see what happens.
And we've seen you so many times on the regional side. Now we're at the international stage, and you're looking at all of your friends and the fans. Who would you like to shout out?
I would like to shout out my family. I would like to shout out as well my friends. Yeah, my friends as well. I have 2 friends who came with me on the version 8. They are not here with me. They are just at the center. I couldn't get a spectator pass for them, but I'm sure they're watching me. Also my girlfriend. I love her so much. I think that's all.
One last question. What are your hopes for this season?
I would like to go for Worlds. I don't think I will win a regional champion. It's a great goal for me, but it's kind of hard. And this and Seville will be my last tournament. And I also would like to get the Travel Award this season for Worlds. But yeah, by the moment, I'm just keep going.
Listen, Chris, I think you're a great player. I think you do have what it takes to become a regional champion. Thank you very much for this interview, and congratulations on your win. If you want to know more about regional champions, Chris Reisner, he's a great one, so stay tuned.
His name into the Pokemon GO Walk of Fame. This man is on fire.
My name is Chris Reisner. I live in Dallas, Texas. I'm feeling proud of my performance, and I finally got that weight off my shoulders of winning a competition this season. If I was a Pokemon typing, I would be a Psychic type, because people say I'm pretty good at predicting what my opponents are going to run. Like a lot of trainers, I first started playing Pokemon GO, launched 2016, and then I found out you could compete in local grassroots tournaments. I was playing in tournaments all the time online, and fast forward a few years, here we are. So I've been lucky enough to win a regional in each season so far for GO. I won Milwaukee in 2022. I won Knoxville 2023. So to win the last regional of the 2024 season is a pretty cool milestone, pretty cool accomplishment to win a 3rd regional in my 3rd season. My favorite memory in general has to be winning Milwaukee 2022 because it was my hometown. I played against Dunebug in the final, who I consider the best player in the world right now. I was able to celebrate with friends and family after, and so that's probably my all-time favorite moment in this competition. I think something I've learned from competing in Pokemon tournaments is being able to accept defeat, because the reality is you're going to lose in more tournaments than you're going to win tournaments. There have been rough performances I've had embarrassing, infamous misplays on stream, and being able to analyze why did I lose, what can I improve from and get better, and try to adapt that to different aspects of your life. I feel like I've always had good perseverance, because in some of my worst performances, I've come back and I've won the very next tournament, so I'm proud of that. In terms of people I look up to in the community, I would say SJ. I really respect the way he carries himself. Elite, I look up to him very much as a battler. Soph is a great friend of mine. Soph has been an incredibly positive role model. King, Ivy, he's been a long-standing member of this community and has helped grow it in so many ways. And 2-0 Butters, really talented guy and a really stand-up individual. The number one thing that keeps me coming back to tournaments is the community. There are so many great people here. You got people of all demographics, but we all share this common love and passion for Pokemon that I'm really grateful for. And the second thing is just the love of competition. The nervous butterflies I get before a tournament, I really enjoy that as well. One piece of advice I'd give someone just getting into this, it sounds simple, but try. People here are really supportive, and there are players that have gone to 1, maybe 2 tournaments and instantly go to household names in Pokemon GO PvP.
It's Axon. Says, I'm back here in Portland.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I am from Logan, Utah. I first got into competitive Pokemon back when there was the whole pandemic, and thankfully I saw that Play Pokemon was adding Pokemon GO to the circuit, and I thought, I might as well go somewhere. I've been locked indoors so long, might as well give something a try. And because of that, I was able to put myself out there, go to the Indianapolis Regional Championship. It was the first ever one in North America for Pokemon GO. And then I ended up going to NAIC that same year because of how much fun it was the first time, and I ended up winning the North American International Championship in 2022. Earlier in this season, when I was kind of in the low, when I just went off to EUIC and went 1 and 2, traveling all the way across the seas just to come up really short, that was definitely a low for me in this season. But I had really good friends around me, people like Dunebug, my family as well, that were able to just convince me to keep on going. And fortunately, finally, at the very end, at the last second of this season here, I was able to win the final regional. I think that all the prep that I put into this regional and making sure that I didn't take anything for granted. Every single match, you play it 1 at a time. Ever since I won the World Championship, I've wanted to win something else, and I finally was able to do it.
It's Axen is inevitable. Your champion returns to the stage here in Portland and wins it all.
The team that I ended up bringing here, I think, was one of the better meta calls I've had recently. I brought Tinkaton, a new addition to the game, one of the best core breakers out there. Diggersby as well, just such a bulky monster. Lapras, it's hard to go wrong with that thing. Shadow Jumpluff as well has been proven time and time again to be one of the best Pokemon in the game. I think that the biggest pick that I brought, though, was Blastoise. This pick is something that not a lot of people saw coming. There were some matchups that I played, people didn't have a single answer for it. It was a Pokemon that really just stuck out to me when I was doing some playtesting. And because of its ability to tank charge moves a little bit better than other Pokemon in the meta, and it's so spammy, it has great rock-type coverage and normal-type coverage, it just felt like it was the right pick, and it definitely was.
It's Axen does it again, and he does it in style, in fashion, with his shiny, best buddy, Blastoise.
When I won Worlds in 2023, it was something that wasn't even on my radar. It was always a dream of mine, always a goal, but being able to actually do it was just the dream come true. If I could ever win another World Championship, I don't even know what that would feel like. At this point, it's uncharted territory for Pokemon GO to have a two-time world champion of any kind, so being able to trailblaze new ground, I think that would be breathtaking.
It's Axen is the 2023 World Champion, and he has won 2 international championships. Not this one, though. But we are at the Europe International Championship, and we have yet to crown our winner. We are now on the loser side of the bracket. This is win or you're out. My name is Martijn Versteeg. You may also know me as an Eloquence. I'm joined here by Marto Galde, and you are here in the right place for some good battles.
Yeah, we are in the biggest Pokemon GO tournament of all time, but did you know that we are also on Valentine's Day, actually? So I gotta ask this question, Martijn. Will you be my Valentine?
Yes, and I've actually written a poem for you.
Okay, let me hear it.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Jumpluff is bad, and so are you.
That breaks my heart. Okay, I don't want any Valentine.
He likes Jumpluff, I like Giratina more. That's kind of how that went. I promise we're friends, and I have nothing personal against Jumpluff except when it sweeps my team.
I think Jumpluff should be allowed in this meta. It would be a very cool pick. I kind of miss it, actually.
I really don't. But let's take a look at what our trainers have here. They're ready for our next match. It's going to be exciting for this losers bracket. I'm curious to see who we're going to have next. I believe the trainer we've seen earlier, Spartan L17 from Mexico. And we're going to have Stone Collection, a trainer from Germany who's making a pretty wicked losers bracket run.
Yeah, coming back to the stage, Spartan L17 with the win against a former North American international champion here. So he has done some warm-up, right, in the international stage. I think this is the first time we have seen Stone Collection this weekend on stream.
Stone Collection is pretty familiar with the stage, though. He is a veteran of the game. Wait, is that the Dunsparce?
Oh,
it's the Dunsparce. He's the one.
Wow, that's the first time, actually.
I've been talking about this Pokemon all day. And chat, look, as commentator, I try to be as clear as possible in which Pokemon I'm naming. So when I'm trying to say the Dunsparce, every time I say it fast, it sounds like the Dunsparce. This time, I can say the Dunsparce. Yes! Oh, no mistakes this time.
Yeah,
I'll be very clear in which Pokemon will be on the screen here. Stone Collection with the Dunsparce. It has access to Body Slam, Rock Slide, and Drill Run as charge tech. So kind of have to make a choice here. Stone Collection chose for Rock Slide. He has Dragon Tail as a fast tech to cover Pokemon like Kingdra. But here we see Shadow Beedrill from Spartan on the left, and Stone Collection opts to swap immediately into that Dragon Tail, the Dunsparce.
Right into the Dunsparce, and look at the quickness of that. The Dunsparce actually going for the Body Slam here into the Licky Licky.
The Dunsparce is not as bulky as Dunsparce or Licky Licky, though, so it won't take charge attacks as comfortably. I think that 2 Body Slams from this range might get very close to knocking out. Keep in mind that Spartan already has some energy on his Beedrill as well for later.
Yeah, he did some bug bite damage, almost half about the Dunsparce, and this Licky Licky is just absorbing energy easily and now going for the first Body Slam.
Body Slam is going to put the Dunsparce quite low. The clock is a little bit misaligned. Do we see Stone Collection swap out at some point? The timer's not up yet. We see a charge attack priority, actually.
Yeah, and I think Licky Licky can endure this. Spartan doesn't care about this and actually press for the Body Slam, so he might even take Switch advantage here.
Body slams going through. This is going to knock out the Dunsparce. If Stone Collection doesn't shield, it allows him to get a clean farm. I mean, if you look at the team from Stone Collection, he doesn't really have a hard Beedrill answer besides... Oh, but swapping into Dunsparce immediately, this counter... This Pokemon is actually much bulkier than the Dunsparce. Stone Collection a little bit surprised that the rollout went through there, looking around, but he, yeah, going for the crunch, gonna deal a good amount of damage. And now he's gonna have his Licky later for the Shadow Beedrill.
Yeah, and the defense drop is huge, because maybe now you can start going for those Aqua Tails. They're gonna do a huge amount of damage, but getting the shield here is Spartan of the Drapion, the first shield of the game.
And especially considering the pace of this Dunsparce, thrown on alignment there, giving a Poison Sting to Shadow Drapion and putting up the final protection for Stone Collection, makes the backline a little bit vulnerable to Beedrill, and the timer's almost up, so Spartan might almost be able to make a catch here. Stone Collection going for the drill run, but not before an Aqua Tail is launched, and this will knock out. If Spartan uses a Protect Shield here, yeah, he won't. It is not, because he would lose charge security again.
Yeah, the defense drop was huge there. I don't think that Aqua Tail takes it out without the defense drop. So now Beedrill is gonna come in. It's 2 shields Beedrill against the world. High octane Pokemon, but you gotta start shielding.
There's so much energy though, and this Beedrill is almost at an Axis. I believe one more bug, by the way. It already has a Fell Stinger load. There it is. In comes Licky, but Axis is gonna deal a lot of damage. This is a Fell Stinger though, and I love that play. This does about no damage, but after the attack boost and the bug bite, the next X-Scissor will actually knock out. So by doing so, you save 5 energy to get the knockout.
Yeah, Spartan definitely knows how this match goes, and he needs to shield here, I think, because that Beedrill is gonna go down and gets a shield. Now, can this X-Scissor take down this Licky? It's a very bulky Pokemon.
Let's take a look if Licky can pull through. We see that catch instead. That's an excellent play from Spartan. However, now he has cleared his attack buff.
Yeah, he has cleared that attack buff, but a lot of bug bites were putting into that Licky, and he still has a lot of energy left. I think this Licky might be in range of the X-Scissor, and Spartan is very close to the second charge move. He might have this game.
But how much energy does Shadow Drapion have? You need to have the X-Scissor here. If Shadow Drapion already has an attack, no, it's 1-up, and it's charge security. Perfect there from Spartan. He gets the charge security tie exactly at the same time this Shadow Drapion gets to an Aqua Tail.
That was precision perfect plays by Spartan. If you do one less fast attack there, you lose that game. That was perfect.
Right, but it looks like both players are discussing just a little bit. We saw Stone Collection being surprised earlier in the game about a rollout sneaking through. I mean, it's hard to time sometimes when opponents hard swap and the turns just look a little bit different from when no one is switching. So maybe that might be where the confusion comes from, but these trainers are going to discuss that and we'll see from there.
Yeah, especially the rollout animation can sometimes be a little bit tricky to throw in good timing. You think you're watching the rollout come through and then suddenly another one comes through and you're like, oh no.
It really looks funky. The way I deal with it personally is to look at my health bar, and by that I can determine better when damage is actually coming in and when I should be timing my own charge attacks against the rollout user.
Okay, I have a saying here. If I don't throw, I would not throw at bad timing. So I don't throw there and just expect my opponent to throw. So, but if they don't throw, you'll just go over 100.
Exactly, you would go over the maximum energy there. That's like not exactly helpful either, especially on Pokemon that don't have a lot of fast attack pressure. Beedrill might just get away with it for a little bit. But then again, how many times does Beedrill get to max energy?
Speaking about Beedrill, Beedrill in the end game there was absolutely huge. Spartan saving the shields for Beedrill and taking over the game. That Beedrill, even though it was against the Licky, the two-shield advantage was huge there, and we might see it again in the second game.
I just really liked that. This is the first time we have the Dunsparce, and this is actually the moment. Let's look at the moment first. This is where a rollout went through, but you can see that the damage registered, and I feel like that at that point, when the attack was thrown, yes, that's where the rollouts went through, and it's supposed to go through.
Yes.
So yeah, let's take a look again. Like what happened there exactly? Was it maybe a slow start from the Shadow Drapion?
Yeah, it is such a close call. Again, like we said yesterday, these judges are very professional and need to see second by second what happened there. Maybe slow down the battle, check every input to take a decision here. So they might take a bit of time.
Yeah, I'm trying to think a little bit.
There
Here.
we go.
Okay. Here we go again. Now I'm fully focused. So we saw the hard swap. Means it takes about, let's take a look here. We have 12 turns from the Shadow Drapion. And then yes, this makes sense. Okay. I see it. Okay. So because Stone Collection's Pokemon was knocked out, Shadow Drapion does not have a delay coming in the match. But Dunsparce was hard swapped out. That means that the Pokemon was still around that it swapped out before it came in, and that means it takes one turn. So if you go for 4 rollout, that equals 12 turns. Stone Collection is thinking, okay, if I throw exactly after 6 Poison Sting, no rollout should sneak through. But it did, and I think that is the moment that they are discussing right now. And of course, we have these judges, they know everything about the game. They'll make sure that this goes right.
Yeah, we gotta leave it to the judges, but we'll see what's the outcome of this game. But still, considering how close that matchup was, might be the difference here, right?
It could be. It was really close because Spartan had to farm energy perfectly. Now, do keep in mind that Spartan also played absolutely amazing with that catch at the very end on his own Licky, which may just have been necessary to even win that game. But with the extra rollout, perhaps Stone Collection would have been at the charge stack earlier, and then Shadow Drapion in the end game could have reached the Aquatil.
Yeah, and also, let's talk about Spartan, right? You lost the first round of the day 2 in the tournament. You had to wait a couple of hours to play again, but you broke the curse, right? You won your next round, and maybe that starts warming you up and maybe telling you like, okay, I got this. I can keep rolling and rolling down, and this might help Spartan actually clinch up the victory here.
Well, he's going to need that momentum because Stone Collection came from the loser side of the bracket, and he's been there for a while, so he's had more battles in him.
A lot of
he has
practice.
more of that momentum. Exactly. Stone Collection is not a trainer to be underestimated. And you know what kind of trainer Stone Collection also is? He's going to be like, whatever, I just run this back. It worked for me. My opponent, I don't know if he expects it or not, but we'll see just how it goes. He is sometimes a little bit careless, and careless is not exactly a bad thing in Pokemon Go, because if you can go into a match with a good strategy, no stress, you know how to play, that can really work to your advantage.
Yeah, very important to not lose your temper here. And speaking about Stone Collection, he's no stranger to the international stage. Actually, his last international was this season's LAIC, and he did a top 17 there, so he's pretty good at this international stage. But he's also known by his Samurott, and I don't think we are seeing a Samurott here.
Wait, no Hisui and Samurott when that is about his signature Pokemon? I remember that he brought that Pokemon to the 2022 World Championships. That was a meta where Water-type Pokemon, I believe it was like an Altaria Registeel meta. It was pretty tough to maneuver a Pokemon like Samurott in there, but he just showed that at the time, Fury Cutter already was spacing so quickly, and Samurott, the regular version, not the Hisuian that we've seen in this championship, with Hydro can just space so quickly.
Yeah, I can tell you the world's competitor were definitely not ready for his Samurott, but he doesn't bring it here. Let's watch again what happened.
Yeah, so you're
very
not
slow down.
So if this Dunsparce came in 1 turn later, it shouldn't have snuck this rollout, and I think that is what Stone Collection is wondering right now. Would that have changed this game? Because it even though it's only 1 rollout, it can really change the dimensions of how much can your opponent farm up in energy, how much can you farm up in energy. That alone can really change the dimension of a game.
Yeah, maybe the damage is not very important because it doesn't do a lot of damage, but it's a lot of energy.
Yes.
And that energy, 1 fast attack might get you to the charged attack before your opponent, so might have impacted the game. Let's see what the judges decide here.
You know what I'm curious about? We didn't see any Spiritomb in this match at all. Spiritomb has been in pretty much every single game. The rock typing has been so valuable throughout, not just through rollout users. But Spiritomb has Rock Tomb, and Rock Tomb is just such a strong charge stack that you kind of always want to have around.
You made a good point, but from what I've seen in this meta, you can use any single Pokemon in any single game.
Except Grimmsnarl.
Grimmsnarl has done pretty well. Like Bellsboy has piloted very well.
Okay, yeah. I mean, a world champion can make those Pokemon.
Yeah, the world champion moves, right? World champion difference.
Yes.
Yeah, this is what's great about this meta. You can use any single pick in every single game, so there's a lot of things you have to keep in mind when you build your team around it, but a lot of flexibility in here.
And I wonder which Bug-type Pokemon will come on top here, because we've seen so much Beedrill with Spidops and even Shadow Venomoth with these Zweilous. I mean, the losers bracket is being played currently. We had some matches at the tables as well, so perhaps Shadow Venomoth is still in the race too for the qualification.
I might be wrong, but I did see some competitors that had Shadow Venomoth drop, so we might not see it again. And also, there was an Ariados by Aurel,
yes,
which is also out of the tournament. I think that was the only Ariados we have seen by far. So, you know, the Bucks are narrowing down the options to only 2, right? Beedrill and Spidops.
Yeah, it's kind of just necessary to run those rollout uses. I think that they are about to get to a solution here. Let's take a look what the judges are going to decide and what this will mean for the next game, because regardless of the outcome, both trainers will have to play with new teams, or same teams if you want to, but that's up for them to decide.
Yeah, but that matchup is huge, right? You don't want to start 1-0 down, because if you... Oh, okay, so we got the decision is going to be a rematch. Start fresh, 0-0.
Yeah, so it looks like that rollout actually did make quite the impact there. That was a lot of energy. And yeah, Shadow Drapion is a Pokemon that really relies on pace. So, you know, with one rollout more or less, you might just even get to a whole charge attack there.
Yeah, and let's see if we see the rollout user come onto the second right, Dunsparce. How do you stop a Dunsparce?
Yeah, I think that one of the answers we've seen is Hisuian Samurai, but we don't see it in this match here. There is Spiritomb, and Spiritomb has a pretty decent matchup here. The thing is, the Dunsparce is more fragile than Dunsparce. Yeah, and that's we see a rock slide catch there on Licky Licky. We've seen this many times in this meta already, that the energy is caught on the bulkier Pokemon, but this allows Stone Collection to farm a little bit more energy and then potentially swap into his own, which is what he does.
Yeah, he got a catch and the sneak here, and he's actually going to throw the Body Slam here, and what he's going to do is the rollout from Stone Collection is completely cancelled, and no shield from Stone Collection.
I really like the composition that Spartan is bringing to these matches, because he's not going to bring any of his dragons. He has 2 of them, but here's the thing. You always expect the Dunsparce, and that Pokemon has access to Dragon Tail, which threaten the Dragon-type Pokemon very hard. Despite their hard-hitting charge attacks, the Dunsparce generally takes those matchups. And look at this, without Earthquake, you're just not dealing solid damage.
Yeah, and Spartan has 2 dragons, but he didn't bring any into this match, and this Licky Licky from Spartan is getting close to an Earthquake. I don't think this can take out. It's going to be very close here, but he might save the Licky Licky for later.
I think it will barely hang on to this Earthquake. Ooh. Can you store the energy? It looks like he's swapping out, not having a Body Slam yet, now swapping out with the Body Slam. Important Tito in comes Grimmsnarl though, and this is an absolute nightmare for Spiritomb. You thought Spiritomb was a scary Pokemon? Look at this, Grimmsnarl is looking like a menace and is going to devour the Spiritomb.
He's looking very green from Spartan here. Actually going to be a race to the charge attack, and the charge attack priority here are Stone Collection, knowing that he wins it.
Now, this has been debuffed, but Foul Play is the same type of attack bonus, and Grimmsnarl has a pretty high attack, so this Foul Play still going to knock out. All the energy is gone from the Spiritomb. In comes Shadow Beedrill, but it's hiding behind 2 shields, and I believe that the Dunsparce from Stone Collection only has a Body Slam stored.
Wow, this bait is huge, actually. Getting the shield, knowing that Spartan has to use one of his shields, and buffing your Sucker Punch is going to start ramping up and doing more damage, and this Beedrill is going down very fast.
Yeah, even the Dragon Tail and rollout damage from Licky Licky will really add up here. This Beedrill now is in Body Slam range. We see charge attack priority.
Oh, so risky.
That is actually crazy, because if that didn't happen, the Dunsparce would have stuck the whole attack, and that's a Fell Stinger bait.
And that's a bait and gets shielded by Stone Collection. Stone Collection is regretting that and going for a bait here for himself, and Spartan using the last shield of the game.
Yeah, Beedrill no longer has any protections, but there was another Body Slam sword. I think this Beedrill will barely hang on, but how much does Spartan have? I think he had a Body Slam sword on his Licky Licky as well.
Can you farm down this Licky Licky? Switches out with the charge attack and cannot get the fast attack down. And and Licky Licky able to get to the Body Slam is going to take the first game for Stone Collection.
There is Licky Licky. He is here to squash the Bugs, and it's successfully squashing the Bug from Spartan. Beedrill not taking this game. Stone Collection, typical, winning a game with Rock-type Pokemon at Stone Collection.
Yeah, Spartan trusting in his Beedrill, it was not enough at the end. The Grimmsnarl did so much work there, taking down the Spiritomb, taking down half of Beedrill's HP there. Proved to be not a very good Pokemon, right?
Right. Normally, I think this is one of the very few matches we've seen Grimmsnarl actually perform, but it was probably in its best matchup also. Spiritomb is a great Pokemon in this meta, but the one Pokemon it really doesn't want to see is this one right here. It's the Grimmsnarl on the right side, because Grimmsnarl has a Dark and Fairy type. It's actually the only Fairy typing in this Pokemon. And it devours the Dark type because it double resists Sucker Punch.
Yeah, this is a good call by Spartan to bait there, but it was just not enough to win the game. And the Licky Licky has so much HP left to get to the Body Slam at the end. Not even getting the rollout here was huge.
Yeah, maybe I think Paula would have thrown a Shadow Ball there.
Yeah, she's loving the Shadow Ball against the Licky Licky, but no Shadow Ball here. I mean, Spartan still has Shadow Ball in his Licky Licky, so we might see it some game.
Which Pokemon are we expecting for the next game? Spartan might have to respect Grimmsnarl just a little bit better. I mean, this might just be the reason why Stone Collection has been making that losers run. I think it's because of that, the Dunsparce having Dragon Tail, just a unique coverage, but also the pacing to compete with rollout users like Dunsparce and Licky Licky. So just a really versatile Pokemon that is just hardly countered.
Yeah, hardly countered, and Spiritomb is generally good against it, but Spartan's gonna have to consider that because he got paired against the Grimmsnarl. I think both players might be locked in here for game number 2.
We're about to find out if Spartan is going to be able to make a comeback. He needs to win the next game to stay in the tournament. It is Licky Licky versus the Dunsparce.
Yeah, I'm clueless about how this matchup goes. This is the first time we have seen this matchup all entire weekend, so it's gonna be very interesting who wins this. Licky Licky actually going first for the charge stack.
You know, Stone Collection may have just gotten this experience. I know that there was a grassroots format running where the Dunsparce was meta, actually. And just from there, maybe Stone Collection was like, you know what, I like this Pokemon, and it's viable, it's allowed in the EUIC meta. Why not? I trust this Pokemon, I know its matchups, and look at that. It might just be able to take this even matchup here, as it will win Charge Security tie, plus it will hang on to this Body Slam quite comfortably.
Yeah, it's looking really good right now, and this Body Slam might be enough to put it in another Body Slam trade. Yeah, actually, Licky Licky going for the Charge Stack priority here, but Spartan is a bit of in a deficit here.
Stone Collection has another Charge Stack loaded, so does Spartan, but the Dunsparce will win Charge Security. I will see the switch, though, into Dunsparce from Spartan. He's keeping the Charge Stack loaded on that Licky Licky while soaking damage here. The Stone Collection swap out immediately, or does he stay in? No, he goes into his Kingdra right away. And I think that's a correct call because we see in the back again the Shadow Beedrill from Spartan.
Yeah, Stone Collection doesn't know there's a Beedrill in the back, but maybe he's predicting it. That's why he's leaving his Roller User in the back. And this Kingdra is again in the bait or full send game.
Oh man, we've seen that so many times. Swift is way less energy. Spartan is someone who's been liking to call the baits. Does he use a Protect Shield here? No, he doesn't. An excellent call by Spartan, and look at his face, he knows it. He knows that was a good call.
Yeah, he calls it again, and again, he's leaving 2 shields for this Beedrill, but it's gonna be paired up against the Licky Licky. Maybe that's not what he wants.
Let's see, Kingdra still has some energy. Stone Collection used 1 protection now. Kingdra building up to 2 attacks here. And oh, we see a catch there! Stone Collection predicting that Spartan would switch with the Licky Licky, and this allows Stone Collection to get a massive rollout down. And that is the kind of problem that Beedrill has as well. Beedrill can have a lot of fast attack pressure, but it cannot take damage. And now Stone Collection is pressuring Spartan by straight up just getting energy, and that Beedrill's not going to appreciate that.
Masterful plays coming in from Stone Collection, saving the energy there, and can Licky Licky get to that extra Body Slam? Yeah, 1 HP and gets to the Body Slam. This is huge.
Let's take a look how far Spartan can take this. He has a charge attack loaded on his own Dunsparce, and keep in mind that Beedrill's still full health. He has 2 shields. This is what he preserved it for. So Collection has so much energy though. Comes in with Dunsparce, but loses Charge Security tie.
Yeah, Stone Collection knew he win that charge attack, so he just went straight for it, and does Spartan use his shield here? Yeah, he wants to get rid of all the energy of this Licky Licky.
It's the same as with Colin, where Stone Collection doesn't really catch a lot of Pokemon, so basically he just uses whatever he has, and it shows Licky Licky has higher attack than this Dunsparce, and now in comes the Beedrill, but Licky Licky has 2 charge attacks loaded. This is looking very tough for Spartan.
Tough call to make. No shield by Spartan, but there's still another Body Slam nest and another energy of that Kingdra. This is looking very bad for Spartan.
Body Slam coming through.
No shield.
Beedrill straight into the red here. You have a little bit of the Kingdra left, which almost has 3 charge attacks loaded. Stone Collection is looking undefeatable at this point. Spartan is clapping, and he knows Kingdra, Stone Collection, they got me.
Absolutely incredible plays by Stone Collection, even having 3 Pokemon left, yeah, and very dominating win here, advancing to the top 16 in the tournament.
I'm telling you, Marto, I'm telling you, the Dunsparce is the sauce. And Stone Collection, that smile, you know what that is? That's the smile of a Dunsparce user.
Yeah, that's a smile of a happy man and a happy Dunsparce
who just have won a battle.
Yeah, that was absolutely an amazing showcase by the Dunsparce. I mean, by Stone Collection, right? Of the Dunsparce.
I'm just glad that I've not been talking nonsense all day about the Dunsparce, and that finally someone showed up and proved that, you know what, maybe this Martijn guy actually knows a little bit about a Pokemon that we haven't seen as much, but actually does have utility.
it did look really good against that Licky Licky right there. The 3 body slams plus the Dragon Tails actually knock out the Licky Licky, and that's actually very useful.
Right, well, we did see Spartan catch that in the variant, but what it mainly covered was the Double Dragon. It made Double Dragon so hard to play. And look at this prediction, by the way. Stone Collection predicting Spartan would switch out on that drill run into Licky Licky.
Yeah, Spartan definitely did not expect that play. Even went for an undercharge, thinking maybe he caught it in a low HP Pokemon. I think it was the Dunsparce, and that might have cost him the game there.
And you might be wondering why Stone Collection didn't throw the charge tech into that beater, because he had so much energy there. But it didn't matter anymore because he was counting. He knew that Beedrill didn't have any energy, so you don't need to throw the Swift there. He just kept it for Dunsparce, and Spartan also counted. He knew that there were multiple Swift loaded on the Kingdra. No point to shoot at that point. The game was over.
Yeah, that was phenomenal energy management by Stone Collection, right? A lot of catches in the game, just perfectly planned, all part of the plan.
Right, well, I can't wait to see what Stone Collection has to say. Farid has him ready for an interview. I'd love to hear more about the Dunsparce. Take it away, Farid.
Thanks very much, casters. Now, Stone Collection, obviously, you've come off the back of the victory, but if you've been listening to the casters, their view is that the Dunsparce has been shining. Tell us about that pick.
The Dunsparce is amazing. It's been like, I'm usually the player that looks for neutral picks, and the Dunsparce, except I think Grimmsnarl is not that good, and Spiritomb is kind of difficult to handle, but everything else, it can, yeah, it's at least neutral. And against the Dragons, for example, everybody has a Dragon in their team, usually Kingdra, it's performing so well, it's insane.
And so many other players have chosen Dunsparce, the lower evolution of it. Are they wrong?
Yes, they are wrong, because like, the thing with the Dunsparce is it's way too slow. Like, you need 4 rollouts for the first move, 3 for the second, which is fair, but 4 for the third one, and that's way too slow. For example, I was just playing somebody who basically didn't have any Beedrill counters in his team, only Dunsparce. And yeah, what happens if I farm up and catch the move of the Dunsparce? It's way too slow to keep up, so it can't farm back again. It's yeah, that's why I like the Dunsparce. Just 3 Dragon Tails, get to the Body Slam. Body Slam is enough damage for a Beedrill, so just go with it.
So one more question about the Dunsparce. If you're talking about Dragon Tails and Body Slam for Beedrill, why do you choose Rock Slide over Drill Run?
It's for more matchups like Spider-Ups, for example. My team is kind of soft-weak to Spider-Ups, so I decided to go for Rock Slide. And if there's any other spicy picks, I've seen some bugs like Venomoth and Golisopod, I've seen some, and I was like, yeah, Rock Slide is not that much worse than Drill Run, so just go for the typing advantage. And maybe in the end game, I also one-shot a Beedrill because there were no shields in play, I think earlier this day, so Rock Slide is fine overall.
Well, that must have been pretty fun, and it looks like you're having a good EUIC so far. How is your season overall going?
Until now, it's pretty decent. I was always like a player that would perform maybe a bit above average, but this season it's been good. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the next tournaments.
Is there anyone that you would like to shout out?
Yeah, my friends that are screaming in the first row, and yeah, everybody else that's here playing, watching, spectating, everybody.
Well, it sounds like you've got some great friends. Let's hear it another time for Stone Collection. Congratulations again. Good luck for the rest of this tournament. Casters, back to you.
All right, great to hear from Stone Collection there. The way he played the Dunsparce was absolutely amazing. And there's something that I just want to highlight just another time here. We have a tool here that I can use to analyze real quick what Stone Collection did in that matchup. So we take a look real quick at the clip that we have right here. Yes, it's working, Marco. Okay. Let's take a look here. Let's see. Where do I do this? Can I do
Yeah,
this?
that's the one. Yeah.
Yes, so
Perfect.
this is sped up. Right, and so what I want to point out, the Dunsparce, right, with that Body Slam, it's an incredible Pokemon. It charges in 3 Dragon Tail, and look, this play from Stone Collection, he knew how much energy there was, right? It's important that you remember how much energy there is on your previous Pokemon, because then you can swap out and look at this. Getting the rollout down was absolutely amazing here. So,
yeah, and we have to talk about the Blaze Spartan did as well, right? One bug bite and switch to the Licky Licky. If he does 2 bug bites there, the damage of the rod is going to apply, and that Virgil was going down. So he did all the plays he needed to at the end, but there was just no way out.
Yeah, but just for just a little bit more there, we saw earlier, right? This was the one body slam, and Spartan then had to swap immediately. Was at this point where he had that body slam loaded, he kind of had to make a quick play there, right? Look, we see the body slam there, but it was just barely not enough. So just a great analysis of that, the Dunsparce here, and how Stone Collection really played that Pokemon to perfection.
Yeah, the Dunsparce was so impressive. Hopefully we'll get to see more of it, because that was very exciting. A new up-and-comer, right? Pokemon we didn't see at all at this tournament.
Hopefully we can analyze some more of these exciting moments to go a little bit more in depth on some of what is the greatest are doing amongst us, right? And these are things that you can take into the Go Battle League as well. If you haven't thought of the Dunsparce at all, Stone Collection just showed us why this Pokemon can be so good. Maybe try it out.
Yeah, maybe he wants to show the world that the Dunsparce is better than the Dunsparce.
It's gonna be very confusing.
Yeah, we gotta do like a pause.
it was just like the Pokemon Zweilous and the trainer Z Zweilous. Yeah, it's just like
there were 3 Zweilous in that game.
It's a good thing we are trained for this, right?
Yes, English is my specialty, yeah, for sure.
Let's get ready for our next match here. We have on the left King OWT, trainer from the UK. On the right, we have Nighttime Clasher, trainer from the US, and also known as our previous LAIC champion.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher still making a very deep run in the tournament. He really wants to be a back-to-back international championship, and for now, he's looking pretty good.
Yeah, he is still in the tournament losers. Round 4 is pretty far into it, but of course, Nighttime Clasher is looking to go for another trophy. Why not when you're getting this close? And on the other hand, King OWT looking for his first trophy even. He's played so phenomenal throughout this tournament, so who knows?
Yeah, and King OT, it's local here. He's from the UK, here at the Excel London, defending the region from NA, and we go straight into the first game, Spiritomb against Drapion.
This is, let's see if both trains are going to play this out, because this is actually a very important starting match. If King OWT went for an Aqua Tea here and he gets and it would get shielded, then Spiritomb would lose this. Now, Spiritomb shielded the Crunch first. That means Spiritomb can win the scenario where both Pokemon use only 1 Protect Shield.
Yeah, I would even say throwing the Aqua Tail there is probably a safe bait. Everyone shields their Spiritomb, and we see the first Rock Tomb of the game. It's 1-to-1 in shields, but this Drapion is being so fast.
Sucker Punch is even resisted, but look at the health from the Shadow Drapion. Nighttime Clasher knows the depth of this matchup to perfection, and he knows that, knowing I will win the 1 shield scenario only, but I think, and going for the Octo, I think King OWT knows that that wouldn't knock out, but just trying to get some chip damage in. This Rock Tomb is going to knock out though, and he lets go.
Yeah, but how do you take out this Spiritomb? You have a Licky Licky and the Spyro. Oh, full front down fight the Spyro.
I like this play a lot. I like to play a lot, and Nighttime Clasher does not like that play a lot. He swaps out immediately, but now it's too late. King OWT is able to get to a lunge before this Seaking is able to launch his own charge attack.
That is absolutely huge. Getting the debuff here, maybe even switching out to the Licky Licky. Yes, you switch out and you can just take the energy just fine here.
Especially after a debuff. This Ice Wind will do no damage, but gives Nighttime Clasher some momentum to think. What do I do next? Which Pokemon can I bring in? The clock is almost up, but not before this Licky Licky is able to throw another Body Slam. And I think this gets close. This might even knock out the fish Seaking.
This is going to be very close, and it's crucial if this knocks out or not. It actually doesn't take it out, but the Seaking does not get to an Icy Wind.
That's a huge play for King OWT. In comes the Spiritomb again. Can it get to a Rock Tomb? Yes, it does. This is kind of Spiritomb's strength. You cannot throw a Body Slam into this. Oh, uses a Protect Shield though.
Was that a miscount from King OWT? That's very important, because now can he swap, or he wants to swap?
The clock is up, and I love this. I love this play a lot, because what he just did was clear the debuff on that Licky Licky while storing all the energy. And Spidops, unlike Beedrill, actually has a good amount of bulk, so it's going to hang on to these charge attacks. Can it get to a lunge before the next Aqua Tail? Yes, it barely can. Just 1 turn.
Yeah, but this Milotic is being so fast. Nighttime Clasher switched first there, and this Milotic might need to shield this. Yeah, we see the last shield of the game, and Milotic is so far ahead right here.
Milotic does have the chance to farm more energy though. Your HP is depleting very quickly by taking more bug bites, and I think that you need to preserve your health because you're slowly getting into earthquake range. In fact, I think this Milotic might already be in earthquake range.
There's
the
a catch.
timer's almost up. The timer's almost up. No, doesn't hit the catch there.
Can this take out the Milotic? The Milotic is going to be very low, or even taken out. This is going to be very huge, and Milotic, 1 HP!
It hangs on. In comes Spiritomb, but I don't think it matters. Spiritomb needed to get Sucker Punch damage in. Milotic will win Charge Security ties, so it gets to fire this Aquatail off earlier. But I think King OWT, he is nodding. He knows that this is not going to knock out. Licky is a bulky Pokemon, and he takes game number 1 against the LAIC champion of this season.
1-0 against the most informed player, right? The top one in the leaderboard, the LAIC champion. That is a very nice way to start in this round.
Right, 1-0 already for King OWT. One of his best runs to date in the championship series. So great play for him. This kind of reminds me also of Hikami, right? Hikami had previously only really gone to the losers finals of many tournaments, which still is a great performance. Could be either top 9 or top 17. And then wins Liu and now top 3 at the EUIC. Some of these trainers are really having their breakout moment here.
Amazing stuff by these trainers. But let's go back to this matchup, right? We see again the Frostlass Swilo score that has not worked out that much today. Yesterday was a good showing, but today in the winner side we haven't seen it as much. And we saw there the Frostlass has Shadow Ball, and the problem is Nighttime Clasher is just bringing the water types here. You don't know, you cannot bring that Frostlass in.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher had all the answers to potential Frostlass, but I think King OWTs just never bring Frostlass into this matchup. That does make me wonder, Marto, why would you not bring Shadow Beedrill then? Because the Pokemon King OWT has to counter Beedrill. I guess he does have 2 rollout users and Frostlass. So I guess the strategy that King OWT has is basically to run Spidops while covering Beedrill as hard as possible.
Yes, but Beedrill, we have seen it. It's a high-risk, high-reward Pokemon. But if it's against a rollout user, it starts being a liability, right? So it's very risky to bring it. If you're 1-0 down in the series, do you even take that risk?
The Spidops doesn't have that problem, right? Spidops can take energy so much better, and I think everyone thought that Spidops would be the star of the show with almost no weaknesses and double attack dropping attacks. It was set to be a staple here, but it looks like everyone is rather leaning into rollout users and Shadow Beedrill. Let's see if Nighttime Clasher can make a comeback in game number 2.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher looks ready, locked in. Let's see if King OT also locks in his team right now. And we will see the Spidops again.
I definitely expect Spidops to come back. And in fact, it's going to be in the back. We have the Shadow Drapion into the Seeking lead here. The thing is, Seeking does learn Duron through an 80 charge. Yeah, watch the stream and claim the Twitch drops. But he doesn't have it here. He has Mega Horn instead. Mega Horn still hits hard, but it's not super effective.
Yeah, getting the first shield of the game here. This Seeking probably wants to debuff this Drapion. Actually builds up for the Mega Horn. So this could easily be a Mega Horn. King OT has to make a decision here.
Is he going to use a protection? Yes, King OWT is respecting a potential Mega Horn that would have dealt a lot of damage here. I would not be surprised if Nighttime Clash is going to try and catch on Licky. No, not this time. With the attack drop, Seeking is very comfortably able to hang on to this crunch though.
I think Nighttime Clash is just fine here. The debuff is huge because this crunch is not going to take it out, and now you can go actually for the Ice Wind. Doesn't even build to the Mega Horn.
I don't think this will knock out, but perhaps Nighttime Clash is just looking to set up one of his backline Pokemon because he does a Spiritomb in the back. In fact, he's bringing it in right now for an energy head start, but not before taking a parting gift in the Aquatail here from Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, quick reflexes from King OT, knowing that maybe the Sucker Punch was going to take down the Drapion. Actually, no, he even survived it, but he gets the Aquatail off and switches to the Licky, which is going to take a lot of time to get to the Earthquake.
But this is an interesting call. I think King OWT is perhaps predicting something like Shadow Drapion or Milotic in the back. We see Licky, and that's something that Spidos doesn't really want to see. So this kind of, I feel like, puts King OWT behind. But he's going for the Diabolical Bait. And an immediate no-shield while Nighttime Clasher isn't even thinking about it. And here comes a surprise, and he's like, oh, well, that's a bait. And he's looking at his team sheet, he's like, what could be in the back then? What can make me lose this? If it doesn't work once, you do it twice. But the second time doesn't work either.
He's counting. You don't fool Nighttime Clasher. The LAIC champion calls another bait, and he didn't even have the energy for the Earthquake. So Licky is going to go for another Body Slam, but this Spiritomb doesn't even care.
The Spiritomb is not even throwing any charge attacks here. At this point, it's fully loaded on energy and it still won't get bug bit down, you could try and catch as King OWT. But, oh my goodness, what happened there just now? We saw King OWT try to catch an attack, but Nighttime Clasher predicted. He read him like a book.
Yeah, it all went downhill for King OT when he started baiting with the body slams, and the Drapion is not even available for a catch here, so it's looking very dire. I don't think these Spidops can take this game.
Yeah, we're about to find out. Spidops can take some hits here, but it's not exactly a great match for the Spidops here. Taking super effective from the body slam. I think King OWT is already looking at his team sheet. Perhaps this is the moment where you prepare for your next match, or just look at some depth for damage and for future matches.
Yeah, conceding the game here, putting the phone down, going back to the drawing board, right? What's going to work for him? This Spidops was triple countered in this game, or maybe double counter, right? The Spiritomb is neutral. Do you even bring it third game? What is achieving for you?
You know what I'm thinking? There's so many normal type Pokemon. Do you think that anyone has brought Spidops with the fast attack counter to this tournament?
I mean, that's a very ballsy play. There's so much bug type. Not so much bug types, but everyone has a bug type, right? And if you have a bug type mirror, the counter is going to be so bad, especially against that Beedrill, right? It's double resisting that counter, so I don't think counter is the play here.
Counter is kind of rough to use, especially when it doesn't generate as much energy as it used to, and you still take super effective damage from rollout. It's kind of becomes, I guess, a more neutral matchup, but Bug Bite right now is just being so strong. Look at this call from Nighttime Clash. I don't think he's even thinking about it. He was like, no shield, right down energy.
Yeah, I think that bait actually makes sense, but it is very risky. I think the Spiritomb still tanks the Earthquake. Maybe that's the reason why Nighttime Clash are no shield there, or maybe even call the bait. Who knows? But that it all went downhill for King OT here, and there was no win in that game.
But this is what I mean with Spiritomb punishing normal type Pokemon so well, because Leaky needs to expend a lot of energy to do so. Dunsparce, yes, it is bulky, but when shields are up, Spiritomb just debuffs and takes less and less and less damage, while Sucker Punch damage adds up on those normal type Pokemon. Third isn't even meta right now, but when there is a third, Spiritomb eats it up.
Yeah, and talking about that Spiritomb, will that force Swilus from King OT, right? Because Nighttime is just abusing that Spiritomb left to right, and you need to stop it somehow.
Especially when Shadow Beedrill is just not coming out. The Swilus might be pretty safe to bring in too. We saw Nighttime Clash with kind of that team pretty weak to Swilus. He keeps bringing Pokemon like Spiritomb and Shadow Drapion. Swilus is a very formidable core break to that. So let's take a look how these trainers are going to adapt. Decisive game number 3. We have Dunsparce versus Seeking. We see the exact same line.
Yeah, both players' life is on the line here. So you need to win this or you go home. We see Dunsparce against the Seeking, who will throw the first charge attack. Actually, Seeking outpaces to the Mega Horn.
Mega Horn being no-shielded immediately. This is a very strong and efficient charge attack. Dunsparce is not going to appreciate that. And now, I think Nighttime Clash might be looking to try and catch a charge attack successfully on Leaky. And again, we've seen this over and over and over. Dunsparce and Leaky are just there to soak damage.
Not only that, you get a catch and the sneak. So this Dunsparce can build some energy here, but at some point it's going to be in body slam range. And switching out to the Leaky.
We do see, though, that King OWT, he left the Spidops on the bench now. Instead, he brought Shadow Drapion. And Shadow Drapion is going to be very useful for that Spiritomb in the end game here. But let's take a look if King OWT is even going to play for switch advantage here.
Yeah, and look again what's lurking in the back. That's Spiritomb. But it's up against that Drapion. Shields up. It's a bit of a iffy matchup there. And the second Earthquake lands here, and the Leaky is still very healthy.
Timer is almost going to be up for Nighttime Clash here. I would not be surprised if we see him swap out, or he could also potentially stay in to just soak damage still. Is he going in the... Yes, he's going to Spiritomb. That body slam would have dealt no damage. I don't think that King OWT cares too much about that. But now Shadow Drapion is aligned on Spiritomb. The timer is a little bit misaligned as well. Crunch is gonna come through, but not through the Protect Shield here. If this debuffs, it could be devastating for Nighttime Clash.
Yeah, instant call by Nighttime Clash. I wonder if Aquatol was the way here. 2 shields up, and the second shield of the game going down here. It's 1-to-1 in shields, but the Spiritomb, if you have shields up, it goes to town.
I just want to correct myself real quick. I said the clocks are misaligned. There's actually no clock. The clock is already up for King OWT because of the Spiritomb taking out the Pokemon earlier. So King OWT can swap at any point whenever he expects Nighttime Clash to do so as well. The clock is up for Nighttime Clasher. I'm not sure if there was energy still loaded, so You probably take the last Protect Shield here. Can you now swap in a Pokemon with energy? I know Seeking doesn't have a charge deck. Does Leaky Leaky still have some energy stored?
Yeah, you need to clear the debuff here. Actually, Nighttime is going for the aggressive switch here, and answered by the Dunsparce going for the Juron.
2 Juron will knock out Seeking, but I think Seeking might be able to get to another charge sex of its own into this Dunsparce, and then it's all in the hands of that Shadow Drapion. Icy Wind is being loaded already. Going for the charge security tie. Perfect counting by Nighttime Clasher. Looks like whatever he was writing down really helped there to count all the energy. It helps. And now let's take a look if Shadow Drapion has enough energy here to do it. That health on the Spiritomb is so much as well.
Yeah, going for the crunch here, but I feel like Spiritomb is very close to charge stack, if not ready at the charge stack. So this is going to be a race here at the end, and Spiritomb coming in. Oh, he's not there yet.
I think that Spiritomb has way too much health here, though. It's not going to get knocked out by a crunch. The thing is, Poison Sting is resisted. They're not going to add up. Spiritomb barely hangs on. Can it get to another charge stack? But it looks like it might not even... Yes, it does get to a Rock Tomb here. King OWT, what a fantastic run he had there. But Nighttime Clasher is going to take this match and loses round 4 and advances to the next rounds.
Nighttime Clasher showing the LAIC was not a fluke. He is #1 in the world for a reason here, and he keeps rolling and rolling in these tournaments.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher is just kind of giving us a lesson here. I know he gives like classes for Pokemon Go to just for people to become better at this game, and this is why. He's good. He's showing us he is good at this game.
I might take one of those classes because
you need it.
I really want to.
You haven't won this season yet.
I want to learn how to play like that. That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tomahawk UK should as well. I know he got a lot of silver medals, but you know, Nighttime Clasher, he's not about that. He's all about gold.
Yeah, he loves the gold, and he likes to take it in the region that's not an A, right? He goes to Europe, wins the Liverpool Regional Championship, goes to Latin America, takes down the LAIC, becomes the LAIC champion, and he's now in Europe, and he also wants to be the European International Champion. He wants everything.
Let's take a look real quick at an absolute genius play that we had from Nighttime Clasher. Let me get the clip up real quick here if I can find it. Yes, let's take a look at the clip that I had here. As we saw earlier in this match, let me go back just a little bit here, right? I believe there was... so what happened here is that King OWT tried to predict a catch, right? I'm going to hit play now. King OWT tried to predict that the Spiritomb was going to throw immediately. So we're going to see King OWT. He's going to swap into Spidos, then into Drapion immediately. Look at this, look at this, look at this.
Yes.
You see that? He swapped so quick there. Nighttime Clasher, he just swapped immediately. And that is kind of just an example of what mind games look like. Let's take one more look at this play here, right?
Yeah, it definitely looks like a weird play, but at that point of the match, it's kind of over. You need to pull off all the stops here, and he tried to predict the instant throw, right? Because the Spiritomb had so much energy there, but no, Nighttime Clasher just wanted to switch there.
Look at this. We see Spidops here.
Oh, throws the Spidops first, actually.
He threw the Spidops in and then swapped in Drapion immediately. This is what we call the peekaboo. If he caught there, it would have been successful. And you see the typing of the opposing Pokemon. And if you see the Pokemon you expect to come in, then you swap. If you see a different Pokemon come in, don't swap.
Yeah, that is a skill you need to develop for this game, is the quick reflexes, and that can actually make the difference in this game. And that's very hard, right? Because you know you can practice the mechanics and all that, but the reflexes are here in your brain, and you need to be really fast.
Really fast indeed. And yeah, you know, Spidops has been putting up such a show here, but I think they're kind of all falling off. Shadow Beedrill has been just such a staple. We've had quite a few losers rounds. We've had the winners bracket earlier on the day. Let's take a look at how far we are right now. And if you miss any of the action, make sure that you check it back on Twitch or YouTube. We have all the channels for it. Yes, as you can see here right now, this is for Championship Sunday, the winners finals. We're going to have Colin 6 versus Hikami. And for both of them, it's their first trophy ever.
Yeah, I cannot wait. Colin 6 showing he's one of the best Dutch battlers, if not the best of the world. And Hikami having a phenomenal season right here and continuing to dominate it, right?
Was that personal about the Dutch battle?
My personal opinion, maybe. But yeah, a lot of players drop into the loser's bracket. Actually, Colin stopping Rice from rolling, right? He looked unstoppable, but he got stopped for now.
There were a lot of trainers from all over the world in that winner's side of the bracket, but the European trainers are successfully defending home turf so far. We did see Nighttime Clasher advance. However, I believe one of the next matches we're going to see is Palasha versus Patman. That'll be super exciting. Two trainers that are friends to Spanish trainers.
Yeah, that's a very high matchup. The best players from Spain duking it out. But we also have to say, Nighttime Clasher advanced to the top 8 of the tournament right here. They're fighting for the top 8.
A lot of championship points, a lot of money, a lot of booster boxes. Nighttime Clasher is just really successful at all this.
Yeah, and you actually get more points in the top 8 than winning a regional championship. So that is huge for prizes, to travel award for Worlds, and maybe travel award for LAIC as well. NAIC,
NAIC, yes, correct. The travel award is a big pack of money that you can use for traveling there. I know that you've been hunting it. I was hunting it, but yeah, I had to win Birmingham entirely. That was pretty hard. Like, there's trainers like Colin 6, there's Maximilian. All of these trainers are so good at all of this.
Yeah, sounds like a skill issue, but just win, you know? But yeah, it is tough to win, especially in the international stage. So this is very important because this is the biggest tournament of Pokemon GO of all time, and Nighttime Clasher is securing in the top 8 in the biggest tournament. Surprise, surprise.
If you've been watching for 30 minutes, you could even get a Dugong inspired by the victory of Nighttime Clasher at the LAIC. That Dugong has access to the Charge Stack, Legacy Charge Stack, Icy Wind. So make sure that if you've been watching all up to now, you don't miss out on that. Now our next match that I was talking about, Palasha versus Patman. Two Titans. Palasha previously, she's been trying to find her form again, and you know, she was saying in her interview that she had a few tough weeks. Now she's having an amazing performance at the EUIC, and of course Patman, undeniable at this point.
Yeah, Patman, talking about inspired, right? Duo inspired by Nighttime Clasher, Nighttime Clasher inspiring trainer. You know who else is inspiring? Patman. He dropped from like round 2 in the tournament and just proceeded to win like 12 rounds in a row. I cannot even count them right now.
When I grow up, I want to be like Patman.
Yeah, me too. But we got Palasha on the other side, having a really good day. I think it's her best international championship by far. So
Actually, she got a top 4 2 years ago at the EUIC as well. Remember, because she had that Shadow Magnezone there.
Oh, that was legendary. That's true. But still, she's very happy with her performance. She wants to keep going on, and we'll see how she tackles this matchup, right? And we go straight into the first game.
Here we go. We have Shadow Beedrill into Spiritomb. We've not seen this matchup as much, but looks like Spatman wants nothing to do with that. Swaps into Seek immediately. Palasha does not know exactly what to do with that. Go for some Bug Bites and then catch the resisted Icy Wind on Milotic.
That is an amazing play by Palasha here, saving the energy, but that Beedrill took a lot of damage here. This is resisted, and this Milotic can start wrapping things up.
Patman is running 2 water type in the back here. The Sea King is now on the screen, but he also has Milotic himself in the back. So Beedrill just kind of looking neutral all across the board. I feel like this was Patman's best Beedrill answer, but maybe just looking to try and pull some shields there. The problem is he's not going to pull any shields from this Milotic here.
Yeah, this Beedrill is looking very threatening, but we need to look at the Sea King versus Milotic. Milotic actually going for the shield, not leaving it for the Beedrill.
Interesting. Despite being debuffed, now going into his own, but now we see another debuff fast here because we're going to get Wrap, and Wrap has 100% chance to drop the defense of the opponent as well. Now the timer is up. Palasha swapping into Licky Licky. This is looking quite good for Palasha.
Yeah.
The mind though, Patman does have a shield advantage.
Yeah, very fast plays by Palasha here. The debuff is actually going to be massive here because Licky Licky can just take this and maybe start going for some Shadow Balls, which is faster than Earthquake.
A Shadow Ball is going to be very useful against this whole team that has no Ghost resistance because Patman did not bring Dunsparce. Going for the Body Slam here. Maybe trying to pull a shield, but I think it's the correct play still because 2 Body Slam are needed to knock out. But for Palasha, this is a great moment to just build up energy. Spiritomb can come back any moment.
Yeah, but that's a great call by Patman. I think it's a Shadow Ball. Milotic just faints there, and Palasha getting more energy here, waiting to see the fast attack. Very smart play there.
Yeah, waiting quite a bit just to make sure that Milotic was still standing there, doing Dragon Tails, going down. Now, can you get to a Shadow Ball still on the Spiritomb. Oh, storing a body slam instead, then swapping into her own. But this allows... Oh, I think Batman was tapping a little bit off the screen. I think he tried to go for a catch, but looks like he's probably just as happy going to shield here and farm down.
Yeah, this is an interesting shield by Patoman. Can he get to the farm down? No, he instantly throws. Is that a mistake?
Yeah, I think maybe a miscount, because I think you need this energy for the Beedrill. Keep in mind that Beedrill still has some energy. That Seeking has no energy because it threw a Mega Horn at Milotic. I think Beedrill can just come in here. Patoman really needs a catch.
Yeah, and it's hard to catch against one-turn fast attack, right? And actually, Paulasha going for the bait here, and it works out.
I think even if it wasn't, if you no-shield this Fell Stinger, then you would still get Bug Bit down. Bug Bite's just going to add up a lot here. Trying to catch unsuccessfully. Paula looking up, and she knows this game is in the bag here. This is the other bug type. Charge attack X-Scissor hitting a little bit harder, and is necessary. Spiritomb goes down. Paulasha takes game number 1.
That was a very nice try by Patoman, but Paulasha just went absolutely bananas with that Beedrill.
And just look at all the splashes that they have, right? It's
the Drapion on top of the
shiny Gardevoir, third, one of her favorite Pokemon, Drapion, and then the Psyduck next to it from Patoman there. Very cool to see that some of these trainers like to be represented by or with their favorite Pokemon.
But what's the third though? She didn't bring any third.
She didn't bring any third because I think everyone just started bringing Spiritomb, just ruining the fun for Paula and her third. But I guess she's still doing fine without, so there's not a lot to complain about there.
Yeah, third was definitely talked about when the meta got announced, but as time went through, people started dropping it. So we'll see if Paulasha brings the Drapion, which is also her favorite.
Let's drop some really important knowledge here on the chat. Marto, you speak Spanish a little bit, right? What does Pato mean?
Pato is duck.
Exactly. And what kind of plushie did we see from Patoman there?
Oh, is it a duck?
It was a Psyduck!
Oh, a Psyduck might be his favorite, actually.
That's where his name comes from.
Oh, Duckman.
Yes!
Wow, that makes a lot of sense. I never thought about that.
Yeah, I mean, you only speak so much Spanish as Argentinian, of course. Yeah, but well played by both of these trainers. Very close game there. I think if Patoman just farmed up a little bit more the Spiritomb in that middle matchup, perhaps he had more energy to stop the Beedrill. Because if you hit the Rock Tomb, you drop the attack of the Bug Bite damage, and that Spiritomb just hangs on a little bit more.
Yeah, I think Patoman's composition was pretty decent at that game, right? Maybe you need to do a bit of adjustments in your plays, but the double water is looking very fine here.
Well, we're about to find out. I think maybe Patoman wants to look into bringing a rollout use, because that Shadow Beedrill being so free was pretty scary. And here, I would consider this a decent lead for Patoman. However, this Licky Licky, it's not Licky Tongue, it's Licky Licky, has Shadow Ball instead. And again, there's no normal type on the side of Patoman. I think the scariest thing about throwing Shadow Ball here is that you're afraid of a catch, but there's no normal type in the back.
Yeah, she has to be very careful. There's no Dunsparce in the back, but she doesn't know that. And actually, Patoman using the first and then going for the Rock Tomb here to win this matchup.
I don't think Rock Tomb will knock out just yet. Licky Licky will have the Shadow Ball, but it's debuff, so it won't deal as much damage as normally. We might see him try to go for a catch here, though. And Paula's playing very carefully, waiting a turn to see if Spiritomb is still there.
Paulasha is so locked in here, doing all the plays. And this Spiritomb is not going down to this Shadow Ball at an aggressive switch from Paulasha to his Spiritomb.
We're about to find out how Paulasha is going to play. She swaps into the Spiritomb. Exactly.
No.
Oh, no shields it though. That could have been a Shadow Ball.
But here comes the Milotic. It's a very bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, Milotic can take all this damage quite comfortably, even outpaces, but no, Pato is going for an entire farm down potentially. Paula was really desperate to get this charge tech off, so threw it immediately despite a shit. Oh my goodness, that does a lot of damage.
Yeah, she was predicting Pato to throw the Aquatail there, maybe expecting him, but he doesn't do it and farms out to almost 100 energy, I think.
Aquatail's coming through, and this will knock out Spiritomb. However, Paula still has 2 Pokemon there, and one of them with 2 shields.
Oh, Marto, 2 shields for the Beedrill.
We know how good Beedrill is there. Ooh, she was stepping really close to the switch. Didn't hit it, though.
She missed it.
Yeah. The thing is, in the back is Seeking, and Seeking has access to Peck. The time's not up yet, though, so Beedrill will likely get this entire farm. Oh, before the Aquatail's launched, even.
That was so close, but here comes the Seeking. Look at that Peck damage.
Do you go for the Felsting or the Ecstasy here? This is going to be a oh, the catch though! Now it doesn't matter at all anymore. Patman is like, I don't really like going for the 50-50. Let me just make sure that I'll win this game.
The EUIC champion saving his life here with the catch, and now this Seeking is going for the debuff. What does Paulasha do here?
Does it secure the match though? There's still a Licky in the back. If it has any energy at all, I think it threw the Shadow Ball pretty much right away into the Spiritomb and then switched. So perhaps there's not a lot left, but if there's any chance you can get the Seeking into rollout range, perhaps there's a chance?
Yeah, he needs the Licky, maybe a combo play here, but it's so difficult with that P.E.K.K.A. Switches for the Licky, but there's no energy there.
No energy on Licky means it's going down without doing anything there. Ice Wind's already loaded. That catch from Patoman, that's the play of a champion. Those are the trophy moves.
The trophy moves. How does Patoman do it? He has been constantly 1-0 down in the series, and he's clawing his way back into these games.
You're right. We saw him earlier today when he was on the broadcast in losers round 1 against Kaleo. And there he also lost the first game, but he came back. He reversed, swept, won the next 2 games. So maybe Patoman just kind of needs to get used to how his opponent plays. And then once he has a little bit of feeling with the matchup, he's unstoppable.
Yeah, there's a reason why he has the record for the most amount of international trophies, right? And you can see his mental is his biggest achievement, right?
Right, that is exactly what some of these trainers have. They just channel all their energy, not into emotion, not looking at the crowd, only looking at the game, looking at where they're tapping, and that way, you know, you're more locked in on the game and winning. And that catch off, disgusting, disgusting.
Patoman is so good. Look at that catch there. If he doesn't do that catch, the game is probably over. The beat will just start ramping up, and that actually won the game for him.
Well, it could have also been won on a 50-50 call if he called a Felstinger bait. but with this catch, you don't need to do any of that at all.
Yeah, but you call it a Felstinger bait, and then the bug bites just
yeah, it would have been really close regardless.
Very close game. We'll see how they adapt for the third game. Maybe a double water again. It's working out very well.
I feel like as Paulasha, this catch just hits really hard. The problem is that Paula probably was thinking to herself, I think I have this game.
Yes.
I cannot lose this. And then Patoman makes such a diabolical play. The only win condition he had maybe to win that, and it happened. That might just really get to Paulasha here. And I always say to myself and the people that I play, if one mistake is made, you get punished for it the next game. So Paulasha really needs to stay locked in for this decisive game 3.
Yeah, Paulasha needs to take a step back here, and Patoman here has the momentum, right? He won game 2. He's probably thinking, I can come back from this. I just got this game, and I can win the next one. He has won so many rounds that he definitely knows how to win in this meta.
Patoman, one of the most decorated trainers in the world, looking to win another championship there. Let's take a look again at him. We see he's Seeking in the back as well. That Pokemon has been so useful for him. It has the flying fast attack P.E.K.K.A. And we just don't really have a lot of flying fast attacks or charge attacks here at all, simply because flying type Pokemon are banned in this meta. You only have Pokemon that I can think of. You have P.E.K.K.A. on Seeking and you have Fly on Drampa.
Yeah, Drampa, what a pick, right? We have seen it
We've
so
seen
many times in the tournament, the MVP.
Who would predict something like that?
But yeah, I think Seeking, I think Patoman is so good that he's probably the best Seeking player in the tournament. He has played absolutely phenomenal.
Well, don't count Nighttime Clasher out yet, though. He's also still in, and I believe he's running a very, very similar team. Maybe 2 rollout views, but I know that they're all running that Seeking and Milotic. And Patoman, or sorry, no, Out of Pocket, he has been knocked out, but he's even overcome with his Licky, Seeking and Milotic. He overcame a double with Wild Charge, a massive core breaker to this kind of composition. So these kind of Pokemon, despite their weaknesses, are still very strong.
Yeah, these players know how to pilot this Pokemon, and Seeking is just a very useful Pokemon, right? You have the high hidden Mega Horn and also the Icy Wind. So do you shield the potential Mega Horn, which might take a lot of HP from you, right? Or do you get debuffed? It's so useful.
Right, and it's just a question, right? Which charge deck do you run? Because I think Juron has just as much utility, because you can hit super effective on Pokemon like Drop Kill. We haven't seen as much Dragology. I mean, you have Ice Wind for that as well, but Drillon hits just a little bit harder. Drillon also costs less energy while being very efficient. So, curious why these trainers have opted for that. Maybe they were expecting something like Umbreon. We saw a Belgian trainer, Kuifje, run that yesterday. Let's take a look at this decisive game number 3.
Yeah, we see, again, Licky against the Spiritomb, but I believe this Licky is running Shadow Ball, so this matchup becomes closer.
We saw earlier, Patman shielded the first charge attack here. Let's take a look how that's going to go now. Oh. Paula is always going to be afraid that a Shadow Ball is going to be caught on Dunsparce. And we see again, Patman is running double water in the back. He's playing it the same way.
Yeah, the Spiritomb user shield 100% of the time the first charge attack.
Yep.
Patman going for the Rock Tomb here to debuff the attack and make this Shadow Ball hit less hard.
Palasha does the same as well. No shielding in this Rock Tomb. Do you now go for another rollout and then a Shadow Ball? No, she's going to do it on bad timing. And the reason why is very simple. It's unpredictable. So you definitely land the Shadow Ball.
This seems like deja vu. I think I have seen this game already. Actually switching out to the Spiritomb once again and goes for the Rock Tomb. This is very annoying for Palasha.
But this time, there's no Shadow Beater on the side of Palasha. Does she shield it this time? No, she doesn't shield it again. It's definitely a deja vu. In comes Milotic, which can hang on with the energy quite well. Spiritomb will be outpaced, but look at that. Patman's again over farming. Do we shield the Shadow Ball here? Despite being the debuff, this will do a lot of damage. Probably the most damage in this game, and it goes through.
Yeah, this Shadow Ball does a lot of damage here, but this Milotic is so quick to the fast attacks. Actually, Patman getting all the energy he can get here and going for Saco Tail is going to take out the Spiritomb.
Now it comes down to her own Milotic. Can you get a Dragon Tail down here? The thing is, you are going to take some Wrap damage, and Wrap is going to debuff you for the remainder of that game. So you kind of, if you fail a catch on Licky here, you will be permanently debuffed for the remainder of this game. So Palasha is really in a pickle here.
Yeah, you don't want to shield this, and Patman might even be able to get to another Wrap. Let's see here. Actually going for the catch.
I think this might just be a waste of the Spiritomb. However, you do
Look
get
at
a
the
lot of
damage,
fast. Yeah, you do get a lot of fast attack pressure in. You cannot clear your own Wrap debuffs though when Seeking comes in here.
Every Pokemon is so low for Palasha here. How does Palasha win this game?
I think at this point Patman doesn't even throw Charge Sticks anymore.
No, you go for a straight peck, and here comes the first Wrap. No shield by Patman.
Dragon Tail doesn't have the same type of attack bonus. It won't deal as much damage on this Seeking as you can see here. Going for another Wrap. Do you shield this as Patman? Otherwise, the Dragon Tail might just add up a little too much. The timer is not up. You cannot clear the debuff. He does put up the Protect Shield, but after 2 debuffs, do you now go for the Octo? Timer is almost up. And going for the Ice Wind just to stall the clock.
Yeah, Patman wants to catch here, actually lowering the attack here. This is gonna maybe make the Wrap not take out the Seeking, but there's still a catch. Watch out for the catch. Going for the catch here. Palasha knows it. Switches to the Licky. Catches as well.
Catches, but here's the thing. Seeking's debuff has been cleared entirely. You might want to use your Protect Shield because you cannot use it anywhere else. But I think Dragon Tail adds up a little bit more. We get a simultaneous knockout. How much energy does this Milotic have? It has a Wrap. But remember that the debuff had been cleared from this Seeking Patman. He might get a little bit nervous here, but I think that Seeking might just be healthy enough for all of this.
It's coming down to fast attacks. Who can win it? It's the Seeking by Patman. It's advancing to the top 8 again.
Seeking swims to victory, and Patman, he does it again. Loses the first game of the set. Gets the reverse sweep here. 2 friends hug it out. Patman. How does he cannot keep getting away with this. How does he do it?
Patman is not human. I'm calling it right here. How does this man do this?
Teach us, senpai.
The stage, the international stage, is his stage. He keeps on winning. He has won like, I don't know, 15 rounds in a row. I don't know at this point.
I have a good amount of medals, but at this point I don't care anymore. Like, someone out there is winning trophy after trophy after trophy after trophy after trophy. It is actually crazy. Now, Patman is not there yet, but he's getting closer and closer to potentially getting 4 trophies in consecutive international championships. And keep in mind, I didn't even count the World Trophy in there too.
Yeah, and even if it doesn't get the trophy, right, he still got top 8 already. So that's like 5 top 8s in a row at an international stage. It's impossible. Like, how do you do that?
Yeah, this game was just such a close end game. I think that also makes Patman just a little bit better than some other players, that his end game is so incredibly clean. Because even though Paula has this catch, great. but you still have to use a Protect Shield because you have no health left on your Pokemon anymore.
No, he played perfectly. He did what he needed to do here to pull it off, and it came down to fast attacks. Look at this. It went so close. Look at this. 1, 2, one more fast attack.
About 1 HP and a Dream there. And you know what really put Patoman to be even in the position to do this? That catch in game number 2. On the Spirit
and his skill as well. Very skill issue.
And that kind of, you know, I don't want to stand by what I said, you get punished in the next game, because that was a really close and well-played game by Palasha. But you make a play like that, you get in the momentum to just keep advancing on it. That's what Patoman is doing here.
Yeah, and look how dominating the Spiritomb is, right? You put it in the lead, you shield the first fast attack, you start debuffing your opponent needs to switch because it's debuffed, and then you just debuff your next Pokemon and you're just fine.
We've seen so many trainers utilize many strategies here that you can use as well in the Go Battle League. Some of them are from absolute world caliber. We've seen the champion Beelzebub, and of course Patoman just now, the runner-up. Remember his name. We are going to show you a quick recap of that World Championship that both of those trainers played in. Stay tuned, we're going to get more of these wild battles.
Hello trainers, my name is Will Dunphy. Let's take a look back at the 2025 Pokemon World Championships in Anaheim, California. Pokemon like Credilli, Lapras, and Dusclops were meta staples, but picks like Galarian Moltres, Shadow Kenta Marowak, and Tinkaton set themselves apart. There were plenty of meta surprises too, like Senhudigo's Turtonator and Toedscruel, Lyle Jeffs III's Shadow Dusknoir, and Tonton Batus's Dragapult. After 2 days of extremely hard-fought battles, only Spain's Patoman and India's Beelzebub remained. These two trainers were destined to meet on Championship Sunday, in the arena, for the very first time. On a Sunday morning unlike any other, the roar of the crowd was carried onto every street corner by the soft California summer breeze. As the palm trees swayed and Pokemon fans took their seats, Patoman and Beelzebub clashed on center stage. Beelzebub struck first, and he struck ferociously, dominating Game 1 with a triple Brave Bird barrage. Patoman rebounded in Game 2, overwhelming Galarian Moltres and delivering back-to-back Sparkling Arias to knock out the Shadow Steelix. Beelzebub clamped down in Game 3 with a lights-out bait call on Patoman's Shadow Kenta Marowak, and then leaned on his mighty Shadow Steelix to win Game 4, forcing the bracket reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Patoman brought both of his Rock Tomb users to corner Beelzebub's Galarian Moltres, but the trainer from India was one step ahead.
He gets the resistant Grass Knot on his Moltres here!
Patoman's strategy unraveled completely when Shadow Steelix connected a stadium-shaking crunch onto Galarian Corsola. After stumbling in Game 2, Beelzebub unleashed his fury in Game 3, leading Shadow Annihilate for the first time in the entire series. This decision paid off, big time. Patoman's Credilli outlasted Beelzebub's team in Game 4, and the table was set for a decisive Game number 5. In the final battle of the 2025 season, Beelzebub's Galarian Moltres and Shadow Steelix shattered Patoman's shields and shredded through his Pokemon's HP. Then, with Patoman's 3 remaining Pokemon and Beelzebub's championship dreams on the line, Beelzebub turned to his final Pokemon, Lapras. Beelzebub's Lapras reverse swept Patoman's entire team, striking decisively with Ice Beam and Sparkling Aria. The crowd cheered as Beelzebub became our 2025 Pokémon GO World Champion, proudly hoisting his trophy for India.
It's Beelzebub in 2023 World Spectator! It's Beelzebub in 2024 World Competitor! It's Beelzebub, your 2025 World Champion!
Beelzebub proved to countless trainers that the key to becoming a world champion is trusting in yourself and your Pokemon. The future of competitive Pokemon is incredibly bright, and we can't wait for you to be a part of it. Visit Pokemon.com/compete, and we'll see you in the arena.
I would probably call my brother, but he's already there most likely. Then Teresa, of course, she's probably already there as well. So I guess I would call my parents. It kind of depends who's not there, but hopefully everyone who's supporting me are already there watching me. I really like Togedemaru, but recently I've had quite a liking for Marowak. I went to 19 countries last year, but I think the furthest I went was down to Argentina for the Buenos Aires special event. I think Out of Pocket is really someone who I look up to. I usually heed his advice because he's very good, very consistent, always just trying to learn from him and get a little bit better if possible. I think it's always best at the night. I feel like I get more done because I feel like the clock's coming up and I really want to go to sleep, so I'm a little bit more motivated to do my work when necessary. I think the best food is when I've won the bracket and then I can just leave around 2 p.m. and try to eat some dim sum. I think that would be probably the most optimal thing, and I don't eat breakfast so that it can taste better once I'm actually done around 2 p.m. So it's like a huge feast. I really don't like Chansey. I feel like it's super annoying and makes the games a little bit different than what I personally am used to. Also really don't want to see Furt today. I just think it's, again, very annoying to play against and pretty strong against my team. I listen to just general pop music or classical music sometimes. Just anything, whatever's on my friend's Spotify that I use, I just go with it. Mew is so much cooler. Just for the TCG, I like the cards a lot more. There's the Mew from 151, which I really like. Mew in Pokemon GO feels great too. So many moves you can try. It's just a lot of fun to play around with.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We're here once again in the Excel Center in London as we continue our coverage of Saturday at the European International Championships 2026. I am Amanda Lundberger here with Speedy's Chief 2, and that was not a mistake. Speedy, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Let me tell you about all the things. Frostless, didn't think it was that good. It's been playing kind of great. What were some other bad picks that I had? I said Melodic wasn't going to make it very far. Oh, why did I say that?
All right, everybody, I'm going to need you to leave a review for Amanda's impression of me in the chat. Let us know on a scale of 1 to 10. In the meanwhile, let's take a look at our Day 2 usage. This is always such an important graphic to talk about because Day 1, we saw Licky Licky at #1 overall. We saw a few different picks here, kind of rearranged, kind of shuffled. But I will say 2 things that have really shot up the rankings here. I don't believe Spiritomb was at 72% in Day 1, and I don't believe Milotic was at 34% either.
No, this is actually a crazy, crazy shakeup because I remember Day 1 Licky Licky was at 54%, even though it was in that top spot. Now it's in 78% in that second place. Shadow dropping in with 81, but the big one is Shadow Beedrill taking the place over Spidops as that top bug type. Spidops was 3rd before that, and now it's ranked all the way down in 8th.
That's actually a phenomenal point, Amanda. You're right on the money. I thought Beedrill was a side grade, but apparently it is the upgrade to something like a Spidops there. I think it's an offensive potency being the main reason. I know you feel validated too because you've been buzzing through tons of practice opponents in Go Battle League and in scrims.
And I was using it with Felsinger ahead of time, but I didn't realize the potency of it. I mean, watching a lot of these top-level trainers using it at Day 2 here at EUIC, I think I've been piloting it kind of wrong. I can't wait to get back to the Go Battle League and try it a little bit more because I think maybe watching these streams, I'm developing a little bit of a play style for it.
Yeah,
it's punishing.
Picking up a few notes, right? Give it some shields, avoid the rollout users, and just bug bite all the way through.
I remember I was having a discussion with our co-caster Inadequence before this tournament even started, and I said, do you know, with Felsinger, if you swap in Beedrill, you can win a lot of the 2-shield scenarios to gain back switch, and he said, you might be able to fool people for one round of it, but that's not going to continue on. Look at all of these people. Look, there's a Shadow Beedrill on the side of our world champion, Beelzeboy, but he's got to get through what I would argue is the spiciest team in this tournament, and that is of C. Leonardo.
Shadow Venomoth leads the pack here for C. Leonardo, but it's followed closely behind that Hisuian Samurott, which is the first time you and I have been able to cast this Pokemon. It looks insane, you guys. It's got Sacred Sword, it's got Icy Wind, tons of coverage, and it's fast. Fury Cutter rips through, gathers energy so quickly, and as you look at Beelzeboy's team, he does have Triple Dark, so I kind of wonder, I mean, Hisuian Samurott needs to come out every game, right?
There's some good bug-type attack there. One thing I also want to point out about C. Leonardo is that he is from this region, and he does the best when we're playing here in the UK. He recently got a 3rd place finish in Birmingham, and last season at UIC, I believe he top cut getting in 9th place. So he's ready to continue to grow, continue to improve himself here, but he's got to get past the world champion to be able to do so.
Well, I'm curious what he's going to try. I think some combination of maybe Milotic, along with the Hisuian Samurott, and maybe a safer pick. One of his rollout users, perhaps the Dunsparce, would provide the best coverage. But that's just my guess. Let's see when rubber hits the road what actually turns out. And Beelzeboy looking over the team comps as well as some of his accomplishments. Look at that.
Look, there's quite a few accomplishments for both of these trainers. The big thing that we have to note about Beelzeboy is the fact that he doesn't normally play in this type of championship circuit. So perhaps there could be quite a few more of these. You saw that he was able to get from the India playoffs to be able to compete in Worlds in both Honolulu and in Anaheim, California.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, as our co-caster Caleb famously called during the grand finals, he went from the outside to top 4 to champion in 3 years, and that consistency paid massively for him. So let's go ahead and get ready for game number 1, everybody. I think we're going to see a Hisuian Samurott hitting the field. It'll likely be in the lead, but only time will tell. And here we go.
Going ahead, see what these two trainers want to lock in. Gyarados taking us, and we have that Shadow Venomoth, a spicy Pokemon. Immediate pivot out to that Licky Licky. A good thing to note about C. Leonardo's is that is running Shadow Ball, which would threaten that Frost a little bit harder than the Earthquake. Already at the first attack from Beelzeboy, no shield from C. Leonardo, brings the Licky Licky down to a little past half health.
Very good point. In comes the Licky Licky safe switch from Beelzeboy. That body slam is going to connect into his Licky Licky. I gotta say, I mean, the Frost was a really nice lead. That Venomoth got out of there ASAP, but the Shadow Ball is not going to be any help to Licky Licky here.
I tell you, as soon as possible, maybe wasn't even good enough, but this Licky Licky's trying to do everything it can to soak up some of the damage to be able to at least chip away at the Pokemon that were coming in. We saw how pivotal it can be to get a good lineup, a good alignment, and Beelzeboy really had that at the beginning, and he's really hoping to maintain it in this matchup.
I'm not sure if this was a miscalculation or not, but a Beelzeboy throwing on charge attack priority in the mirror matchup actually gets hit with another body slam. The benefit of playing Licky Licky, though, is that it's got so much HP, you are not likely to get farmed down by anything here. So I think he's going to get all his money's worth as he fires off yet another body slam.
Going and charging up to quite a bit of energy. You could threaten here with Earthquake, would do a little bit more. C. Leonardo still has both of his shields, and he is not using it here as that first one goes through, and Beelzeboy says, okay, that's fine. There's another body slam ready to go.
Yeah, it's all about patience with these normal type Pokemon as we've learned in the EUIC limited meta, but the Venomoth is going to come out now, trying to rip down the HP and can't get the bug bite down. C. Leonardo throws his head back. That is not what he wanted to see.
He's not happy about having to take this body slam. He's not happy about the fact that this Frost Ice is most likely coming in. And blink if you miss it, because his head was up. That Licky Licky is still lurking in the back now, because Beelzeboy ended up swapping this back in. A very aggressive, almost farm down, but look at this. Able to reach an attack. Does Beelzeboy want to shield up this Frost Ice with a lot of energy?
No, I'm actually surprised. I thought you would just let it go because he does have the Grimmsnarl in the back, but our world champ does have so much energy. To your point, he wants to use some of it, and he's going to start to deploy it now.
I really like this play. If you can hide a Pokemon, you might as well try to do so. There's so much on this Frost Ice here. At least going to start stripping away the shields from C. Leonardo's Dunsparce. Beelzeboy has one more to go. I think you're right, Will. This is where he's going to let it drop.
Yeah, he thought about keeping the Frost Ice in the game, but he didn't want to push himself too far. Going to be forced to reveal the Grimmsnarl here, but it does look pretty dominant against the Dunsparce. It's got to connect at least 2 drill runs to pick up a knockout here.
One isn't going to be enough. You can see him kind of already tapping, doing the calculations in his head, recognizing that this game looks pretty good for Beelzeboy. He goes for the power-up punch. It's going to boost his attack, and not only that, there's just not a lot of health left on the Dunsparce. No need to go overboard to take game number 1.
Exactly. Sucker Punch is coming through. Dunsparce faints. Beelzeboy goes up 1-0 in this interregional rivalry. Now, I gotta say, it started with the lead. It started with the Shadow Venomoth versus the Froslass. C. Leonardo got out of there immediately. I think that Beelzeboy just really controlled the tempo of this entire game.
I mean, there are some competitors left. A lot of them, especially on the winner side of the bracket especially, are from the EU region.
Yeah.
C. Leonardo is as well, and we talked about earlier on how he does really well while playing in Europe, especially in London or the UK. Beelzeboy's just playing good wherever he goes, and he's really determined to keep proving his worth, saying, yes, I know I'm a world champion, but I'm a champion for a region. I'm coming over to your place, and I'm going to show you who's really the best in the world.
Exactly. This was the key turning point. I think that coming in, trying to get the bug bite down. That was the goal for C. Leonardo. If he's able to do that, he's got a ton more HP on the Shadow Venomoth, and he can continue to battle it out. But just absolute attrition there as the Powder Snows come through, throwing the Bug Buzz. That gets shielded too, so the bad news just did not stop.
I don't blame him for shielding that, because look how much energy was on that Frostlass. Being able to at least get a shield off that Dunsparce was very big for him overall. Dunsparce just didn't have enough health to be able to take out both of the Pokemon that were left on the field.
Exactly. Up 1-0, Beelzebub looks poised for another round win, which would push him forward to losers round 5. But C. Leonardo, like you said, just seems to reach new heights, new levels in this particular part of Europe. So let's see if he can strike back. I was honestly really surprised, and that's the key, right? As commentators, you never want to over-predict things, because then if you're wrong, you look, not that smart. But I will say that Hisuian Samurott would have been really nice in that matchup, if I do say so myself. So let's see if he brings it here in Game 2.
I didn't think Frostlass was going to be very good, and it's on Beelzebub's team. I didn't think Milotic was going to be that good, and it's on almost everyone's team. Hi, my name once again is Speediest Chief 2.
I have no words. I have no words. Chat, please give her a rating of 1 to 10. If I see any numbers higher than a 5 or a 6, I would be sad. But anyways, going into game number 2 here, we are definitely going to see a change-up for C. Leonardo. I mean, the Shadow Venomoth looks good against the triple Dark there, but Beelzebub did bring in the Frostlass and the Licky Licky, so there are some answers to it as well.
He's got to be able to do something, right? I mean, you have to shake things up a little bit. This is truly a big moment for C. Leonardo, because he needs to be able to get at least one to stay in this tournament. We are on this loser side of the bracket. There are few competitors left, but if he loses, that means he is out, and there's even fewer. It's dwindling down, and he's behind. So what do you do in moments like this? Do you kind of like steal your resolve? Do you change up your play style, or do you say, you know what? I had a plan, and I'm sticking with it.
Well, honestly, I feel like the key is to not overthink things. C. Leonardo has faced tons of opponents already in this European International Championships. He's beaten them all to get to this point with one exception, right? So he's doing something right. He's got the right team. He's got enough sauce to throw his opponents off. I think he needs to reach back into that pot and start stirring it up again. I think he can definitely get out a win, at least one of these games against Beelzebub.
And these are big moments, obviously, for these trainers, and it looks like he's going to go ahead and just let's analyze the team a little bit more. I'm glad that we have both sides up so we can see what the opponents are going to bring, because once again, this is a show 6 pick 3 tournament. That means even though you have this whole lineup, there might be a Pokemon on your team that is just not really good against the opposing team, and so it's just something that could be on the bench, but it might be really good against another opponent. You mentioned that Hisuian Samurott. Walk us through why you think it's going to be so good against Beelzebub.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Fury Cutter is going to give you a lot of fast bug-type damage into your opponent. So something like a Grimmsnarl that's not that bulky is going to get chewed up really quickly, as well as something like a Drapion. Even though those two Pokemon have subtypings that resist bug, it still will add up over time. If the Zweilous comes out, that's probably the best case scenario for something like the Hisuian Samurott. But what I really appreciate about that Pokemon is that we seem to have 2 categories of picks in this meta. We have the fast charge attack oriented Pokemon, and we have the slower setup style Pokemon. The latter being Spiritomb and Spidops. With that Hisuian Samurott, you get the best of both worlds. You get those fast charge attacks that Icy Wind is ready to go, and you get it quickly, and you can set up the rest of your team. So whether it's the lead or the swap, somewhere in this composition, I feel like Samurott's got a ton of play.
We have seen it already played and piloted by C. Leonardo a little bit earlier on in the tournament. That's helped him get so far. As a reminder, this Hisuian Samurott is running Fury Cutter as his fast attack, which is bug type, also has Sacred Sword, which is a fighting type, and Icy Wind, which is ice type, and can also debuff your opponent.
Yeah, I think the worst matchup probably for the Hisuian Samurott would be the Frostlass, but at the same time, you are Dark and Water type, I believe, so you're going to be resisting the Powder Snows and Avalanches and the Shadow Balls. So even if it's not a great spot to be in positionally, it's not that dire, right? It's not like you're being hard countered.
Yes, the two like what we're quoting as spicy Pokemon, the ones that we haven't seen very often in this tournament on C. Leonardo's team, are that Samurott and also that Shadow Venomoth. He has 2 Pokemon that are running bug type fast attacks.
Yeah.
Beelzebub has 3 dark or sub-dark typing Pokemon on his team. So you would think maybe perhaps there could be a little bit more utilization on C. Leonardo's side, or maybe he just truly thought Venomoth could sweep it all.
Well, I mean, coming into game 1, it looked like Beelzebub was ready for that approach because he not only brought the Frostlass, but also the Licky. So our trainers are going to get locked in here shortly. I think we have our battle coming up any moment now. C. Leonardo ready to go. Again, this is an elimination match. If C. Leonardo loses, he is out of the tournament for the weekend.
And Beelzebub would be so happy with this, but he wants to be able to get through this matchup. Not the greatest thing for him in the lead, but we do see him stay in and gain a little bit of energy and swap out before the body slam goes through. That's exactly what happens. Tries to catch onto his own Licky while maintaining some energy on that Shadow Beedrill.
Well, here comes Hisuian Samurott. I might not be right all the time, but a broken clock is correct twice a day at least. So we're going to see a Sacred Sword come through here from the Hisuian Samurott. That connects for a lot of super effective damage. Licky fires a body slam.
It's actually a really great swap from Leonardo because Licky has been used so often through this tournament as a safe swap or a damage sponge, as we're putting it. But Samurott's one of those Pokemon that can actually punish it with a hard-hitting, fast fighting type attack.
Exactly, and that seems to be few and far between in this EUIC meta, and it could be a real reason why C. Leonardo has progressed this deep into the bracket. He's almost got the double Sacred Swords, but finds that charge attack priority, and this is going to be devastating. I mean, yeah, I think as Beelzebub, you let this one go.
Great timing by C. Leonardo. They're just charging up a ton of extra energy, knowing it's going to be able to throw first, and then immediately swapping now back into that Licky, which has a ton of energy. Beelzebub swaps in. We see this Grimmsnarl on his team going to have to take a body slam, not bothering to use any shields yet.
I mean, check out the patience from C. Leonardo, not throwing that hard-hitting Shadow Ball when he thought he had a chance. Instead, biding his time, throwing the body slam into the Grimmsnarl, because if he would have gone with that Shadow Ball attack, it would have been resisted.
Now, Grimmsnarl is great against the Dragon-type Pokemon, but there's not really a Dragon in play for C. Leonardo, so Beelzebub is forced to shield up a body slam because there's not a lot of bulk to Grimmsnarl. Now going for a foul play, hits very hard there. That Licky is almost done, and Beelzebub, content at what the Grimmsnarl has put through, doesn't put up his last shield here, and then actually an under tap from C. Leonardo, an undercharge, and tries to go in with a snipe, but a quick pivot by Beelzebub.
First mistake, it would appear, from C. Leonardo. He fires off the Sacred Sword. No shield, a double resisted.
Oh my goodness! Did you just see both of their expressions there?
Yeah, absolutely insane. High-level plays here on stage. Milotic comes in. It's got to do a lot of work, but we saw earlier today how much damage an Aqua Tail does. It will sting.
Now going ahead, going for that Fell Stinger, just boosting it up. Now these Bug Bites are just going to chunk away even more. C. Leonardo already at Aqua Tail and actually opting to go for a wrap to lower down the defense of this Beedrill. Though its attack is high, that means that these Dragon Tails are just going to hurt even more.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, you're right. The Dragon Tail pressure now becomes a real factor, forcing Beelzebub to throw another charge attack. He does so on good timing, but this Fell Stinger will peel away the final shield. Licky's available. Maybe there's a swap down the stretch. We'll find out.
Going ahead and now trying to swap. Wow, you saw C. Leonardo waiting, doesn't bother to throw yet. Beedrill comes back in. There's an Aqua Tail already waiting for it, saying, okay, doesn't matter earlier on. That Sacred Sword was just to chunk it down. This one is for real. C. Leonardo ties up the series.
Grimmsnarl, Shadow Beedrill, and Licky were not enough for Beelzebub in game number 2. The adjustments are C. Leonardo's, and the victory belongs to him as well.
And that was a really good adjustment from him, opting to use a secondary bug-type Pokemon user with that Shadow Samurott, being able to pace quite quickly and also hit back against the Licky. Sometimes if there's a very, very safe Pokemon, being able to punish it might give your opponent second thoughts of bringing it in that same position once again.
Something we also need to talk about is the fact that Beelzebub left his Frostlass on the bench in that game. And I mean, when you consider that, I mean, he was going to go up against a Milotic, a Hisuian Samurott, and I believe the third Pokemon was Licky, right?
Yeah, sorry, I just can't get over Beelzebub. He doesn't shield, and as his hand's up, he's like, oh, that could have been an Icy Wind. And you see like the panic in his eyes. It's like, I didn't shield an Icy Wind. And then the relief when he realizes that was just a Sacred Sword.
Well, as we like to say in the community, right? Calculated. I'm sure he wasn't worried at all about that small energy difference and how devastating that could have been. But we're heading into a decisive game number 3, and I got to be honest, I don't even care if these trainers take another minute or two to lock in, because this is an extremely important match. Either the world champion is knocked out, or C. Leonardo, one of the hometown heroes, is eliminated.
He's been playing incredibly well. Not only that, he's been getting to know a bunch of members of the community more and more throughout this season by having some interviews with them, by just having some nice conversations and chats. He's been learning with champions, and he's also given a lot of us in the community chances to get to know these people a little bit better as well. So I think there's a good opportunity that these two have already had a nice conversation, maybe even about the different play styles, and that could possibly even give C. Leonardo a little bit of an advantage.
It's one of those things, right? You talk with friends and you think, okay, this is great, but then you meet them on the battlefield, so to speak, and the tension definitely ratchets up. Well, let's see what we're going to get here in game number 3. We've seen a lot of Licky Licky. I think that's definitely a safe pick. But to your point earlier, Amanda, Beelzebub's got to be thinking twice about safe switching that Pokemon in case it lines up against Hisuian Samurott again.
I think most of the time, especially if you guys have been tuning in through the whole day, you've noticed how often people are using it in that position and just how long those middle matchups usually take. Even if there's an Earthquake thrown, it doesn't even really bring it down to the yellow. I mean, if a Pokemon is still in the green after a big attack has been thrown at it, that does maybe show that it has a bit of bulk behind it.
Yeah, that Pokemon is just built different, right? And we do have some bulky normal types in this EUIC meta, which provides so much balance to counteract a lot of these more potent picks like Kingdra, Beedrill, and the like. We're getting ready here, everybody. I think we're locked in and ready to throw down for game number 3. Let's see what we get in the lead.
Yeah, we saw the thumbs up. We're ready for this decisive game 3 of who will continue on in the loser side of the bracket here at the 2026 European International Championship. We have that Grimmsnarl up against the Dunsparce. It's more favorable for the Grimmsnarl. However, Dunsparce can hit back with these drill runs.
Look at how critical controlling switch advantage is. We don't see that very often in this format, but I gotta say, if Beelzebub lines up his Beedrill versus the Samurott, it could be bad news for C. Leonardo. This lead matters a lot.
Going ahead, this drill run will connect. No Protect Shield used on the first one. Both of these trainers very locked in. They know that this is the moment. This is what it all will boil down to. And it looks like still using that Licky Licky to absorb some energy here. The Dunsparce comes in, is going to be able to throw this Rock Slide, and Licky Licky takes it on the chin.
Ooh, pivoting into the Hisuian Samurott just like game number 2. C. Leonardo has already chipped down this normal type Pokemon. I think he snipped out the Charge Attack priority tie again, and is going to punish this normal type with a Sacred Sword.
If you're looking at the backline now, it got even worse for Beelzebub instead of C. Leonardo, because now that the Samurott is here, there's a rollout user left for C. Leonardo, and oh, I wonder what's in the back. It's another rollout user. And both of them are going to be able to get to some attacks fairly easy, and there's only 2 shields on the side of Beelzebub. You can only have 2 shields per game.
And speaking of 2 shields, I wonder if you use one here. C. Leonardo seems to agree. He looks for the Fury Cutter down, but the swap comes in. Out comes the Beedrill, but the Icy Wind is just there in time for C. Leonardo and his Hisuian Samurott.
I tell you what, last time he didn't shield it. This time he's like, you know what? It's actually probably that Icy Wind. I will go ahead, use the shield. Down goes Hisuian Samurott. Blink if you missed it. He actually swapped out into this Licky Licky and throwing this first Body Slam. Only 1 Protect Shield left on the side of Beelzebub, and it looks like he is not going to use it on that first attack.
I wonder if the Beedrill can tank it. I mean, I wonder if you can get up to 2x Scissors, because I think that's the play. Gonna throw the first one here. C. Leonardo does not shield, trusting in his Licky Licky.
Deciding that, yes, even if it is an X Scissor, it's not going to knock out. That's exactly what happened, and he's getting outpaced. This Body Slam, number 2 going through, getting the last Protect Shield off of our world champion here. There is Beedrill with just a little bit left.
He only has time for 4 Bug Bites, but he swaps that into the Grimmsnarl. Don't forget about it, everybody. He has a power-up punch locked, loaded, and ready to deploy. Licky Licky does use the final shield.
Going ahead and just punching his way through, hoping to ramp up energy, hoping to do something, soaring up a little bit more. Oh, but the Samurott is not able to get to an attack. This could be very bad because Rollout does not have a lot of pressure. Another power-up punch coming through.
Grimmsnarl just won't go away, and neither will Beelzebub. He's going to pick up a KO on the Dunsparce, and I think Grimmsnarl will get the job done. Down goes Licky Licky.
Grimmsnarl says, I got your back, Beedrill. I got your back, Beelzebub. And he takes the game. He takes the series. He continues on in EUIC.
I really thought the Hisuian Samurott could get it done. I really thought the Fury Cutters would be that shining light, that spark of hope that C. Leonardo needed. But Beelzebub was just too strong, and the Grimmsnarl too stubborn.
Absolutely incredibly close matchups that felt like it could have gone either way at multiple points in those matchups. C. Leonardo played that absolutely fantastically, also recognizing that Beelzebub was sort of leaning on that Shadow Beedrill, and he was just trying to use anything that he could in his arsenal. He's like, okay, I'm going to use that to fast attack rollout. It's going to be super effective. I'm going to just spam attacks at it, but in the end, Grimmsnarl just being able to tank a little bit more from those rollout users really, really helped Beelzebub. I think that it was a good tag team effort from his Pokemon.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that felt like a movie where the first 3 quarters went by flying, and then the final act took forever. That Grimmsnarl just refused to come off the field. Great shield call, like you pointed out, Amanda, with that icy wind, but Beedrill, after it was hobbled, just could not get it done.
It was very, very difficult, I think, and especially when you use your shields on such a low health Pokemon, like right here in this instance, but both of them just have such quick reflexes, recognizing when their opponent was going to swap, recognizing what exactly they needed to do to win, and this Grimmsnarl just having this health, just surviving by this amount right there was the push that it needed to give Beelzebub that win in that second or third matchup.
Yeah, Grimmsnarl sweeping all 3 of those Pokemon from C. Leonardo, even the Pokemon it feared in that Hisuian Samurott. So again, in competitive Pokemon Go, the typings are important, but everything does at least a little bit of damage, and you can find some really wild and unconventional win conditions.
And the thing about Grimmsnarl is it was one of those Pokemon that almost blink and you miss it. It wasn't there for very long. So the fact that a lot of trainers were at some events and they were able to gather them and then try them out with their friends. This is the first time I've really seen Grimmsnarl in a competitive format, and it's very exciting to get to see some different types of Pokemon. I will say after this weekend, you know, maybe we won't see it as often anymore. So really, if you're a fan, get your fill of it now.
Yeah, seriously, that was during the Las Vegas Go Wild event, right? So, well, the same weekend as the Las Vegas Regionals. So you and I had a chance to grab a few of those. And I'm eager to battle with it now. I wasn't a Grimmsnarl believer to start the weekend, but
My name is Will, and I wasn't a Grimmsnarl believer either. 10 out of 10.
You know, some people just need to be the contrarian, right? It's good for starting conversation.
I agree. And what is good for the broadcast is watching these 2 big names battle it out against each other. We have Sustenance Eater, I think, going farther than he's ever gone in a tournament so far.
Oh, yeah.
Competing right on the same level as his brother, who won the Latin America International Championship, up against one of Europe's best, who's been traveling across the globe, getting some of those travel awards, making sure that he's getting his name known in the different regions, and that is Stone Collection.
I mean, I just bumped into Stone Collection recently in Toronto. He took 3rd place overall in the Open Great League, and it seems like his skills and his experience in limited formats is carrying over seamlessly into the EUIC limited meta. But to your point, I really believe still in Sustenance Eater and his Sea King. I think that is his MVP, his most valuable Pokemon, and in this matchup in particular, I think it looks solid.
I think there's a lot of things on Sustenance Eater. Besides that, it's like the fact that the Melodic is on that team, and there's a Kingdra, one of the very popular dragons on Stone Collection's side. It does have a nice advantage, but Stone Collection has a Pokemon on his team that we haven't seen, or at least I haven't seen on any of the other high-level teams. It might look like a regular Dunsparce if you're just quickly glancing at these teams, but it is not. It is the evolved final form. It is the Dunsparce.
That's almost like after you make a joke, there's a sound that's like
Dunsparce.
All right, clip it, everybody. The Dunsparce, he usually runs Dragon Tail when I've encountered it in this EUIC limited format in Go Battle League. It looks like it does have Dragon Tail, and it has Body Slam, which I think is the key differentiator between that and Dunsparce. Normally, when we play Dunsparce, we see Rollout, we see Rock Slide, and Drill Run. The Dunsparce has Dragon Tail, a fast, spammy Body Slam, and Rock Slide. So kind of similar coverage, but that additional Dragon type fast attack pressure gives you more flexibility.
And there's no Grimmsnarl on the side of Sustenance Eater to kind of soak up that damage. While the Melodic will be able to hit dragons back for that super effective damage, the Dunsparce is not a dragon type Pokemon, so still will be able to, you know, play a bit on par with that Melodic.
But don't tell the Dunsparce that. I feel like it would really hurt its feelings. It's got Dragon Tail. Let it be kind of like a dragon.
You know, it can be whatever it wants to be, and I'm hoping Stone Collection is thinking that it's going to be a trophy winner for him because he wants to be able to get back up on this main stage. Stone Collection was actually a trainer who he won the last chance qualifier for Worlds when it was here in London in this very complex. So he feels quite at home here as well.
And you know what? History doesn't repeat, but it echoes. And the last series we just commentated was Hisuian Samurott with C. Leonardo. And guess which Pokemon Stone Collection won that LCQ with? Samurott.
Absolutely true. Something that was a bit of a unique pick. We didn't see many of them. We actually saw a lot of Swampert at that time, and that just goes to show how often our meta shakes up every once in a while. And even in Open Great League, new Pokemon get different movesets, maybe an energy count changer, so it keeps things a little bit dynamic.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, whenever Bastion got buffed, Amando just immediately jumped into Go Battle League, put it on the team, said, I'm going to play Bastion all day long.
You know, you talk about Bastion, Sustenance Eater runs a very specific Go Battle League team that became very, very popular, that helped pilot a lot of people to Legend in the last couple seasons, and I think Bastion was on it.
Oh, so you share that with him as well then?
Yeah, I'm going to have to ask him for some tips on how to play it, I guess.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I would love to hear from everybody who's watching. Make sure to use that hashtag Pokemon EUIC. Let us know what you think of this limited format. I know in the Open Great League there are certain staples, certain Pokemon that you've come to expect when you watch competitive Pokemon Go. Things like Azumarill, Skarmory, Altaria, Bastion perhaps. Those are very, very common picks. But seeing this new batch of Pokemon, the Grimmsnarls, the Kingdras, all these things, this is really cool, and it's a different look at competitive Pokemon Go.
I absolutely think so too, and just getting a chance to try out how it feels. Maybe you use Bug Bite on a different Pokemon, like a Fortress or something, but it's like, okay, it plays a little bit differently on a Shadow Beedrill. For instance, most of the time, Shadow Beedrill was running Poison Sting or Poison Jab.
It was Poison Jab in the OG times, and now Poison Sting seems to be preferred, but Bug Bite is the newest upgrade.
And Bug Bite is actually one of the moves that you have to use an elite fast TM to be able to get. So if you're trying to go ahead and do it, don't waste your regular fast TMs. You're not going to be able to do it.
Sorry, Amanda. I'm hearing that we have special rewards for our viewers that are tuning in.
Say what?
Let's talk about our Twitch drops one more time.
Oops, it fell. I dropped it.
Well, you got to pick it back up because we've got a nighttime Clasher-inspired Dugong that you can get added to your account, as well as an elite TM. The trick about Dugong is that you typically would play Ice Shard as the fast attack, as well as Icy Wind as the charge attack, and then Drill Run as the second charge attack. That's what I would play personally, and you need elite TMs for all of those. So make sure to go ahead and pick up these drops. And if you look here at our board and you just kind of squint your eyes, judging by the color codes, I would say TCG has the most drops by far. But remember, if you're a Pokemon fan and you love the video game series, trading card game, or Pokemon Unite, you can get drops for all of them. So make sure to multi-screen. You got a Pokemon Max over the weekend.
It's very true, but you want to make sure that you are definitely paying attention to this Go broadcast because, truthfully, while the other games are very fun to watch, I find that Go is the most dynamic game. We get to see a lot of different players, we get to see a lot of different Pokemon, and a lot of different play styles.
The drops I'm personally the most excited for, I already collected my Pokemon Go drops, but outside of that, I'm most excited for the Pokemon Unite drops. That Charizard Platinum emblem is awesome. I was telling Kirk and Jake about it.
Yeah, no,
I'm
Duke's
really
super excited about those drops.
Yeah, they're super thrilled. I think everyone at home is as well. So, incredible gameplay here so far this weekend. We're going to get our devices sorted on stage for you so we can give you the best battles possible. But I'm really excited to see Sustenance Eater take on Stone Collection. Another kind of inter-regional rivalry. I mean, do you know how we're looking in terms of competitors? Because I know we've got 2 Europeans in the winners finals already, right?
Right.
And then we've got a few different regional representatives in the loser side bracket.
Yeah, so that's absolutely true. So Beelzeboy is coming in from that APAC region, and he's also our world champion. Just as a reminder, maybe you're just tuning in for the first time. He's still in this tournament. Besides him, we have our Latin America international champion, and that is Nighttime Clasher, who the Dugong is inspired by for these drops that you might be watching for. He's from North America alongside his brother, Sustenance Eater, who we will be seeing up next. But the rest of the trainers, I believe, are from Europe. We have Pataman, last year's European International Champion, Stone Collection here, and of course we have that winner side bracket. There are maybe a couple more that I'm not picking up off the top of my head, but we are narrowing down the field of our largest Pokemon Go tournament that we've had so far with over 500 competitors registered.
My goodness. Who needs a bracket when you've got the Amanda Lundberg?
The Dunsparce. Oh, no. It doesn't
no,
fit
not
there.
now. You can't spam it.
It doesn't
Otherwise,
fit there.
people won't laugh anymore, okay? You got to be more serious than that. Speaking of serious, we have a really exciting event coming up. Let's talk about Pokemon GO Tour. This is going to be an absolute banger. Make sure to head out to Los Angeles in person to enjoy this special event. You see Yveltal and Xerneas being 2 stars of this once-in-a-year event. I'm really excited for it. I won't be in LA at that point, but I will be participating in the Global. We also have another in-person event here as well.
I thought you were leading up. Like, I won't be in Los Angeles because I'm going to be in 10 now, and I'm like, wow, that was really impressive. You're traveling quite far. We have multiple, in-person events, but yes, there is going to be that whole global tour. If you're looking at that, we see Hoopa, we see some new costumes, and we see what I find very important and very cool, and that is that little ball in the middle, a lucky trinket.
I don't know. I'm looking at that Zygarde jacket. I'm thinking of the Super Bowl commercial. I mean, that was the most base pick out of all of the folks that we featured on that. I love the Zygarde vibes. Tons of Pokemon here, and I got a word from production. You can battle with these Pokemon too. So even if you aren't big time raiding or if you aren't big time into catching, make sure to go out and snag a few of these, power them up, give them that second charge attack, and take them into Go Battle League or a regional championship near you.
I mean, people love Pokemon, right? But everyone loves a good legendary pick. Everyone seems to have a favorite legendary Pokemon. Will, is yours even listed on the screen, or is it something completely different?
I mean, I've got so many favorites. I got to point to Mewtwo as being my most favorite legendary Pokemon. Shout out to the first Pokemon movie. It is burned into my memory, and I loved every moment of it. But so many exciting memories are to be had still because a lot of people grew up with Xerneas, with Yveltal being the first Pokemon that they encountered. And then a lot of people are growing up still, and they're seeing Mega Victory Bell or Mega Malamar, and those instantly became their favorites.
And these are going to be new Pokemon that are going to be added during this tour, so you're not going to want to miss it. You're going to need a lot of trainers to be able to take down these Pokemon, so it's going to be a group collective. And, of course, get some little teasers. Take what you want out of this. We're not going to spoil too much.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Chad. It kind of looks like backgrounds for awesome Pokemon, so you can hunt for the Pokemon themselves. You can go for the shiny. You can go for the background. You can go for the shiny with the background. Or you could even do the shiny with the background and trade it to make it a lucky and make it perfect. And then you have basically the perfect combination.
The Dunsparce.
All right.
No?
Enough of that.
Still not?
No one in production is clapping.
We got to move. We got to move on.
I hear no cheering.
We got to move on.
For the Dunsparce. But seriously, you guys, make sure to play all these events. I always think of the competitive Pokemon Go players as having the healthiest play cycle. We participate in the events. We always do the transfer candies. We always go out and play to make sure we have the best rosters for Go Battle League, for local cups and challenges, regionals, ICs, and beyond.
As everyone knows, when you go out and you catch a Pokemon, they have very specific things. You can go ahead and you can appraise your Pokemon with your gym leader, and it'll show you how big it is on the attack, how big it is on your defense, and how big it is on your HP.
Well, you know what? You say that, but then you've got trainers like Colin, who just kind of catch whatever, and then he plays it, and he plays it to perfection, and he does not have hyper-optimized Pokemon that he powers up, right? He catches something, he builds it, he battles, he wins. So there's a lot of different ways that you can compete in Pokemon Go. You don't need everything to be perfect, you just need to start.
We were actually talking about this a little bit earlier on. Colin 6 on that winner side of the bracket managed to knock down Rise to Occasion to that loser side of the bracket.
Oh, that was a crazy moment. Are you thinking of Game 3 at the end?
I was thinking exactly of this moment. Walk us through, Will.
Sorry, say
Walk us through it.
Oh, no, absolutely. What I remember is that it was a charge attack priority tie, Spiritomb versus Spiritomb. Colin struck first, and that was it. Nail biter, pure, absolute cinema.
And you saw both of those trainers just kind of give a little shrug and say like, oh, I'm not sure who's going to win this charge attack priority.
As they say, it is what it is. Let's go ahead and check out our MVP Pokemon that we selected to start the day as casters. I got to say, Amanda, I'm going to give you your flowers here. Shadow Beedrill, that is a stellar pick. But 2 pokes picked Sea King, myself and Morto.
Yeah, and it looks like both of these trainers are still in the tournament. I did pick Alan because earlier on in that day 1, he was on the winner side of the bracket. I think he ended up winning that but he had a team with 2 Bug-type Pokemon that beat 2 rollout users 3 times in a row. I thought it was absolutely incredible gameplay, but yes, day 2 is absolutely when Shadow Beedrill has been shining.
Shadow Beedrill has been very impressive, and there's way more Spiritomb than I expected. I thought the pacing would be its Achilles heel. Turned out it doesn't have heels. It's just like a ghost that comes out of a rock, and that was my miscalculation.
That was a Dunsparce. Dang it, I missed it.
Yeah, well, you know, keep trying, and eventually we'll get there. And speaking of that, we are continuing to try to get our trainers ready on stage, and we will present them as soon as we possibly can, everybody. We know you're here for the battles. We love them too.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
We want to make sure everything is ready to go.
Maybe in the meantime, if we could talk a little bit about the meta. So we did see our overall picks. We saw it on day 1, the Pokemon that were very important. But day 2, the meta had shifted quite a bit. I believe that Licky Licky was in that top spot for day number 1. And even though it dropped down to the 2nd spot for day number 2, I believe there was like 78% of the day 2 users were using that, which means even more were using Drapion.
Yeah, I mean, what a downfall, right? You slide from number 1 with 500 teams, and then you slide all the way down, tumbling down the mountain to number 2.
Oh, look at this. We are getting ready to rock and roll. We're zooming in on these trainers who are ready to see who will continue on in the biggest tournament we've had for Pokemon GO so far. Loser side of the bracket in a double elimination tournament means there is a lot on the line.
All right, everybody. If your friend stopped watching the stream, make sure to bring him back in. Let him know that Stone Collection is about to take on Sustenance Eater. As we take one more final look at these teams, the Milotic on Sustenance Eater's team has been very neutral. The Seaking seems to be his most valuable pick, but he's also very versatile, packing the Licky Licky and Shadow Drapion to boot.
And also let us know who you think is going to end up winning this matchup. Is it going to be the North American trainer who's been making quite an upset, made quite a name for himself in this tournament, or is it going to be a tried and true trainer from Europe who's been around since Season 1, since the first World Championship, and that is Stone Collection?
If Beelzebub's gameplay is any indication, Grimmsnarl is for real. Stone Collection could decide to bring that Pokemon out. He would have a great time against dragons, but as you expertly pointed out to start this analysis, Amanda, there are no dragons to fear on Sustenance Eater's team. So it might force Stone Collection to do something he's not that comfortable with, maybe rely on some other picks on his team.
We'll see. It looks like these trainers are getting ready to go. We know you guys are getting ready to watch it all. Let's jump right in. Mewtwo, take it away.
Mewtwo brings us in to the Seaking and Grimmsnarl lead situation. This is a matchup that's very interesting. If that Mega Horn from Seaking connects, it's going to be devastating, but Grimmsnarl is going to fight back.
Going ahead, getting that first Protect Shield. We've seen this quite often from Sustenance Eater, leading that Seaking, going ahead and using a shield at that first time. But then what he does after that is completely just crazy. He's either going straight for the Mega Horn or he's baiting with the Icy Wind, and the opponents don't know. He went for the Icy Wind this time, got the shield from Stone Collection, and it looks like both of them are continuing to stay in this battle and throwing at the same time.
Oh, I like this a lot. Double Icy Winds would slow down the Grimmsnarl tremendously. Stone Collection going to let the second Icy Wind through. Grimmsnarl barely hangs on. He needs to press the charge attack button or swap, and he actually goes for the foul play into the Licky Licky.
This is a double debuff Licky Licky. Sustenance Eater shaking his head saying, yes, this is all going according to plan. A quick swap out into the Drapion now that the Grimmsnarl goes down, but the Licky Licky is going to be able to hitting back hard with the Earthquake, but actually tries to catch on his own Licky Licky. Stone Collection brings it in at the last second, catching the body slam. No shield necessary.
Licky Licky does not look like an agile Pokemon, but the way these trainers are piloted in, they slide right in, throw that roll out, and get ready for whatever charge attack comes through. It's a thing of beauty. Earthquake from Sustenance Eater will connect.
Going ahead, no shields used on the side of Stone Collection. This will knock that Licky Licky down, but now the Spiritomb comes in, and Stone Collection going for that heavy-hitting Earthquake. Where are the shields in these guys' matchup at this point? Used very early at the beginning. Sustenance Eater knows it can take one, at least for sure, and just wants to farm up a bit of energy here before getting knocked out. Earthquake number 2, not even able to reach it.
That is crippling, not getting off that second Earthquake. That would have been massive for Stone Collection,
Ooh,
but he's got a ton of energy on the Shadow Drapion. Here comes Aqua Tail number 1.
This is massive for Stone Collection, getting that last shield on that Aqua Tail there and just being so close. Sustenance Eater has to do everything he can, getting the last shield off of Stone Collection as well with his Rock Tomb. It's going to lower the attack of the Drapion. Drapion will have to go for a crunch now to be able to knock out. I don't know if Stone Collection doesn't know that the switch timer is almost up.
That window right there, that's what Stone Collection needs to get back into this battle. He's able to overcharge quite a bit while resisting the sucker punches. Crunch connects. It would have been enough no matter what, but that ensures the knockout. Now there's just a Sea King and a Licky Licky left.
This might be a problem though. This is Licky Licky comes back in, just immediately goes for that body slam spam. It's not going to be quite enough to knock out, but Drapion might not have enough HP left to be able to do much after this connects. Trying to just do as much as possible. This is just an Aqua Tail. While a crunch would be guaranteed, I'm not sure this is enough.
I think you have to go for the crunch here. And I think Sustenance Eater agrees. He swaps into Sea King to soak a resisted Aqua Tail, and Stone Collection nods his head. I think he sees what's about to happen. This is not going to be enough.
Oh, I think there was just too much to go around there on the side of Sustenance Eater. A lot of the Pokemon sharing the load, and this really helped him out, winning game number 1.
I think the only realistic win condition there was double crunch, right? If you're playing Shadow Drapion like Stone Collection was there, you have to play to the win condition. Aqua Tail was not enough. I know he did his best and he was running out of HP, but that was a tough situation no matter how you frame it.
Very, very tough, but also very, very well played by Sustenance Eater. Once you have the lead, you are not letting go of it there, and he knew exactly how he wanted to pilot it. You saw how he played. It was meticulously. You saw the Licky Tongue or Licky Licky being able to swap in, catching that double debuffed foul play, barely doing any damage.
Yeah, I mean, that was just expertly done. He kind of set himself up really well. Foul play bouncing off of that. And that's what a lot of trainers do, I think, better than their average counterparts, right? You look at a trainer like Sustenance Eater, he's going to make the energy inefficient. That's been a rule in competitive Pokemon Go since the very beginning. Stone Collection will do the same. Let's see, though, if he can bounce back in this series.
We are on the losers side of the bracket. There's a lot of momentum behind Sustenance Eater right now, and if he is able to win this next matchup, he will play against our previous year's world champion, Pato Man. Both of these trainers, though, desperately want to stay in it, and this is a great lead for Stone Collection. Going ahead and throwing that crunch right away, wanting to make sure it's not caught on anything else, but it's definitely going to pull a shield from the side of Sustenance Eater.
Yeah, great call out. I was unsure there until the last second, but I trust in your calls, Amanda. That was a great shield because Crunch was at full strength. After this Rock Tomb, any subsequent crunches would be decreased, so this is definitely the safer route.
Going ahead now, shielding up. The crunches are going to be doing a little bit less, but it's still going to be doing quite a bit of damage. This is a Shadow Drapion. All the Drapions that we've seen in this tournament are Shadow, just because it does a little bit more with that raw damage, just being able to pace so quickly as well, and actually just continuing to farm away. Stone Collection was maybe have to let this Drapion go down if he doesn't put up both shields here, and now the Rock Tomb will connect, Drapion will go down, and we'll see what happens. Immediate pivot by both trainers here into that Grimmsnarl and into the Sea King.
Yeah, if you stay in there with Stone Collection, you just get sucker punched down by the stronger, full-strength Grimmsnarl. Foul play getting fired off here now. This will take the Sea King down into the red, and Sustenance Eater chooses to respect it. These shield calls are going to give me a heart attack. It's so crazy. But he does have the Icy Wind and the Mega Horn threat as well.
Going ahead, using that last shield on the side of Stone Collection. Could have been a Mega Horn, would have been big. It's an Icy Wind. It's going to debuff the Pokemon. Last time that foul play was caught. This time we'll have to see how they're going to play it out, because it is not even possible for Sustenance Eater. Though switch timer wasn't up. Great timing by Stone Collection, throwing right at charge attack priority.
I mean, impeccable timing. Drampa and Grimmsnarl are the two highest attack Pokemon in this format, and he knows it, capitalizing on that potency. The swap now into the mirror matchup.
Going ahead, both of the Pokemon on the sides of Sustenance Eater and Stone Collection in the back have low health, but it could come down to the wire here. Earthquake, number 1, going on the side of Sustenance Eater, connecting with that Licky Licky.
Just imagine if Sustenance caught a double resisted body slam on his Spiritomb. Just imagine, everybody. Let's see if that's in the cards for him. Earthquake from Stone Collection, though, it will connect into the Licky Licky, and building more energy. Sustenance Eater is ready for another charge stack.
Both of them trying to charge up a little little bit extra, and I really like this play by Substance Eater. He was trying to go up a little bit ahead of time, knowing that Stone Collection needed an Earthquake to knock out and was going to throw one before, but Stone Collection said, oh yeah, okay, it's going to happen. I'm just going to throw that Body Slam.
Big charge attack priority tie here to lock this Licky in. Will the Earthquake be enough? I think it might be. No, it's not!
Switch timers are up!
Out comes the Grimmsnarl, and the Sucker Punch gets the KO.
Switch timer is up. Immediate pivot by Stone Collection into that Grimmsnarl, and this should do it. This should tie up that series here, giving Stone Collection game number 2. Foul play connects with the Spiritomb.
Grimmsnarl is fiendish, and it is stubborn. Stone Collection does not want to go home yet. He is here in Europe, and like you pointed out, Amanda, he wants to keep the crown in region, but he's got to win one more to do it.
Stone Collection is one of those trainers who's been well known for a long time. Yeah. He had some seasons where he wasn't doing as well, but he's been feeling confident this season. He's been one of those trainers that everyone knows is an incredibly, incredibly good player.
Amanda, before the replays even went up, Sustenance Eater locked in his team.
Wow.
He's ready. He's ready for this decisive game number 3. Again, this is elimination round, losers round 4. Whoever loses this next battle, their EUIC dreams have to wait until next year. The winner will move on, and honestly, this could go either way.
And this is what makes events like this so exciting. This is truly a meta of skill expression. There are so many similar Pokemon across the board. Although I guess, honestly, looking at these teams, if you're looking up there, there's only 2 Pokemon on each of their teams that is the same, even in this limited meta, and that is that Shadow Drapion, which is the #1 Pokemon of Day 2 users, and that Licky. The rest of these are a little bit different.
I mean, you can't blame him, right? Shadow Drapion's been a meta staple forever. But let's jump in, everybody. This is game number 3, and I want to hear some drums. We've got the Dunsparce hitting the field.
The Dunsparce, as he starts going, this is Dragon Tail against rollout here. Both 3 turn fast attacks, and we'll have to see how they want to play it out. Body Slam coming through here while another rollout goes. That means Sustenance Eater did not throw his charge attacks.
Strange feeling to see a Dunsparce getting the same type of attack bonus on a charge attack, but that's what you get with the Body Slam. Earthquake is ready to go, though, on the Licky, but the Dunsparce goes first.
Going ahead, and this next one will go through. No Protect Shield used on the side of Sustenance Eater, and this Licky is getting pretty low. Does Stone Collection want to use a Protect Shield? He knows it's going to be that heavier hitting attack, doesn't want to, and this is going to bring that Dunsparce down to a little past half health.
Exactly, swapping now into that shiny Shadow Drapion, trying to get up on energy, and Sustenance Eater achieves that goal. We're going to see a crunch come through here. No Protect Shield on the first one.
I tell you what, Drapion is just so dangerous. We were watching Colin 6 play it earlier, getting up a ton of energy. Sustenance Eater looks like he could be doing the same thing here, because swapping and going ahead and getting a little bit of extra fast attack damage and energy first is so vital here. This crunch is already ready, and look how much damage it does.
You saw Sustenance Eater shake his head. He really wanted that defense fall because he knew the second charge attack would result in a KO, but instead he's forced to shield up the Body Slam and look for the Poison Sting down.
And it looks like going ahead and getting another Body Slam through. Sustenance Eater can't believe it.
Look at Stone Collection. He covered his mouth because he was gasping. He can't believe that his Licky hung on either. Now we've got a Shadow Drapion for Stone Collection and a Dunsparce. Here comes the mirror.
Now coming in with the Drapion, we have a Drapion with very, very low health. One Aqua Tail would be able to knock it out. This is the shiny one on Sustenance Eater's side, but there's also the Drapion that just is starting to ramp up on energy of his own. This is on the side of Stone Collection.
Out comes the Sea King. Do we see a shield on the first crunch here? Sustenance Eater decides to use it at the last moment, and I do think that's the right call, because if your plan is to throw the Icy Wind, you got to slow down your opponent and shield those hard-hitting attacks early.
That's exactly what he's going to do. This is a pivotal moment in the game. A Mega Horn would knock out that Shadow Drapion. Stone Collection doesn't want to risk it, but it's just that bait. A quick pivot out now into the Dunsparce, going for a Body Slam here. You know, he's going ahead, he's clearing that debuff. He already has some energy stored, and Sustenance Eater has to hope, I think, that he can farm down and throw.
Yeah, I think that's the win condition, right? But it's only 9 turns to the Body Slam. The Dunsparce isn't done yet, so Sea King's forced to throw another Icy Wind at the last moment. Sustenance Eater wanted to hold on to that energy, but he didn't have a choice.
If he would able to hold on, it could have secured the victory, but it's still going to be close here. Trying to swap out, and Stone Collection so quick here, going for one more Poison Sting. He's even undercharged charging here. He barely tapped any bubbles, and he's going to be able to get a charge. But will he be able to? Is it too little, too late?
It's too much. He undercharges too much, and that allows Sustenance Eater to get to one more Aqua Tail. He wanted to poison this thing down, but that poison on poison resistance was too potent, and now he is weakened. Licky Licky and Sea King are waiting in the wings. Out comes the Licky Licky.
It's so hard to tell, right, where you're going to be at. Stone Collection trying to get more energy, didn't bother throwing right away. Sustenance Eater at the attack here. Body slam going through, headphones off. He can't believe it. Sustenance Eater has taken the series.
I heard the crowd erupt when Sustenance Eater looked out into the stands. He can't understand how he got past Stone Collection, but it was pure talent, pure skill, well deserved. The execution down the stretch, my goodness, Amanda. I'm nervous, and we're standing here safely in the booth, and my hands are sweating.
Those were such close matchups by two very, very good competitors. One thing that I want to point out is that Sustenance Eater has now made it onto the next round, and so has his brother, Nighttime Clasher. So they are now basically on parity with each other in this tournament, in this limited meta. Stone Collection, while this is the end of his tournament run, played absolutely incredible, brought some very unique picks with that to Dunsparce, and he's not going home empty-handed. He's going home with quite a few championship points and nice bit of prize pool as well.
I'm just going to say it, Amanda. You probably will agree, but I don't know. I think Stone Collection is playing his best PvP of his whole career. Third in Toronto, championship point leaderboard, like top 3 for Europe right now, and then he is going to lock in a ton of points after pushing himself to losers round 4 at the European Internationals.
It's so hard though, and heartbreaking if you're a player of that caliber, right? Because he knew exactly what he had to do with the Shadow Dropion.
Yeah.
He just undercharged it a little too much. If he maybe would have swiped 1 or 2 more bubbles, it could have given him the exact amount that he needed. However, it's just so hard to tell those things, especially when you're in the heat of the moment like that, recognizing not only your own conditions, but also your opponent's win conditions.
Exactly. I mean, everybody's got a plan until they get hit with an Aqua Tail, and that's exactly what Sustenance Eater was able to do right there in the final moment. That was enough. That was the push that he needed to close out this battle, and Stone Collection needed more energy, but he didn't have the time to do it.
The big thing was Stone Collection, I believe, looking at the HP of both that Licky Licky and that Seeking, needed a crunch for both of them. So he needed to build up that much energy. And if you looked, he wasn't even at it yet. So it still would have been incredibly close no matter what. But having to tank that Aqua Tail, I think really ended up hurting the HP and the overall chances of doing so.
And that's really just speaks to the margins of Pokemon Go PvP. 1 more second would have meant a crunch. 2 more seconds would have meant the double crunch. Just wasn't enough time there in the end. That's why every single turn in our game is so critical, and you want to maximize it whenever you can. Again, Stone Collection, cheers to him. Incredible run. Sustenance Eater will carry that torch. And honestly, when I look at these competitors, a lot of them know each other, a lot of them are friends. I think they're honestly even more inspired after a big win. They're like, hey, I just took down Stone Collection. I have to do the honorable thing and win my next round out of respect for him.
I love watching Sustenance Eater when he recognizes that he thinks he's gonna win. His eyes light up and he kind of like just turns like oh, can you guys believe it? I think this is the moment.
Yeah, exactly. I really love the expressiveness on stage. I think a lot of our trainers are just so dialed in and so focused. They don't give much to the crowd, but some of them give everything. And I do think that Sustenance Eater is such a joy to watch.
And I think that he's not the only person to have left to watch. You know what? Earlier on, you asked me who was left in the tournament, and I was going off of the top of the old noggin there.
Ripped off.
I left out 2 people who have been doing so well in this tournament. I left out Steiner and Rise to Occasion, who were knocked down from the winner's side of the bracket. It was just so much earlier on in the day that I had kind of like forgotten about that. But that just shows the caliber of players that are here, that are still in this tournament. We have previous international champions. We have a person like Rise to Occasion who has won a regional championship every single year of our Pokemon GO championship series. We have world champions still left. You guys are not going to want to miss it because there's still an opportunity that Patoman could win.
Exactly.
There's still an opportunity that Beelzebub could not only get a world championship, he could also get an international championship. And now he has to see if he can take on Nighttime Clasher, who was just our Latin American international champion.
I mean, I don't know if I'm getting the phrase exactly right, but you nailed it, Amanda. This bracket is like a spoil of riches. No matter where you turn, you have some of the best Pokemon Go PvP gameplay you have ever seen. And I know what Nighttime Clasher and Beelzeboy are about to do on stage will be absolute cinema. This is such a great story, too, because Beelzeboy, as we've highlighted in the past broadcasts, he's a trainer that was on the outside looking in, then he was top 4 at Worlds, then he became a world champion. Meanwhile, Nighttime Clasher just arrived on the scene like, a year and a half, 2 years ago? And he was getting his first top cut with Togedemaru. Let me say that again. Togedemaru was the poster Pokemon for Nighttime Clasher, and since then he has grown by leaps and bounds, winning an LAIC versus Potaman. He deserves to be with the best, and he's about to face the best.
I mean, if you've been tuning in for this entire day, first of all, make sure you're drinking water, stay hydrated.
Yeah.
It's very important. But secondly, you've been probably also noticing that they've been running a lot of these different player profiles of a lot of the players that are currently here, still in this tournament. I think that's such a great way to not only get to know these players and their play style, but also a little bit about their personalities, because we did see that one with Nighttime Clasher, and he did say it. Togedemaru used to be his favorite Pokemon, and he was even using it at the very beginning. Now he's opted to go to Marowak, which I find that is an interesting turn of events.
Absolutely, Amanda. I know you've been asking production to make a 3-hour documentary about your journey for probably, I don't know, 2 years now, and they keep telling you it'll happen eventually, but we'll see if that actually turns out.
They just don't have enough footage of me.
Yeah, meanwhile, Nighttime Clasher and Beelzeboy will take the stage. Okay, so looking at the teams here, Beelzeboy's Frostlass kind of ran into an issue earlier on against his previous opponent. Didn't have many openings. This is a Shadow Ball Avalanche Frostlass. I'm kind of getting a similar feeling here when you're facing off against Seaking, Milotic, Licky, especially the 2 dark types, right? The Shadow Drapion and the Spiritomb. It feels like there are a ton of obstacles. Do you think the Frostlass will come out here?
I don't really see, besides the Shadow Beedrill, which granted is a very, very big target.
Yeah.
I don't really see the targets for Frostlass that would maybe inspire such a risky play. Now, having said that, I am not a world champion, and maybe I don't have the finesse or really the foresight to be like, okay, yes, but did you know that up a shield or up 3 powder snows, it can actually take on everything? So there are plenty of opportunities to use Pokemon. I think that oftentimes players of both of the calibers are willing to take some risks.
Well, we are going to answer all of your questions and more because Nighttime Clasher and Beelzeboy are locked in. This is game number 1 in Losers Round 5.
Ooh, I don't know if these trainers know about it yet. They will find out in this matchup, perhaps, who is going to win that charge attack priority, who's going to be able to throw first. But first, they're just going to start drilling away here, bug biting. And now, looks like the first attack is thrown. No Protect Shield used on the side of Nighttime Clasher.
And it's a Fell Stinger. What a call there. I mean, it would have been resisted regardless, but X-Scissor would hurt way, way more. We do get this shield from Beelzeboy first. And I'm watching these Beedrills, Amanda. We're going to need you to do a Beedrill dance eventually.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I am there for it. In comes that Licky. This is a boosted Beedrill, and you see a really great move by Beelzeboy there, just banking a ton of energy, coming in with his Licky to absorb that body slam and getting a rollout through.
Yeah, very nicely done. We've seen a lot of top players execute that over and over. That's definitely a staple gameplay mechanic that we've seen at the EUIC meta, but the Earthquakes are ready, and this is important information. I really appreciate that you point this out in all our matchups, Amanda. Winning charge attack priority in the Licky mirror is crucial.
Not only that, I mean, like, look at the teams that both of these trainers have brought. Beedrill in the front, Licky now, but the backlines is where things start to get a little bit different because Nighttime Clasher does have that melodic we were talking about earlier on. We'll have to see how impactful that can be. Meanwhile, still in this Licky matchup here, body slam coming through, no Protect Shield on the side of Nighttime Clasher. This should do it.
Yeah, we've seen, what, 4 charge attacks come through? That's going to tell you that the Switch Timer is ready to go. Out comes Beelzeboy's Beedrill that he shielded earlier. That shield will pay dividends because it's going to land another charge attack into Nighttime Clasher's Beedrill.
Nighttime Clasher knows again, once again, it's just a Felsinger going ahead and taking it, and now coming in with a Melodic and just starting to Dragon Tail away, but gets to yet another Felsinger. Look how much this has already done, forcing Nighttime Clasher to use his shield on the Melodic there, because that would have done quite a bit by this time.
Yeah, well, he was just 2 Bug Bites away from the X-Scissor too, so Nighttime Clasher had to respect it, because if you even blink, you'll miss some of those Bug Bites. Grimmsnarl was the MVP last round for Beelzeboy, and it's back.
The big thing about Grimmsnarl in this matchup is those Dragon Tails, which are pretty effective on a lot of different Pokemon, basically tickle the Grimmsnarl that has just come in. It's only going to be that charge attack going through that's going to hurt. But we did see how much that first Aqua Tail did. Beelzeboy might have to start shielding up.
Yeah, that double resistance is nothing to joke around about. Aqua Tail does command that shield from Beelzeboy. We still have 1 Protect Shield remaining for Nighttime Clasher, and he's going to use it right here, right now. He's got to start to make a play.
I'm really liking how aggressive Beelzeboy's playstyle is in this matchup. He's Felsinger like immediately, so he's boosting his attack. He's going to Grimmsnarl and power-up punching right away, and now Nighttime Clasher is going to be able to do at least a little bit more. Going in with the X-Scissor, this is huge. There's no Protect Shields remaining.
This is it. I think this is a KO. I think that this Grimmsnarl is going to get knocked out by the Shadow Beedrill. X-Scissor hits so hard, and it does pick up the knockout. Oh my goodness, the control just a moment before that. Anticipating the catch, Beelzeboy makes the switch. Nighttime Clasher waits a turn, pivots to Beedrill, Bug Bites down before 3 rollouts are completed, and then X-Scissors to tie up that match with the bow.
Being able to just completely Bug Bite down, we've seen it a few times now. You love to see it, I'm sure, if you're the person playing the Beedrill. You hate to see it if you're the opponent not being able to get to an attack and watching that Beedrill get so much energy.
Yeah, and so much value from both of these bug poison types. This is the beginning of the sequence where things really took a turn, because Beelzeboy's Beedrill is able to get off a charge attack here, does command the shield, and Milotic looked good. It looked steady. It looked reliable, but there is still so much work to do.
I mean, the big thing that the way Beelzeboy was playing it is when he even went for that second Felsinger there, he didn't even bother building up to the X-Scissor. If you're a player of Nighttime Clasher's caliber, you most likely recognize, well, that's just a Felsinger. I will once again not shield it.
Yeah, but they're just so close in energy, right? I think you only need 2 to 4 Bug Bites more to reach the X-Scissor. So players like Nighttime Clasher, I think, will definitely have those counts in mind, but it can be tricky, especially when we're so late in the day. We haven't even mentioned that, Amanda. I know you and I are being a little bit silly, but just imagine being one of these trainers that has to lock in and give 100% brain power to each and every battle, and they've been doing it for hours already.
Absolutely, and you're saying, okay, well, I just have to beat, you know, this international champion, or I just have to beat this regional champion to be able to continue on. Once again, reminding everyone that this is round 5 of the losers side of the bracket. So while there's maybe some more comfortable feeling if you're up on that winner side, like Colin 6 or Hikami, these trainers are really playing for their championship lives.
Exactly. If Beelzeboy loses this next battle, he is out of the tournament. He's got a lot to be proud of. Losers round 5 at EUIC will net him significant championship points. However, he's a world champion, right? If anyone is going to push themselves until the very end, it's going to be him.
And we've had plenty of chances to see both of these trainers in many different events. Though Beelzeboy hasn't really competed in the circuits so much, we saw him compete in Las Vegas, and now we're seeing him many, many times here on stage at the European International Championships. Nighttime Clasher, we've seen him travel all over. I think in his profile thing, he said he traveled to 19 countries last year to be able to play Pokemon Go against the best of them.
I mean, it kind of sounds like your life, Amanda. You're always in different places all the time too, but I agree with you. Nighttime Clasher has settled down here on stage at EUIC, and one of the biggest signs that he has reached that next level is that he does not get rattled. We saw this at LAIC when Potaman reset the bracket. We saw it just now when he's sitting across from Beelzeboy and he calls a precarious bait. He knows exactly what he's doing, and he doesn't care who's across the table. You are not going to catch him off guard.
These are going to be very big moments for both of these trainers. Nighttime Clasher just needs one more to be able to play up against Steiner.
Ooh.
And Beelzeboy, obviously, that would be the same. The next up on stream was going to be Pataman up against Nighttime Clasher's brother, Sustenance Eater, to play against Rise to Occasion.
This is just insane, right? You just list off these names, and it's almost like it's Christmas Day. You're getting a present, and you see, okay, I'm going to get all the best battles, and I'm going to get them all in one venue, and I'm going to get them mostly today, That's insane.
And that, just a reminder, is all on the loser's side of the bracket. So once again, I truly, truly believe if you picked any of these names and just said, oh, did you know that Pokemon player, if you knew Nighttime Clasher, if you knew Rise to Occasion, won EUIC, there'd not be anyone that would look and go, what? I haven't heard of this trainer, because all of these trainers have continued to prove themselves time and time again.
Exactly. Our trainers did a little reset there. We're about to get locked in shortly. I think that Nighttime Clasher already has his team selected. We're just waiting for our world champ to make his final decisions. But even after you lock in the team, right, you have to hold that in your memory. You have to think about your win conditions, think about good lead scenarios, bad lead scenarios, and try to come up with a plan. Those extra seconds don't seem like a lot of time, but a lot of these moments, you can just click and you can just think of something you didn't realize before, and that can make the whole difference.
I completely agree. And sometimes that's the thing. It's like, do I just lock in what my first instinct is going to be, or do I really think about it? Because there's also a chance that you can end up overthinking it, right? Where you outplay yourself in a way because maybe your first instincts, the way that you wanted to play it, was actually the correct way to go. It's very hard to determine when you can bring 6 Pokemon, and there's a lot of different flexibility within the teams, like the teams that we've shown so far today.
Amanda, I haven't done an impression of you yet, but I think I know what you would say if I did that to myself in a tournament.
All right, go for it.
You played yourself. That's what you would say.
10 out of 10, no notes.
All right, perfect. We nailed the impression, chat. Let me know what your score is. I'm sure it's a 10. But that being said, our world champion Beelzeboy is locking in his squad still, taking a few extra moments. Remember, if he loses right now, he's out of the tournament. I think he can take as long as he needs. Nighttime Clasher, though, engines are hot, revving, ready to go.
Nighttime Clasher has a ton of momentum behind him because he's been doing really well across the board. He's leading the global leaderboard in championship points, so he has pretty much secured his spot, I would go ahead and say. Winning the Latin American International Championships already put him there for the World Championships, but he also wants to just keep continuing making a name for himself, and winning 2 international championships back-to-back could be a really great way to do so.
Let's see if he can do it. We're heading right in, everybody. The battles are ready. We've got a Shadow Beedrill taking on a Nighttime Clasher's Seeking.
It looks like the Seeking there, something that his brother has been using and piloting quite well, so maybe Nighttime Clasher wants to take a few pages out of his book. Going straight for the Icy Wind in this scenario definitely makes sense because Beedrill does not want to face it at all. Goes ahead, gets that first shield off of Beelzeboy, and I think we're going to see that quick pivot now into that Licky on the side of Beelzeboy. Seeking staying in, and then just charging up a lot of energy, catching the body slam on the Licky of Nighttime Clashers.
And this is just to speak to the skill level that we've seen this weekend, but not getting the rollout through for Nighttime Clasher, that actually caught my attention. So that just shows you how high the bar is here in the Excel Center. We're going to see an Earthquake get fired up by Nighttime Clasher. This will likely connect, and it does.
Both of these trainers bringing in this Licky basically every game, and I can honestly understand why, because you watch this Pokemon just be able to tank attack after attack while also being able to spam off body slam really quickly can change the dynamics. Speaking of changing the dynamics, shielding up that Earthquake was a big call from Nighttime Clasher, and very interested to see if he's just trying to keep that middle alignment.
Well, right there, Beelzeboy throwing the body slam one rollout before the Earthquake tells us that he's not confident he's going to win that charge attack priority, and he'd rather take the damage and run. But the body slam is queued up for Nighttime Clasher, and I believe, I don't know, man, I don't even want to call it. This might not knock out.
I know, you see a lot of different dynamics. Does look like Licky hangs on there, able to get another body slam through, but that rollout does go through on the side of Nighttime Clasher. So now I believe it should go down with a little parting gift, and I think we're going to see a quick pivot of Nighttime Clasher. No, he actually stays in, even though he will get knocked out. He wanted to get off this damage.
And look at the control, too. He waits for that typing combination of Dark and Fairy to appear. He knows the Sucker Punches will KO. He doesn't bother with the rollout, just gets off the body slam. Extremely efficient. Out comes Shadow Drapion.
Drapion is one of Grimmsnarl's biggest nightmares, so coming in now with that Beedrill that had a lot of energy. It's no longer debuffed. It's ready to just start stinging. This X-Scissor really starts to hurt.
Heavy damage across the board. We're going to see an Aqua Tail from that Shadow Drapion. If this connects, it'll likely bring that Beedrill down to maybe 1 or 2 HP, and it is really weak. Out comes the Seeking, and the Peck does the rest.
This is very difficult overall for that Grimmsnarl because Grimmsnarl doesn't want to take any attacks, and this is what Beelzebub was saving the shields for, but he has to use it now. Icy Wind connecting. This Grimmsnarl is getting low. He wants to ramp himself back up. Power-up punch coming through, getting that last shield from Nighttime Clasher.
The win condition here for Nighttime Clasher is to be able to pace that next Icy Wind and pick up the KO in the Grimmsnarl before the next power-up punch is ready. It's going to be a race. He's already so far ahead. Icy Wind gets queued up. I think this might be enough.
You see a grin from both of these trainers, both of them knowing that this is endgame scenario. Nighttime Clasher's Icy Wind connects a 2-0 sweep of the world champion.
Sustenance Eater picks up a win, and Nighttime Clasher is not far behind. Beelzebub is out of the European International Championships, and your LAIC champion, Nighttime Clasher, will progress.
Nighttime Clasher is not just clashing at night nowadays. It seems like he's clashing against all of his opponents throughout all of his tournaments. This guy is on a roll.
On a roll. You know what else doesn't clash? Our outfits.
That's absolutely true. It's Valentine's Day, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely, and I like the red and black combination. I'm sure chat feels the same. Incredible gameplay there from Nighttime Clasher. I really, really respect the hustle, the drive, the commitment, and just the steady hand, right? Like I said before, he doesn't get rattled. He doesn't give away that he's not confident or that he doesn't feel good. Right there, not getting the rollout through, that probably would have stuck in most players' head, but Nighttime Clasher's got short-term memory, and he just lets it go.
He lets it go through, and actually shielding up the Earthquake in this middle matchup here was something you don't see very often with those Licky-Lickies that are very comfortable taking attacks. But in the end, Nighttime Clasher just continued to outplay Beelzebub, being able to get not only game 1, but also game 2 in this very pivotal matchups here.
Well, Grimmsnarl was so good for Beelzebub, but this is his send-off for the European Internationals. What an incredible trainer, incredible story. And Nighttime Clasher, my goodness, keep an eye on him. Losers round 5 doesn't seem to bother him in the slightest. He is fighting just as strong as he would at any place in the bracket. Man, this was such a good... I'm just glowing over this series.
I know. I'm watching these replays, and my eyes are just like glued to them right now. It's like these were such close and very, very fun matchups to watch. Congratulations once again to Nighttime Clasher. He will be continuing on in that loser side of the bracket up against another fearsome opponent, and that is going to be Steiner.
Wow, I'm really excited for that matchup, but I'm going to be honest with you, Amanda. The APAC region is very special for competitive Pokemon Go. We've had world champion Yakai, we've had world champion Beelzebub, and seeing him perform this well at EUIC, that's a message. That message is that the world champ is not going anywhere. Let's take a look back at how he won it all.
Wow! Beelzebub is playing out of his mind here. He is on point.
My name is Ved Bum. I go by Beelzebub and I'm from India.
He is holding his community on his back, his friends, his dreams, and he can do it right now.
My favorite Pokemon starter is Sprigatito, because that was my first actual starter in Scarlet and Violet. Like most people, I started playing the game in 2016 when it first came out. When COVID hit, I found out about the battling feature that Pokemon GO had added, and I just hopped onto the game, and I've been playing since. My friend persuaded me to come to Japan. I hadn't qualified for the World Championships, but I really like the game. He told me to, come along. That was my first international trip. The atmosphere at Worlds was crazy. Saxon won that time. I thought, I would like to compete at Worlds someday. And I also met Aaron Cybertron Zeng, who's really cool. My friend persuading me to come to Japan and meeting Cybertron. Those two are the things that got me into competitive Pokemon. There are so many great players. I mean, Dancing Rob is definitely one person that, he's the trailblazer. He's the first world champion. Like most things, it takes a while to learn, and it's not always smooth sailing. It's very important to take a step back sometimes and take a deep breath and think things over. It's best to just drink lots of water and, pause. This is my second in-person tournament. The first one, I got 4th place.
He is following up his last year's world performance with the exact same dominance.
I really like Moltres. I caught it on my daily adventure incense one day walking back home. I definitely had to build a team around it. I have Annihilate for opposing fighters. I have Lapras, which is the best neutral pick in the game. I was sure that this is a good team and that I have practiced well enough with it that I can play around most opposing teams. The MVP of my team was definitely Lapras. One of my toughest opponents was NDS Harjev. His Annihilate was really good versus my team because I didn't have Ghost type other than my own Annihilate, and he's a great opponent. This was my first finals on stream.
Beelzebub Boy has now reset the bracket.
I feel like when you're actually battling, you don't really pay a lot of attention to what is happening around you. You just focus on the battles. Most of it was the same, but lots of smoke, lots of light, and lots of people cheering.
This next game is gonna determine your Pokemon Go World Champion.
Right at the end, when I hit the Ice Beam on the Corsola,
He goes on the Ice Beam!
I knew it was done.
Absolute cinema!
The #1 challenge that I set for myself this season was to make as little misplays as possible.
And how'd that go?
Well, I did make a few misplays, but the most memorable moment on the stage was definitely, walking up to the podium with the crowd cheering and then, lifting this trophy. This is the one event where I get to meet a lot of my friends. The community is really warm and wholesome and very welcoming. Thank you for all your kindness, and I'm very grateful for everything that community has helped me with.
My name is Galax Kabolten and I'm just here to have fun. I started playing competitively 18 years ago when I played TCG, and I played for many years, and then when they started having competitive Pokemon Go tournaments, I started playing those immediately and have been playing those since. My favorite Pokemon is Arcanine, but sadly it's rarely good to play with. Yeah, Arcanine has always been my favorite Pokemon. Competitively, my favorite pick is Leaf Tornado Superior, which I almost always bring, because I just think it's great that it can bail you out with a 50-50 flip in some unwinnable situations. I just think it's really fun to play and meet all the people. I've made so many friends here, and it's always a joy to meet them again. Yeah, I really do look up to PvP David, that is the best player in Sweden. And also I kind of have a rival named Rgrdjkeke, and I just had to mention him on stream because everyone is always pronouncing his name wrong. It's not RGR, it's Rgrdjkeke. I just enjoy being here.
Here we are again at the 2026 Europe International Championship. We narrowed down the amount of trainers. We are into the top 8 currently. The winner of our next matchup moves on to the top 6, and the winner of those matches move on to the top 4. That's where you start winning a trophy and also directly qualify for the World Championships.
Ooh. Nighttime Clasher might want to qualify again to the World Championship, right? Taking down the World Champion there, that was so impressive. But yeah, we're getting down to the last battles of today. It has been a long day, over 9 hours of Pokemon Go battles, and we are not finished yet.
Let's take a look at who we have right here. Patoman versus Sustenance Eater. Patoman, like we've said, had won 4 consecutive trophies on the big stage. He is on his way, he's well on his way to his 5th trophy in a row, even if he can win 2 more matchups. But Sustenance Eater's actually the brother of Nighttime Clasher. Nighttime Clasher, we already know, pretty successful trainer, has won the LAIC. Can Sustenance Eater, what a revelation it would be if Sustenance Eater then would become the EUIC champion.
Yeah, this is a great story, right? Nighttime Clasher, his brother, just got into the top 6. Sustenance Eater fighting his way into the top 6, and Patoman dropping to the loser's bracket very early, but he has won like 10 rounds in a row or more, and just impressive stuff by the most consistent player of all time in internationals.
There are 2 North America trainers remaining. 1 trainer from LATAM. All the others are European trainers. So we're going to find out how this is going to go. We already know that Colin 6 and Hikumi have qualified for the World Championships and are locked in for Championship Sunday. But who is going to move further into this tournament? I heard a Spiritomb. There it is. It is matchup into the Shadow Drapion from Patoman. But we've seen this matchup. If you shield a crunch correctly here as Spiritomb, you will win the matchup where both Pokemon use 1 protection, and we see the protection come up immediately from Sustenance Eater here.
Instant shield by Sustenance Eater here. 100% of the time, the Spiritomb shields the first charge attack and goes for the Rock Tomb to lower the attack of the Drapion and win this matchup.
Yes, as the Aqua Tail will be reached on the second Rock Tomb here, it now won't deal as much damage, but Patman knows the depth of this matchup as well. She's going to go for another Rock Tomb. He waits a turn as well to make sure not only this Crunch doesn't get caught, he also allows another Sucker Punch to get through, and that means that the next Pokemon won't get as much farm, or he swapped out immediately actually. So that's a pretty big play, keeping the Shadow Ball there, and now going for the wrap to lower the defense of the bulky Licky.
There's a lot of switches and going on in this battle, but nobody's falling for the catch here. And actually, Patoman going for the wrap here, wanted to keep out the defense of this Licky so that Dragon Tail start adding up.
Shadow Ball is extremely lethal on both Pokemon of Patoman here. Besides Shadow Drapion, he has no other Ghost type resistance. Sorry, he does have Dunsparce, but not in the 3 he brought here. So let's see how he's going to play this here. Going for the double Aqua Tail, but not before Licky also locked in a Body Slam right after this charge attack here.
Yeah, this is very important. This is a charge attack priority, but we have seen Milotic can actually take another Body Slam here. So if Patoman is counting, he's probably going to no-shield here. Yeah, there we see it. This Milotic is going to endure this and has another Aqua Tail to throw.
Does Patoman actually throw charge attack, or does he swap out? He swaps out with the charge attack, and in comes Seeking. Licky will be able to get to another Body Slam though, which may either pull the shield or just lower the HP on this Seeking. I think Patoman does know that there's still a Shadow Ball stored there, so it's hard to use Protect Shield. In comes his own Seeking now from Sustenance Eater.
Do you full send here?
This will be
There's
so
only
big
a shield left. Do you full send? He full sends?
He full sends, but I think Sustenance Eater, he might be able to sniff this out because at this point it's unlikely. No, he actually lets it go!
Oh, interesting call by Sustenance Eater, but he might regret this. There goes almost all the HP of the Seeking.
Going for the Ice Wind. Patoman has almost no health left on his Pokemon. 2 Protect Shields now. Finally uses his first one of this battle, and this Ice Wind, I think, allows that Sustenance Eater won't get back down before the next Ice Wind here. He'll get really close, but Patoman, he makes the catch on the Shadow Drapion. This is why he switched out halfway the battle, so he could pull off this fantastic play.
The UIC champion is insane here. Perfectly getting the catch at the last second here, and Sustenance Eater going for the switch here, getting aggressive.
Spiritomb is being tapped on. Sustenance Eater is trying to switch out here. In comes Spiritomb, going for the Rock Tomb immediately, and the final protection goes up. That's what he kept it for, Patoman. But now you have so much energy as well. Can you back down the rest of the team of Sustenance Eater here? There's still the Protection Shield. Can Seeking get to another charge stack?
This end game is getting so close here. We get a shield from Sustenance Eater, but that Seeking is so close to another one. Here it goes. He goes for the another one with 1 HP.
The thing is, Milotic still has an Aqua Tail loaded, but Sustenance Eater has 2 Pokemon remaining. Can they take the Dragon Tail damage and the Aqua Tail from the Milotic? Milotic does have a lot of health. Here we go. He has to make a decision.
Combo play. Looking for the Milotic, actually not tapping now. Going for the Aqua Tail, what a combo play!
That's incredible, taking out the Licky. Can you now get the Dragon Tail down on the remaining Seeking? Which Pokemon has more health? I think Milotic will take this. 1 Dragon Tail, 2 Dragon Tail, takes out Seeking. Patoman, 1 HP and a Dream on the Milotic. He takes game number 1.
Patoman taking the lead here at the losers round 5, and we have seen Patoman start losing the first game of every single series. Imagine if he wins the first game. This is absolutely dominating.
Very unusual actually for Patoman to win the first game. We've seen him lose the first game and then making the reverse sweep, but now being ahead here, very big for Patoman. 1 step ahead of Sustenance Eater, just keeping all the energy over and over. Sustenance Eater had a plan written out there. Once he shielded a Crunch, he was like, okay, Spiritomb now wins the 1 shield scenario, the scenario where both Pokemon use 1 shield against Shadow Drapion, and this catch settled it. But because Patoman didn't allow that, he let that first attack go on the Shadow Drapion. That didn't play out at all for Sustenance Eater the way he wanted it to.
No, Patoman manipulated the Switch Timer how he wanted to. He got the perfect catch right there at the perfect time, and getting the Aqua Tail here at the end and securing the matchup for him.
Very well played from Patoman there, as we expect, honestly, from our reigning EUIC champion. And even if the Seeking would have backed down the Milotic, he still had a little bit remaining on his own Seeking in the back. How is Sustenance Eater going to come back from this match?
Yeah, Patoman wants to keep his streak alive of the trophies, but Sustenance is looking for his first trophy here, so he needs to find a way to come back from this matchup. The Seekings have been fundamental for both of these players.
Sustenance Eater with the Spiritomb. Spiritomb is such an asset in this meta. If you don't have one or haven't used one yet in the Go Battle League, I would really recommend trying out. This Pokemon might just be the best one in the format with Shadow Ball, Rock Tomb, and Sucker Punch, some of the best fast and charge attacks that this meta has to offer.
Yeah, it looks unstoppable here, and we'll probably see it in the second game. Let's see if we get it on lead. Actually, yeah, Spirit Tomb against Seeking.
You can just hear the Spirit Tomb come in the match. That's such a distinctive cry, and this is a matchup that is quite good for the Spirit Tomb as well, but you gotta be careful of the Mega Horn. In comes the Icy Wind bait though. A Mega Horn wouldn't take out the Spirit Tomb entirely, so I wouldn't be surprised if Patman is going to let it go. He does let go in Icy Wind because Mega Horn wasn't as threatening just yet, and now the Rock Tomb comes in.
You cannot fool the reigning UIC champion that easily, and actually Sustenance looking for the first shield here.
Yeah, I think hoping to protect against a Shadow Ball, it would have dealt devastating damage. A Rock Tomb would have dealt neutral kind of more damage, but still getting the attack drop is really nice here.
Yeah, and if Patoman actually decides to shield here, he's gonna secure this matchup, but it's gonna be parity on the shields, and there's still a lot of healthy Pokemon in the back.
There's no Rock type resist on the team of Sustenance either, so it's always safe to go for Rock Tomb, but he actually went for the Shadow Ball here to secure the knockout. If this was caught on Licky Licky, it would have been detrimental.
Yeah, watch out for the Frown now, but Patoman doesn't let him aggressive switch to the Drapion.
And let's see, this is a pretty good matchup, but we see now that Licky Licky comes in. Sustenance Eater is nodding, but the thing is, this is exactly, like Licky Licky is there to soak damage, but it cannot take infinite amount of damage here. We even see a defense drop that is crucial here, because now this crunch might actually almost knock out.
That might swing the ties of the game here. This crunch, this next crunch actually is gonna maybe take out this Licky Licky. Sustenance has to make a call here. It's very tough.
Sustenance Eater knows this is looking very tough here. Correctly shields the crunch, not an Aqua Tail. Has to throw immediately here. Now he has the back-to-back body slam.
Do you call it?
Knows this. No, he does put up the protect shield. Even a body slam would have done so much damage. But Batman now has another charge stack loaded.
Yeah, but he has to throw bad timing here, giving an extra poison sting to this Drapion, and this Drapion is gonna have a lot of energy for the last Pokemon in the back, the Spirit Tomb.
The timer is going to be up from Batman. I wouldn't be surprised if he switches out now into Milotic. No, he's staying up just a little bit here. Gonna farm some more energy and hoping to get to another charge attack into the Spirit Tomb after.
Is this a mistake? I don't know if Batman can get to another charge attack here with the Drapion. It's so low, and the Sucker Punch are actually chunking here, but no, switches out.
Switches out. The Spirit Tomb already had so much energy going for the Rock Tomb here. Shadow Ball definitely would have done more damage, but you need 2 charge attacks to win this matchup right here. You want to slow down this Milotic before 2 Octil will knock you out, because Milotic just paces so incredibly quickly.
Yeah, I definitely want to slow it down, but this Milotic, it still needs to get to an Aqua Tail, and the Spirit Tomb has remaining energy left. It's going to be a race till the end.
What is also very important to note about this, because Patman is swapped out immediately, he cannot switch or catch anything. Another Rock Tomb is coming in. How much energy does Patman have on his remaining Pokemon? Can the Shadow Drapion get to another charge? I believe that's 2 Poison Sting, but can it get to at least an Aqua Tail?
I don't know if it can. It's going to be very close, but I don't think Aqua Tail knocks out. You need to go for the crunch here. Actually, those 2 Poison Sting get to the Aqua Tail. Patman celebrating.
This is going to get really close here, and here's the reason why. Even if his Aqua Tail doesn't knock out, Spirit Tomb might hang on. He has his own Spirit Tomb. Here it comes. You cannot step Batman, man. Remember his name. Spirit Tomb is his game. Batman advances.
How does he do it? He keeps doing it. I just cannot believe this guy is absolutely out of this world.
Insanity. Absolute insanity. He lost early on day 1, and I need someone to look this up for me. How many matchups has Batman won in a row? This has to be double digits. It has to be over 10.
I would say like 50.
That's a good guess. Someone let us know. I want to know how many games he has won in a row, because Batman is on an absolute tear right now. Usually when you see some of these elite trainers lose early on day 1, you might already count them out, because it's so hard to come back from an early loss on day 1. But you can also see this is a great example of someone who still persists through that losers bracket and makes an incredible run. Congratulations, Patman, to make it to the top 6 at the EUIC.
I didn't believe it was possible to play that many games in a tournament, but Patman proving us all wrong. That's absolutely amazing. Let's look back at the replay here. Actually, a lot of aggressive switches, right? If you let your opponent farm down your Pokemon, you're giving him an advantage, and Patman does not give you advantages in this game.
It's the Spirit Tomb Shadow Drapion core that did it for Patman. It is almost unbreakable, only really to be broken by Zweilous, and that's not a Pokemon that was on the team of Sustenance Eater. So yeah, that just makes sense. Those Pokemon just come out every single time, and you see how fast they are, or how much fast attack pressure they have. It's such a good combination of Pokemon, and then you have the Milotic, also a highlight of this tournament. So safe and so quick to its charge attacks.
Yeah, I'm talking about Drapion, right? We talk about how good it is, but that debuff, it's so huge. It can turn the tide of the games very big into your favor, right? And that's what happened this game. After that debuff, that Licky was going to get fainted down by the crunch, so that was absolutely massive, changed the complete game. So it's 20% chance, every single chance.
We now have only one trainer remaining from North America at the Europe International Championship. This is Nighttime Clasher, and that will actually be our next matchup as well.
Actually, there's two. Rise to Occasion.
Sorry, Rise to Occasion. Yes, thank you for correcting me there. That's I totally forgot because Rise to Occasion played so early on the day that he had to wait a while. Rise to Occasion is indeed still in. The other trainer that's still in, out of region, is Trainer Steinar.
Yeah, it's going to be a Trainer Steinar versus Nighttime?
Yes, correct.
Oh, NA versus Latam, so EU is going to take down without playing, right? Another region here.
We're about to find out. Let's take a look here. On the left, we have Steinar. On the right, we have Nighttime Clasher. Steinar already has 2 trophies to his name. Nighttime Clasher only has 1, but it's a gold one. It's the best one you can have. And he's looking to get to another one. The winner of this match secures at least a top 4 placement.
Wow.
That is, well, they're already qualified for Worlds both, but at least they secure a top 4 trophy.
Yeah, here is where we see the trophy moves. And Nighttime Clasher has not had enough of his trophies. He wants another one. He wants to be the European International Champion as well. And we have never had someone win 2 internationals in the same season. So this might be it.
Or back-to-back.
Back-to-back.
Those are
everything.
2 times. We've only had, it's Axon who had won the North America International Championship twice. No one else has done this before. Obviously, Pokemon GO is relatively new to the championship series compared to the VGC and the TCG. But still, winning this championship is incredibly prestigious.
And especially this one, right? As we said, this is the biggest Pokemon GO tournament of all time. And I don't think we're breaking this record anytime soon.
It's just fun to think, right? We have 2 European trainers right now on the winner's side of the bracket.
Right.
But who is going to be the 3rd trainer that we're going to see tomorrow on Championship Sunday? Which region as well? I believe that the only European side, please correct me again if I'm wrong, the only European trainer remaining on the loser side of the bracket is Patoman.
Yeah, that's right. It's Patoman versus Rise to Occasion from NA, Nighttime Clasher from NA, and Steinar from Latam.
Exactly. And I'm curious to see how this storyline is going to unfold. Let us know in chat what you think and who also is going to win this particular matchup. Steinar with his Brazilian friends came here, has a lot of support in the crowd, but Nighttime Clasher, he knows so many trainers here as well. Sometimes we consider him half European just for in how many championships in Europe he has competed and commentated as well.
That's correct. He has gotten so many points here, but let's talk about this matchup, right? I think this might be the last Spidops remaining in the tournament. I'm not 100% sure, but this might be.
Sustenance Eater was the other Spidops user, and he just got knocked out.
Yeah, so, you know, Spidops, people thought it was too broken for this meta, right? When this meta came out, they were like, why didn't they ban Spidops? It's too strong. If you give it a shield, it wins against anything. Well, as you can see in this tournament, it didn't need a ban at all. It got eliminated by itself.
Pretty good call. Yeah, I think the bug bite user that we see the most is that Shadow Beedrill. And Steinar, yes, he has Spidops, but he also covers Beedrill quite well throughout the whole tournament, honestly, with Dunsparce. Dunsparce has been an absolute staple. We've also seen a little bit of the Dunsparce, which I think is still really good. Stone Collection was the only trainer to have shown it on the broadcast, and he actually got very far with it, but Dunsparce has been way more consistent just because of sheer bull.
Okay, let's make some predictions here. What do we think they're bringing to the battle? I'm going to say Steinar is probably going to go around Dunsparce and Spiritomb Core.
Do we expect Grimstone to come out?
It's very tricky when you see a Drapion in your opponent's team.
Let's take a look. Both trainers have now locked in, and we're going to find the Kingdra lead from Steinar. It's going to be met up with Spiritomb from Nighttime Clasher. Nope, it looks like that they went out for a little bit, so they're going to send again.
Yeah, we're going to need some time here, but don't worry. We'll be right back with the games. Trainers sending the battle right now, and
yeah, maybe we'll see the same leads though. And Kingdra is such a bait-dependent Pokemon, especially into a Pokemon like that Spiritomb. Because if you go straight for the Outrage, Spiritomb shooting that, all your energy gone, will then not mind the matchup so much. But if you can get a Swift Bait, you can outpace to another Outrage. You win the scenario where both Pokemon use only one shield really hard.
Yeah, Kingdra, very flexible Pokemon, a high risk, high reward, right? If you get the bait right, you're doing very well. And yeah, we get the same leads again. Kingdra versus Spiritomb. This is a bait game.
Here we go. Let's see if Steiner is going to stay into this matchup or if he's going to switch out. Looks like he is going to stay in. Dunsparce and Spiritomb are lurking in the back, but they're not exactly Pokemon you want to catch a Rock Tomb on.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher getting to Rock Tomb first here, and it's gonna threaten the shield from the Kingdra. Kingdra is a very solid Pokemon, so it needs to shield this.
Let's take a look. If Steinar is going to use the bait here, or is he going to full send an outrage? He's farming a lot of energy. Is being called on Leaky Leaky, however, we've seen this all over the place, that Leaky Leaky is just there to sponge the energy.
What a catch by Nighttime Clasher. Nighttime Clasher doesn't want to play the shield bait game, right? And Steiner actually going to counter swap with the Dunsparce here.
Interesting, perhaps thinking that this Leaky Leaky might just be trying to bait out the Spiritomb. I would argue the Spiritomb is a better answer here, but I guess you don't want to use any protection since you're one down already, so Steiner is soaking all the damage on Dunsparce instead.
Yeah, but Spiritomb has a lot of closing potential. We will see if it closes, and actually Dunsparce winning the charge attack priority here. Nighttime Clasher is a bit shocked about this.
Let's take a look. The drill run is coming through on Leaky Leaky. Looks like no charge attack priority tie, but another drill run is coming through. Nighttime Clasher is just letting this Leaky Leaky go.
Down goes the Leaky Leaky, and Nighttime Clasher has to make a decision, instantly going for the Spiritomb, getting aggressive here. Maybe going for the Rock Tomb here.
Rock Tomb will, I think, knock out this Dunsparce from this range. You do need another Pokemon if you need to clear a Deoth though, but keep in mind that this Kingdra still has a good amount of energy. In comes his own Spiritomb. It's answered by Milotic. Milotic base is really quick here. That makes it pretty solid in this matchup as well. And do keep in mind, Nighttime Clasher still has 2 Protect Shields.
Yeah, and perfect timing here by Nighttime Clasher. If he did one less extra fast attack, he would have given a free fast attack to his opponent. So perfectly played, and it's actually very close to the Aquatail. But no, Spiritomb goes first.
Rock Tomb is going to drop the attack of this Milotic. At this point, you've got to use your Protect Shields. Milotic will have its attack dropped, but might not. The Spiritomb is so fragile, and you want to launch your charge attacks just before. He's trying really hard to tap. It's not going through, though. The Spiritomb keeps sucker punching. And it looks like our trainers are discussing with the judges what's going to happen with the remainder of this match right here.
Yeah, we are having maybe some internet issues. We will get the judges to decide about this match, but yeah, Steiner finishing the game with the Rock Tomb to let the judges take a decision.
Yeah, a lot could still happen there. That Milotic had a lot of opportunity to still close that end game. It just paces so quickly to the Aquatail there. So kind of an unfortunate moment there for Nighttime Clasher. He may have been in a decent spot there. And I think he also missed a rollout earlier in the matchup. When you thought it was charge attack priority tie, it just looked like that he missed a rollout.
Yeah, and it's very important for the players to not let this get into their heads. They need to know that everything's fine, and they need to start thinking about strategies for the next game.
Judges are going to take a look at this, and regardless of the outcome, the trainers will have to come with new teams entirely, unless they want to run the same team, of course. So yeah, you kind of already have a little bit of a taste of what your opponents plays and how they play like.
Yeah, and I'm seeing an Incineroar plushie right there. Talking about why Incineroar was not using this cup, because it's actually eligible.
I want to ask you this question. Incineroar actually has really good coverage, double kick, to fight back against a normal type Pokemon, despite taking super effective rollout damage. I would argue Blaze Kick might be one of the charge attacks to go for, just because it doesn't cost as much energy. I mean, if you just want to straight up take out Pokemon in one charge attack, feel free to run Blast Burner, but I think that the other charge attack, what's it called, Darkest Lariat, might also be just as good, but then for dark type coverage. Or you go with double fire coverage, but then you cannot hit Milotic or Seeking really well.
Double fire coverage is a very bold play, especially in a water. I mean, a lot of players are running double water, right, on this Kingdra, which double resists fire. But yeah, the fire typing actually, you would think it helped in a bug type meta, but there's also a rollout meta, and you're actually getting super effective damage from those rollouts. And the double kick also does not have the same type attack bonus, just as a double, right? So you're doing a little less extra damage than if you were a fighting type.
Okay, but what if you had Fire Fang? You would be much better into those Beedrill. Dare to bring Beedrill into a Fire Fang Incineroar. I dare you. Maybe though, this Pokemon is more for a VGC. At some point, perhaps. we'll see Incineroar become meta in Pokemon Go.
Yeah, Firefang is definitely a decision there. If the teams were composed of 6 bugs, maybe it would make sense, but no, there's too many waters here.
I don't know which 6-bug Pokemon you would even want to run here. We've seen Spidops.
Pinsir.
Pinsir, yes, that is your favorite. Mega Pinsir. You cannot use that in the championship.
You wish.
Actually. But yeah, we've seen Shadow Beedrill, Spidops, and Shadow Venomoth mostly as the bug-type Pokemon of choice. Yeah, Pinsir has close combat. It's a Pokemon that, you know, it might do something, but just because it doesn't really have a lot of bulk and gets outpaced to charge stacks, it doesn't really do that well, even with close combat into a Pokemon like Licky.
Yeah, and if you like bugs, let us know in the chat what your favorite bug type is. And if you have been watching the stream for some while, maybe check out your drops. You might have something in there.
Right, you can get an elite charge TM to get an exclusive legacy attack on a Pokemon of your choice.
Inspired by?
And you can also claim a Dugong.
Oh, a Dugong.
Inspired by the trainer on the right, because he won the LASC with that Pokemon. That was Dugong, a very strong Pokemon that you definitely don't want to miss out on. And you know, we are very far in the tournament currently. If you want to see where we are, use !bracket in the chat. The challenge bracket will come up and you can just see where we are right now in the tournament. If you want to look back at any of these matches, make sure to follow us on Twitch and YouTube. You can look back at all the matches that you missed out on.
Yeah, it's been a very long day, and these trainers, they still have some energy in them. They need to consider how to manage their energy mentally, because they still have a... The player that advances after this round needs to play another round, so there's a lot of stake here.
Look, I remember when you and I played at Worlds, right? It was a day that started so early because we both started from the winner's side of the bracket. And
yes.
You have a call time of like 9 a.m. or something. That's when you need to get ready for your first matches. But by the time we finished, I think it was about 7 p.m. or something. And yes, you talk about managing energy and the endurance of these trainers. What I felt in that moment was like, I'm almost there. Just a little bit more. I just need my Skarmory on a Gligar.
Yeah, you love that, don't you? But yeah, you need to pull out every single drop of energy you have in you left. Keep on going. Mine for the diamonds, right? Go for it, and never let yourself let your hands down, I guess you would say.
Well, thank you for the inspiration. I know a friend of mine, Kevin Saludaris, he gives these kind of speeches, and that's what these trainers maybe need. Maybe if like Rise to Occasion and Patoman are listening right now, Kevin Saludaris could give a very inspirational speech to motivate these trainers just a little bit more, Give us a good show.
Yeah, very inspirational trainer. We have a lot of inspirational trainers here, actually, talking about Rise as well, content creator, right? An absolute insane player that's still in the tournament, and actually a lot of people from the community, right? Which makes these tournaments even better.
Let's take a look real quick at how far we've come at the largest tournament in Europe. This is the winner's bracket. We've had this all morning, some of the best battles, but all of these trainers, when they lose, they still went on the loser side of the bracket, so they could play later on in the day. We see here in the finals, Colin6 and Hikami. They won't be playing today, they'll be playing tomorrow on twitch.tv/Pokemon. The main channel will be having all finals of UNITE, GO, VGC and TCG in Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and let's take a look here at the losers round. There's way too many trainers here. We had a lot of trainers today, world champions, international championships, but it all comes down to these rounds, right? The surviving trainers, TC Steiner, Nighttime Clasher, Rise to Occasion, Patoman are still in it, but the other trainers actually had gotten some championship points out of this tournament.
And championship points are required to qualify for the World Championships. Of course, keep in mind that the winners of the matchups here... Okay, hold up. There's something here. Steinar, Nighttime Clasher, Rise to Occasion, and Patoman all are already qualified for the World Championships. I was going to say that the trainers that now win the matchup would also earn their direct qualification. But so far, only Colin and Hikami have qualified through getting that to the top 3, the finals that we have tomorrow. So there are no more World Qualification spots won through direct invitations here. It's all about the championship points for these trainers to get the prize package that is the Travel Award.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the Day 2 meta, how it evolved from yesterday, right? Yesterday we saw Licky and Spidops in the top usage, but look at Spidops, it has dropped down way too much.
Shadow, Drapion, Spiritomb Core, it makes sense. And Shadow Beedrill kind of replacing the bug-type role of Spidops. I mean, it's still around. I think it's just more as a solid Pokemon rather than something that trainers have really relied on, just because it's like a bulkier version of that Shadow Beedrill. And to my surprise, 12.5% Ferret?
Yeah.
We've hardly seen that Pokemon on the broadcast.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that. I think we saw it once today. It hasn't been very successful, but it seems like some trainers actually came to Day 2 with it, and I don't know, maybe it worked for them. But yeah, a lot of variance since yesterday and today, a lot of shifts, right? And you can see there Milotic as well, 34%. But I think it has been much more successful than that
Feels
percentage.
like 90% to me, honestly.
90% so, yeah.
How many times I've seen it on the broadcast. I guess maybe it's just a small percentage of really successful players that have been playing Milotic that we see it every time. What I really like about this meta as well is the diversity in the movesets, because Seeking has access to Duran as well, but some trainers opt for Mega Horn. We've seen Dark Pulse on Zweilous. We've also seen trainers with Dragon Pulse, and then Ferret is a Pokemon we see in the regional championships very often in the Open Great League format with Sucker Punch, Swift, and Trailblaze. In this format, we've seen it with either Sucker Punch or Quick Attack as the fast attack. We've also seen it with Brick Break as the secondary charge attack, just for better coverage into Pokemon like Licky and Dunsparce.
Yeah, exactly. And even Spidops, right? As you said, like we haven't seen any, but you can rank counter, and the normal type matchup starts getting better there. So a lot of tools you can use in this meta. So make sure to play this meta in GBL, right?
Spidops has not even been in for PvP in Pokemon Go as long like any other of these Pokemon. And in fact, Colin 6, who's on the winner's side in that finals, was the first trainer to bring it, and he pivoted all the way to the grand finals in Stuttgart. But at that time, it was with the fast attack Shadow Claw, not with Bug Bite, not with counter.
Okay, quick question for you. Who wins the 1v1 matchup? Giratina or Spidops?
Excellent question, because I studied this and I forgot. But I'm pretty sure that Giratina in its Shadow form, obviously for the Great League, because you cannot get that either purified or non-Shadow variants for the Great League. But 2 Ancient Powers should knock out. And you do outpace Spidops. And for that reason, I'm pretty sure that Shadow Giratina altered in this case. I don't know which Giratina form you were talking about actually, but I'm assuming altered. Yes, that's form. Altered should win the Zero Shield scenario if you have Ancient Power, because you will outpace the Spidops and deal super effective damage.
Yeah, and let's take ahead and look at the Twitch drops that we talked about some minutes ago, right? You can get a Dugong inspired by Nighttime Clasher, the trainer that's currently on screen, right? And not only that, you can get some XL candies from it. And actually, the Dugong comes with the Ice Wind, am I correct?
You are correct. That is a Legacy Charge deck. Normally, you need to use that Elite Charge Gem right there for that. You won't this time if you claim this Dugong, I'm just saying. And Marto, I know you were trying to build that Ultra League Dugong. There are those 15 Steel Candy XL that you get as well.
Yeah, you get even more stuff there. You can get 20 Charge TMs, 20 Fast TMs, and even more.
This is one of the best jump bluff counters you can have in the game. So I would definitely recommend, if you want to defeat any trainers named Marto Galde, make sure to get this Dugong.
No, don't worry, he's easy, he's watched. But yeah, remember to get those switch drops in. Remember, if you watch the stream, take advantage of it.
Dude, I totally forgot actually. I need to claim it still. I need to open the stream
Wait,
still and
we
claim
have more
it.
drops.
I need to claim it. And there's also for the VGC.
Yeah, if you like VGC, you can get a Typhlosion inspired by Kinugawa's run at the LAIC Championship last year. Actually, put the code EYC 26 Heatwave, and yeah, what a memorable run by Kinugawa.
And finally, we also have drops for the trading card game live. Some extra swag there. Look at that jacket, the Mega Charizard X. What a cool Pokemon. We also have that Pokemon in Pokemon GO, of course, but this one you can redeem by watching Pokémon TCG on Twitch. Make sure you don't miss out on any of these rewards, exclusive by watching the EUIC.
Yeah, not only the jacket, the sleeves, the coin, way too many rewards here at the European International Championships. There's something for everyone.
I'm going to open the stream right after this match because I need that elite charge.
I also forgot my drop. Okay.
Did you at least rate Enamorous? If you are based in the US or in LATAM, the Enamorous event, raid event is today as well. So make sure you get that Pokemon. I believe this is similar to the Incarnate form. However, this Pokemon has access to Mystical Fire, which is very similar to Icy Wind. We've seen a lot today, but in a fire typing. And it also has Earth power. So kind of Enamorous with extra coverage. I recommend getting this if you are into the Master League.
Yeah, I would say this Enamorous outperforms the other Enamorous. So make sure you get the Candy XLs and maybe build it for the Master League. The other Enamorous has not been seen that much in Master League recently. So this might be it, right? You get the debuff. You have Astonish maybe for those Lunellas roaming around in the Master League. So if you like Master League, don't miss it.
And more Pokemon you can catch as well with the Go Tour Kalos. We're going to get the global one, and next week also the tour in Los Angeles. You can raid for Xerneas and Yveltal as well. And of course, it's also an in-person event in the APAC region in Tainan.
Yeah, and if you're a collector, look at those Pikachus with the hats. There's a lot of people that want those. And even if you don't like them, if you get a shiny, maybe you can get a cool trade for it. Maybe a Pokemon you want for PvP. But yeah,
you know what one of my goals is going to be? These Pokemon, the starter Pokemon of Kalos, they get a Mega form in the new Pokemon Legends ZA.
Really?
And I want those Mega Pokemon. So I'm going to hunt for a Pokemon that has the attack, defense, and HP all full. And I would like that for this one as well, please. Hoopa. It is a Pokemon that has two forms. One of them has a Ghost and Psychic type form. The other one that you see here has a Psychic and Dark type form. And with that comes a lucky trinket.
Yeah, that's a very unique type in there. So make sure you get that Hoopa in. And look at that Zygarde jacket. That looks very cool.
That's pretty cool. I might get that. I know Triptando's a big Zygarde fan. We haven't seen him on the broadcast this time. He competed here as well. And, you know, we were talking about raiding earlier. If Lundberger, our co-caster, could finally get some of these legendary Pokemon, we have something cool to lucky trade.
Yeah, Hoopa bringing all these legendaries to the raid. So if you like legendaries, if there's your favorite, you can raid for it. Make sure to do it.
Yeah, that's going to be the week before the Global Tour, actually. And with the Global Tour, we also get these new Mega Pokemon. Mega Victory Bell and Mega Malamar. Which one of these are you the most excited for?
I mean, who doesn't love Mega Pokemon, right? They look so cool. My personal favorite is my friend Malamar, and I'm so excited to get it.
It looks pretty goofy, and you can get this background as well if you're lucky. Your locals might be into them as well. If you're not into these backgrounds, then you can still trade them for other exclusive Pokemon with your local community or at these kind of events. I'm going to trade so many trainers for PvP Pokemon with some of these background Pokemon. And honestly, even you could also be in them. They're cool.
Yeah, and this is a mega season. This is a mega tournament from Pokémon GO. We had 512 sign-up players and only 1, 2, 3, 4...
I believe it's six
remaining.
I think it's 6 trainers. 6 trainers are remaining.
Come a long way, but yeah.
It's been a long day as well for us, of course. We're still going on here. The Super Marty Bros is what Tomahawk UK called us. Yeah, and we're just yapping away before we get back into this matchup here, as we were waiting for a potential rematch between Steinar and Nighttime Clash. And I believe that we are about to move on very shortly.
Yeah, let's see the decision of the judges here. We'll see the score in a couple of seconds there. And actually the players are locking in for the next game here. We will see what the score is.
Yeah, the score right now is 0-0. It looks like it was a rematch. And now we have Dunsparce into Seeking. We have entirely new teams. Let's take a look at how both trainers are going to play this one out.
Yeah, actually Dunsparce can take the charge attacks pretty easily, but Seeking actually has a high attack, so Steiner has to respect his Mehorn, but no, he wants to keep the shields.
Yeah, that's probably because Dunsparce is one of his bulkier Pokemon, so he doesn't really need to use Protect Shields here. He actually brought Grimmsnarl, and we see the swap there. Grimmsnarl coming into this matchup immediately. This one doesn't have Power Punch, it has Play Rough instead. But what I personally dislike about Grimmsnarl is this zero shield matchup. If Grimmsnarl does not use any Protect Shield, Licky Licky wins so hard here.
Yeah, that was just such a fast reaction by Steiner, answering the Licky Licky with the Grimmsnarl. But as you say, look at the HP of the Grimmsnarl. That was only about Slam, and the rollouts is going down pretty fast.
Grimmsnarl now has 2 Foul Play stored or a Play Rough, but I don't think that a Foul Play is going to be enough to shut. He is going for the Play Rough instead. this is, I think, going to rough up this Licky and knock it out. And yes, it does.
It is the correct decision here, and Nighttime Clasher needs to come in with the Seeking, and he's going to get the foul play on. Can he get the shield back?
I think this foul play is quite hard. You might want to respect this one. Nighttime Clasher is not
No.
going to use a Protect Shield just yet. Seeking takes a big hit, and there comes the drill run combo breaker.
Steinar combo playing Nighttime Clasher, and actually he's going to have to shield that drill run from the Dunsparce. That's very surprising, and there's no way he can farm that. Oh, catches the second drill run.
Nighttime Clasher is just dancing around with his Pokemon right here, but what he needs to be aware of is that he is running out of health. Kingdra is in the back though, and Kingdra is not exactly looking forward to meet this Milotic. Both trainers still have one Protect Shield, but the last shields that are in play, the worse it's become for Milotic, because then Kingdra may be able to land an Outrage on Milotic. So you want to keep the Protect Shield and get the wrap immediately in so you can drop the defense.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher going instantly for the wrap, but the Steinar switch timer is up here, so he might be able to just instantly switch, but if you do that, you're going to give extra farm to this Milotic.
Let's take a look here. Do keep in mind that Dragon Tail is double resistant into Grimmsnarl, so maybe can still put in some fast attack pressure. I think, do you have to use a protection here? Nighttime Clasher is kind of running out of health. He's letting it go.
Interesting decision by Nighttime Clasher, getting aggressive with the Seeking, instantly switch, and Icy Wind. Oh, catch by this Grimmsnarl. What a catch, Cambio!
What a catch there! Is that going to save Steinar here? Nighttime Clasher has to make sure he knocks out the Grimmsnarl. You don't want to take any more fast attack pressure. Both Pokemon have very low health here. There's still protection on both sides. Can one Dragon Tail knock this out or do the Dragon Balls KO? It looks like Kingdra is going to take down, and Steinar wins game number 1.
Steinar taking the lead here. The Kingdra with the one-turn fast attack was the superior winner here, and it's gonna take the first game.
Steinar is one game away from winning his 3rd trophy in total. How does he do it with these brand new Pokemon?
Yeah, Steinar representing the Latin American region here, and let's see that replay. That Seeking Shield into Drill Run, an interesting play, and going for the catch here.
As we saw in the replay, yeah, the catches were just all over the place, and letting this Swift go, but then the pivotal catch wasn't honestly really that necessary in this case, because there was still a Protect Shield, and there you see kind of that Seeking doesn't hit that hard with its fast attacks. Not having the same type of attack bonus really hurt there.
Yeah, and what a catch there right there, and Steinar knowing that he only needs fast attack here, doesn't even throw the charge attack, right? He was very close to charge attack here, but it's very important that he doesn't throw there, because if he throws, the Dragon Tail is gonna sneak in and it's gonna take out that Kingdra.
How is Nighttime Clasher going to come back from this loss right here? I feel like Steinar really had him locked down with the Kingdra there, getting to all those charge attacks, and Nighttime Clasher letting too much go. He was running out of health. You have to keep in mind that at some point when you let all the attacks go through, something like a Spiritomb, a Spidops, or a Grimmsnarl just deals way too much fast attack pressure, and you cannot shoot fast attacks.
Yeah, the Kingdra's pick was surprising to me because of the Milotic, right? But Steinar predicted the Milotic being in the back, and also the Grimmsnarl coming into the battle without Power Punch.
It has Play Rough instead, actually proved to be quite useful, because that allowed Steinar to get to a foul play as well. There we go, Spiritomb into Shadow Drapion. This is a pretty positive lead for Nighttime Clasher. Let's see how this one is going to be played out. We've seen Shadow Drapion go for Crunch here the whole time. Do we ever see anyone baiting with an Octo? No, we see a Crunch going through, but we know by now if Spiritomb shields the first Crunch successfully, then it can win the scenario where both Pokemon use one Protect Shield.
Yeah, again, instant no shield by the Spiritomb. Oh, getting the defense drop. That is absolutely phenomenal.
That might actually be very, very helpful in this particular matchup right here, because now your Crunch might do more. But Nighttime Clasher knows the depth of this matchup. We saw him do this before, and we see the immediate Crunch. Not waiting, he was not expecting a catch potentially, but this chip damage I think might be very valuable. Plus it allows your Licky to gain some momentum and potentially get some energy for a later matchup as well. However, I think Steinar might be happy to see Licky here, considering he has Spidops in the back.
Yeah, that debuff forced Steinar's hand here, and that Spidops in the back is looking like it's not in a great position, right? But here we go, Dunsparce throwing the Drill Run. This Licky is so healthy that Nighttime Clasher can actually gain a lot of energy here.
Nighttime Clasher might even be looking for a rollout down at this point, but I think that 3 Drill Run might be able to knock it out here, so I'm not sure. If then you might have to use a protection or expend some energy. Does Steinar stay into this matchup? No, he swaps into Spidops immediately.
Yeah, instant throw the Body Slam here. Steiner only has one shield left and the Spydos, but there's a Seeking in the back. That's super effective back damage.
Shadow dropped on the side of Nighttime Clasher, has no energy, so he's forced to go into Seeking. He has a shield advantage, but Seeking is not exactly bulky. Let's see, you have to use a Protect Shield here. Nighttime Clasher is going low on health, otherwise, again, just like he did in game number 1, this launch will drop the attack, but he can drop the attack as well, and that's what he does immediately, not even going for the Mega Horn.
Yeah, but look at the health of the Spiritomb. Steiner doesn't even care about the Spydops in the back. He just wants to sweep with the Spiritomb, and the timer is so close here, but Nighttime Clasher needs to get this farm down. Can he get it?
He does get the farm down, just barely, but the health evaporated on the Seeking. And keep in mind that also has been debuff going.
Oh, no!
How does he do it?
Wow, what a catch from Steiner. That was absolutely clutch in this game.
Oh, for a second I thought he did throw the Mega Horn there. Nighttime Clasher not swiping any bubbles. He needs to get energy as soon as possible. Getting at the farm down, he does come out with a full Mega Horn. Does Licky Licky have any energy? It does not have any energy. It needs to get to an Earthquake, but Sucker Punch is doing way too much damage. This is only a Body Slam. Did Spiritomb actually... He did count, and he's no-shooting here, Steiner.
Is this a mistake by Nighttime Clasher? He's giving a lot of energy to the Spiritomb. Steiner knew he didn't have enough energy, and Seeking got... Oh no, he throws the Draper, more energy for this Spiritomb.
There's nothing left for Nighttime Clasher. Steiner, he is going to win his 3rd trophy. These catches, this is what you do it for. These are the trophy moves. As the last Sucker Punch are coming through, he's at 2 Rock Tomb right here. But Nighttime Clasher, he's not going to give up. He's hoping that there's a chance.
Yeah, Steiner making the trophy moves and Nighttime Clasher not giving up. But yeah, this Spiritomb has another Rock Tomb to throw, and this is gonna be light side for Nighttime Clasher in this tournament.
Rock Tomb is gonna knock out Seeking. Steiner wins his 3rd trophy!
Steiner making the trophy moves here at the European International Championship, representing Latin, the last representation of Latin here, advancing in the tournament.
How does he do that? How did he do that? He comes in this tournament. It's been a while since he played. And now immediately into top 4, winning another trophy. Wow, and Nighttime Clasher, the previous LESC champion, he's gotten so far yet again, but 1 win away. That cursed 5th place in Pokémon GO means that you're 1 spot away from winning a trophy or a medal. And that 5th place is something that Nighttime Clasher had a lot.
Yeah, and Steiner taking out the last international champion, right? And there's actually only 1 international champion left in this tournament, which is Patoman, right? Which is making a deep run, just as Nighttime Clasher. But yeah, that's gonna be it for Nighttime Clasher. A huge congrats, right? Top 6 in this tournament is a feat.
Still an incredible run though. He's had a lot of championship points. He's gonna maintain his spot on the leaderboard there.
For a long time.
We're gonna have 2 more matches remaining. If you're a big fan of Rise to Occasion, stay around. We'll be right back.
To start from the beginning once again, would it be worth it? Retrace every single step that led us to this very moment, would you do it? Every high and every low, knowing just where the path would go. Every say. It's our time. We've been waiting so long. Feels like forever. Now the moment has come. Finally, it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our hands high. Come stand with me. It's our time. It's our time.
Look, let me take you all back to the scene of just a small town kid who believed. Growing up, I'd throw a ball against the wall and dream of making the league. So when I got to start to know I really started a team. From the first loss to the first bash, up unarticulated what the words lacked. On the journey pushing forward to evolve with my friends, I look back at every battle and I do it again.
Every high and every low.
And again and again.
Knowing just where the path would go.
All the way up to victory road.
Every sacrifice we made.
No regrets, so I live for the game.
Traitors, let me hear you say. It's our time. We've been waiting so long. Feels like forever. Now the moment has come. Finally, it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our hands high. Come stand with me. It's our time. It's our time. It's our time. Every step and every scar, every wish upon a star, built the strength to chase the sun. We faced our fears, refused to run from humble starts to dreams of glory high. Now our names echo across the sky. It's our
The sun is setting here in London. The skies are darkening, and we have two more pairs that are battling into the night. This is going to be absolute cinema on stage at the European International Championships. I'm joined by one of my favorite casters. That's Inadequates.
Do you like me more than Amanda? Important question to start off right away.
Moving on to the players at hand. No, I'm just kidding. You're a gem. You're both gems. I'm really excited to get to this next pair. We are going to see Rise taking on Pokémon. I stepped away for just a moment. When I came back, I was informed that Pokémon had defeated Sustenance Eater. Pokémon is just built different.
Dude, I was about to look up how many matches Pokémon had won in a row, but you know, then I got the opportunity to do 2 more sets with you. If someone can let me know real quick, how many battles has Pokémon won in a row? Because he lost early on day 1. He's made an insane losers bracket run. Rise, to occasion, on the other hand, we saw him get far on the winner's side of the bracket. He's had so much time to prepare, maybe even take a power nap real quick, and now he's here to face off against the reigning European International Champion.
I still remember Rise's loss to Colin, the charge attack priority tie, the Shadow Ball, devastating him, but he is back on stage. Like you called out, Martine, he's had a little bit of time to gather himself. Looking at these teams, though, do you see any obvious advantages for either side?
Well, I think that we're going to see a lot of Shadow Drapion, Spiritomb Core again. Well, look at that. There's both Pokemon. And this is a pretty good matchup for Shadow Drapion if someone would finally bait an Aqua Tail. Because so far, no one has been doing that. But every Spiritomb keeps shielding. Okay, this is the moment. Does Pataman shield this one? Every Spiritomb has been shielding every time. There's no way this time he does it. Okay, there's the protection of the Spiritomb.
Hey, well, he is going to shield up the Aqua Tail, but I don't think this matchup is over. Far from it, in fact. Here comes a Rock Tomb from the Spiritomb into that Shadow Drapion. Rise to Occasion's got to respect it.
This Aqua Tail is crucial. If Pataman decides to play this matchup out, he's been playing Spiritomb Double Water over and over, but because of that bait, it can now actually outpace the Spiritomb to its final charge stack and win the scenario where both Pokemon use one charge stack. But the thing is, look at these resistance Sucker Punch. They still do so much damage. No! Rise to Occasion is not throwing energy.
Yeah, he avoids the charge stack priority tied there. Maybe not confident his Shadow Drapion would win that matchup. A lot of the Spiritombs you get from research breakthroughs, and they do have a higher attack, but that defense fall, attack drop occurs after the second Rock Tomb Crunch coming through now.
And let's take a look. Does Pataman use protection here? No, he keeps it for the back line. All shields are down on the side of Rise to Occasion, though, and I would reckon that you want to keep this charge stack because it's double debuffed. Let's take a look at what Rise to Occasion does. Now goes into Licky Licky, which can soak up all the damage, but not before Milotic is going for a wrap to lower the defense of this bulky Licky Licky.
Minor detail there, but Rise fired off 2 Poison Stings before the swap, which meant that the second Dragon Tail would not apply. Instead, transfer the damage to the Licky Licky. That's excellent for keeping his Drapion in fighting capability. Aqua Tail getting fired off.
And this neutral Aqua Tail is going to do decent amount of damage. I think you're going to need another one to get the actual knockout here. That Aqua Tail did a little bit more because of the wrap debuff. Earthquake's coming through here. Spataman, does he want to use final protection here? No, because it could have well been a body slam. You don't want to shield those.
I've seen a lot of these Milotic trainers use it as a sponge, allowing these charge attacks to come through, playing more for energy advantage than switch control. Body slam's going to come through, and this actually will not be enough either. Seeking comes out.
Can this Licky Licky get to another charge stack? Rise to Occasion is not taking any chances, goes into Dunsparce immediately. The problem is that he was a little bit too slow. Now Seeking was able to get to an Icy Wind, and this will drop the attack of Dunsparce. Now I think that 2 Drill will not be able to knock out anymore. I think that Pataman is not going to use any protections regardless, because he knows that there is still a crunch loaded on Shadow Drapion on the side of Rise to Occasion.
Double drill runs coming through, and I see the vision. I think that it could be drill run, swap, crunch, if he can get back to his timer in time. One more rollout for good timing's sake, and another drill run.
Ooh, would a Mega Horn not have knocked out there? Ooh, we see the Protect Shield come up here. I think Seeking is very close to winning the charge stack pretty time because it has pretty high attack there. So Pataman might have to make a prediction here. When does Rise to Occasion? Oh, he went to maximum energy here. If he went to maximum energy, he has a Mega Horn and an Icy Wind to close out this battle.
Exactly. I think he's got enough. He KOs the Dunsparce. 2 Pokemon left. Rise to Occasion switch timer is up. He could peekaboo here. Look at Pataman reaching for the Milotic.
He's trying to switch out, trying to catch a potential charge stack here. In comes Shadow Drapion. Oh, he's trying to catch, but but the rollout. This might just be what he needs. Gets to the body slam. Will this knock out the Seeking? Who could have seen this coming?
I switch, you switch, we switch. Body slam from Licky Licky into the Seeking. That's going to be same type attack bonus, and the pause tells us this game is over. Somehow,
Seeking gets squashed by the body slam. Rise to Occasion, as chill as he's sitting there, from within there must be a burst of joy to win a game that looked impossible to overcome.
It looked like pure chaos, but it turned into a choreographed dance as both trainers tried to anticipate each other over the limit, and it actually turned out in favor for Rise. Peekaboo play from Rise, the instant pivot out for the catch for Pataman, and those two strategies clashed, and at the end, Rise to Occasion took the win.
Like 5 things happened within this replay of 10 seconds. That was crazy. Rise to Occasion made a prediction, Pataman made a prediction, maybe forgot he had an Aqua Tail loaded even on Milotic, and in that point, the Licky Licky got the rollout down, and that was exactly what it needed to get to a final body slam into Seeking to close out the game, because I think that Seeking might just win the charge stack pretty tie against Drapion. So if that didn't happen, Seeking would have knocked out Shadow Drapion.
Martine, you've done an enormous amount of battling. I have as well. I don't think I've ever seen that, especially not in the Championship Series on the IC stage.
So much is happening here, and we have the best of the best here, right? So there's just so much at stake, and what these trainers really excel at that I've noticed is their end game. They're just so focused, and once everything falls in place, they know how to fit the puzzles in the the pieces in the puzzle to close it all out. And that's what you saw here. A game that looked so unwinnable. Rise not only made a prediction, he also needed a little bit of luck.
Rise is coming off of a championship victory in LATAM. He's got his crown for, I guess, the 5th season in a row, and he wants to keep on pushing himself to new heights. We're going to get into game number 2, Spiritomb, all around.
Whoa, this is a very spooky lead that we have here. 2 Smiles going against each other, but the health is evaporating here. A charge stack pretty tight on the Rock Tomb. You can hang on to this Rock Tomb, but Rise to Occasion is not taking any chances getting hit by a Shadow Ball that would knock it out entirely.
Exactly, and we have seen the Shadow Ball come through in multiple matchups, so you have to pay it its due. Because the Rock Tomb first connected, this one will be a little debuffed. Pataman, though, is going to respect it and throw up a shield of his own.
Not taking any chances either. Both Spiritomb are still staying in. Do we see any catch here? Pataman still running Spiritomb double water here, and we see the charge stack pretty tight. Pataman knows that he wins that, but at this point, this Spiritomb from Pataman is kind of in the farm down range for whatever Rise to Occasion wants to bring in, but I hardly doubt that Pataman stays in here, aggressively swaps into Seeking, and I think for Rise to Occasion, it's kind of hard to predict what is in the back, but if you expect the Milotic, you want to stay into this. He's firing off the Mega Horn.
Full sending the Mega Horn here, Pataman wants the KO. He's going to deal so much damage to the Kingdra. Oh my goodness, down into the red. It's got the Swift ready to go, but it can't get much more than that.
Do you call the Swift here? That would be huge, but the thing is, Rise to Occasion might just get to another one. So Pataman, he calls it. The next Swift is almost loaded though, so you can just get to another one, and then it is going to be Dunsparce versus Milotic. Who is going to win that match head to head? No, never mind. Pataman is putting up a protection. Now the switch here. Rise to Occasion had to swap there. If he didn't switch out, his final Pokemon would be debuffed for the remainder of the game, and you can't let that happen.
Exactly. The shield really changed the direction of this game. A fork in the road, and now the debuff will stick to that Dunsparce as long as it's on the field, allowing the Milotic to come in here and deal a lot of damage.
This is such a nuisance for Rise to Occasion. He doesn't want to throw any of this energy because it's debuff. He wants to swap out, but the timer is not up. We have a 45-second switch clock in Pokemon GO, so you have to wait a little while. Meanwhile, this Milotic is just chunking away and making sure that the charge stack later won't be caught on Kingdra in the back, because I think after this charge stack, the timer will be up for Rise to Occasion.
And look at the skill expression for Pataman. He built up an enormous amount of energy because he knows the switch is coming. Fires on the charge stack priority. Dunsparce returns fire with a drill run. We saw how much damage the first one did. You're going to need probably 4 of these to pick up the KO in this debuff scenario. When does the switch come? Immediately, the Dragon Tails come through though and pick up a knockout.
But here's the thing, with this damage, I think that a drill run might knock out Rise to Occasion. I think predicted, however, the Pataman tried to catch. The prediction was not there because Pataman stayed in for a wrap, and now at this point going for another Aqua Tail even. Rise to Occasion just flinched in the moment. Pataman took advantage of it. He ties up the score.
This series has been absolute cinema. You called it perfectly, Martine. Anticipating the swap, Rise waited a turn. Pataman says, if you're just going to stand there, I'm going to go pedal to the metal. Wrap followed by the Aqua Tail. That was the win condition for him. These trainers in the end game, as you called out earlier, are predicting each other perfectly.
If Pataman had switched there into like this Spiritomb in the back, then that would have been an amazing call from Rise to Occasion. Because then he could have held onto his energy and used a Protect Shield for this final attack from Milotic and fired 2 drill run. That didn't happen. I think Pataman may have read that. So he just stayed in and he launched 2 charge attacks.
Yeah, exactly. He said, well, you're not going to stop me. I have all this stored energy. I'm going to deploy it. And that was really gathered in the mid game. Expecting the switch out, expecting the pivot to clear the debuff, he was able to gather all that energy on the Milotic, and that is what won him this battle. These trainers are not even seeing in 2020. They're seeing the future, and they know exactly how they want this game to end.
I just wonder, why does Pataman keep running the same line? He keeps running Spiritomb double water. Speedy, I just thought of the answer. You know why he keeps running that? He keeps winning.
Oh,
it's not easy, actually.
Hey, you know what? If you just lock in 3 Pokemon, you keep winning, why change it up? Going into battle number 3, though, if Pataman does that a 3rd time in a row, that would be diabolical and easy to predict. What do you think he does?
I love it when a plan comes together, and Pataman is great at scheming these plans. I've played against him, and he played very interesting compositions that you just do not see coming. And even an expert like Rise to Occasion can really be thrown off by these things. We're gonna head into decisive game number 3. Let us know who you're rooting for. Here we go. We have Shadow Beedrill into Dunsparce. This is a relatively positive lead for Patman. I would expect Rise to Occasion to swap out at any point, but we look at the backlines. This is looking pretty rough for Rise to Occasion, but this starts off quite strong. It catch immediately on Dunsparce.
You saw the flinch from Rise too. He wanted to switch in and get the rollout, but he did one bug by too many, and now he's lined up with this Milotic safe switch. Like you said, same Pokemon coming out again and again, this time in the middle game.
I think Patman might just be predicting that there could be Licky in the back because he has his own Spirit Tomb for this Dunsparce, which has a better matchup than Milotic does. But now Kingdra is free from this Milotic.
Wrap cripples the defense of the Dunsparce, ensuring that the next Aqua Tail will KO. This is a full-strength drill run, though, and it does marginally more damage than its debuffed counterpart. Another drill run, because, of course, you have all this energy. Why not throw it?
It also did marginally less damage than I thought you were making it sound like. In comes Beedrill, though, to get the farm down, to get a head start on energy, and that's what Beedrill's strong at. I think if you don't use a protection here, you will get farmed down later on. So, at Rise to Occasion, actually let this go. Interesting play. In comes Dunsparce again. The Dunsparce will be able to farm up a lot of energy here.
Ooh.
Let's this go as well. Was this an Exit or a Fell Stinger?
This is a Fell Stinger, but that was a ice-cold call from Patoman that could have easily been the more powerful X-Scissor. Can Rise get to one more charge attack? It's closing in. No, Patoman does not want to find out.
He doesn't take any chances here, Patman. Perhaps one more rollout would have knocked out, and then Rise to Occasion wouldn't have even reached that charge attack. But one turn fast attacks are very difficult to count. This energy advantage might flip the game, though. The thing is, if you no-shield an attack here, looks like Rise to Occasion not taking any chance. He wants to keep these protections.
Yeah, couldn't quite get the farm down there. Wants to keep his Kingdra healthy because HP management in the end game is so critical, especially when you're facing off against a Spirit Tomb user like Patoman.
I'm not super familiar with the depths of this matchup when all shields are in play. Can Spirit Tomb actually just get the entire Sucker Punch down here? The health from this Kingdra is evaporating. I think, can you get to an Outrage if you bait Swift twice?
I'm wondering as well, I mean, do you just no-shield the Swift here? It's double resisted, but Patoman is not going to take that risk. He goes ahead and uses that first protection of the battle, and I agree with you. This is very precarious. Both switches are available for both trainers. We might see a swap very soon.
I don't think that Rise to Occasion can get to those charge attacks. He needs to be at an Outrage right here. Does he have a Drill Run loaded instead? Maybe with some Swift chip damage he can get there. He has to switch now. In comes Dunsparce, but it has no energy.
No energy, but the Spirit Tomb does throw the Rock Tomb, and Rise is forced to throw up his final shield. I don't know, Rise to Occasion fans. This might be the end of the road for your trainer on the left.
In comes Milotic just to wall off this Dunsparce from doing anything. And I think that this Milotic can also hang on to some Dragon Breath. Milotic is going to chunk away the rest of this Pokemon here. Kingdra goes down, and this means Patoman, your reigning EUIC champion, wins his 5th trophy consecutively.
Patoman is built different. He does not stop. He does not slow down. He's at the highest levels of Pokemon GO PvP, and he is not going anywhere. Congratulations to Rise for an incredible run, but there are very few trainers that can bring down the Spanish prodigy.
If Unstoppable had a face, it would be Patoman's face. Like, no one's being able to take him down after Damon Cash won once against him. And then Damon Cash didn't have that exact alignment on day 2.
Correct.
But Patoman, in the meantime, is still going strong. In game 3, he finally changed up the Spirit Tomb double water line, and the calls were all correct. Having Dunsparce on Beedrill from the lead on was so big.
This has been one of my favorite series I've ever watched. Calling back to game number 1, both trainers trying to predict each other. Rise attempting the peekaboo play, Patoman making the instant swap. Game 2, Rise blinking for just a moment and getting double charge attacked by the Milotic to lose. And then game number 3, it felt like a slow motion sunset. The window closed gently on Rise's run here in EUIC, and Patoman is moving on.
I think that Rise to Occasion was really hoping for either Seeking or Shadow Drapule in the back, but there you just see the strength of what makes Spirit Tomb one of the most popular Pokemon in this meta. Sucker Punch is such a good fast attack. Kingdra didn't even get the chance to throw an Outrage
I'm going to be honest with you, Martine. I was not a big Spiritomb believer. I didn't really see the merit in Go Battle League, in the limited cup that's available now. I didn't see the merit in scrims either. But what I didn't think about was the Ghost typing gives it such a solid resistance to all of the body slam spam that we're seeing in this meta. It's slower, but it's more capable defensively than many of the other Dark type Pokemon.
I mean, we discussed it pretty short before the EUIC. I think that Spiritomb is the punisher of all the normal type Pokemon that you have in this meta. As long as shields are up, Spiritomb is almost untouchable to Pokemon like Dunsparce, Licky, and especially Ferret. But we're moving on to our final match of the day. Both of the trainers have already secured a trophy. They've secured a lot of championship points, but the winner of this match will make it to Championship Sunday. We will see them tomorrow as well.
I don't know how Pokémon does it. He just had that incredible series versus Rise. I'm nervous and out of breath, and he's about to go back into the fire versus TZ Steiner, who I like to call the Kingdra Commander, the Spidops Spinner. He is absolutely crushing with those two Pokemon.
Spinning, he's familiar with. Let's see if he can fly through this one. He is pretty much the only trainer with a Grimmsnarl remaining in the tournament. And, you know, you were not a Spiritomb believer. I was not a Grimmsnarl believer. I've hardly seen the Grimmsnarl from Steiner pop out, though, but when he did, it actually had the charge tag Play Rough.
Oh, yeah. Well, it depends on the targets, right? I think Grimmsnarl, everyone was thinking about that Pokemon because dragons seemed like such a vital pick in this format. But with the absence of so many dragons, Spiritomb actually rose up into that primary dark Pokemon spot, at least in my mind. But looking at these two teams here, I don't know how much wiggle room that Grimmsnarl is going to have.
And especially considering the Shadow Drapion is like one of the best Pokemon in the format. That's Grimmsnarl's nightmare. The only scenario that is playable is when all shields are down, and that's especially thanks to Play Rough hitting for good neutral damage, whereas Power Punch is a laugh for Shadow Drapion.
Well, Play Rough is your closer. Play Rough Grimmsnarl is your closer, right? If the shields are down, you can Play Rough through the Dark types and the Dragons, and even deal massive same type attack bonus damage to whatever else is on the board. So in that condition, if I were a Pato Man, I would look at that Pokemon as being in the back, primarily waiting for a shield advantage, for an energy advantage, and then trying to come through and sweep. But I would just want to go back to the Kingdra and the Spidops. I can't stop talking about him, Martine, because I feel like no one else in this tournament has had such a grasp as Steiner does on the pacing, on the charge attack intervals. He knows how to control these Pokemon, and he never seems to be caught off guard.
Look, I hate to follow up your incredible analysis with this, but I think Patoman just taps Spiritomb Double Water.
And that's it.
That's it. You just win with. He's just been winning with that over and over. Why change a winning team?
That's true. Well, I will give you credit. A lot of that comes down to the team composition. I didn't think Milotic was going to be a primary pick. Seeking was interesting. It's got great core breaking potential, but the way that he pilots it, I think you're right. He is absolutely nailing it. And I mean, if he's just going to run right at Steiner with that team, Steiner's job is to stop him.
And there's like no electric type coverage in this meta at all. Like their charge book is allowed, but no one really brought it. So yeah, kind of those water type Pokemon, they just keep getting away with it.
I know. Well, water has always been a great typing in competitive Pokemon Go, and that story will continue here at EUIC. Also, no grass coverage. We get a lot of that in Open Great League with Trailblaze. None of that here.
Yeah, no Spidops with I believe it was Grass Knot or Energy Ball. That's one of those grass-type charge attacks. And I've actually faced one in a grassroots format where the movesets were not revealed, and my opponent decided to run a grass-type charge attack, and then my Seeking was there like pecking at the Spidops. It was like just chilling there. And then boom, bye. It got the grass.
I feel like we need a soundboard and the sound when that happens, right? All right, everybody. Well, we're getting fired up. Our trainers have their headsets on. That is our first sign that they are gearing up and almost ready to go. We're waiting on some lock-ins, but those will come shortly as well. This is the last series of the day. These are two of the last trainers that are trying to make it to Championship Sunday, but only one will rise. So, let's set the table. In terms of Pokemon picks, we've already called out the Kingdra and the Spidops. Patamant, the Double Water, seems to be the primary mode of attack. I think that'll probably carry over into this series as well.
We're about to find out. Both trainers, I mean, they've started about around 9 a.m. It is 7 p.m. here in London right now. They've been having a long day. Endurance is what it all comes down to here. Yeah, looks like Steiner has locked in his team. Patoman is still looking at it, and I'm just having kind of a laugh because I see Spiritomb and Milotic again. Is the second water also coming up?
Right? That is the question on our minds. We have one lock-in already. Our second trainer is trying to finalize that team lineup. But either way you cut it, this is going to be absolute fireworks. That Rise versus Patoman series was so memorable. I'm going to be thinking about that one for a long time. But these trainers are not waiting in the past. They are writing history in the present. So let's get right into game number 1.
And we're going to have Dunsparce against Spiritomb. I would say this is a pretty advantaged lead for Patoman, but you might want to shield the first Duron, so you will hang on to 2 Duron later on in this match after the Rock Tomb debuffs.
Dunsparce gearing up energy, does have the back-to-back Joruns here, and the Rock Tomb is ready as well. So the Rock Tomb going to debuff these attacks. Steiner maybe building up extra energy, anticipating the swap, but it just doesn't come through. Rock Tomb connects, and now the Joruns will start to get fired off.
Spiritomb will be able to hang on here quite comfortably. Sucker Punch will add up on this Dunsparce. Are both trainers going to stay in these matchups, or do we see a switch here? No. Looks like Patoman's pretty fine with having Dunsparce here. If you look at his backline, he has Shadow, Drapion, and Beedron. He's even letting this go.
Yeah, right? I mean, I think the Dunsparce is the prime core breaker for his back lineup. So he's comfortable coming in with the Beedron, trying to get the Bug Bite down, snipe, and he doesn't quite get it. Rock Slide.
This might just be so important for this match already, and what's also important to remember, Patoman does not have a Rock Tomb or Shadow Ball loaded yet. He's one Sucker Punch off. In comes Kingdra, and let's see, do you shield this Fell Stinger? It looks like Steinar is choosing to play it safe. Now, Beedrill's Bug Bites are going to add up so much more. It's going to chip very quickly at this Kingdra.
Yeah, that was a vicious attempt at a Bug Bite down. Didn't quite succeed, but these Swifts are going to fly here very soon. Number 1 is already ready to go. Probably 2 or 3 Dragon Breaths until the next. Beedrill's going to respect it because it's got another charge attack too.
I like this protection here because you need, and look at this counting from Patoman on charge attack ties. It looks like Steiner knows this is a Fell Stinger, but this is kind of exactly what Patoman is going to need to get this chip damage and get this Pokemon low for his Shadow Drapion. Otherwise, you could not get a Poison down on Kingdra. The thing is, now that Steiner still has a Protect Shield, it's looking quite rough. I think Patoman might be looking at a catch. Oh, but he gets the charge attack. This might be crucial for the remainder of this game because with shields down, Drapion goes to town.
This is absolutely crucial. He's able to get so much value with the Spiritomb swap, and even though he brings out the Drapion, that means that Steiner's Spiritomb is hobbled just starting this matchup.
Crunch is coming through. It's gonna hit very hard. There are no shields this time to hide behind for Spiritomb. Jump, jump, jump! And that takes down about 60% health from that Spiritomb.
Gonna go for the Rock Tomb and try to fight back, but I gotta say, this Spiritomb looks completely outmatched and outpaced by that Poison and Dark type across the field. Patoman is in a prime position. Switch timer's not up. He's gotta throw the charge attack and avoid the swap, and he does.
And he's one Poison Sting off another attack. Even though it's double resistant, Kingdra is going to be very low. Can Kingdra even get to another charge attack? It charges really quickly, but it has no health. Patoman farmed up perfectly, and his Aqua Tail double resistant. How humiliating for the Kingdra, but a great play from Patoman. He's gonna win him this first game.
Absolute finesse on stage for Patoman to get off the last second, last breath Rock Tomb and to pave the way for his Shadow Drapion to close out that game. Like you said, Martine, shields down, Drapion goes to town.
The reigning EUIC champion is showing what he's made of in these back-to-back battles. He's got so much stamina to go throughout the day, and that is what defines someone who is a champion. Patoman came here not for 4th place, not for 3rd place, not for 2nd. Gold is what counts for Patoman. That's why he's playing out of his mind. That's what his mindset is always on.
Think about it. I mean, if you're Patoman, if you're Steiner, you're probably just telling yourself, no matter how tired you are, one more round for the rest of my life. One more round. You have to keep on pushing through. That's exactly what Patoman has done here. Now the question becomes, can Steiner respond?
Both trainers are getting so much championship points as well, so do expect probably either or both of them at the North America International Championship as well. If you've been enjoying them, we're probably going to see more of them later on too. But yeah, who's going to win it here though? Patoman's one win off to make it to Championship Sunday 5 times in a row on the big stage.
I cannot even comprehend the level of high-powered consistency that requires. Martin, I gotta mention this one time. We did not see double water from Pokémon in that game, and it didn't even matter.
Well, technically, he had Shadow Drapion with Aqua Tail, and even knocked out a water type, saying like, "You're not that water type, bro. You're not it."
Okay,
Kingdra.
so the transcript of our commentary, we'll put an asterisk next to that one. All right, we're jumping right into game number 2. Steiner needs to fight back, or his EUIC run is over.
This is an incredible lead for Pokémon. Steiner has to get out, goes into Milotic, but Pokémon is there with the double water. This is a winning team. Why change the winning team?
Milotic, so imposing. Kingdra has been the ace up Steinar's sleeve this entire tournament. The outrage is so devastating, but Milotic is going to shut it down here. Wrap starts to cripple its defense.
And here's the thing. He goes for the Swift Bait, though. The Pokémon shield is... I think the shield is really obvious here because the energy is valuable regardless. No, he goes it! Pokémon is him!
Pokémon is unhinged. That could have been devastating, but he knows his opponent. He sees through all the tricks. Another Swift coming through here. I doubt we get a shield here either, but he wants to keep that Milotic healthy for the next matchup.
And obviously keep the switch advantage, but keep in mind that this Grimmsnarl has Play Rough, not Power Punch. It can actually threaten the Drapion. Can you get to another Aqua Tail here? These Aqua Tail are going to chunk. They do about 40% on the Fragile Fairy type here.
I'm telling you, Pokémon has already landed some pretty devastating hits, but this energy advantage, another one. Milotic is not slowing down.
Can Dunsparce do it for Steiner? This is going to be a very uphill battle. He has to preserve this Grimmsnarl, otherwise he couldn't clear the debuff. A quick response by Steiner on the Sea King, but with his energy advantage, Pokémon can just start debuffing. There's still 2 protections on the side of Steiner, though.
I mean, this Dunsparce is already on the ground. It's about to be in the mud. It can barely move through after the Icy Wind debuff. It's got some energy. It's building up even more with the rollouts, but this looks dire for Steiner.
Duron is coming through at Pokémon, not using his final protection either because he knows that Duron is super effective on Shadow Drapion. Shadow Drapion is at about full health still. That might just be the key Pokemon to do it here. The problem for Steiner is he has to swap out at some point to clear a debuff and potentially have a chance still at this game.
Another Icy Wind. I can feel the temperature in the room dropping. In the swap! Steiner keeps fighting back.
The catch on the Grimmsnarl, is this what he needed? This is looking very rough. We saw Pokémon wait a little bit there, trying to prevent exactly this. Now the energy is expanded into Dunsparce, but the thing is, Shadow Drapion can hang on to one Duron, and Rollout doesn't deal a lot of damage.
Here comes Drapion. This is the Pokemon that Pokémon has relied on. It's potent, it's fast, it's going to show up this first drill run, and this all comes down to the next few moments.
With these poisons thing charging up quickly, it can get to these Aqua Tail very, very fast. As Steiner knows, he concedes. Pokémon, the Aqua Tail is coming through. It doesn't knock out Dunsparce yet, but the poison sting will.
In comes Milotic to wrap things up, and that's poetry in motion, everybody. Pokémon does it again!
We will see again. Pokémon, this is the guy. He is the guy to make it again to Championship Sunday. Steiner, he's gone far, but you cannot get past the reigning UIC champion. I think maybe someone insulted him early on the day that he was like, oh, you lost early on in day 1.
Yeah.
That's tough, man. Yeah, and he took that personally.
I think he definitely took it to heart. And speaking of heart, what a valiant effort from Steiner. He says, no more, I'm battled out, everybody. I'm worn out. And he's actually earned such an accolade there, making it back-to-back, 5 times in a row. Is that what you told me?
5 times in a row. That's 5 Sundays, but also 5 trophies. He's catching me up in medals even. Like, I'm still on a regional level.
Oh, well, my goodness. Well, Pokémon is just built different. Valiant effort from Steiner, pushing himself deep into this bracket. One of the only trainers, actually the last trainer from out of region to be in this event. And now we're going to get an all-European Sunday.
Let's take a look again at how far we've come at the Europe International Championship, the biggest tournament to date. We have a European clash in the winners finals between Colin Six and Hikami. Incredible. 2 trainers who had never won a trophy before nor made it this far at an international championship.
Yeah, look at Colin there. Big win over Rise to Occasion, King OWT before that, and then Blissfully, and Hikami had a tough road as well. Also taking down Steinar as well as Palasha and Galax Cabolton. I mean, these trainers are knocking down some of the best in the world, and they deserve to be on the podium on Sunday.
And you know, I think Batman was watching the LAIC. Actually, no, he played there. He got second place, in fact. And he was like, you know what? I saw all these non-European trainers there. They're not going to watch on my home soil. So he just went like a vacuum cleaner past all of them, swooped them up. And now we're going to have an all-European championship Sunday tomorrow with Batman waiting for the loser of Colin 6 versus Hikami.
The crown stays in Europe this year at EUIC, and all the action is going to go down tomorrow morning, so you do not want to miss a single second of it. Make sure to check out these start times and align them with your own region. 9 a.m. GMT, 1 a.m. Pacific time, or 4 a.m. Eastern time. Stay up late, wake up early, whatever you have to do, you want to be there.
And if you miss any of the action, make sure to follow us on our socials on Twitch, YouTube, and X. Use hashtag PlayPokemon. Perhaps we might feature you on the broadcast. We want to know what you think. Who do you think is going to win all of this? Speakers, if you have any prediction, who is going to take it all tomorrow?
You know what? We've seen Colin win regional championships. We've seen Potaman win internationals and place second at Worlds. I said there'd be a new international champion this weekend. Give me Hikami.
That'd be wicked. Chat, let us know what you think. We'll be back tomorrow on twitch.tv/Pokemon. Be there. We're going to have so much action there. And of course, the Twitch drops for all of these games. We have Dugong, inspired by the victory of Nighttime Clasher at the LAIC. And you get an Elite Charge CM as well, but you won't need it for Dugong. It already has the Legacy Charge Tech Icy Wind.
That's correct. You also get a couple of, excuse me, not a couple, but 20 Charge TMs and 20 Fast TMs to upgrade your roster. But if you're a fan of the video game series, make sure to pick up Yuma Kunugawa's Hisuian Typhlosion. I love the photo duo right here. That's so cool.
It looks very much in synergy, right?
Does.
We also have rewards for the Pokemon trading card game live. Some swag. You get a jacket with the Mega Charizard X as well. Make sure to watch and earn these Twitch drops on Pokemon TCG on Twitch, and you can get all of these phenomenal rewards. And these are exclusive to watching the Europe International Championship. This is your chance.
I think everybody needs to be competitive Pokemon maxing, especially tomorrow. Have all 3 streams up. You can multi-window it. I know you can. You don't want to miss out on any of those drops. Martijn, it's been an honor. It's been a pleasure. This weekend has been magical, and I cannot wait to see history in motion on Sunday. We'll see you there.
Get in, we're going somewhere, and we're bringing all our friends. Adventure is in the air, and the journey